I'm Tammy Grimes. How many stars are up there? More than you can ever hope to see, even on the clearest night. More than you could ever hope to count. And each star is a sun just like our own. Maybe bigger, maybe smaller. And around each sun, there revolves a group of planets just as there does around ours. And isn't it possible, even probable, that on some of those planets there could be life? How do we know that that life isn't trying to reach out to us? How do we know it hasn't arrived here already?
The ship is coming down.
Where? I don't see it.
Let us all join hands, and I will sing down the ship.
Where? What ship?
Welcome and joy to you. May the harmony of your planet blend with the melody of ours.
Who are you talking to?
The people on the ship.
What people?
You mean you don't see them? You don't hear them?
Oh, listen. One of us is crazy, and I'm sure it isn't me. Our mystery drama, Universe Hollow, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Patricia Elliott. I'll be back shortly with Act One. If one word could somehow capture the very essence of our times, that word would be media. For those whose success depends on the public perception of who and what they are, the media is the lifeblood of their existence. Yes, the media makes and the media breaks. Even those who make up the media are ruled by it. The reporters, journalists, commentators, columnists, they too become media stars, and they too can become its victims. Yes, those who live by the pen may also die by the pen. Taxi!
I'll take them bags, ma'am.
I'll hold on to these two.
Yeah, right now, just a big one. There. Now, all comfortable, ma'am?
Oh, just fine.
Good. Now. Well, where to?
Do you know where Universe Hollow is?
Well, I most certainly do. It's where all them crazies hang out.
Why do you say that?
Well, they claim they see flying saucers and UFO and such, you know.
Does that make them crazy?
Well, I've been living around here all my life, 63 years, come July the 4th, same birthday as my Uncle Samuel, and I never did see one. All them green and yellow fellers that's supposed to pop right out of them spaceships or whatever. And right now, I know who you are.
Who am I?
Well, you are one of them well-known reporters. Your name's Shelley. No, Sheila. Yeah, Sheila Rogan.
Well, how did you guess?
I worked it out. Same as if I was a detective on one of them shows.
Really? Well, how did you go about it?
Well, now, first, you got that expensive-looking camera, right?
Right.
Now, second, that thing looks like one of the tape recorders, right?
If I had a cigar to give out, you'd get it.
Well, I wouldn't smoke it. 63 years old and never inhaled a whiff of tobacco or drunk a drop of whiskey.
And how about women?
Been married 6 times. Yeah, now, let me see. Now, where was I? Oh, yeah. Third. Now, you're headed for Universe Hollow to do a story on them, right?
Oh, you haven't missed one yet.
And fourth, you do have a familiar face.
I noticed you didn't say it was a pretty face.
Well, now, no, I didn't, but it's...
No, don't. It won't get better.
Well, I would say it's a definite face.
You mean strong?
Well, no, it's the kind of face you know it's there.
Oh, thank you.
And I also seen you on them TV panel shows.
Oh, you're still batting 1,000.
And you won that Pulitzer Prize, right?
Wrong.
Oh, but now, hold the phone. I seen it in the papers. They did give you the prize.
Yes, and then they took it away from me.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, I remember. Oh, that's tough.
Prize for investigative journalism to Sheila Roger for the Larkspur Chronicles.
Yep, that's what it said.
And it wasn't long before the Larkspur Chronicles became the legends of Louis Larkspur.
Can I ask you a personal question?
Well, can I stop you?
But no. How come you were taken in by that dude, huh? You know, somebody like you has been all over the world, knows the ropes and things. Well, guess he had a lot of folks bamboozled, even the president. Can I ask you another personal question?
Oh, please. Go ahead. We're old friends by now.
Oh, well, now, if I was to wreck this cab and cripple, well, maybe kill a couple of passengers, nobody'd ever give me another job again, right? Now, how come you're still working?
Well, Tex, I'll tell you.
Hey, my name ain't Tex.
Well, isn't every Westerner called Tex?
Well, yeah, only if they come from Texas.
Oh, well, where are we now?
Colorado.
Colorado.
Mm-hmm.
You sure sound like Texas. Tex, I've got a problem. I need a drink, and I just found out that this is a dry county.
You really need a drink?
Bad.
Well, that's just exactly when you shouldn't have one. But if there ain't no help for it, I got me a little flask here.
Tex, I'm going to let my hair down. I drink because nobody loves me.
Ah, the good Lord loves you.
Oh, game, set, and match to Tex, the demon driver from the great state of Colorado.
Now, here. Now, you might try a bit, huh?
Well, thank you, Tex. You are one of the great humanitarians of our modern civilization. Oh, not bad. Oh, not bad at all. Where did you buy this, Tex?
Well, I make it myself. That's how I make certain everything in it's pure.
Well, here's to purity. Oh, Tex. Tex, what am I doing here? Me. I talk to presidents, kings, dictators. I write about movers and shakers, wheelers and dealers. And now I have to go out and cultivate some weirdo who had a bunch of nuts, and they're all one step away from the loony bin.
Well, now, we shouldn't none of us be bitter, ma'am.
I said to Robbie, Robbie, he's my publisher, Robbie, Robert Adrian Smith, the great press lord. Oh, surely you've heard of him.
Well, I can't say I have.
Well, it just goes to show you. Robbie, I said, Robbie, you've got to give me a chance to come back. And he said, Sheila, you're under a cloud. You've got no credibility. And I said, let me do a piece where credibility doesn't matter. And he said, what would that be? And I said, I'll write a thing on flying saucers. And he said, sold. And here I am. How much further is it to Universe Hollow?
About 8-10 miles.
You know what I'd like to do for just a little while, Tex? I'd just like to sit back and cry. Do you mind?
Oh, no, not at all. You've been working up to it since the minute you got in here. Now, come on, you let me turn on the radio. There, now, you just sit back now and have yourself a good cry. No, better take a little nap. Sheila.
Louis? Is that you, Louis?
Yes.
It can't be.
And why not?
Because you're dead.
Oh, you say that every time.
What do you want?
I don't want anything. I'm dead. When you die, it all dies with you. The burning ambition, the frantic desire. It all dies. What do you want, Sheila? Why do you keep calling for me?
I have to ask, Louis. Why did you destroy me?
Did I?
I spent 20 years creating a reputation.
I didn't think about you, Sheila.
You didn't.
Men like me, or like I was, we never think of anyone else. Nothing must ever get in our way.
Those things you said to me. Those personal things, Louis.
Oh, I don't even remember them.
How could you forget?
I would have said anything to achieve my goal. And if another person, people, even an entire nation gets destroyed in the process, well, that's been the history of the world, hasn't it?
How could you do it, Louis?
Sheila, my dear, your whole working life has been spent observing the rich and the great. Why does what I say surprise you?
But why me, Louis? Why me?
Miss Rogan? Miss Rogan?
Why me? Why?
Miss Rogan?
Where are you?
Where's who?
Louis.
Louis?
He was just sitting here and talking to... Oh.
You were fast asleep.
Oh. Why have we stopped?
Well, we're here.
Where?
Universe Hollow.
But it's just a few shacks and some tents.
Yes, ma'am. And this particular one is the best of the lot. Now, they directed me to bring you here.
Who did?
Well, some fellow who appeared to be the chief nut. And now, although I guess we better not use that word around here. You know, it's possible they might think that we're nuts. Now, I'll go bring the bags inside.
Well, where is everybody?
Well, near as I could make it, they're in that big circular tent having a meeting or a seance or whatever they want to call it. And now let's get you all squared away. Well, this ain't one of your luxury motels, but I guess it's clean enough.
Well, but where's the telephone?
Well, don't seem to be one. No TV either.
Is that a kerosene lamp?
It must be. I don't see no electric wires strung nowhere.
But how can I plug in my typewriter and my tape recorder?
Well,
what?
Well, I had this old maid school teacher, and I remember she said before folks had forks, they used their fingers. Now, you're just going to have to write longhand.
Well, if I still remember how. Well, here you are, and... thank you very much for everything.
Well, thank you very much, Miss Rogan. Now, you let me know if I can do anything for you again.
I will. What is your name?
Well, now, you might just as well call me Tex. Good night.
Good night, Tex. Louis, why did you destroy me? Why?
Sheila. Oh, Sheila, if you play to win, you must also be prepared to lose. And to pay the price. I paid. I did what I had to. I gambled. I lost. I settled the debt with one shot from a .32 caliber revolver.
Why did you destroy me?
Oh, stop whimpering. If your life has become unbearable, end it.
No. Hello. Who are you?
My name is Serene. And you are Sheila Rogan.
I didn't hear you come in.
I know.
How long have you been standing there?
Who really knows? By the way we measure time here, say a half hour.
I'll let that go for now. I was asleep.
You were talking to someone.
I was dreaming.
Were you?
Of course I was.
You're positive?
He's not here, is he?
He is living in another state.
No. He's not living in any state whatsoever. He is dead.
All you're saying is that he is no longer in this world.
Yes, and since this is the only world there is...
Oh, I'm afraid that isn't true.
What? Are you saying there's another world?
Oh, yes. An infinite number of other worlds.
You're sure of that?
Yes. I come from one of them.
You do? From where?
From a point in space.
Oh, you mean like Mars, Venus?
Oh, no. From deep and distant space.
Yes. Well, yes. Good. Good. And your name is Serene.
Yes.
Ah. And on this distant world of yours, you all speak English?
English?
Yes, the English language.
We don't have a language as you know it.
Oh. Well, then, what are we speaking now?
We are not speaking. We are having a direct exchange of thoughts.
Okay, Serene. I see where you're coming from. Now, what's the purpose of this, or shall we call it, group?
The Bard will explain it.
The Bard? He's your leader.
He's our singer. We don't have leaders. Oh, I believe he is here now.
Right on cue. Did you rehearse this?
Are you prepared to receive him?
Oh, that's what I'm here for. Won't you come in?
Good evening. I am the Bard.
Oh.
Beg your pardon?
Here I go again.
On that somewhat cryptic remark, we shall lower the curtain on Act 1. Just what does it mean? Here I go again. Why did she suddenly say that? Would you like a hint? Think of a great popular tune. We're going to be singing something like it in Act 2. Figuratively speaking, of course. Despite statements to the contrary by certain eminent novelists, the rich, the great, the famous are very much like you and me. At heart, they are just as insecure, just as afraid of death, just as eager for love. And so they commit as many follies as we do. When they succeed, their joy is so much greater because they have risen so much higher. But when they fall, their pain is so much deeper because they have fallen so much lower. Ask Sheila Rogan. She knows.
You are Miss Sheila Rogan.
How do you do?
I am the Bard.
Which means what?
I am the singer for the people.
Which people?
All who come here to Universe Hollow.
Oh. You actually sing for them?
No, you might say I speak for them. But the thoughts are so beautiful, we call it singing.
Okay. You and I are actually speaking, or is it all in the mind?
No, we are speaking.
English?
English. Like you, I am from this planet.
Oh, you're not part of Serene's group.
We're all part of the same group.
And which group is this?
It consists of all human beings who wish to arrive at fulfillment.
Well, you can't beat fulfillment.
You've had a very long and fatiguing journey. May I suggest a night's rest? Tomorrow will be quite exciting. We will have a landing.
Does that mean what I think it means?
More people are arriving from Serene's planet.
Oh. Why are they coming?
To share their happiness.
Share their happiness. Okay.
May you have the most pleasant night's sleep. Come, Serene.
Yes. Good evening. Good evening. Yes, indeed. I can write this thing up in a day and get out of here fast before I get to be as nutty as they are. I write this in a rude hut that is lacking in everything we consider a convenience, even a necessity. I write in longhand because there is no electricity for my typewriter. And even if I could type, I wouldn't. Somehow noise would be too much of an intrusion. These people seem to radiate a kind of simplicity, a sort of statement of the essentials of the human condition without a single unnecessary frill? Or is it a pose carefully staged for my benefit? I don't know.
And you'll never know either, as long as you...
Louis?
Oh, Sheila.
What do you want?
I shouldn't care to see you make the mistake again.
What mistake?
The one you made with me.
What mistake?
You fell in love with me.
That isn't true.
Oh, it isn't?
No.
Then why did you go against all your instincts and write the story?
It was a great story.
But it destroyed you. You keep asking why I chose you to write it. You know why. You were vulnerable.
That's a lie.
I could see it. The best lady journalist in America.
I am not the best lady journalist. I am the best journalist.
Oh, pardon my unconscious male chauvinism. Yes, you were the best. But after everyone went home, what and who were you at 3 o'clock in the morning?
Please let me alone.
But you didn't let me alone.
I didn't do anything.
You gave me the signals you could be had. It's true, isn't it?
No.
Perhaps you still have to lie to yourself. After all, you're still alive. But I'm dead. I can afford to tell the truth. I wanted power. The Larkspur Chronicles. The true story of those men who guide our destiny. I thought I could destroy them.
With my help.
Of course. With the aid of your reputation for fearless honesty. With the help of your crisp, dynamic prose. With your help, they could be swept away. I would be left.
You seduced me.
Only because you wanted me.
You never cared about me.
If you want a man who cares about you, then choose one who wants to rule the world.
But why did you have me write those lies?
Because I thought they would be believed. It's the chance all great men take. We all tell lies. We must. The public could never tolerate the truth. It's just that some of us are found out sooner than others. You are making the same mistake.
I don't know what you're talking about.
The very moment the bard, or whatever he is, walked into your room, what did you say? You distinctly said, "Here I go again." Yes? Sheila, you're in love again.
I'm not even thinking of
and
love.
The story you write will be the story he wants you to write.
He isn't going to tell me to write anything.
Oh, yes, he will. He won't say a word, but you'll try to please him.
No.
Yes, just as you tried to please me.
No, I won't. No, this story is my passport back to civilization. It has to be funny, filled with insights. It has to show these people as a group of charming nuts. It has to pose the subtle question, what is their angle? When will money, the root of all evil, sprout into a poisonous plant? And I know how to write it.
Good. Just answer one small question. Why did you say... Here I go again.
I don't know. I suppose it could happen. He is attractive, but it won't happen. I won't let it happen. I won't let it happen. I won't. No.
Miss Rogan?
No. No. What?
Miss Rogan?
Yes. Come in.
Good morning. What's this? Have you been up all night?
Yes, I sat down to write my story. I must have fallen asleep.
Will you join us for breakfast?
No, thank you. I never eat any.
Then perhaps you'll be hungry later. First, I must go to the mountaintop and sing them down.
Oh, what does that mean?
The craft is approaching. It must be guided in. I must talk to them.
Where? Where are they?
Now? Oh, millions of miles out in space.
And you're going to talk to them?
It's known as singing.
Well, whatever you want to call it. How could they possibly hear you, millions of miles away?
If I had said that we have a transmitter that could beam a signal through space, would you believe me?
Yes.
Why?
Well, because...
A transmitter is merely a device for sending out waves of energy. We have those same powers, haven't we?
Well, maybe you do. I don't.
Oh, we all do. Shall we go to the mountaintop together and sing to them?
So what's happening?
You don't hear what's happening?
What am I supposed to hear?
The hustle and bustle of activity aboard the ship. The excitement, the preparations for landing. These are Serene's people.
You mean you actually believe her when she says she's from outer space?
Well, why shouldn't I believe her?
Okay. Tell me, where are you from?
Here?
Right here.
Yes.
This place that's called Universe Hollow?
Yes.
You mean you were born here?
I was reborn here.
I see.
Each of us has the power to be born many times.
Oh, of course.
Each of us can change and become a new person.
Oh. And what did you do before you were reborn?
I wasted my time. I wasted the vital forces of my life.
And what are you doing now?
Now? I and the others are seeking the truth of the universe.
Have you any idea of what that truth may be?
It will be revealed at the proper time.
By whom?
Each of us will hear it. You are on course.
Who are you talking to now?
I'm singing to the ship.
Oh, excuse me.
We will hold the ceremony. Joy to you as well.
I assume you were still singing to the ship?
Oh, yes. And now, there's nothing to be done until the docking ceremony. Won't you join me for breakfast?
Why is this place called Universe Hollow?
Where we are is sort of a valley, a hollow between two great mountain peaks. It's a meeting place for all the free spirits of the universe. The ships are always coming in.
Do you know something? When I listen to you, I don't need a drink.
Miss Rogan, what are you going to write about us?
Why? Are you worried about your image?
No, I'm worried about you.
Why should you worry about me?
Because you're sorely troubled.
Where did you get that idea?
You've had a rather bitter experience.
Oh, you can say that again.
Your only thought is to reestablish yourself to your former preeminent position.
And what is wrong with that?
You wish to use us as the instruments of your rehabilitation.
Go on.
You'll ridicule us. You'll use all of your considerable wit to make us a laughingstock. But you will do us no harm at all.
Well, then what's the complaint?
You will destroy yourself all over again.
Bard, I'll tell you this. The kind of article I can do on you folks could win me a Pulitzer. And this one will stick. Then, once again, I'm back there pitching in the big leagues.
And dying there slowly, painfully.
That I don't follow.
It's not what you want out of life. You worked, you sacrificed, you gave up everything, and then, when you arrived at the top, you discovered that it wasn't where you wanted to be. Because you were there all by yourself.
Oh, you should write the advice to the lovelorn.
Why not? I was once as lovelorn as you are. Long ago. In another life. That's why I came here. That's why we all come here. It's a place where we may help each other to discard all of our false illusions and excess baggage.
Just tell me one thing. When does the money change hands?
Money? Oh, poor Sheila. You've been abused by the world you still cling to. And you won't let go. You're arriving early.
Now who are you talking to?
The ship. Joy to you. We are ready to receive.
Oh, now what?
Come, join us. The entire community will go out to welcome the ship. Hurry. Serene, it's your ship.
Yes, from my home. It's filled with the most wonderful people.
Friends. Friends. As you know, as you feel, as you see, the ship is coming. Let us all join hands. Let us all sing to her silently and welcome her down.
Here she comes. The ship. Here she comes.
Reporters have always interviewed people who claim to have seen UFOs. But now we have a reporter who is about to become witness. And so the authenticity of her account should be beyond question. But reporters, after all, are also human and subject to the frailties that may beset the rest of us. We shall see about this spaceship, or alleged spaceship, in Act 3 shortly. Margaret Fuller, perhaps the first great feminist, looked up at the sky one night and exclaimed, "I accept the universe." When Thomas Carlyle was told of her remark, he said, "By George, she'd better." The truth is all of us must accept the universe. But how many of us, in fact, do any of us, know what the universe really is? Is it cold, barren space illuminated by twinkling stars? Or does it teem with life? Will we ever know?
Let us all join hands and sing down the ship.
There it is.
Where? I don't see it.
Welcome and joy to you. Our hearts reach out and touch. May the harmony of your planet blend with the melody of ours. May the forces of peace and love combine.
It's a new one. A bigger one.
Where is it?
Blessings multiply. Our friendship grows deeper, richer.
The ship. It's about to touch down.
Where?
Can't you hear it?
No.
Don't you see it? It's down.
I don't hear it and I don't see it.
Welcome, Captain. Welcome, crew. Welcome, all passengers.
They'll be disembarking in just a minute.
Who will be disembarking? From where?
Perfect landing, Captain. Perfect. As usual.
Bard, what are you trying to do here?
Beautiful ship, isn't it?
Okay.
Would you like to go aboard?
Sure. Show me. Where?
You don't see it?
That is what I keep trying to tell you.
Well, then obviously you can't go aboard her.
Do you expect me to believe that you actually think there's a spaceship or a flying saucer or whatever and that it has just landed here?
Bard, come. I want you to meet my brother.
What sort of a charade are you playing with me?
Sheila, you don't see the ship.
I think we've already established
You
that.
don't see it because you don't believe it's there.
Oh, it's my fault.
The ship just doesn't fly in.
Uh-huh.
We, each of us, create it. We create it because we need it. We want it so badly, we have to have it.
Are you admitting it's an illusion?
Well, of course. The ship, all these things we try to bring into our lives, they're all abstract ideas.
No kidding.
All life is the struggle to convert abstract ideas into reality, isn't it? And so we've taken the abstract idea of the spaceship, of a universe teeming with life, and we've managed to transform it into reality.
And no one can prove you wrong.
But everyone who wants to can prove us right.
Is that a fact?
If you look within you, deep inside, you'll see what you really want. Then you will see it here at Universe Hollow.
Okay.
And now, if you'll excuse me, there are people I must say hello to.
Say hello for me, too. I spent a week in Universe Hollow. I know no more now the day I'm about to leave than I did on the day I arrived. Are they receiving secret support? Possibly. But from whom? Is this the beginning of some new political movement? Possibly. Is this a setup for a monumental sting or scam? Possibly. The possibilities are infinite. Because the universe itself is infinite. All I know is I was there. I didn't see the spaceship. Period.
I saw the spaceship, Sheila.
Louis, what do you want now?
I saw it. I saw it much too late to do me any good. But it is not too late for you.
What's not too late?
Go on board the ship. Save yourself.
No, thank you.
He's handsome, Miss Bard. Not as handsome as I was.
He's crazy.
No, you're the one who's crazy. You have a chance with him.
Why would I want him?
You're probably in love with him already.
What if I am? I'm always falling in love. But it means nothing, because the man I fall in love with hardly knows I exist. Unless he wants to use me, the way you did.
He's your last chance, Sheila.
Don't say that.
Back in the rat race, you won't have time. When will you ever have the chance to develop a deep, lasting relationship? Oh, take him, Sheila.
And live out here, in the boondocks.
Travel through space.
No, thank you. I'll stay where I am.
I won't ever see you again.
I know. I'm reconciled to the way life is going to be. The way it has to be.
And about your article?
Yes?
It drips with sarcasm.
Good. I'm back informed.
It's drenched with cynicism.
It's supposed to be.
It's patronizing and destructive.
Great.
So it will be very successful.
Thank you, Louis.
Goodbye, Sheila.
I think we're quits. Finally.
I'm sorry you're leaving.
Well, it's been fun, Bard.
I was hoping you might stay.
Why?
We need people. And besides...
Yes?
For all this, it isn't for you.
No. All this, whatever it is, it's not quite my cup of tea.
Do you know how your cup of tea is really flavored, Sheila?
Yes. With the taste of big cities, with the smell of the centers of power. I have to be in the middle of that.
Well, then I hope you find happiness there.
I don't see how I can. I never did before.
Then why are you going back?
Because it's the only life I really know.
It's never too late to know a new one.
Oh, yes, it is.
You never know until you try.
I did try. I tried to see that spaceship. I tried as hard as I could. I just couldn't make it land.
Serene went down the road to a telephone. And your taxi will be here any minute now. Goodbye, Sheila.
Goodbye, Bard.
Well, now, we going to get to read that there article, Miss Rogan?
Yes, it'll be syndicated throughout the country, Tex.
What did you think of them folks back there in the hollow, huh?
Well, you said it all the night you picked me up. It's a nest of crazies.
Well, I admit I may have said that, but... Well, now, you know, this is real crazy, but I think sometimes that I hear them spaceships landing.
Really?
Yes, ma'am. And there are times when I could swear I see the bright red glow of the engines.
Are you sure you're not sampling some more of that home brew you've been serving up to the needy?
Well, all I can say is if this keeps up, I may end up becoming one of the needy myself.
Come in, Sheila. Sit down. Okay, Jessie. Give me the verdict.
It's absolutely sensational. In all the years I've been your agent, I never thought you could write like this.
It's good.
It will make the whole world forget the Pulitzer Prize fiasco. Sheila, this piece brings you all the way back home. It's going to be the biggest thing that ever happened.
Why, we'll make it a book. A book? Why not? On the strength of this, I can go to any publisher, and I can go to any motion picture company. What? It's a movie, my dear. Do you know who could play Bard? No, wait. I can get us an advance of $1 million, maybe more. You just leave it all to me. Sure. What did I tell you 20 years ago? I told you we'd strike it rich one day. What's that? What's what? Oh, you don't hear anything? No, what am I supposed to hear? Sheila, are you all right? I hear it. I hear it.
Will you sing the ship down, Sheila?
Yes. Oh, yes. I hear it. I hear them.
Sheila, don't scare me like this.
The ship is arriving now.
Who are you talking to?
Joy to you.
Joy to whom? The people on the ship. What ship? Sheila, stop it. Sit down. I have to leave. Where are you going?
To the ship.
Where? Where is it, this ship?
It's coming down in Universe Hollow. I'd better take this, the article.
No, leave that here. I have to have copies made.
No, dear Jessie. I don't want a thing like this ever to be published.
Let me pour you a drink.
It's a new world, Jessie. A whole new, wonderful world. Oh, it's filled with endless possibilities. It's light. It's bright. It's overflowing with love. And I'm part of it. The ship. I can see it coming down.
I bet you can.
Welcome and joy to you. May the harmony of your planet blend with the melody of ours. May all the forces of peace and love and light combine.
Sheila, think of what you're doing. You're throwing away a multi-million-dollar package.
Set your course bearing for love, for peace, for joy.
My course is set, Sheila. Our course is set.
Jessie, I'm going back there.
Where?
To Universe Hollow, to the Bard, to another world.
Are you crazy?
Today is the first sane day of my life. Set your bearing for love, Bard. For love and peace and joy.
And I assumed that they did. Now, you can look at this story in an infinite number of ways, but let's consider two of them. First, it happened just the way we told it. She was able to summon those powers, whatever they are, and actually see, hear, and become a part of the spaceship, or whatever it was. Second, she has this habit of falling in love with the men she interviews, and Bard was the next on the list. So you take the interpretation that captures your fancy and wait just for a little while for me to return.
If you'd like to take advantage of the current high interest rates in today's money market, but want your money available when you need it, take a moment now to call this toll-free number, 800-228-5000. Ask the operator to send you information on Dreyfus Liquid Assets. Find out just how much income growth you can get from one of the world's largest money market mutual funds. With Dreyfus Liquid Assets, you have the advantage of making withdrawals by phone or paying larger bills with free redemption checks and continue earning high yields, compounded till your check clears. You can put money in or take it out anytime with never a sales charge or a penalty. But call now, 800-228-5000 for free information and a prospectus, including management fee, charges, and expenses. 800-228-5000. Study the prospectus carefully before you invest and learn how Dreyfus Liquid Assets can help you get the lion's share from today's high interest rates. 800-228-5000. Toll free, 800-228-5000.
Lots of friends are dropping by, summer fun's in store. With picnic time and camping time, it's country time for sure. Before you all get thirsty, here's a tip that should be made. Get a drink that tastes like good old-fashioned lemonade. Country time, country time.
Get down to your store for plenty of Country Time lemonade-flavored drink. Look for the Country Time coupon in this Sunday's paper.
Tastes like good old-fashioned lemonade.
The flow of the river is ceaseless, but the water is never the same. The bubbles that float in the pools, now forming, now vanishing, are only of short duration. And so in this eternally changing world is man. He is born in the morning, he dies in the evening, like foam upon the water. Nothing is ever the same, but nothing ever changes.
Do you think the two of us can go to the hills and start the revolution?
25 years ago, two people went into the hills and did that very thing. You and my father.
You forget I am old now. You are hardly more than a boy.
And you forget that my father died to set you free, so that one day...
I did not ask him to set me free.
You would have perished in that prison. I'm leaving on Friday. With you or without you?
You would go alone?
25 years ago, you would have gone alone.
Our mystery drama, The Hills of ARIAS, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan.
Between Coolidge and Crooks in Troy.
The Bible says, your old men shall dream dreams, your young men shall see visions. Yes, that tells us about the old and the young, but nowhere is mention made of the middle-aged. What do they behold in that interval of life that stretches between vision and dream? Reality, perhaps?
I must keep thinking. Keep thinking. I must use my mind. I must bend it, stretch it. I must keep teaching my classes, yes. I must create a new course. I always wanted to teach a seminar. Yes. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We shall be concerned with the subconscious mind in literature. We shall read Shakespeare, Hawthorne, Poe, and Freud. For those of you who can read English and German...
Francisco Canavas.
Yes.
What are you doing?
I'm teaching my class.
You are, huh? Dismiss them for the day, and let's go.
Go? Go where? You always beat me up in here.
A change of scene might do us both some good.
Am I to be shot?
Come on.
You could at least have the decency to tell me.
Why would you want to know?
I would like to pray.
Well, pray anyhow. It won't go to waste. Halt! Guard Diaz, Chauffeur Escobar, and Prisoner Canovas reporting on orders.
Open the gate. Pass through.
It is the palace. The presidential palace.
Yes.
Why am I being brought here?
What's the matter? You got something better to do? Go in there.
But it is dark.
Inside.
No. Oh, where? What?
Dr. Francisco Canavas, in exactly 5 seconds, you shall be shot for the crimes you have committed against the revolution. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Turn on the light. Turn on the light. Yes, Cisco, it was just a joke. Go sit down. See what a sumptuous table I've prepared. A feast fit for the gods. Here, a glass of champagne, huh? Drink. You have every right to be angry, Cisco. It was a cruel joke. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I brought you here tonight. But I brought you here tonight because I want us to work together again. The way we did in the beginning. when it was our revolution. Why not? It was a terrible joke, Sister. Oh, I'm sorry. I said I was sorry.
You have so many things to be sorry for, Kelo. How do you keep track? Do you enter them in a book?
One of us had to become absolute dictator. You refused. I made the sacrifice.
Poor Kelo.
I don't deserve your sarcasm.
What do you deserve?
Compassion. Understanding. I gave up everything. My wife, my daughter, my friends. Who would believe today that I once wrote poetry? Isabella, Serafina, Elisabetta, and Christina. Lovely ladies, pity me.
Do not make me choose among you. In gaining one, I am losing three.
Oh, Cisco, you remember.
Why don't you kill me, Kelo?
I'm not a good dictator.
Nonsense. You are a splendid dictator.
No, a dictator must purge himself of all mercy, sentiment, humanity.
You have no mercy, sentiment, humanity, Kelo?
Except for you, Cisco. You're my only weakness. I can't kill you. I'll let you live, even though I know one day you'll escape. You'll raise the army that will overthrow me.
No, my strength is gone. My mind is going. Soon I will be dead.
Tonight, for just an hour, you and I, we must forget everything except that we were friends. Let's eat. Drink.
No.
Cisco, I must talk with somebody, argue with somebody. And they're all afraid of me. Let's cross swords the way we used to, huh? Please. I understand. But eat something.
I cannot.
To punish me?
No.
Then why?
I don't remember. My memory. It comes, it goes. Perhaps the guard might know.
Guard!
Yes, my leader.
The man is obviously starving. Here is a table laden with wonderful things to eat. Why does he refuse to eat them?
He does take some bread and water, my leader.
Let me go back, Kelo.
Go back. Go back. I shall know better than to try to be kind to you again.
Well, Canovas, you sure fouled that one up.
Are you going to be angry with me?
All my life I was sorry I never went to college. But I look at you, I'm not so sure. Here you are, Dr. Francisco Canovas. They say you're the greatest scholar in the history of the country. You should have gotten the Nobel Prize. You're not too smart.
That is true. I am not too smart.
You know what being smart is? Being smart means knowing how to keep alive. What do you want to die for?
There are times when life is no longer worth living.
Hey, what's up ahead? Roadblock. Oh, now what? Oh! What's up? Security check. Step out. Look, my friend. Here, my ID. Out. I'm with the special forces. You can't step out. Hey, wait a minute. You're not. No, Luis, no! Hurry, Cisco. Get out of the car.
The guard, the chauffeur.
Cisco, quickly.
Why did you kill him?
Luis, Paco, help him out.
They were not bad fellows, misguided perhaps.
Those shots will have every police patrol down on us.
Who are you?
It's me, Cipriano, and Luis, and Paco.
Where are we going?
Down to the beach. A boat should be waiting. Hurry!
I cannot walk so fast.
Luis, Paco, help him! Let's go!
Where are you taking me?
The boat will take you to the United States.
Why?
So you can fight for us from there.
I'm tired. I'm so tired.
Speak for us. Write for us. as only you can.
I cannot go any further. Where am I to be? Courage, Cisco. I cannot. And take the boat. The police. They see us.
Hurry! Stop it!
Luis, Paco, hold them off.
Get on board, Cisco, quickly!
Let me help you. Cipriano. Cipriano.
Get out of here!
But you are hit.
Down, Cisco, down! Martin, full speed ahead!
Cipriano. Cipriano.
That's that. What did you think, darling? Cisco.
Yeah?
Were you asleep?
Me? No.
Your eyes were closed.
I always close my eyes when I listen to you play. I can see better.
Do you also snore?
Oh, I was not snoring.
I was watching you. You seem to be so far away.
But I wasn't.
It happens so often, no matter where we are or what we're doing. I have this feeling that you've somehow slipped away from me and entered another world.
Another world?
Another faraway alien world.
My darling Emily, this is all your creative imagination.
Are you sure, Cisco? Oh, there, I've done it again.
You have done what?
I just did what I object to in others. I called you Cisco.
My name is Cisco.
Your name is Francisco. How can the head of the Department of World Literature at the university, that internationally renowned scholar, Dr. Francisco Canovas, be called Cisco? I mean, that's the name of some cowboy. The Cisco Kid.
Well, when I was young, I too wanted to be a cowboy.
Francisco, is everything all right?
Of course. And now we must get ready. We shall be late for your concert.
Did you think I was a little bit heavy on the pedal?
Oh, my darling, you were perfect.
It'll take me 30 minutes to dress.
Oh, at least.
Is this how you would speak to your first wife?
My first wife was not a concert pianist.
Well, what was she? What was she, Cisco? I've told you everything about me. Husbands and wives should have no secrets from each other.
That is a slogan, my dearest. How easily the world is taken in by slogans.
But... look at the time. Are you all ready?
I must only put on a dark suit, a white shirt, and tie. That is scarcely a project.
Well, I'll be ready in 30 minutes.
I will time you.
Must you always have the last word?
What was she like? What was my Maria like? She was like you, Emily. Your voice, your face. And like you, fire burned inside her. But it was a different fire. A different flame. I teach literature. What have I to do with revolution?
Literature itself is revolution. Literature is ideas. New ideas. A wave of concepts and feelings that beat against the established shores of complacency.
What you want me to do is to carry a gun.
I want you to speak and write and inspire other men and women to carry guns.
Why?
To overthrow this obscene government of thieves, murderers, and oppressors.
You turn those rascals out and you turn a new set of rascals in. It is what always happens.
It won't happen this time.
Why not? It is the history of the world.
Cisco.
Huh? Oh. Emily. Emily, what is the matter?
Who are you shouting at?
Shouting?
I distinctly heard.
Oh, no. My darling, it must be your imagination. Well, you can see there is no one here.
Don't tell me I didn't hear you.
Well, this is perhaps the most important concert of your career. You are understandably nervous. And it is good because you have to be keyed up. Now, go back upstairs. Better yet, I will go with you.
No, dear. You'll just be in the way. Just make sure you're ready.
Dear Emily, how can I tell you what she was like? I will have to go back there again. All the way back. And I don't want to. I can't. I won't. Oh, yes, I am coming.
Is this the home of Dr. Francisco Canovas?
Yes. What can... No. It is
Cipriano?
Yes. I am Cipriano.
You cannot be Cipriano. He was killed. I saw him die.
I am his son.
But you were only a child. Scarcely 5 years old.
I was 20. Yesterday.
15 years. Has it been 15 years? Oh, come in. What can I do for you?
It's not what you can do for me. It's what you must do with me.
And suddenly there is a chill that runs down the professor's spine. Deep in his heart, he knows what it is that he must do. Every day for the past 15 years, he has been expecting this moment and dreading it. Now it has finally arrived. A new clock must start to run, and it will shortly when I shall return with Act 2. When we are young, the fires burn brightly. Those fierce fires of love, ambition, idealism. But in middle age, so often, the flames are banked and all but forgotten. Then much later, when we are old, we poke about the dead ashes, hoping that somehow, somewhere, there is still a tiny and feeble but glowing ember.
Cipriano.
Yes, I am Cipriano. And you are Dr. Francisco Canovas.
It has been so long. 15 years since it all happened. But I have kept faith with my old comrades.
Your dead comrades.
I know. They made it possible for me to come here to write, to work for our cause at home, and I have done that.
Yes.
I have never missed a single opportunity to write against that foul and obscene Calomardi, the butcher. He has already slaughtered everyone who could rise against him.
Everyone. Except you and me.
There is no longer an organized resistance, or any kind of resistance, is there?
No.
Tell me about yourself. First, your mother.
Dead.
Oh.
They took her away. After you escaped. She was never seen again.
And Luis? Paco?
Everyone is dead. But you.
But you are alive. I am so glad you have come to me. I am your godfather, you know. Tell me, what are your plans? Before you even tell me, have you any money, any prospects? You must live here. We have plenty of room. This big house, and we never had children. Do you want to go to school?
No.
What do you want to do?
Go back.
To where?
To Arias.
Arias? Why?
It is my native land. Your native land.
How can you go back there? You are the son of Cipriano Valdez. The butcher will have you killed.
He'll have to find me first.
His depraved police are everywhere. Where do you think you could hide?
In the hills.
The hills? You would go to the hills alone?
With you.
With me?
That is why I came here, to ask you. Come back with me.
No. I went to the hills 25 years ago.
And now the time has come to go again.
What could I do there?
What you did before.
I am 55 years old.
That doesn't matter.
It doesn't. You say that from the vantage point of a 20-year-old body.
When you and my father began the movement, there were men with you who were 50, even 60.
Yes, but they had 25-year-old hearts and souls and beams.
Yes, so you're not even... excuse me.
Darling, may I present my godson, Cipriano Valdez. Cipriano is my wife, Emily.
I didn't know you had a godson. And does that make me your godmother, Cipriano? Oh, I'd love that. Tell me...
Later. Right now, please, give us 10 minutes, darling. I will change. Cipriano needs a shave. Emily is a concert pianist. We shall hear her play tonight.
I am not going to...
Oh, nonsense. Your father would never miss an opportunity to listen to music. Come along. must go back inside, Cipriano. She has already started the second half of the program.
We cannot talk inside.
What is there to talk about?
Everything.
Are you serious about going to the hills?
The hills of Arias, where the revolutions are born.
I know all that.
In the hills of Arias, we find the roots of the people and the strength of the people.
I wrote all that.
And I believe all that.
I believe it too, naturally.
Then come back to the hills.
Let me understand. The two of us are to go to the hills and start the revolution?
25 years ago. Just two people went into the hills and did that very thing. You and my father.
Ah, those were different days.
You forget, perhaps. My father and all your friends died to set you free. So that one day...
They did not ask to set me free.
You would have perished in that prison of hunger and disease.
Then they should have let me die. I am no longer a hero. Don't you understand?
It is not necessary for you to be a hero. You only have to be a man.
Listen to me.
I have no time to listen. There's too much to be done.
Ah, yes. That is your father talking.
I shall be going back home on Friday.
Well, that is the day after tomorrow.
With you or without you?
You would go back alone?
25 years ago. You would have gone alone. I will see you Friday evening. I have a boat. Goodbye.
Cipriano, come back here.
Alone at last. Now you can tell me, darling, how was I? Darling.
Huh? Oh, yes.
You've gone away again.
No. Oh, you asked me how you did. You were superb.
Really?
Would I lie to you?
Without compunction. But I believe you this time. I always know when it goes well. Whatever happened to Cipriano?
Oh, he had a date.
When are we going to see him again?
Well, that depends.
On what?
Oh, various things.
In other words, you don't care to tell me. That is a part of your past I'm not supposed to know about.
Now, why do you imply that I have some deep, dark, hidden secret?
Don't you?
You make me out to be a man of mystery. What is there you don't know about me? You know everything.
Everything?
You know, I went to school in England and Cambridge. You know, I returned to my country, Arias.
I thought the United States was your country. Didn't you become a citizen?
At the time, Arias was my country. You know, I became part of a revolutionary movement that overthrew the monarchy.
Yes.
And that the revolt, which was supposed to bring peace and freedom, only created a dictatorship. A dictatorship that was as bad, even worse, than the old one.
Yes.
I was lucky. I escaped with my life. I came here. I met you. I fell in love with you. I married you. Now, is not that the whole picture?
No. It's just the candid snapshot in black and white, and missing are the colors and the shadings and the shadows. What did that boy Cipriano want?
He wants me to go back to Arias.
But if you went back to Arias, you'd be shot.
To the hills of Arias. And we would start a movement to overthrow the government.
Is the boy mad?
Well, it has been done before. I should know. I have done it myself.
Are you saying that the boy is serious?
Well, you saw him. He is a very serious young man.
Are you going?
How can you ask such a question? Of course I am not going. What did you think?
Oh, Cisco. There are times when you frighten me.
I know. There are times when I frighten myself.
He looks to be such a nice young man.
He reminds me of another nice young man I knew 25 years ago.
His father?
His father, yes. He looks like his father. He talks like him. But in a very strange way, he does not remind me of his father. He reminds me of someone else.
Who?
It does not matter. And besides, I am not even sure. Why are we talking about me on this night of your great triumph? Thank you for seeing me, Dr. Kurtz.
You said it was an emergency?
Today is Thursday. I must know what to do by tomorrow night.
Do? About what?
About the course of the rest of my life.
Cutting things rather fine, aren't you?
Perhaps. I should have come to see you 10, 12 years ago when I started having the dreams. Or are they dreams?
I don't know. Suppose you tell me.
Who am I, Dr. Kurtz? What do you know about me?
Well, I know you're my colleague on the university faculty. Highly praised, popular professor of literature. Once involved in a revolution in a small South American country. I think it was called ARIAS. You'll have to tell me the rest.
Very well, Dr. Kurtz. As completely and as concisely as I can.
Cisco!
Yes.
It's almost midnight.
Yes, I know.
12 hours ago, we were supposed to meet for lunch.
Yes, my dear.
At the faculty club. I waited there.
I am so sorry.
Well, are you all right?
Yes.
Where were you?
I went to see Dr. Kurtz.
Kurtz?
He is a clinical professor of psychiatry at the medical school.
Oh?
I was long overdue. We were supposed to have an hour. It ran into nearly 6. I could not stop talking. He could not stop listening.
And when it was all over?
I still have to make the decision.
To do what?
Whether or not to go back to the hills of Arias.
Shouldn't I have something to say about that?
Do you want to?
No. They're your hills.
I have decided. The hills are a lost youth. And youth must be lost in any event.
You're not an old man.
But I'm too old for the hills.
Oh, Cisco.
Oh, another thing, do not call me Cisco.
Why not? Isn't your name Francisco?
Then call me Francis or Frank.
All right, if you want me to.
Dr. Kurtz did not tell me anything I did not know. He only helped me to formalize a decision I had already made.
And how do you feel?
Good. I mean that. It is bad enough to live in the past, but to die in the past.
Is it gone, finally?
It will never be gone. But it will take its rightful place as a memory. Sacred and beloved memory, but a memory.
And, Cisco, are you hungry?
I'm starved.
All right, then I'll warm up dinner.
Good. What is in the oven?
Oh, of all things, Yankee pot roast.
Who are we? What are we? Those of us who dwell here? All of us have come from somewhere. Some have come early, some late. In some, the memory and experience of another place is dim, distant, and almost dead. In others, it is fresh, green, and even poignant. But in all of us, the roots that stretch back to that other place are never, ever completely severed, whether we know it or not. I shall return shortly with Act 3. Those who dream by day, said Mr. Poe, are cognizant of many things which escape those who only dream by night. But then, of course, we have those who dream at any time, and even all the time. One would imagine that nothing at all ever escapes them. Nothing at all except reality. And it doesn't matter, because they have already escaped from that.
Emily?
I'm here.
Oh, good. I wanted to see you before you left.
Now, the tour only runs 6 weeks.
Only?
And you'll see me at the beginning of the month in Los Angeles, won't you?
Yes, the lecture series has been arranged finally.
So we'll have a whole week together on the West Coast.
You will let me drive you to the airport?
Oh, no. That's Barton's job. Let my manager earn his money.
Is there a time for lunch?
Certainly.
Was there any mail?
Oh, yes. Will you become honorary chairman of, I forget the name of the committee. It's there on your desk.
How many committees am I on now?
10, 12, 15.
Well, what is one more, huh?
Oh, and remember, you're having lunch at the Masons tomorrow.
Which means I will have to play tennis with Henry.
Since he's president of the university, you might let him win once in a while.
I cannot compromise my principles.
Well, but do you have to manifest such savage joy while you're beating him?
I suppose there is something about an authority figure that brings out the beast in me.
Oh, Cisco. Frank. Everything's all right, isn't it?
Of course, darling. Of course.
My watch must be slow. That's Barton. I have to go now, darling. I'll see you in 3 weeks.
Yes.
Cisco. Oh, Cisco,
I told you my name is Frank.
No, it doesn't sound right.
Darling, what is it?
I have this feeling suddenly, this terrible feeling. I'll never see you again.
Oh, how can you say that?
I just have this feeling.
Oh, my dearest.
Don't leave me.
I will never leave you.
Promise?
I promise.
I won't go. I'm going to call off the tour.
Why?
I'll stay here with you. I won't let you out of my sight. No, that's not the way to do it.
Darling, you must tell me what...
I also have dreams, Cisco.
Oh, my darling, this is no way for you to leave.
Cisco, whatever you do, I'll still love you. I'll always love you.
Emily. Yes, all right. Come in, my friend. Sit down.
I have come here for your answer.
The answer is no.
I see.
What do you see? What? Cowardice? Weariness? Cynicism?
I have not come here to judge.
But you will just the same.
You're willing to fight, or you're not. If you are, nothing further need to be said. If you're not, it all becomes meaningless conversation. You're for the revolution, or against it. Goodbye, then.
Goodbye, Cipriano.
Cisco, how can I do it alone? Tell me how.
My son, what is there to tell you?
Why won't you come with me?
Because...
You went with my father.
It is because I am not Cisco anymore. You must understand that. I have lived here so long. Almost as long as I did in Arias. My life is here. My love is here. My work is here.
How could you change?
We all change. That is the tragedy of the world. We all become someone else. Calamardi. I knew him when he was 20. Your age. He could not wait to die for all humanity. How he changed. Now he cannot wait to murder all humanity.
My father would never have changed.
Your father died young. I should have died young, too. All idealists should die young, when the flower is in full bloom before it withers and lives on, somehow shriveled and decayed.
I will go back there alone.
I can tell you 1,000 reasons why you should not. Good, sound reasons. The same reasons that were told to me so many years ago. But I would not listen to them either.
Goodbye, Cisco.
Yes. Goodbye, Cipriano. Cipriano.
Halt! Who goes there?
What? Where am I?
The password. Identify yourself.
What is this?
Quickly!
I am Francisco Canovas.
Stand still. Corporal of the guard, post number 3. I have the prisoner.
What prisoner?
Shut up.
I know you. The prison guard. Your name was Diaz. What am I doing here?
Step inside.
Oh, but...
Inside that door.
But it is dark in there.
Inside.
Francisco Canovas.
It is Maria. My wife, Maria.
I am not your wife any longer. I am dead.
Francisco Canovas.
Cipriano. My oldest friend.
I am dead, Francisco.
I saw your son. The boy, he looks just like you, Cipriano.
Francis Canovas.
Luis.
Francisco Canovas.
Paco.
We are all here, Francisco.
Where? Where are we, Maria?
We are in a court of justice, Francisco.
A court of justice? Why?
To try a case.
Whose case?
Yours.
What have I done?
You have done nothing, Francisco.
Then why am I being tried?
You are guilty of the greatest crime of all.
But you just said I have done nothing.
Exactly. I call the first witness, Cipriano Valdez.
I am Cipriano Valdez. Almost 30 years ago, I went into the hills of Arias with Francisco Canovas. We raised the army that overthrew the monarchy. Now, another army must be raised to overthrow the tyranny. He refuses to lead it.
Cipriano, I cannot do it again.
You will allow my son to go alone, to die? We need you.
I have already done my share.
You cannot say that while there is still the breath of life in your body.
It is over. Listen to me. It is all over.
It's never over. Not when there is tyranny. You must not lose hope. You must not lose heart.
Don't be afraid, Cisco.
Can you really enjoy your life, your sweet and comfortable life, when we are dead? And Calamarde still rules.
Don't you understand? By now it is useless. We will go to the hills again. We will organize the resistance again. We will fight again, win again, and then we shall lose again.
No, Cisco, not this time.
I can show you. Have I the right to call a witness?
You have every right.
Then I call Juan Batista Calamarde.
No!
Never!
You call upon that butcher to come here to defile this place, this sacred home of our hallowed dead.
I call upon the young Juan Batista Calamarde. He was one of us. He was part of us. And he has the right to be here in his youth.
Cisco and Cipriano, we're here. When do we march on the capital?
You remember him like this, Maria? Cipriano, the fiery Carlo?
What are you trying to tell us?
You will see, Cipriano. I call upon your son, your 20-year-old son, the young Cipriano Valdez.
You are for us, or you are against us.
You see him? You hear him? He stands next to Juan Batista Calamarde. Can he become another Calo? You hear the same fury in their voices. You see the same fire in their eyes.
My son would never betray his comrades.
No, didn't we all wager our lives on Calo?
Cisco!
Once again we shall be betrayed.
But you don't know that.
It is the history of the world.
Oh, you keep saying that, but history is not ordained. History is made by living, breathing men and women.
We were fooled the last time.
Yes, but we were young. Now you're older and wiser. You shall not let this happen again. Your wisdom, your experience this time. We shall succeed.
Don't ask me, please.
We must ask you.
We must ask you, Cisco.
And I know why. You are angry because I survived. You did not. You died, all of you. Now you want me to go back so I can die too.
No, Cisco, that is not true.
Especially you, Maria. Especially you. You are jealous of her. Of Emily.
No. I love her because she has made you happy.
You hate her because she shares my life now, not you. You hate her because she is young and beautiful and alive. It all comes down to the same thing. You are all angry with me because I survived.
You're the one whose voice is raised in anger.
Are you angry with yourself, Cisco?
I was willing to die. I never avoided death. I was in the forefront of every battle. Cipriano, the night I escaped, we were in the water. The police bullets were all around us. They could have struck me. They struck you. Was it my fault? I was spared. Why? I do not know.
You do know, Cisco. You were spared so that one day you could fight again.
No! Go to the hills of Arias with the boy. Show him. Show them, all who will seek you out there, how it is done.
We will be with you.
How can I go back?
All of us are going back. The dead and the living.
Maria.
And this time, Cisco, become the leader. Hold the power.
Become the leader. Hold the power. Can you be sure I shall not become another Callow?
We are sure.
How can you be sure? I am not even sure. There may be demons in me, hidden secret demons that I never knew about, and then we would lose again.
Yes, we lose again.
So what is the use of it?
We don't know where it is written that we must win, that we shall not be betrayed. We only know that we must fight.
I don't know what to do.
Do what is in your heart.
I don't know what is in my heart. I don't know what is in my heart. I don't know what is in my heart. I don't know. What? Oh, the telephone. Hello?
Cisco.
Yes.
Oh, I wanted to let you know I've arrived safely in Chicago.
Oh, good.
Did I wake you up?
Yes, you did.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It is all right. It is time I woke up.
Time? You woke up? Wait, don't... Oh.
Darling?
You've decided, haven't you?
Yes.
Will you give my regards to Maria and Cipriano's father and Paco and Luis?
How do you know these names?
I've heard them every night for the past 12 years. I know everything about them, darling. And everything about you.
Then you know that I have no choice. I have to go.
Yes, you must do what's in your heart. Darling, let me ask you one thing.
What is it?
Wait for me.
And he went back. She went with him. And they are now in the hills of Arias. One day in the near or the distant future, he will march out of those hills for the second time at the head of a revolutionary army. And the revolt will succeed, probably, just as it did the first time. Then, depending on human nature, it will be betrayed, or it won't. I shall return shortly. The hills of Arias. You can think of them as a geographic location, or you can see them, perhaps, as a mystic place that exists somewhere in the psyche of each of us. A private, a secret place where our thoughts are born, our hopes are nourished, and our dreams are revealed. Yes, within all of us are these hills, and may yours be always verdant, fertile, and fruitful. Our cast included Mandel Kramer, Marion Seldes, Bob Caliban, and Ray Owens. The entire production... Come in. Welcome. I'm Tammy Grimes. Subtext is a word coming into much literary usage these days, the word meaning what it says it means. Today, a story derived from the great Anton Chekhov. His depictions of people and their problems is as much under the skin as on it. He begins the story with a simple problem facing uncomplicated people. But life is complex, and in Chekhov's work, tragedy is the subtext. As the author himself warned, if a gun is hanging on the wall in the first act, it must fire in the last. We shall see how long it takes for that to happen.
Mashenka, everything in life happens too late. Look at this pistol.
Yes?
I keep it in my pocket. It reassures me, gives me a sense of peace to carry a loaded revolver. Do you understand?
No, I don't understand.
With this, I have power. I can destroy either someone else or myself.
Oh, so you must not even think that. It's wicked. Nothing is so terrible you cannot live with it.
Our mystery drama, The Brooch, is based on a tale by Anton Chekhov and adapted especially for the Mystery Theater by G. Frederick Lewis. It stars Paul Hecht and Patricia Elliott. I shall return shortly with Act One. Russia before the Revolution. A small village where the landed gentry rule. The place? A small tavern in that small village where every evening friends gather to exchange insults and drink vodka. Like Igor, the local peace officer, and Andrei, who is footman for the wealthiest family in town.
Those Kushkins you work for. Don't talk to me about the Kushkins. I've known Nikolai for years. I still can't stand him. Flabby, weak-eyed, always twitching. And Fedosia, his wife.
I grant you, Igor, but my father used to say the same thing. I followed in his footsteps. That's how I became a footman.
That Fedosia, she's fat, ugly. You ask yourself, must a woman with all that money look and act like a fishwife?
Igor, you are fortunate. You are the only peace officer in the village, and you don't have to report to anyone. You are the law. I have no such choice.
My point is, Andrei, not that they're an unappetizing couple, but I'm always suspicious of people who live well and do nothing.
My master doesn't need to work. He already has money. That's what happens when you're born in the right bed.
He won't have it for very long, the way he gambles it away.
Oh? Who told you that?
Grigor, the station master. He tells me.
He tells you what?
That your master, Nikolai Sergeyevich Kushkin, goes to Moscow twice a week.
Does that make him a gambler?
Well, whatever he does with his money, he has none when he returns. The conductor of the train from Moscow always has to collect the fare from Grigor. Sometimes even Grigor has to carry Nikolai home.
No, I never heard of that. Madame Kushkin would have a fit if she knew her husband gambled.
You know why? Because she controls the purse strings. She always says it's her money, and she'll never let Nikolai forget it.
Igor, I don't understand you. You've known Nikolai Kushkin for many years, but you object to him escaping to Moscow to have a good time?
Well, what I don't like is that he always carries a pistol with him. If he gets angry enough, one of these days it will go off. Shut the door! You're letting the cold in.
I'm sorry.
Igor, look. It's a young lady.
Is it? What is she doing in here? Women aren't allowed in a tavern.
Yes. Perhaps she's lost.
I beg your pardon, but I wonder if someone could help me.
Yes, glad to. Sure, glad to, my child.
Please, put your suitcase down, miss. No one will take it from you here.
I'm always afraid. I've had it in my hand for the 2 days I was traveling. People steal, you know.
Not with me around. Let me introduce myself. Igor Igorovich. I am the peace officer here.
Mr. Igorovich, could you direct me to the house of Nikolai Kushkin?
Ah, you must be the new governess for the children.
Are you employed in the household?
Permit me to introduce myself. Andrei Vorotov, I am the footman. I shall be happy to direct you. Igor, my duty lies in assisting this young lady. I must leave.
Not so fast, Andrei. Who is paying for the 2 vodkas?
I'll pay you tomorrow. Mademoiselle, please.
So every other day, Mashenka, you will bring the coal for the fires and sweep the stairs, the duties we have discussed. But principally, I'm regarding you as the governess for my 2 little ones. French and music, the most important.
Yes, Madame Kushkin.
Your references as a teacher are excellent. And you look like a strong girl. Sweeping and carrying coal should be no problem. I'll have you shown to your room. Hand me that bell, will you? I'm not going to ring it for you. Ring it for yourself.
Yes, Madame.
Oh, not that way. Ring with authority. Here, let me have it. Nothing happens around here if one isn't firm.
You're right, my dear.
Not for you. Go away. That is my husband. You'll have very little to do with him. I don't know how he spends his time. I'm told he goes to Moscow. I have to run the estates. Oh, where is everybody? Mademoiselle, I shall make a confidant of you. My 2 children are stupid. If they weren't stupid, we wouldn't be changing governesses so often. My husband is not stupid. He wishes me to think he is stupid. But I'm up to his tricks.
Madame, should you be telling me all this?
Why not? That's the way I am. After all, I have engaged you to be the children's governess. Now that means trust. I trust you. Why shouldn't I tell you my husband's weakness? What could you do with the information? In any case, you'd be too frightened to do anything. They're all too frightened. But not Nikolai. Secretive, yes, but not frightened.
You rang, madame?
Andre. Ha! I rang, yes. But now I'm talking. Go away. Wait outside the door. I shall send Mademoiselle out, and you will show her to her room.
Yes, madame.
Idiots, all. But as I say, not Nikolai, my husband. He labors under delusion. He married me for my money, and now he thinks I shall let him kill me. Kill me! If anyone dies in this house, it will be him, not me.
Mademoiselle, this is your room. I hope you will like it.
I'm not sure I wish to stay. Your mistress, she's a very peculiar lady.
It's a very peculiar house. I grew up here when my father was footman. Now, they sent him to their house in Moscow, and I am here, but it's strange. Very strange.
Tell me, what are the children like?
Well, there's Anya, she's 10, and Sergei, he is 12. They are very, quiet children.
Oh, this is a nice room.
Yes, I brought up your bag.
Thank you. Do you know what Madame Kushkin told me?
That people take advantage of her because she has money?
She said that her husband wants to kill her.
That's nonsense. She's a wicked woman to tell such tales. The master, he wouldn't hurt a flea.
Well, then why would she say such a thing?
My friend Igor, the peace officer, thinks that she says it on purpose so that if anyone is shot or hurt in this house, the master would be blamed. She tells everyone he carries a revolver with him always.
Oh, I don't like this. How can a wife treat her own husband like that?
Well, are you married, mademoiselle?
No. No, I am not.
I am not either. I'm glad you're here. It's good to have a sensible person in the house. You know, you are the third governess in 3 months.
Oh, what happened to the other two?
Each left after 2 weeks, and then it took another 2 weeks to find one.
Oh, well, I shall decide if I stay or go in 1 week. I need the work, but my intuition tells me that I'm not going to be happy here.
Oh, Mademoiselle Mashenka, I hope you will be. I'll leave you now to get settled in, and please, remember, if you need any assistance, Andrei Vorotov at your service.
Mademoiselle, may I speak with you?
Oh, you startled me, Mr. Kushkin. I was just going into my room.
Yes, I didn't have a chance to speak to you at dinner.
I'm sorry I was late, but the children took me longer to put to bed. Oh, you know, the first time.
Oh, yes, I'm sure they will like their new governess once they get used to her.
I do hope so.
Oh, they've never had such a young and pretty governess before.
Oh, yes.
Nikolai! Nikolai, where are you?
Oh, I know this sounds peculiar, but my wife, she's rather strange. Would you mind if I went into your room for a moment? I would rather she didn't see me talking to you. Oh, what am I thinking? What am I doing? It's my house. How could I let myself get into such a state? Oh, she has me turning, twisting. Please, forgive me. I shouldn't have said anything. Fedosia has about driven me out of my mind. Oh, no, forgive me. Here you have just arrived, and already I'm pouring my heart out, and you're practically a stranger. Mademoiselle, I don't even know your name. Fedosia, she tells me nothing.
Mashinka Pavletsky, sir.
Oh, no, you don't have to say sir to me. Mashenka. Oh, a pretty name. I regard you I can see it in your face. I regard you a kindred spirit, and I know you will be a wonderful governess for the children.
Oh, yes, I hope. I am to teach French and music.
Yes, teach everything. Instill in little Anya how to act with people, how not to be selfish. If only someone had taught my wife that when she was little. It's too late now. Everything in life happens too late. Do you see this?
Yes.
Oh, no, I am not pointing this gun at you. I keep it in my pocket, always loaded. It gives me a sense of peace. Understand?
No, I don't understand.
It is always loaded. That way I know I have power over my life. I can either destroy myself or someone else.
Oh, sir, you must not even think that. It's wicked. Nothing is so terrible you cannot live with it.
There is terror in this house. Terror and anger. And for your sake, Mashenka, I pray there won't be tragedy and heartbreak.
It's been said of Chekhov's dramatic works that they are more effective said and heard than read. That Chekhov treats the spoken thought as a composer treats a symphony. I liken the crescendo of emotion we just heard to a crescendo in music, echoing the desperateness of a man. However, this is only the end of the first act. Chekhov's symphonic story isn't over yet. A curtain of tragedy hangs over the house, and Mashenka, the new governess, senses it. Fedosia Kushkin rules the roost, but her husband carries with him a loaded pistol. The atmosphere is explosive, and to retreat, Mashenka goes to the roof to count the stars.
May I join you, Mashenka?
Oh, who is it?
Andrei Orotov, the footman. The stars are very bright tonight, aren't they?
Oh, yes. Night is the best time for me. When I've put the children to bed and all is quiet, I come up here to the roof and I think those stars are shining on my parents.
Your mother and father are both alive?
Oh, yes.
And my father is. Are they very far away?
Oh, yes, in the Crimea. Ah, how pretty it is down there in the garden. All blue shadows.
Can't you sleep at night?
Very little. Oh, this first week has been like a nightmare.
Why, Mashenka? Why is that?
I cannot say.
Now, why didn't you tell me all this before?
I didn't know who to talk to, Andrei. I've been thinking of writing my parents, asking if I could leave this place and come back home, but it's my first very good position. I don't like to run away.
You hear noises at night. Is that what keeps you awake?
Yes. Don't you sense the death in the air? The master and his gun. Oh, it terrifies me.
Yes, I tell myself he's not serious. I think with a gun in his pocket, he can reassure himself he is still the head of the household. Because his wife has the money under her control doesn't mean she has also enslaved him. Do you understand?
But if it's just a pose, why?
Perhaps it's just his way. After all, who isn't a little peculiar?
Shh. Look, down there in the garden. Do you see someone moving?
No, I'm not sure. Draw back. It may be the master. I don't want him to look up here and see us.
It is him. He's got the gun in his hand. He's pointing it at his own head. No, don't. Don't. Please, don't.
I tell you, Igor. It was touch and go.
This happened last Monday, and you're only just now telling me 5 days later?
It was Mashenka. She wasn't sure what she saw. She asked me to say nothing.
I can't believe Nikolai put a gun to his own head.
And missed.
You saw him fire it?
Well, I didn't actually, but Mashenka says she did. If she hadn't cried out in alarm, he might not have missed.
I don't know that this is a police matter. You told the governess she was mistaken. He was probably taking a shot at some night animal.
I said to her, there's really no reason why the master, who has everything a man could wish for, should dream of doing such a thing.
Andre, as a friend, I ask you to watch carefully what Nikolai Kushkin does. Maybe there is something.
If anything strange or suspicious happens, I'll notify you right away.
I recommend you do that. Remember, if Nikolai's gun goes off in the wrong direction, you might find yourself not only out of a job, but out of this world as well.
Mashenka, don't go to your room just yet. Would you like to go to the kitchen for a cup of tea?
Oh, it's much too early for tea. Why? Why are you stopping me from going into my room?
I don't think you should. Please, Mashenka, please, I beg you.
No, it's wicked. Stop what you're up to. Don't do that.
Be quiet, you stupid man. I know what I'm doing.
Mashenka, don't go in. Come back.
You see, she's here. Now what?
What are you doing in my room?
Oh, this is horrible, tactless.
What are you both doing in my room?
It's stupid. How can one hold up one's head in this house any longer?
Madame, those are all my things on the floor. Oh, what are you putting back into my sewing bag?
I upset it accidentally. My sleeve caught in it. Just putting things back.
Please, Madame, may I? I'd rather do that myself. Just please leave everything alone.
Yes, of course. I'm sorry. It was clumsy.
Oh, those are my own private letters, if you don't mind.
I hope I haven't inconvenienced you. I'll go now. Andre, haven't you anything better to do than stand in the doorway, gawking? Look at the time. It will be dinner, and I expect you in the dining room at your post.
That's good. She's gone. Oh, Mashenka, I didn't want you to see this.
I don't understand. This is my room. What were they doing here?
I wish this hadn't happened.
What hadn't happened? What was she doing in here? And the master, how he ran out so red in the face.
Well, when he's excited, he always gets red in the face.
Oh, look here. The drawer of my table, why is it open?
Excuse me.
What are you picking up? Oh, my money box. It's been forced open. I had 10 kopecks of my own money in it and stamps.
Are they all there?
Oh, yes. Oh, but look at the lock, all scratched. And look, everywhere. Everything thrown about, my linen basket. This isn't the way I folded my clothes. The bed is pulled apart. Oh,
Mashenka, are you all right? I mean, could I get you some water?
Why were they here? What were they looking for?
You were out with the children all day. You didn't know.
Didn't know what?
The mistress has lost a brooch worth 2,000.
Lost? But that doesn't explain. This is my room.
They have been searching everyone, mademoiselle. The 2 maids, the cook.
Horrible. How horrible to be suspected of theft.
And Mikhailo, the porter, she searched him herself. Oh, it's a disgrace.
I feel sick.
It's all right, Mashenka. They found nothing here.
To break in here. It is insulting. So mean, so low. What right has she to suspect me and go rummaging in my things and breaking into my money box?
Even though you are teaching their children, Mashenka, you are still a servant.
Oh, I cannot stand this. It's too humiliating. Andre, I'm leaving this house now.
No, please, you cannot. Think. If you go, they will really believe you have stolen the brooch. You are running away. It's suspicious.
But how can they trust me to take care of their children and in the same breath suspect me of stealing? I am well educated, the daughter of a teacher.
Please, Mashenka, don't upset yourself over it. It'll all be all right. It's happened before. Things are always missing, and Madame Kushkin is always accusing everyone.
How demeaning.
Mademoiselle, please. It will be dinner time, and we must all go downstairs and behave as if nothing had happened. Oh, there's Madame ringing. I'm wanted in the kitchen to help the cook prepare dinner. You'll come down when dinner is served, please?
I don't know how I can sit there and pretend nothing has happened.
Shall I set a place for you?
Oh, I don't wish to think about it. I have to put the children to bed first.
All aboard. All right, go ahead, engineer. You may start up. No passengers on this trip. All the doors are closed.
Wait.
Lady, where are you going? Stand back.
I must get on that train. Help me on.
I can't stop the train. It's moving, lady.
Oh, let go of me.
The doors are locked, lady. You'll fall. You'll be killed.
Oh, where am I?
Lord be praised. She's come to. You are a fortunate young woman. You fainted, and I caught you as you fell from the train. This is the waiting room. That's a nasty bruise on your arm. You almost fell under the wheels. Have you no sense?
Are you the station master?
Yes, I am. Grigor Pavlovich at your service.
When, tell me, is the next train from Moscow?
The day after tomorrow.
Oh, I missed the last train from Moscow for 2 days.
Yes, lady, you did, and you might have lost your life.
Oh, what am I going to do?
Well, you come back the night after tomorrow night, and don't ever again try jumping onto a train that's moving.
Oh, but I can't go on living at the Kushkins. I can't spend another night there.
Yes, that's a very difficult family. Especially Madame Fedyosa.
Oh, she's impossible. She's horrible. I won't go back there.
I don't know what to tell you. My wife would be happy to put you up. Plenty of room. How do you feel?
Hello there, Grigor.
Someone outside with a lantern. It's our policeman.
Please, hide me. I don't want to go back.
No one is going to make you do anything. Come in, Igor.
Oh, he's come to arrest me.
Igor, you know this young lady?
Of course I do. We met the day she arrived. Mademoiselle Mashenka Pavletsky.
Yeah, she tried to get onto the Moscow train after it had started, and she fell, but... No injuries, thank the good Lord.
Mademoiselle, your employer is looking for you. He says his wife accused you of stealing, but he knows it is not true. I think you should come back to the Kushkins, and we shall face them.
No, I can't.
Oh, you must stand up and not run away. Too often I am called upon to apprehend in the name of the law. This time I shall protect. Shall we go? If there are suspicions, I have a mind to add a few of my own.
I must say I'm quite surprised, Igor. She was at the railway station. Now, the least you could have done was to arrest her.
What for, Madame Kushkin?
What for? Theft!
Madame Kushkin, there is absolutely no proof she has taken anything. The young lady is innocent. Remember, this is not the first time jewelry of yours has disappeared. Each time you accuse the staff, and another governess is sent away. You must stop this behavior.
Igor, you don't believe me? You think I'm making all this up?
All I know is whatever is lost or stolen is never found. This child might have lost her life over it.
It's not the 2,000. I cannot put up with thieves in my house. To steal from me is such ingratitude. Oh, you two can eat your dinner if you like. I'm not hungry. I'm leaving.
Nikolai, I have been meaning to talk to you about something for some time. Don't carry that pistol with you anymore.
I don't carry it always. Besides, what I do on my own land is my business.
Guns are police business also.
But I heard what happened in your garden, and it worries me.
Since you know, you might as well know why. I was very unhappy. I am very unhappy.
Firing a gun at yourself solves nothing.
For me, it would solve everything.
Are you religious?
Of course.
The Lord himself has made specific reference to self-destruction. It is a mortal sin.
Igor, you are a good friend. I don't know what to do anymore. Something must be done to make this house a place to live in. Can you help me with Fedosia?
I will try. Now, give me your gun.
The great art of Anton Chekhov is not that he merely reflects man's actions, but that he holds up to nature an accurate, enlarging mirror and asks you to pass your own judgment. For instance, is Fedosia such a martinet, or is she suspicious and angry because she no longer respects her husband? And Nikolai's pistol, is it his only weapon against his own failure and weakness? Think about that. I shall be back shortly with Act 3. It is the evening of the same day in the Kushkin household. Fedosia has retired to her room. Nikolai paces the floor of the dining room and then, unable to bear the knowledge that the young governess Mashenka is in her room in such distress, he mounts the stairs and knocks on her door.
Mademoiselle Mashenka, it is I, Nikolai Kushkin. Mademoiselle, it is of the utmost importance I speak to you. Please open your door.
Yes.
Oh, I hope I don't disturb you.
What is it you want, sir?
Please, may I come in? What I have to say will not take long, but I would prefer not to say it standing out here in the hall.
Yes, very well.
What are you doing?
I am packing my things.
You are definitely going?
Yes. Tomorrow I will take my suitcase to the station master. He has offered to let me stay with his wife at their house.
Grigor is a very charitable man. You leave so soon? Tomorrow morning?
There is a train the day after. Oh, forgive me, Nikolai Sergeyevich, but I cannot remain in your house.
Oh, I am so saddened you have no idea. It was all a terrible misunderstanding.
No, it wasn't. I was suspected of being a common criminal, and I shall never forget or forgive that.
No, it wasn't meant. Sometimes Fedosia says things without meaning them. What a crime it would be to lose you. You are so well educated, Mashenka. The children already love you.
I was, and I am deeply hurt and insulted by the search of my room.
Okay, I understand that, and you have a right to be. But you are wrong to go. Why go now? This room was examined. All right, it's over now. The brooch, well, so be it. It's over. What does it matter to you? How are you worse off because of it?
I cannot make you understand. Now, if you will allow me, I wish to be alone and pack my clothes.
No, wait.
Please. And besides, I don't feel safe in this house.
Oh, it's because of the other night, isn't it? You thought I was going to do away with myself, didn't you?
I don't remember what I thought.
Oh, no, I heard you cry out. I stepped into the shadows. I saw you and Andrei come into the garden.
Well, you see, I was very afraid.
And then Andrei went away and you stayed in the garden and I came out. See, look, no wounds anywhere.
Oh, I was so relieved.
And you agreed to say nothing. I tell you now, as I told you then, it was an accident. The gun went off because I had not put the catch in place.
Anyway, that's over now. I gave my gun to Igor. He asked for it. He was also afraid that I would do some harm.
You have no other?
Oh, yes, I do. These pistols are made in pairs.
You see, so you could try again.
Oh, no, I won't. I tell you, if you promise me you will stop all this and remain in the house, I'll go fetch my gun and give it to you.
Oh, Nikolai Sergeyevich, I don't know.
A bargain. We make a bargain. You stay here. Don't leave your room. I shall be back in a few moments.
Mashenka.
Andrei?
I've been looking everywhere for you. And then I remembered the roof. You have no idea how upset I've been. I haven't seen you since you were almost killed trying to get onto the Moscow train.
Oh, Andrei, what can I do? I cannot stay here. Every time I hear the madame's voice, I feel sick. And just now, he came to my room, the master, Nikolai Sergeyevich, and begged me to stay.
Where is he now?
He went to get a pistol. There were two in a set. One he's given to the police. He tried to make me promise if he gave me the second gun, I would stay, but I cannot stay. I cannot.
He won't find it.
He won't find his other pistol? Why not?
Because I have it. I knew where he kept it in the library. I've hidden it away.
Oh, why did you?
For your sake. While you are still here, Mashenka, I want you to be safe. A master who carries a gun with him is dangerous. So I took it.
If he can't find the second gun, then I'm free. I can go back to my room and get ready to go. There's no bargain anymore.
So you are definitely leaving?
Oh, yes.
Mashenka, I wish I could come with you. Can you cook?
Yes, of course. Oh, but I never let on to the Kushkins. They'd have me in the kitchen as well as sweeping the stairs, carrying the coal, and teaching French and music.
Listen, if we apply for work together, you could cook and be a governess, and I could be the houseman. I'm very good with machinery, too. I've worked on a farm. I know how to plow.
Dreams. Oh, Andrei. Such dreams. But now, I must go to my room.
You won't leave before we talk further.
I shall ask for a carriage to take me to the station master's house. He said I could stay with his wife until the day after tomorrow when the next Moscow train leaves.
Yes, a carriage, and I shall be driving it. But be sure you ask for it.
Tonight? What time?
Whenever you like. I shall have the horses all hitched up. I'll be waiting in the barn.
I don't understand it. I looked everywhere. The case for the two is there, but the pistol is gone. Do you suppose Fedosia took it?
I don't know. Please, don't follow me about in my room. I must put my things together.
Then the agreement is off. Of course it's off, because I have no pistol to give you. But it doesn't change anything. I still beg you to remain.
Please, Nikolai Sergeyevich, I want to go in an hour. May I have a carriage?
Oh, yes, of course. Anything, Mashenka. You have only to ask. If you're so offended, if you like, I am ready to apologize.
Oh, no, it wouldn't be fitting. A master does not apologize to a servant.
Who told you that? You are not a servant. I entrust to you the education of my children. Not to a servant, a friend, perhaps.
I don't have any more to say.
Oh, as I ask your pardon. You say nothing. My apologies are not enough for you.
Please, Nikolai Sergeyevich, you're making it more difficult, not easier.
Oh, she behaved wretchedly. I admit it as a gentleman.
Please, you promised me the carriage. You will keep that promise.
You want to have this rankling here in my chest, under my heart? You want conscience to torment me?
Nikolai Sergeyevich, I know it's not your fault. Why should you worry yourself?
Oh, I entreat you, Mashenka. Don't go away. What is it you want? You want me to go down on my knees to you? There, my knees. Are you satisfied?
Oh, please, Nikolai Sergeyevich, please, get up. Don't do that. Get up from the floor. What if someone should come in?
I don't care. I am at the bottom of life. I have nothing to lose.
I will stay tonight. Please, I will stay if you'll just get up.
Tonight? All right. That's something. You don't understand. Your pride is wounded. I have pride too. But you don't take that into account. Or do you want me to tell you what I wouldn't tell the priest? And your pride is wounded. I have pride too. But you don't take that into account. Or do you want me to tell you what I wouldn't tell the priest at confession?
Oh, please, Nikolai, please.
You want me to tell you what I won't tell the priest on my deathbed?
No.
I took my wife's brooch. Is it enough? Are you satisfied? Oh, yes, I took it.
Oh, sir, I cannot now remain here another minute.
It is nothing to wonder at. It's an everyday story. You see, I have a life to live. I must have some little pleasure. I go to Moscow to be away from here, from her. A little happiness at a time.
Please, Nikolai Sergeyevich, I wish you would go. I don't want to hear all this.
No, you must. Oh, you must. I need money, and she won't give it to me. She takes all the income from the farms, the peasants, what we sell, everything. It was my father's money that bought this house and everything in it. It's all mine. That brooch, it belonged to my mother. My mother. Fedosia had nothing. Her family had nothing. We married. I was weak. Oh, I see it now. And she took possession of everything. I can't put the law against her, my own wife. So there it is. My dear little Mashenka, I beg you most earnestly to overlook it. Unpack. Stay on.
No. Please. Leave me alone. I entreat you.
Well, God bless you. I have to admit I admire people who can still feel resentment. It's bound to be so. Yes, of course.
I'm ready now. I'm all packed. Please, you will order the carriage.
Yes, go. Well, I will order it. Go. I can't stir a step, but you can go.
Nikolai Sergeyevich! Oh,
I must go now. She called. Oh, Mashenka, please reconsider. You might as well stay. Really, in the evenings I could come and have a talk with you. Literature, languages, music. You shake your head. Oh, please. If you go, there won't be a human face in the house. Oh, it's awful.
I see the train, Andrei.
And the train sees you, Mashenka.
Oh, those last moments in my room with him were so awful. Imagine a man like that begging me, apologizing to me.
He has no significance in the household. What significance could his apologies have?
You know, I wanted so much to help him, but I could not.
There you are. Yes. Goodbye, dear lady.
Igor, have you met Mashenka Pavletsky? She was the governess of the Kushkin.
Yes. We are introduced at least once a day. Andrei, you are wearing your Sunday suit. You're going too?
Yes, Igor. We decided to try our luck together.
All aboard.
Goodbye. Oh, goodbye, dear Gregor. And please thank your wife for me.
Goodbye, Grigor. Wish us good fortune.
May the Lord watch over the both of you.
Oh, goodbye, Igor. I shall never forget you.
I hope you find employment with nice people. There must be some of them left in Russia.
To ring down the curtain on a story by Anton Chekhov is as impossible as ringing it down on life itself. It cannot be done. The people, the events, the memories pursue us. We are left wondering, did Fedosia ever become a kinder human being? Did her husband Nikolai find peace without having to use a gun? And the young couple, I'm certain they made a good life for themselves. I shall return shortly.
If you've been...
Come in. Welcome. I'm Tammy Grimes. A famous biologist once pointed out that as certain living organisms, like the amoeba, never die, death, as we know it, is neither natural nor inevitable. As we grow older, our bodies change. Our memory becomes a little less dependable. But for a good many, our minds remain as sharp as ever. What an exciting world it would be if by some wizardry our bodies hardly changed and suddenly found ourselves living, say, twice as long as most of us do now. Possible? Maybe. Exciting? Maybe. But maybe not.
Don't you see, Jerry? 70 years is not long enough for the kind of life we live these days. It's only because we're willing to accept death, rather than to go on living, that we're cut off before our real work is done.
Original idea, Vic.
I tell you, Jerry, one of these days it's going to happen. We'll all live at least twice as long as we do now. And when that happens, I'm going to do everything I can to see that I'm part of it.
Our mystery drama, The Different People, was especially written for the Mystery Theater by Arnold Moss. It stars Christopher Tabori. I'll be back in a moment with Act One.
Hi, Pat Summerall to say that warm weather means you'll be getting out more often and probably using your car more often. So make sure it's ready to go with car care values from True Value hardware stores. They offer high-quality Valvoline motor oil, plus kits for tune-ups and minor body work. And no matter how old your car is, you can give it a showroom shine with new Turtle Wax Minute Wax that requires no waiting or rubbing. You'll find these and many other car care values in the automotive department of participating True Value hardware stores and home centers, where you'll find values in every department.
Lots of friends are dropping by, summer fun's in store. With picnic time and camping time, it's country time for sure. Before you all get thirsty, here's a tip that should be made. Get a drink that tastes like good old-fashioned lemonade. Country time, country time.
Get down to your store for plenty of Country Time lemonade flavored drink. Look for the Country Time coupon in this Sunday's paper.
Tastes like good old-fashioned lemonade.
Boy, oh boy, the designer store for boys and young men at Northland and Eastland Centers is holding the most incredible suit sale ever. Right now, suits by Pierre Cardin and other designers are all on special sale for $79.95 or less. Nothing costs more than $79.95 at Boy, oh boy. If your boy needs a suit for graduation or any occasion, take advantage of this never-again designer suit sale before it ends June 15th. You'll choose from hundreds and hundreds of suits in boys and young men's sizes. Every suit is from Pierre Cardin or other famous designers. Nubby linen textures, ice cream shades, shiny chinos, lightweight gabardines. Every designer suit at Boy, oh boy is $79.95 or less. Nothing costs more. Layaways available. You'll even get a $5 discount on all Pierre Cardin pants, too, at Boy, oh boy, Northland and Eastland. Alterations at cost.
The word anthropology comes from two Greek words, anthropos, meaning human, and logos, meaning word or the study of. Anthropology is therefore the study of the human race, the science that deals with the origins, the development, the racial characteristics, the social customs and beliefs of all mankind. Two young men, Alan Bick Bixby and Jerry Hansen, are on the teaching staff of the anthropology department of a large university. They are sharing an old house off campus that they have just rented.
Easy does it, Jerry. Dick, I think we put too many books in this carton. No, it's just a couple of more steps here. It must be those 2 big volumes of Kraber's Anthropology. And all the Margaret Mead books. Mead's books aren't all that heavy. Stop complaining, Jerry. After all, I'm the one who's going up these steps backwards. Oh, okay. We can put it down now. Right here.
Ooh, what a relief.
Certainly beats taking the books up here one by one into what's going to be our library.
Why do you suppose the owners of this place built their bookshelves way up here on this top floor landing?
Who knows? Maybe they wanted to hide them. Maybe they didn't like books.
We're going to have to clean out most of this junk before we can put the books into the shelves.
Yeah, we can stash most of the stuff in that big empty closet at the end of the hall.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Why don't we start with this little monster over here? I don't know, foot locker, chest, whatever you call it. Grab onto the handle, Jerry.
Okay.
I'll get the one on the side.
Here we go.
Okay.
Whoa, hey, wait a minute. The top of this thing came open. It wasn't locked. What do you suppose is in it?
That's really none of our business, Professor Hanson.
True, but aren't you curious, Professor Bixby? Just the slightest bit curious?
Jerry, stop twisting my arm.
Well, then let's take a look.
What do you know?
Well, it's just a lot of paper.
Oh, no, this is a lot more than paper. They're packets of letters, old letters. Dozens and dozens of them.
Most of them seem to be addressed to the same person, Mrs. Timothy Partridge.
Oh, handle them carefully, Jerry. They're ready to fall apart.
Oh, hey, here's one without an envelope.
Look at the date on it. May 14th, 1865.
1865? A letter written, 115, 120 years ago?
I don't believe it. Listen to this. May 14th, 1865. Somewhere in Virginia, my dearest wife, Amantha. This terrible war is finally over. A little over a month ago, Lee surrendered to Grant at a place
called Appomattox. With luck, I should be home within a week. 2 men under my company command, the Kennicott brothers, John and Matthew, will be joining us with their wives. My dearest love, I've never written you a letter like this before, but something strange has happened to the 3 of us. Although the men in our company were all exposed to the same bullets, the same diseases that wounded or killed so many of them, only the 3 of us are coming out of this war completely untouched. We've asked ourselves how this could have happened, and we think we have the answer.
Big, why are you stopping?
It's the bottom of the page. He goes on here on the second page.
No, careful with the paper. It could crumble right in your hand.
We may just have been lucky with the odds in our favor. But I think it was something else. I can't tell you in this letter what that answer is because you'd think we were all of us out of our minds. One thing we do know. Once we get home, we're going to pull up roots with you, our wives, and go someplace far away where we'll see no one. Where no one will see us or even find us. Far away. Maybe out west somewhere.
This is fantastic. Read on, Beck.
Why are we doing this? Where are we headed? Reread verse 10 of the 90th Psalm. And after that, verse 5 of the 39th Psalm. And then verse 26 of the 5th chapter of the book of Job.
Well, what is this?
You didn't put the King James Bible into one of these cartons, I hope.
Well, I saw it downstairs on the living room table.
And finally, the first verse of the 2nd chapter of the book of Ezra. With this letter, probably the last I shall write before seeing you again, I send you, my dearest Amantha, all my love and blessings. Your devoted husband, Timothy Partridge, Captain, U.S. Army.
Huh. What do you make of it, Big?
I don't know. But Captain Tim was obviously up to something funny. And he has given us a couple of clues. Let's go down and see just how good the good book can be for us. Psalm 90, Jerry.
Verse 10. The days of our years are 60 years and 10. And so on and so on. For it is soon cut off, and we fly away.
And that's clear enough. A man's life is about over when he hits 70. Now, verse 5, Psalm number 39. Yeah. Behold, thou hast made my days as a handbreadth, and mine age is as nothing before thee. Verily, every man at his best state is altogether vanity. Selah.
Which is a very poetic way of saying that the length of a man's life is nothing when measured against the endlessness, the deathlessness of God.
You're pretty poetic, too, Jerry.
But none of this tells us very much about old Captain Tim, does it?
What was the next quotation?
A book of Job, chapter 5, verse 26.
Job is just before the Psalms, isn't it?
How would I know?
Yeah. Here we are. Chapter 7, 6, 5, verse 26. Thou shalt come to thy grave in a full age, as a shock of corn cometh in his season. He seems to be harping on the idea that a man's normal life ends at about 70, and implies, I think, that that's not long enough. Wouldn't that be something if you and I could live to, say, 150? I'd give anything for that.
You would?
After all, 70 is not long enough for the kind of life we live today. Maybe it's only because we're willing to accept death rather than to go on living that cuts us off before our real work is half done.
Original idea.
I tell you, Jerry, I'm convinced that one of these days it's going to happen. We'll, all of us, live twice as long as we do now. And when it does happen, I'm going to do everything I can to see that I'm a part of it.
Bravo, Professor Bixby, and I hope you get your wish. Now, can we get back with the book of Ezra?
Yeah. The letter said, chapter 2, verse 1. Now, these are the children of the province that went up out of the captivity, and so forth, and came again unto Jerusalem, everyone unto his city.
Well, what do you make of that, Professor?
I think the captain was trying to tell his wife something about the possibility of his living longer. A lot longer than the Bible's 70.
What?
He seems to be unhappy that he has only some 70 years to live. You tie that up with the fact that he and his two pals were the only ones in their company who went through 4 years of war without being touched. That tells me something. And Timothy thinks he has the answer.
But he doesn't say what it is.
He doesn't have to. If, for some reason, Partridge and his friends had the idea that they could survive a good many years beyond the allotted 70, and if they managed to do that, well, the rest of the world might consider them
as so many freaks.
Yes, and that would explain why they would want to get away from the rest of society and lead their lives unmolested by curiosity seekers.
But if, by some odd chance, what you're reading into old Partridge's letter were even remotely true...
Where does the book of Ezra come in? Is that what you were going to say?
You read my mind even better than you read Captain Tim's.
Here's where. The children go out of captivity. The captivity of leading what they consider to be too short a life. And they come again unto Jerusalem.
I don't get it.
Jerry, don't you see? Wherever they settled, wherever they went, I'll bet they called the place Jerusalem. As anthropologists, we owe it to science to investigate this.
Investigate what?
Partridge and the others did go out west and did settle in some remote, inaccessible corner of the country in the 1860s for whatever reason. And if that colony should still, by some chance, exist, we'd be witnesses to a culture, a civilization that's grown untouched by the outside world for over 100 years. And right here in the United States.
Oh, Dick, I think you are daydreaming. It makes absolutely no sense.
I'm going to the library to look at some maps.
Maps of what? Where do you begin?
The letter said, maybe out west somewhere. Oh, Jerry, where would you go if, to quote Partridge's letter, if you wanted to find a place where we'll see no one, where no one will see us, or even find us?
I'd go to the mountains where I could hide out in safety.
Exactly. Now, and I admit it's no more than a hunch, I'm going to go over those maps, old maps, new maps, over every part of the West where there are mountains, looking for...
A place called Jerusalem, right?
Or better still, maybe a place called New Jerusalem.
Vic, I think you are completely off your rock.
Maybe, Jerry, but if I'm not, we may be on the trail of one of the finds of the century.
Hey, I am going to stay right in this little cozy corner of town. You, dear Bick, are on your own on this wild goose chase, completely on your own.
Well, mule dear, we've been traveling now for 2 days, climbing over these huge rocks, and still nothing.
Mr. Bixby, when you hire me as guide, you remember I promised nothing. Only to follow in direction deep into mountains where my grandfather say he one time saw white men long ago.
Well, we'll keep looking for them as long as our ponies hold out.
Oh, be most careful, Mr. Bixby. Let Pony lead you. He know best where to go.
Okay.
We come now, Elephant Rock. If you slip and fall off horse, is long way down. Maybe 200 feet, maybe more. Nothing to break fall.
I'll be careful.
Enter very narrow canyon. Walls of rock very close both sides. Must dismount, lead ponies. Squeeze through some places. Very tight.
And all the time we keep going higher and higher.
When we come out this short passageway, maybe you see sign of what you come here to find.
New Jerusalem. I found the name on a very old map.
I not know name. Only know stories my old grandfather tell. Maybe you find something. Maybe you find nothing.
What on earth was that?
Someone shoot at you. Maybe, Mr. Bixby, you find something. Something more than you expect.
The chief purpose of scientific investigation, we are told, is to penetrate into the darkness that shrouds the unknown. But those who pursue knowledge more often meet with defeat than with success. And yet they keep trying. To what discovery will young Professor Bixby's curiosity lead him? Or is it possible that... But I must not get ahead of myself. I'll return shortly with Act 2.
Access, the kids like dogs.
Hot dogs.
Hot dogs.
Armor hot dogs.
Hot dogs.
What kind of kids love Armor hot dogs?
Big kids, little kids, kids who climb on rocks.
Fat kids, skinny kids.
Even kids with chicken pox love hot dogs. Armor hot dogs. The dogs kids want to bite. The dogs kids love to bite.
In Poland,
ludzie stoją w
people are
kolejce,
standing in line
głodni.
to go hungry.
Tam nie ma dosyć żywności.
There is not enough food.
Agencje wyznaniowe apelują o
The
pomoc
agencies
dla
of the
głodnych.
Interfaith Hunger Appeal
Pomoc ich dochodzi do
are getting through
z żywnością
with food
i inną
and
pomocą.
other aid.
Proszę
Please,
o pomoc.
help. Give to Interfaith Hunger Appeal, P.O. Box 1000, New York 10150. You are the hope of the hungry.
Please, give.
A public service of Interfaith Hunger Appeal and the Advertising Council.
Hey, Mom, Dad, guess what I'm saying? Apple Basic, floppy disks, Graph.
If you can't guess, the time to learn is now. Computer speak is the language of the future. Prepare yourself and your children. Come to Simtech, your computer knowledge store, for a special 2-week program called Family Future Days. It includes Kids Computer Camp, where your kids will become fluent in Apple Basic and Graphforth, a graphics and animation language. For 2 weeks only, May 17th through the 29th, Simtech offers Apple hardware, software programs, and hands-on classroom education for your kids. And you, for only $2,195. You save over $1,000 on the regular price. There's a free hands-on introduction to Family Future Days this Saturday at Simtech on Maple, just west of Telegraph. Call 855-3990 to register. That's 855-3990. What better place to educate your kids for the future than your computer knowledge store?
Floppy disks, Graph, software.
Modern medicine has already made it possible for the average man or woman to live twice as long today as he or she might have a couple of 100 years ago. Think of the fatal, life-shortening diseases of only 50 years ago that are now forgotten killers. Is it then so impossible that at some time in the not-too-distant future, the average life of today could be doubled, even tripled? Young Professor Bixby in the company of an Indian guide, is searching for a colony of people to whom this may already have happened. His investigation is suddenly and dramatically interrupted.
What on earth was that?
Someone shoot at you.
A shot came from up there at the top of the ridge. I'm going to see who's there.
Maybe better you not move.
Who are you? Why are you shooting at us? We are friends. We mean no harm.
Don't move. Either one of you. Stay just where you are.
It's a girl. It's a young girl.
If you're armed, drop your weapons to your feet.
No, we have no weapons.
Good. I'm coming down. And don't try anything funny. I'm one of the best shots in these mountains.
She's young and pretty. You ever see her before, mule deer? Know who she might be?
First time I ever come this far. Not know for sure anyone live up here.
Who are you, mister?
Name is Bixby. I'm a college professor. This is my guide, Mule Deer. Now, will you allow me to ask you a question?
What is it?
Well, that gun you're aiming at us must be over 100 years old.
Maybe, but it works real fine.
I don't mean to be rude, miss. But, for instance, your clothes. It's like some kind of costume. Old Civil War Union Army cap, officer's blue jacket, full skirt, cavalry boots.
That'll be enough, mister.
The name's Bixby. Bick.
Why are you here? What are you looking for?
For a man who thought he and some of his friends could live a lot longer than the rest of us.
What's he got to do with you?
If by some odd chance he might still be living up here in these mountains somewhere.
You'd like to meet him, if he's still around. Is that it?
I certainly would.
Then maybe tell the whole... If you ever again bring anybody else up here...
No, I go, lady. I go. I don't come back. Never.
Now, you. You just walk ahead of me. Keep climbing up. I'll be right behind you. My gun pointed at the back of your head every minute of the way.
How much further do we have to go?
I'll let you know, mister, when we get there. Just watch your footing. Rained last night. The stones are kind of slippery.
I wish you'd stop calling me mister. I'm Bick. Well, to my friends. What's your name?
Don't turn around. You just keep walking straight ahead. Name's Susanna.
Oh, what a pretty name. Right out of the Bible. Susanna, what?
Keep moving. Tell me something.
Yes, ma'am.
How did you ever find out there might be people up here who was different?
Well, a friend of mine and I, we came across a letter. By pure accident. A letter written to his wife by a Captain Timothy Partridge. It was dated 1865.
What of it?
Well, there were a couple of things in the letter that led me to believe that the captain and his friends might indeed be, what you just called different.
And what gave you the idea to come here?
A couple of hints in the letter itself. I figured that... Oh,
but careful.
I'm slipping. There's nothing to hold on to. Susanna, help me! Help!
Are you all right?
Yeah, I'm fine. At least I think I am.
Try moving your arms and legs. Real slow. Real careful.
Yeah, there. There's no problem.
I can't believe it. No, don't try to get up.
Why not?
You just took a tumble off that cliff up there. See it? It's a good 75 feet. Except for a couple of scratches. Nothing seems to be wrong with you.
Why or how I wasn't hurt, I can't imagine. Maybe it's the good, clean life I lead, huh?
Maybe. But maybe it could be something else.
What are you talking about?
You'll find out in good time.
What do you know? None of my equipment was broken.
Equipment?
Yeah, the instant camera, my flashlight, transistor radio, the audio cassette.
I can't understand what you're saying.
These, right here. They seem to be intact. Here, let me try the camera.
You put that thing down. What are you trying to do?
Don't move.
Huh?
There we are. Won't take long.
What is that little black box? And what's that one?
Oh, boy, you certainly have been out of circulation, Susanna. That's a radio. May not work way up here in the mountains, but it might.
What's that? Where's that noise coming from?
I'm turning it off.
And what's that?
Well, it's a light, a flashlight.
You must be some kind of magician.
Here's your photograph.
Photograph? That's me. That's a picture of me.
So it is.
Oh, wait till the folks see them tricks of yours.
What folks?
Where we're going. Where you said you wanted to go. Why you said you came here in the first place. And you know something, Vic?
What's that, Susanna?
You're the first person to make it up here in maybe 50, 60 years.
50, 60 years? How would you know?
I would know. Now let's get moving.
Can we sit down for a minute, Susanna?
I suppose.
Well, you know, I've never seen country like this in my entire life. So beautiful, and yet at the same time so menacing. Strange silence, except for our voices. Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
And that's the way we're going to keep it. Keep these mountains the way they was given to us.
The trail seems to be winding down.
We're getting near. Around the next turn.
Ah, fantastic. The ravines, the chasms, the clouds at your feet. It's like wandering into another world. A world that's not real.
It's real enough. And so are we. Well, there it is. Spread out in front of you. That's New Jerusalem. That's the town square, that open space.
The whole town, well, it seems to be carved right into those walls of red rock.
That's so.
And what are those big black holes in the sides of the mountain?
The entrances to the chambers.
Chambers?
The big caves where we live. You see that one over there? That's where we're headed. That's where me and my father live.
I'll be happy to meet your father.
Let's hope he'll be just as happy to meet you. That's him, Vic. Sitting at the table, under the hanging oil lamp.
Doesn't he hear us? He doesn't even look up. He doesn't move.
He will, when he's good and ready.
He's a handsome old man, beard and all.
Why do you call him old?
Well, what is he, 50 or 55? For people under 30, like you and me, that's beginning to be a little old, wouldn't you agree? What's he reading there with such concentration?
Scriptures. He's a real student of the Bible.
Susanna, is that you?
It's me.
You're not alone.
No, Daddy. I brought someone with me. A young man.
Who is he?
A stranger.
Stranger?
But he don't mean us no harm, I'm sure of it.
You, stranger. Come out of the darkness.
Yes, sir.
Who are you? What's your name? Why are you here?
I'm Alan Bixby. I teach anthropology in one of the big universities. I read a letter written by a Timothy Partridge, a captain in the Union Army, to his wife. It's written a long time ago. The letter intrigued me. It made me want to try to find out what happened to him.
Where'd you come across this letter?
In the attic of an old house a friend of mine and I had rented.
Well, what did the letter mean to you, young man?
That the writer thought he had discovered the secret to a much longer life than is given to most of us.
And you found your way here in order to discover what that secret was, right?
Yes, I suppose so.
And once you'd found these different people and discovered how they got that way, you would then go back to the outside world. And pretty soon the newspapers would find their way up here to these mountains and have a high old time at the expense of the people you'd spied on. Am I right?
Wait a minute, Daddy. I have good reason to think that...
Hold your tongue, Susanna. You, college professor.
Yes, sir.
Do you know who I am?
You're Susanna's father.
Do you know my name?
No, sir, I don't. But I guess...
Yes?
I guess you might be a descendant of the man who wrote that letter we were talking about some 117 years ago.
Daddy, you gotta let me speak. Remember Leviticus 19, verse 34?
You're interrupting, girl.
Try to remember, Daddy.
Leviticus 19, 34. Let's see now. But the stranger that dwelleth with you shall be unto you as one born among you, and thou shalt love him as thyself.
For ye were a stranger in the land of Egypt.
Girl, are you telling me that...
Daddy, he's given me good reason to believe he may be one of us.
Is that so? Well, we'll have to make sure. Doubly sure.
I understand, Daddy.
Sir.
Yes?
You just asked me if I had an idea who you were. I think I know.
Oh, who am I?
The son of... No, better still. The grandson of the Captain Timothy Partridge who wrote that letter back in 1865. Am I right? Are you, in fact, sir, the grandson of Captain Timothy Partridge?
Young man, I am Captain Timothy Partridge.
It's been written that to know how to grow old is the masterwork of wisdom and one of the most difficult chapters in the great art of living. It's also been written that you imagine what you desire. You will what you imagine. And at last you create what you will. I'll be back shortly with Act 3.
Thank you.
Quick, open that package.
So, Metamucil, where's Honey? We're still in the store.
Right now, you could win big in Metamucil's Instant Riches Sweepstakes. See specially marked packages for game cards and entry details. You can win up to $10,000 or valuable shopping sprees. And there's something for everyone. 40 cents off my next purchase of Metamucil. Let's buy another.
People are staring.
Play Metamucil's Instant Riches Sweepstakes while supplies last. Void where prohibited by law. No purchase necessary. Read label and follow directions.
Weekdays on CBS television. Wake up to comedy with One Day at a Time.
You really think you're hot stuff, don't you, Schneider?
Ladies in this building, don't call me super for nothing.
Then keep laughing as Mel lays down the law on Alice.
There is only one rule in the restaurant business, Vera. Get them to swallow it.
And The Price is Right with the priceless Bob Barker. That's One Day at a Time. Alice and The Price is Right. Weekdays on CBS television. Check your local listings for the time.
When you want to see a new or used car, think of this. The Troy Motor Mall is one place where you can see, test drive, buy, and service almost every kind of car. Oldsmobile, Pontiac, Chrysler, Plymouth, Lincoln, Mercury, Buick, Chevrolet, Toyota, GMC, truck, Volkswagen, and Ford. Over 3,000 in stock at any one time. 9 different dealers, each in the top 5 in their class, all competing for your business. The next time, make one convenient stop and see them all. The Troy Motor Mall, Maple Road near Coolidge in Troy.
Roll call!
Suburban Oldsmobile.
Fisher Buick.
Somerset Pontiac.
Dean Dallas Ford.
Mike Savoy Chevrolet.
Bob Ford Lincoln Mercury.
LB Toyota.
Salve Volkswagen.
Birmingham Chrysler Plymouth.
More sales and service and new and used cars than anywhere else. Under the stars, the biggest automotive center in the whole wide world. Troy Motor Mall.
Maple Road, that's 15 mile between Coolidge and Crooks in Troy.
We have all heard about the mountain climber who struggles foot by foot up the slopes of a nearly vertical mountain in order to reach its summit. When he is asked why he risks his neck to inch his way up to the highest peak, he says, because the mountain was there. Somewhere in the Rockies, the mountains were there over 100 years ago for a small group of men and women with a determined dedication to life. Vic Bixby, who has fought his way into these mountains in search of knowledge, is enjoying a ride over the waters of a calm, cold mountain lake. His companion, young, pretty Susanna.
Tell me more, Vic, about the world. The outside world where you come from. Tell me more about them magic things that are a part of that world.
I'd rather hear you talk. About your father, about the rest of the people, about you.
Not now, Vic. Not now. Tell me again about how you talk to people 10, 20 miles away.
Oh, 10, 20, 100, 1,000 miles away.
Tell me.
Well, you just pick up part of the instrument, signal a number, and instantly you're speaking to the person you want to talk to. It's called the telephone.
That's wonderful. Now tell me again about the lights.
Well, like I said, no oil lamps like the ones you have in the cave. No, you just press a button, it clicks, and everything lights up like 1,000 oil lamps. Electricity.
I would give anything to see some of them things for myself.
Maybe you can, Susanna.
No, Vic. That would never be possible. Not for me.
I could take you with me.
I couldn't go.
Oh, but there's no reason on earth that you couldn't come with me when I leave here.
If you leave here.
What's that? What's happening, Susanna?
Here's where the lake opens up. Goes down into the river.
Those rapids down there are pretty mean looking. Susanna, what are you doing? We've got to turn back. Give me those oars.
I'm going straight ahead, Vic.
Into those angry waters? You can't do that. We'll both be smashed to smithereens.
Here we go.
Susanna, we'll be drowned. Where do you think you're going?
Heading for that big rock.
You're out of your mind. The boat's being tossed around like an eggshell. I can't hold on, Susanna. Now help me. Help me, Susanna.
I don't want you to drown in these waters, Vic. Please don't drown. Show me that you belong with us.
You're a very lucky man, Mr. Bixby.
Lucky indeed, Captain Partridge. How I survived in those waters, I've no idea.
You survived because you willed yourself into survival.
And I'm glad you did.
Susanna, that was no accident, was it? You purposely rowed the boat into those rapids. You intentionally tipped the boat so that I'd be thrown overboard. Did you or didn't you?
I suppose I did.
But why? Why, Susanna?
To test you.
What kind of test was that? I could have drowned. I could have been crushed to a pulp against those sharp rocks.
Oh, no, young man. The fact that you're here proves that you couldn't.
You are one of us, Dick. One of what you would call the different people.
And if I hadn't been?
Sit down, Mr. Bixby. Tell me, when did you first realize that the span of 70 was not enough for you? That your work, whatever it is, needed more time for its completion?
I'm not sure. I do remember once saying to a colleague of mine that it was only because we are willing to accept death that we're cut off right in the middle of our life's work.
You believe that the time might possibly come when you might live twice as long as the people around you?
That it could happen to you?
Yeah, I guess I did. You know, Captain Partridge, when I get back to what you and Susanna call the outside world, they're just not going to believe this place exists. Or even that you exist.
When you get back?
Well, they'll want proof. They'll think I'm crazy. That all this town carved into mountains, you, Susanna, all of you, are things that exist only in my mad imagination.
You won't have to convince anyone, Mr. Bixby. Because none of that'll happen.
Of course it will.
Vic, listen to my daddy. He knows.
It won't happen, Mr. Bixby, for the simple reason that you're not leaving here. Emma.
My father means what he says. Don't try to cross him.
But I have obligations. I have work to do. Get to stay here? No, I can't.
If he says so, you will.
You're talking to me as if I were a child. I'm 29 years old. I'm a grown man. And that's not important. The world has got to know about you.
Now, you listen to me, young man, and listen hard. All of us here have sworn never to leave this place. Never again to expose ourselves to the poisons of the world you come from. For thy people have corrupted themselves. Exodus chapter 32, verse 7. Further, if your outside world ever did anything to disturb our lives, to penetrate our secrets...
What would happen?
You'd provoke us into doing something we might all regret. Something you'd never think could happen. And you, Mr. Bixby, would be responsible. You just remember that.
Will you come with me, Susanna?
I can't. My father's just told you why.
And one thing more. You take a good look at Susanna here. In your world back there, you all grow physically older 4 times as fast as we do up here. You get what I'm saying? 4 times as fast. Now, Mr. Bixby, would you be good enough to pick up the family Bible on the table over there? Hey, careful with it. It's very old. Now, kindly open the front cover. Run your finger down the list of names with the dates of their birth. You find the name Susanna? There's only one.
Yeah, here it is.
Would you please read what it says?
Susanna Partridge, daughter, born to Timothy and Amantha Partridge, New Jerusalem, January 28th, 1871.
1871. More than 110 years ago, Mr. Bixby. 110 years. Mr. Bixby has dropped the family Bible, Susanna. Would you kindly pick it up?
I'm leaving here tomorrow at sunrise.
You'll never find your way down, Dick.
Don't worry about me.
Your place is here. You belong to us now.
I don't belong to anyone, Captain.
You remember the sacred oath I spoke of? You remember I said something terrible would happen if anyone broke that oath?
I haven't sworn any oath. There is no oath that binds me. The world has to know about you, Captain Partridge. You have to share this remarkable thing you've made happen.
Oh, we don't have to share anything with anybody.
In that case, I'm not waiting for tomorrow. I'm leaving right now.
Oh, don't, Dick. What you're doing is wrong.
I leave you, Susanna, the radio, the camera, all of it, till I come back. I'll keep thinking of you. Goodbye.
Don't you move, Mr. Bixby. Stay right where you are.
What do you think you're doing? Put down that shotgun.
I have had no reason to fire this weapon for almost 100 years. Don't give me a reason for using it now.
Goodbye, Captain Partridge. What do you know? Missed me with both of them. And you no more than 10 feet away from me. You're getting a little rusty, Captain.
Are you all right, Dick?
Well, not a scratch. Your father seems to have forgotten that I'm one of you. Captain, I do not wish to die. Not yet. So no bullet, yours or anyone else's, can touch me. Any more than you, Captain, were touched by enemy bullets in the 1860s. Goodbye. Both of you. I'll be seeing you maybe sooner than you think.
Be careful, Dick. Daddy, what are you doing?
Reloading my gun.
What on earth for?
To make sure your young friend doesn't get too far.
You know you can't stop him. You just shot at him twice. The bullet missed both times.
Well, they missed because I wanted them to miss. Didn't you know that? This next time, I won't miss. You see, he's no more one of us than you or I or one of them. I'm sure of it.
But the test. He came through with flying colors.
Luck was on his side. I'll be back in a while.
Oh, don't, Daddy. Please don't. He'll have trouble enough finding his way down through the mountains. Let him take his own chances. You don't have to dip your hands in his blood.
All right. But if he should manage to get through and come back here with his newspaper people and the others, you and I know what we have to do. Don't we, Susanna? Must you make all that noise, Susanna?
I'm sorry. I was just trying to listen to some of that music on this radio box that Dick left me.
You've been doing that for over a week now, ever since he walked out on us. Give it a rest. You'll wear it out.
If I do, I have this little thing he gave me. Battery, he called it. It'll give new life to the box, he said.
All right, but keep it down. I'm trying to read my Bible.
And the bill just squeaked by the Senate by the narrow vote of 24 to 23. Now, more news about young Alan Bixby, university professor of anthropology.
He's talking about Bixby.
He says he has incontrovertible proof that the age of these unusual people he's discovered up in the mountains is over 100, every one of them. He leaves tomorrow morning by helicopter with a plane load of reporters, medical doctors, and scientists, including his colleague, Professor Jerry Hansen. They should arrive at the hideaway settlement by noon tomorrow to make a thorough study of these curious oldsters. And now for tomorrow's weather.
Turn that thing off.
Promises to be fair.
Tomorrow at noon, the man said.
Tomorrow at noon.
Round up everybody into the town square. When Mr. Bixby and his friends arrive, they're going to run into the biggest surprise of their young lives.
This must be the most godforsaken place on the planet Earth, Big. Like the end of the world.
Jerry, when I told you I'd find this place, you said I was off my rocker.
Well, the odds were certainly against you.
And when I said I'd find Timothy Partridge, if there still was a Timothy Partridge...
Yeah, I remember. Are we moving too fast for the others back there?
Don't worry about them. Those doctors and psychiatrists and the others are just as anxious as we are to get to New Jerusalem. They can't wait to start all their tests.
Are you almost there?
Oh, yeah. Round this bend, and we're at the foot of Elephant Mountain. Oh, good Lord in heaven. It can't be.
All those crushed bodies. Dozens of them.
All over the place. Like a huge funeral pyre. All of them dead. That girl over there. That's Susanna.
Big. This man. Here. He's still breathing.
That's Partridge. That's Timothy Partridge. Captain Partridge. It's me, Alan Bixby.
I know.
What happened here, Captain?
I tried to warn you.
Tell me what happened.
Long time ago, our people willed themselves into living a longer life. Today, we willed ourselves into ending that life.
But why? Why?
There will be no needles jabbed into our flesh now. No drawing of blood to test our bodies. You'll not pick at our brains or destroy our souls. Since we're not animals, not monstrosities, we chose to fling ourselves to our destruction from that high cliff up there.
Everybody?
Everybody.
How could you do such a terrible thing?
You didn't understand our world. We had nothing but contempt for yours, so we kept the oath that we had sworn.
I had no idea.
Well, of course you didn't. Oh, one last thing. Have no regrets about Susanna. Your world and hers could never have come together.
As young Bixby stands hopelessly at the foot of Elephant Mountain, in the midst of an entire community that has chosen self-destruction, he is tormented by the knowledge that it was his own curiosity, stemming from purely scientific interest, that brought this New Jerusalem to its end. I'll be back shortly.
If you've been waiting to buy a new appliance, your White Westinghouse dealer is now offering great values on brand new White Westinghouse 1982 models of refrigerators, freezers, washers, dryers, dishwashers, and ranges. And just when you need it most, White Westinghouse dealers are featuring a great spring price down event on previous year's models, floor samples, and other price down values. So buy now and clean up at the White Westinghouse Great Spring Price Down.
White Westinghouse, we'll make it things better for you.
I'm Lorette Rupi, Director of Peace Corps. In 60 countries around the world, Peace Corps volunteers are sharing their skills and knowledge with people who really need them. But we need more volunteers, and we need them now. Volunteers are urgently needed in agriculture, math, science, and biology. Call Peace Corps now for more information. 800-424-8580. It's the toughest job you'll ever love.
A public service message of this station
and Peace Corps.
If you've been putting money aside, you can almost see inflation eroding its buying power, unless it's earning high interest rates or substantial dividends. And right now, thanks to Dreyfus Liquid Assets, even a small investment can profit from the currently high interest rates with complete cash availability. Think of your Dreyfus Liquid Assets account as an income-earning investment with free checking privileges. Privileges that allow you to pay bills and still earn money till the check's clear. You can even withdraw all or part of your cash by phone. There's never a penalty, never a sales or withdrawal charge. To get all the details, call toll-free 800-228-5000.
for a simple, no-jargon information booklet and a prospectus including management fee, charges, and expenses. Find out how Dreyfus Liquid Assets helps you get the lion's share from today's high interest rates. Read the prospectus carefully before you invest. 800-228-5000. No charge for the call. 800-228-5000. Call now.
George Bernard Shaw, in the 5 plays he titled Back to Methuselah, wrote of a time in the future when all the people on earth would live in a rarefied society where no one ever died. According to Shaw, that final happy event would take place 30,000 years from now. But who wants to wait 30,000 years to see if it'll really turn out that way? I don't. Do you? Our cast included Christopher DeVory, Jada Rowland, Arnold Moss, and Russell Horton. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by White Westinghouse Appliance Company. This is Tammy Grimes inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Industry cash to a money market fund. Charles Schwab.
Radio Mystery Theater presents Come In. Welcome. I'm Tammy Grimes. She is the most famous woman in the world. And yet practically nothing is known about her. Uncounted millions are familiar with her unforgettable face, are haunted by her smile and the look in her eyes. Yes, she is the most famous and the most mysterious woman who ever lived. That's how it has been for the past 500 years. And that is how it shall be till the very end of time.
Don't move. Don't move. I've found it.
You have found what, Messer Leonardo?
The smile. With a few strokes of the brush, I have discovered the secret of immortality.
What does that mean?
It means that we shall never die.
Well, I'm not sure I should like that. After a while, everyone we know will be dead. We would find ourselves in a world of strangers.
My dear Mona Lisa, we shall live forever, whether you like it or not.
Mystery drama, Why Is This Lady Smiling, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars John Vickery. I'll be back shortly with Act One. The most famous, the most popular, and perhaps the finest painting in the world is the Mona Lisa by Leonardo da Vinci. You are captured immediately by the haunting smile, the unforgettable eyes. For more than 500 years, she has fired the imagination of writers, composers, philosophers, and poets. And yet, the world's most famous painting remains the most mysterious as well. For no one can fathom the meaning of that smile. There is a secret that is hidden deep in the heart, the spirit of the woman that seems to want to reveal itself. And yet, we are unable to discover it. Shall it always elude us? If only we could ask the great master, Leonardo, himself.
You can ask. I can't assure you of an answer, but ask. Ask. By all means, ask. My name is Leonardo da Vinci. I am probably the greatest man who ever lived. As you can readily see, I am not the most modest. But what is modesty if not the cowardly conceit of the second rate? One fine day in the spring of the year 1498, I was strolling across the Piazza di Signore in Florence when I was suddenly stopped.
Leonardo da Vinci.
And what if I am?
I am Francesco del Giocondo.
Yes?
My good friends call me Zanobi.
Do they?
That is because my full name is Francesco di Bartolomeo di Zanobi del Giocondo. I am in the silk business.
I see.
And I am quite prosperous.
Is there anything else I should know about you?
I have a wife.
You have a wife?
A very young and very beautiful wife. We have recently been married. Her name is Lisa.
Ah, Mona Lisa.
She is my third wife.
Your third? You are indeed an optimist.
Oh, the other two died, the poor creatures. One of the fever, the other in childbirth. They were the wives of my youth. Lisa is the wife of my middle age.
Tell me, Monsieur Zanobi, how shall this knowledge of your affairs enrich my life?
You cannot guess, Signor Leonardo? You, who are among the greatest painters of our age? I was wondering if I might commission you to paint her portrait.
I was tempted to dismiss him out of hand. I'd had my fill of fat nouveau riche merchants who peep over your shoulder and criticize every stroke of the brush. But my purse dangled too lightly from my belt. I couldn't afford to turn him down. But neither could I afford to acquiesce too quickly. I'm not sure I have the time, Monsieur Zanobi.
Signor Leonardo, my wife is quite young. She has a very simple face. How long should it take to paint her? I'm sure you could dash the thing off in a few days.
A few days?
Very well, a week.
Messer Francesco di Bartolomeo di Zanobi del Giocondo, permit me to pass.
Messer Leonardo, please, I implore you, wait. What did I say? I beg you, do not be angry with me.
I shall paint her portrait for 500 ducats.
500?
In gold.
Such a sum would ruin me.
There are painters who will work for less. Good day to you, Mr. Zanobi.
250.
As a matter of fact, there's a most promising young man, Buonarroti.
300.
Michelangelo Buonarroti. He wouldn't do such a bad job.
I will give you 325.
Mr. Zanobi, please understand, I do not wish to paint your wife's portrait. Art is long. Life is short.
350?
Why should I waste precious time painting the wife of a silk merchant? For what? Mere money? I will instead do a portrait of one of our holy saints on the wall of a church, and my soul shall receive its reward in heaven.
375. Not one penny more.
I'll take it. I tell you this part of the story because the very first thing you should know about the Mona Lisa is the fact that I almost didn't paint it. The truth is, I was quite busy. I wasn't merely a painter and sculptor like, say, that pushy and precocious young Michelangelo. I was also an architect, an engineer, a botanist, an inventor. But getting back to the Mona Lisa. A few days later, her husband brought the lady to my studio.
Signor Leonardo, may I present my wife, Lisa.
How do you do?
My dear, this is Leonardo da Vinci.
And now that you have brought her, Mrs. Zanobi, you may leave her and call for her at 4 this afternoon.
Why can't I stay?
You would be in the way.
I can't think of any occasion when a woman's husband would be in the way.
And I can think of 3. When she's having an affair, when she's giving birth, and when she is sitting for her portrait, which symbolically is a combination of the first 2. And now, Mrs. Zanobi, shall you excuse us?
Leonardo da Vinci, I understand your position. I would never dream of telling you how to apply your paint to your canvas. However...
However...
She has a very nice smile. You can see it.
Yes?
It's a most charming smile, lovely, enchanting. Therefore, I would like for you to incorporate that smile into the portrait. As a matter of fact,
I insist on it.
Do you indeed? And what other instructions do you have for me?
Actually, none. But I feel that as long as I am paying for the painting, it belongs to me.
No, Monsieur Sonobi. You will pay for the painting. It will repose in your domicile. It shall become a part of your estate. But it shall always belong to me. And now, sir, you will be good enough to leave us. I sat down to look at her. She was like any one of thousands of Italian girls, dark, slim, with clear skin and regular features. She was reasonably pretty in a rather ordinary way. But one thing I disliked at sight, and that was her smile. How could he consider it a lovely, charming, enchanting smile? It was vacuous and affected. First thing I had better do would be to get rid of it. Well now, Mona Lisa, tell me all about yourself.
What do you mean, Messer Leonardo?
Exactly what I said. Tell me who you are. Tell me your story.
My story? I don't have a story.
My dear, every human being has a story. And I must know your story, my dear Mona Lisa.
Why?
Because it reveals to me and inspires me to paint that part of you which I cannot see.
Aren't you supposed to paint only that part which can be seen?
No. It is the mission of the painter to illuminate the soul. Now, tell me the story of your life.
My life. Oh, I was born the daughter of Antonio Di Noldo Gherardini. My mother's name was Serafina. She is dead. My father was a merchant, and he lost all his money. He was unable to provide me with a dowry. But Messer Zanobi wanted to marry me anyhow. My aunt raised me. She was very strict. We would go to church a great deal. Oh, I had a dog named Beppe, and a cat, Gilda.
Yes.
That is my story.
It's a rather short story.
I have had a short life.
That smile of yours.
Yes?
Do you realize you've been smiling since you came here?
Have I?
You mean you don't know that you're smiling?
If you say I am, Messer Leonardo.
Oh, don't take my word for it. Look in the glass. Here.
Oh, yes.
Is there something funny about me?
Oh, no.
About this room?
No.
Are you thinking something funny?
No.
What are you thinking of?
Nothing, Messer Leonardo.
Then if you are seeing nothing funny, and you hear nothing funny, and you are thinking nothing funny, why are you smiling?
I don't know.
Then don't do it.
Don't do what?
Don't smile. In all honesty, you look rather silly when you smile. Now, can you take it off your face? Please? Yes, what is it?
I don't know how.
You don't know how to what?
Stop smiling.
That's impossible. There's nothing to it. All you have to do is close your mouth. Compress your lips. Watch me. Like this. Well, go ahead. You do it.
I'm sorry. I can't.
Are you serious?
Oh, yes. My aunt would beat me when I was little. Take that impertinent smile off your face, you impudent girl. It wasn't my fault. I couldn't do it. And my father, he said, you mustn't go about grinning at people, child. It isn't polite. The only person who ever liked my smile was Zanobi del Giocondo. And he says that is why he married me.
You say you can't stop smiling.
That is so.
In that event, I'll try to paint you without it. But that was easier said than done. I made some sketches. none of them seemed to satisfy me. The fact was, I simply couldn't picture her without the smile. And I couldn't stand her with the smile. The days went by. I was putting nothing down on the canvas. And, of course, friend husband gave me no rest.
It has been 6 weeks.
6 weeks since when?
Since I commissioned the portrait.
Ah, yes.
And I even paid you in advance.
And I even gave you a receipt.
So why isn't the painting finished?
Because I haven't finished it.
I understand you haven't even started it.
I work on it every day.
Signor Leonardo, my wife spends 4, 5, even 6 hours each afternoon in your studio.
Naturally.
Well?
Yes, Monsieur Zenobi. What is it you wish to say?
I wish I hadn't paid you in advance.
We would have an encounter like this one practically every day. And then, suddenly, one afternoon, something happened.
Eureka! Eureka, Mona Lisa!
Are you speaking to me, Mr.
Yes,
Leonardo?
Eureka!
What does that mean?
It means I have found it.
You found what?
The key. The secret of the smile. With a few strokes of the brush, I have discovered immortality.
What does that mean?
It means, my dear Mona Lisa, that we shall live forever.
We know that they do. Mona Lisa del Giocondo, the model, and Leonardo da Vinci, the artist, will never die as long as art exists in the world. But what we don't know is how Leonardo discovered the secret of the smile. And that, perhaps, is what shall be revealed to us in Act 2 shortly.
Act, the kid likes dogs.
Hot dogs.
Hot dogs.
Armor hot dogs.
Hot dogs.
What kind of kids love Armor hot dogs?
Big kids, little kids, kids who climb on rocks.
Fat kids, skinny kids.
Even kids with chicken pox love hot dogs. Armor hot dogs. The dogs kids love to bite.
The dogs kids love to bite. Lots of friends are dropping by. Summer fun's in store. With picnic time and camping time, it's country time for sure. Before you all get thirsty, here's a tip that should be made. Get a drink that tastes like good old-fashioned lemonade. Country time, country time.
With lots of hot weather, barbecues, and picnics ahead, get down to your store for plenty of country time lemonade-flavored drinks.
Tastes like good old-fashioned lemonade.
There's no doubt about it. Many Californians believe some foreign manufacturers are building good cars. But at Lincoln Mercury, we're willing to demonstrate our confidence in our quality with 2 years free scheduled maintenance and 2 years free limited warranty on Lynx, LN7, Capri, Zephyr, and Cougar sedan and wagon. For 2 years or 24,000 miles, whichever comes first, virtually all you'll pay for is gas. Naturally, accidents, abuse, tires, and fluids between maintenance intervals aren't covered. Plus, you'll get an 8% cash bonus off the base vehicle sticker price direct from Lincoln Mercury. With the cash bonus, a base model Lynx would be sticker priced at $880 less than Toyota Tercel Liftback and $2,269 less than Honda Accord. Limit 1 per customer. There really is a lot more going for you at your Southern California Lincoln Mercury dealer. Hurry. Offer ends June 6th.
The greatest mystery in the world is not some shocking unsolved murder or disappearance. It is of all things a smile. A smile on the face of a woman. It is a smile fraught with meaning, but no one can be sure of exactly what it means. Even the two people most intimately concerned with the subject. Mona Lisa del Giocondo and Leonardo da Vinci.
You say we shall live forever, Mr. Leonardo?
Yes, our fame will live forever.
Oh.
Now, come over here.
Yes?
Look, Look at your portrait. Well, Mona Lisa?
But that isn't me.
It isn't.
I don't look like that. Well, yes, I do. I look exactly like that. But that isn't my smile.
It is now, yes. Mona Lisa, I stumbled onto it. It was an accident. A divine accident. A gift from heaven. My hand, it moved upward suddenly. Why, how, I don't know. And see...
Monsieur Zenobie will not like that.
And why won't he like it?
I don't know.
Do you like it?
No. No, I don't think I like it.
Why not?
I'm afraid.
Of what?
I can't say.
Sit. We have a great deal more to do.
That smile, it isn't really me.
But it is. It's the way I see you. Yes, it was the way I saw her. Suddenly I wanted to surround her with water and mountainous rocks, as if she were some latter-day Venus who rose from the foam.
Signor Leonardo.
At your service.
But you are not at my service. You keep putting me off.
These things take time. Rome was not, as you know, built in a day.
But that was a city. This is merely a simple portrait.
Merely?
The days become weeks, then months. It is now almost a year.
Monsieur Zenobie, when one is so deeply committed to a project, one simply loses track of time.
Signor Leonardo, I try to be a good fellow, but I do not understand. What are you doing?
What was I doing, indeed? And even as I asked the question, I knew the answer. I didn't want to let go of the painting. I didn't want to finish. I was enthralled by that smile, even though I knew there was nothing behind it. Even though I knew I had manufactured it myself. Still, when I looked at it, I believed... What did I believe? At any rate, I was in the wrong. Basically, the painting was complete. The face was finished. I told Zenobie he could see it that afternoon. He came at 4. He looked at his wife. He looked at the portrait. He kept looking from one to the other for a while. And then he said...
It's very good.
Thank you.
One little thing.
Yes?
The smile.
What about the smile?
Could you... I believe you artists use the expression, paint it out.
But you told me to be sure to paint it in.
I changed my mind.
But you said it was a nice smile, a charming smile, lovely and enchanting.
There is nothing nice, charming, lovely, or enchanting about the smile in the portrait.
There isn't?
You know there is not, Leonardo da Vinci. I do not like that smile.
Why not?
I don't know why not.
Surely there must be a reason.
It's indecent.
I beg your pardon.
It strips her. She stands naked before the world. It is lewd. It is immoral.
What are you saying?
You see, in my youth, I was a sailor, and I heard tales of the sirens who sat on the rocks and who lured unwary seamen to their deaths. Now, I never believed those stories until this moment, but I do now.
Really?
You have transformed her into just such a siren. She could lure me to my death. See what the smile does to her face. It changes her into an alluring and seductive vampire. No, Signor Reynaldo, you will remove that hellish smile.
I will not be told how to paint.
I will not accept that abomination.
You paid for it.
Keep the painting. And keep the money. I will keep my wife. Lisa, we are leaving.
But Mr. Leonardo is not finished with the portrait.
We are finished with Leonardo.
Now, you must understand that many things were happening at this time. There was constant war in Italy. The cities would fight among themselves, and foreign invaders would sweep down from the north to add to the carnage. During the next 4 years, I was rarely in Florence, but my adopted son, Francesco Melzi, would show visitors through my studio. When I returned, finally, all of Florence was talking about the Mona Lisa. And then I had a visitor.
Mr. Leonardo.
Ah, Mona Lisa. Won't you be seated?
Thank you.
Actually, there is more I can do on the painting.
If you will permit me to say so, Mr. Leonardo, you have done too much already. Please, I beg of you. Is there something we can do with that painting?
What do you suggest?
I would suggest that you destroy it.
Destroy it? But why?
Why?
It's a beautiful painting, isn't it?
Yes.
It shows you as a beautiful woman.
Yes.
All Florence is talking about it.
That, Mr. Leonardo, is the problem.
Why should it be a problem? You're famous.
I'm too famous for my own good.
How is that possible?
As an artist, you couldn't hope to understand.
But I am more than just an artist. I am also a man.
And I am more than just a subject for your paintbrush. I am also a woman.
I have always seen you as a woman.
Then please, do not destroy my happiness.
Mona Lisa, I assure you.
Mr. Leonardo, I am the daughter of a threadbare aristocrat. We Gherardinis trace our lineage back to the patrician families of ancient Rome.
But what does this have to do with my painting?
Be patient with me. I was patient with you. As I was growing up, we lived on pretensions. We lived on hope. But while hope may make a fine breakfast, it is a scanty and unsatisfying supper. The fate of my family was reposed in me. If only I could make a wealthy match. And then he came along. Francesco di Bartolomeo di Zenobi del Giocondo, to rescue the Gherardinis. He fell in love with me. Do not destroy that love.
I still don't see how...
He hates me now.
Hate? I can't believe that.
Well, let me say, he fears me.
But why?
And soon that fear will breed doubt and fester further into suspicion. And finally erupt into hatred. It must.
I ask again, why?
Are you unaware of your powers, Messer Leonardo? You have transformed me into someone else.
Into whom?
I don't know. It all depends on whom you ask. My husband now. Do you know what happened when we left your studio that day 4 years ago? Well, let me tell you, because that is when it all began. We walked to our home in silence. We sat down to our dinner in silence. We ate in silence. Finally, I said to him, "Why are you angry with me?"
I am not angry. I am not angry.
Have I displeased you in some way?
No. What is the matter with the wine?
The wine?
Yes, the wine. Taste it.
I find it's excellent.
It is?
Yes. It has a most delicate and subtle flavor.
Which is to say that it is too delicate and subtle for a boorish, vulgar, nourish peasant like me.
Oh, Zenobi, I never said that.
You have said it every day since our marriage. You have said it with that mocking smile.
Zenobi, you always loved my smile. How many times have you told me, Carissima, I fell in love with your lovely, charming, enchanting smile.
I never saw your smile until this afternoon.
Oh, Zenobi, that isn't my smile.
It isn't?
No, it's Leonardo's.
But it's on your face.
Because he put it there.
And where did he find it?
He found it, I suppose he found it in his artist's imagination.
Shall I tell you where he found it?
Please, Zenobi.
He found it in your heart, your spirit, in your soul.
Oh, it isn't true. He just placed that smile on my face.
Because it belongs there. With his artist's eye, he could divine the truth.
What truth?
To my face, you presented that sweet, simpering, innocent grin. But when my back was turned to the rest of the world, you demonstrated the truth. Your patrician's contempt for the commoner you were forced to marry.
I was not forced.
No? Your father, your aunt, the rest of the tribe, they did not push you into it.
I was raised to believe that a girl must obey her father's wishes.
Aha. Again, you admit it. You didn't love me when we were married. And that is true, isn't it? That is true. Say it is true.
It's true.
Finally.
What girl loves her husband before they are married? We do as we are told. And if our parents have chosen wisely, love comes later. It did for me.
No. Your true feelings are in that smile.
No, Zenobia.
This is foul wine. I will not drink it. Get it out of my sight.
Julieta! Come quickly.
Why are you calling Julieta?
She's my maid.
Oh, you cannot clear the table yourself. Your aristocratic hands are too tender for common household toil. Well, we will see about that.
I find this difficult to believe.
I notice you do not say impossible, Messer Leonardo.
He actually mistreats you?
There are times when he behaves as if nothing is wrong between us, and he is kind and loving. And suddenly he will fly into a rage. Last night I was terrified.
Why?
Because he was in his counting room, very late, and I had come down to see if he was well. He was sitting at his table. I saw before him a pair of pistols.
Who is there?
It is I.
You. Good. You see what I have before me?
Zenobia, why?
These pistols. This pair of pistols. I have a question that I keep asking myself. Should I use one?
What are you saying?
And if I use one, on whom? You or me? Of course, my dear Lisa, I could use one of them for each of us.
We have a sudden intimation of violence, but we shouldn't be at all surprised. Those were turbulent times, and it was not at all unusual to solve a problem with a bullet, a thrust of a knife, or a dose of poison. What is that you say? How like today? Well, the third act is approaching shortly. How much of our knowledge of history comes to us through art? All the great heroes and heroines of the ancient and medieval worlds have been presented to us by the painter and the sculptor, which means that we see them through someone else's eyes. In our story, we don't know what the Mona Lisa del Giocondo looked like. All that has come down to us is the vision of Leonardo da Vinci.
All Florence is laughing at me.
No.
Oh, not to my face, but behind my back. Why did you do this to me, Lisa?
But what did I do to you, Zenobia?
Why did you reveal yourself to that Leonardo? Your true self.
You have always known my true self.
Do not deny it. To him, you showed your true nature.
Please, Zenobia.
Could you not have kept it to yourself?
Zenobia, my true nature is filled with love for you.
No, you're lying. You despise me.
I swear to you.
Out.
Let me talk to you.
Before I...
No, Zenobia, don't. You want to kill me?
Had I wanted to kill you, that bullet would have pierced your brain. It was a warning. Out. Out before I pick up the other pistol. And this time...
No!
He fired at you?
Yes.
My poor girl. Well, what's to be done?
I was thinking...
I know. You've already told me what you were thinking. You want me to destroy the portrait.
I will pay you.
My good woman, I am not for hire as an assassin.
Assassin?
What else? Look at this painting. Look at her. Isn't she a living, breathing, vital woman? A work of art to make every other painter tremble and lose heart. And they come up here to see her. She lives. And you want me to kill her.
Oh, Mr. Leonardo, I see your point, and I cannot quarrel with it. Oh, well, perhaps you need not destroy her. Just make sure no one gets to see her.
And how am I to do that?
You might hide her away.
In other words, place her in a prison.
Well...
That would be even worse than death.
But, Mr. Leonardo, what is to become of me? How much longer can I go on living this way?
You must make peace somehow with your husband.
But I try to do that all the time. Each time I succeed in winning back his affection, his sister storms in, and I lose it again.
His sister?
Mona Caterina. She's always hated me.
Why?
She hated all of his wives. After his second one died, she believed he was finished with marriage and that her children would inherit his fortune. But then he married me. She has never forgiven me. And all this she sees as a heaven-sent opportunity.
Is there nothing that can be done about this woman?
Well, she's quite convincing. But perhaps he wants to believe her. Besides, she allows him no peace. Night and day she's in the house. I'm sure she's there now. I even know what she's saying. First, she is remarking on my absence. And where is the Mona Lisa this fine afternoon, brother?
Where? In church.
A likely story.
When she says she goes to church, she goes to church.
She never used to go to church so often. Why now?
Caterina, be quiet. I have enough agony as it is.
She goes there to show herself. She goes there to smile, that infamous smile. The very smile that has made you the laughingstock of Florence.
I do not want to hear another word. Do you hear me? Enough.
May I ask, Mona Lisa, why do you go to church so often these days?
Because I am troubled.
In a situation such as yours, truly only he can help you.
And he already has.
Good. How?
He has directed me here.
Here? Why?
I am here because the thought was placed in my mind. Go to Messer Leonardo da Vinci. He will know how to rescue you.
But I am only a humble painter.
You may be a painter, Messer Leonardo, but you are far from humble. And how you boast of your talents, engineer, doctor, architect, inventor, the list is almost endless. And all those claims are true. You are the foremost man of the day. If you can't help me, then indeed, I'm lost.
I'll try to think of something. Meanwhile, Mona Lisa, go home.
I can't go home.
Why not?
I never know when he will be seized by a fit of drunken rage and kill me.
Well, where can you stay?
I suppose I shall have to stay here.
Here?
I have nowhere else to go.
Well, you can't stay here.
Messer Leonardo, you placed me in this predicament, and you must get me out of it.
There was no way I could convince her to leave. What could I do? I couldn't throw her out. And I must admit, there was a certain justice to her claim. I looked at the portrait. This was the cause of all the trouble. Trouble? Why did it have to be trouble? That face, that smile, Why do they have to be the face and the smile of a siren? They could just as easily belong to a saint. Father Giorgio Malfitano had a small chapel just across the Ponte Vecchio on the other side of the Arno. He was an old friend.
Yes, my son. I came as quickly as these old bones would allow. Tell me, are you troubled?
No, Father. I'm filled with joy.
Then why do you wish to see me?
Father Giorgio, it is true what the wise men say. When the cup of life is full and brimming with flavor, we never trouble ourselves to say thank you to him from whom all blessings flow. It's only when we are draining the bitter dregs that we beg for his aid. I have decided to reverse that state of affairs. Father, I wish to give thanks now.
That is most worthy of you, my son.
I have painted this portrait of a woman. What do you think of it?
What do I think? I am no authority on art.
Now, consider, is there not a glow, a radiance that seems to surround the face?
Yes.
And the smile. What do you think of the smile?
It is a most unusual smile.
Do you know what that smile seems to say?
It seems to be a most happy smile, Leonardo.
And why, Father? Can it be that the woman has suddenly realized the infinite power and goodness of the heavenly forces that guide our destinies?
Yes, it could be.
I see her face, Father, on the west wall of your chapel. For many years I have wanted to paint a mural. With your permission, of course.
A mural? By the great Leonardo, in my humble place of worship. Oh, that would indeed be an honor.
Then you approve?
My son, of course.
She shall be the central figure, surrounded by a happy family, a domestic scene of great but humble contentment.
My son, our poor chapel has no means with which to reward you.
Oh, my reward shall come in heaven. And now...
Yes?
The face of this woman. Since she actually exists, it may be necessary to get permission to paint it.
Permission? Why should she object?
She makes no objection, Father. But the lady has a husband. Husbands have been known to be rather difficult at times when it comes to certain affairs. And so, Father, I was wondering if you could persuade this particular husband to permit his wife to be portrayed on the mural.
But why should he object?
I'm sure he won't, especially after you explain to him that this face of angelic beauty and purity may bring about the salvation of the entire city of Florence. The good Father Giorgio went to call on Zenobi del Giocondo. And I must tell you that before the sun set that afternoon, the silk merchant burst into my studio.
Signor Leonardo, have you heard the news? Father Giorgio wants Lisa to pose for a mural in the chapel. But of course you would know all about that.
Yes.
Leonardo, how did this miracle occur?
The father is an old friend. He'd come up to the studio for a visit, and he saw the portrait of Mona Lisa. And he said, "Never, Leonardo, never have I seen a face of such angelic beauty and purity."
He looked at the painting, and he said that?
Of course. Will you look at the painting? See? Isn't it obvious?
Certainly. I have always seen it in her face, which is why I married her in the first place.
Both Father Giorgio and I agreed further that we have never seen such a holy light illumine the face of any living woman.
Yes. Oh, how you have captured it, Leonardo da Vinci. The portrait in the mural. It will be like this one.
Just like this one.
The same face?
The same face.
And the smile. You must not forget the smile. That smile. How it transforms us all. When shall you begin the mural, Leonardo?
Within a month or two, Mr. Zernobi. Certainly before the end of the year. I never began that mural. In a month or two, she was dead. She died of the plague that swept through all of Italy that year. He lived on for many years. As for the portrait, I sold it to the King of the French, Francis I, for 5,000 florins. Today, it's not for sale at any price. But that's how it is for artists. We were born to make other men rich. But that's the way of the world, isn't it?
The way of the world. How little some of the basics change. Mona Lisa del Giocondo died of the plague sometime before the year 1500 in the city of Florence. But she lives to this day. Her face is as... Come in. Welcome. I am Tammy Grimes. Chess playing isn't regarded as a dangerous pastime, and rightfully so. Of course, there are stories, perhaps apocryphal, about the game being played in ancient times with real people instead of pieces. And then indeed it can become deadly. Even today, however, we read about the use of mind-controlling devices and other mystic aids in world championship matches. But chess, among those who play it for fun, is just harmless relaxation. Or is it?
I'm not interested in playing any more chess with the old man. I'm telling you here and now I'm finished. No more chess.
You're not thinking, Charlie. You're letting yourself be driven by silly superstitions. If you refuse to play this game, it could be dangerous for you. Deadly dangerous, remember that. And the next move is yours.
Our mystery drama, The Chess Master, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Murray Burnett and stars Paul Hecht and Fred Gwynne. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Most Americans lead lives that are fairly routine. Some might even describe their lives as humdrum. But there are a few fortunate enough to be working at jobs they like. Others find life tolerable, if not dramatically exciting, with a series of highs and lows. However, when a real crisis arises, some people go right off the rails, and others, in trying to cope, find themselves faced, at the very least, with a sweeping change in their lifestyles.
I was fired today. It was my first time. I started to walk, just walk, aimlessly around New York. My compulsive walking took me to the lobby of one of the city's newest glass towers. It has a beautiful two-story lobby that runs an entire block and was used as a walkway between the streets. As I walked through, admiring the ficus trees and the artificial waterfall, my eye was caught by a chessboard completely set up for a game. Seated behind the board was a portly, white-haired gentleman who smiled up at me as I halted.
Good afternoon.
Oh, hi.
Do you play?
No, I dabble. I haven't played in years.
Well, that doesn't matter. If you'd care to sit down.
Don't play. Don't play, for Pete's sake. Don't play. Don't ever sit down and play chess with him.
Now, Ben. You shouldn't let losing upset you so much. This is Ben Bradley, Mr.
Williams, Charlie Williams.
Pleasure, Mr. Williams. And certainly an explanation is in order here. You see, Ben here suffers from that most American disease, competition. He's highly competitive, and although we've played several games and he's lost only one more than he won, it's upsetting him terribly.
Well, and that's okay. I understand.
I'd like to straighten this out. Please. Isn't this true, what I just said, Ben?
Well, I'll admit I'm a bad loser. I do have a tendency to overreact.
Thank you.
Williams, forget what I said. Oh, okay, Chesterman, I'll be on my way since I see you had a game. Bye.
Bye. Now, Mr. Williams, since we've cleared up that little misunderstanding, would you care to play?
Well, I am...
You're not still thinking about Ben's blowing up, are
No, not exactly. I'm not an expert, though. I never was, and I'm certainly rusty.
Well, I'm hardly an international grandmaster myself.
Besides, I've just lost my job. I don't think I could concentrate.
Oh, well, there's no better way for you to forget your problems. This will help clear your mind. Come, sit down. Good. Now that you're comfortable, I'll make it even better for you by turning the board around and let you play the white pieces.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, good. Now, what shall we play for?
Hey, come on. You're a chess hustler. Good try, but no dice.
Oh, no. Please sit. I'm not usually guilty of such stupidity.
Neither am I. Find yourself another sucker.
I don't want to play for money. Never play for money. However, I must confess that although the game itself is stimulating, I like to add zest by putting up some worthless bauble or trinket like this. And you can do the same. There's something of no intrinsic value.
This is crazy.
Oh, come now. If it weren't for that ridiculous outburst from Ben Bradley, you wouldn't think twice about putting up something you have on your person that's of no value to you. Isn't that true?
Who are you?
The name is Chessman. First name Lawrence. But don't be put off by the last name. It's just a coincidence. I do like chess, but there's no other meaning to be read into it. Now, what will your stake be? Remember, something on you that's worthless.
Maybe a fingernail or a lock of hair? Is that what you had in mind?
Oh, I do like your vivid imagination, Mr. Williams. I do sincerely. Surely you don't think I'm a practitioner of voodoo.
No, I don't know what to make of you.
Why is it necessary to make anything out of me? I'm an eccentric you play the game of chess with, and we'll both enjoy it. Now, your stake.
Well, I can't think of anything... hold on. I have a key to the executive washroom that I won't be using anymore. Will that do?
Of course. Now, your move, I believe.
Okay.
Pawn to king 4. Since you're rusty, let's just keep it simple. I will also move pawn to king 4, which leaves the initiative entirely up to you. Pawn to king's bishop 4. I should have realized that anyone who had the imagination to consider voodoo would employ the Muzio Gambit. You know, of course, that it's been regarded for years as unsound.
If properly defended.
Well, I shall certainly try, Mr. Williams. I shall certainly try.
Well, check. And I think also mate.
I regret to admit that you're right. I'm not one to offer excuses, but I'd forgotten exactly how lethal the Muzio Gambit attack can be if you allow your opponent to gain timing.
Well, thanks. I enjoyed the game.
As did I. Take your winnings.
Oh, no, forget it. I just play for...
I insist. Absolutely. I would feel ashamed if you didn't take this token of your victory. A debt of honor, sir.
Okay, if you feel that strongly.
I think it's only fair that if we ever play again, however, I should have a chance to win it back. Unless, of course, certain conditions should arise.
Oh? What conditions?
Why, the conditions under which you would give it up.
Are you kidding?
I'm deadly serious. This is a city of strange happenings and unusual meetings. It may someday happen that you will come across someone who will say to you, the Muzio Gambit is a very unsound opening.
What?
If that should happen, you will hand over the trinket you won today. Immediately.
Oh, come on. What do you take me for?
I have your word.
Okay. You've got my word.
You've been let go? I don't believe it.
Why not, Susan? It happens all the time in this business.
Just because they lost the claimant account isn't any reason to let you go. It isn't as if it were your fault.
I was the junior account executive. No account, no job.
But you've been with them for 6 years. Surely there are other accounts.
Well, they're not about to fire someone else to give me a job. Now, I'll give Frank Fentress a call tomorrow. He'll find something for me.
You haven't called him yet?
No.
What did you do this afternoon? You must have known...
Sure, I knew, Susan. I just walked and walked, trying to figure something out, and then I played chess.
You played chess?
Yeah, and I won, too. Look.
That's pretty.
No, it's not worth anything.
I know, but I could have it pierced. Run a silver chain through it, and it will make a lovely necklace.
No, I can't. I promised the old man I played with to keep it.
I'll be keeping it if I wear it, won't I?
Can't do it. I know it sounds silly, Susan, but the old geezer said if we ever played again, I should bring it with me, and maybe he could win it back.
You're going to play again?
Maybe, I don't know. Anyway, I may not have it on me.
You just finished telling me that you had to keep it.
Yeah, unless someone comes up to me and says the Muzio Gambit is a totally unsound opening, and then I'm to give the coin to him.
Unsound opening? You're the only one who's unsound, Charlie Williams. You're out of your mind.
The next morning, I went downtown to the Fentress Agency, tops in executive placement in the advertising business. Fentress is on the 25th floor of one of the great old Art Deco buildings on 57th Street, and as I got off the elevator, I saw this glamorous movie star type wandering around the floor, looking lost.
Pardon me, but I'm a stranger to the city and this building. Could you direct me to the office of the Fentress Agency?
Yeah, sure. I can do better than that. That's where I'm heading. Why don't you come along?
You are very kind. Is this Fentress a good agency?
Oh, sure. It's the best. Are you looking for a job in advertising?
Not exactly. I have some business with a gentleman I expect to call. His name is Charles Williams?
Charles... Well, that's me.
Oh, but how fortunate. Here I was desolated to think that I would have to sit in some anteroom waiting for...
No, wait. Hold it a second. Madame, why are you looking for me?
I think you have something for me. The Muzio Gambit is totally unsound opening. Well, have you?
Sure. I wasn't expecting it to...
You have something for me?
Yeah, right. Here it is.
Thank you. And to show you that I sincerely appreciate this favor you have done for me, please accept this.
She handed me an envelope and walked to the elevator and left. I stood for a moment, turning the envelope over in my hands, and then opened it. I couldn't believe my eyes. There were 5 crisp, new $1,000 bills. I forgot all about seeing Frank Fentress and headed for the atrium of the building where I'd played chess with the old man.
Good day, Mr. Williams.
Yeah, change that to strange day, Mr. Chessman. That trinket, huh? Worthless, A mere nothing. Then tell me why she gave me $5,000 for it.
Softly, Mr. Williams, softly. Why don't you sit down? We'll have another game.
No, I'm not playing any more games with you until I know what your game is.
I cannot satisfy your curiosity or even carry on a rational conversation with you standing there and raising your voice at me. If you sit down, We can discuss whatever it is that has made you so upset.
Okay.
Oh, well, as long as you're sitting, we might as well play.
Forget it.
I find that I talk better when I'm playing.
I don't. Now, look, Chessman, I don't like being maneuvered. I'm not a pawn in a chess game.
I never said you were. But you seem to blame me for what's upsetting you.
Oh, and why shouldn't I? I mean, some strange woman comes up to me, no, you might say ambushes me, because I know darn well she was waiting for me, then gives me that line you told me about the Muzio Gambit, and when I give her the coin, she hands me an envelope with $5,000 in it.
Amazing. Absolutely incredible. A fantastic tale, Mr. Williams. If true.
If true?
It's only fair that I play white today.
Now, look, here. Take a look at these $1,000 bills.
I don't know much about you, Mr. Williams, but I am not susceptible to bribes. Put that money away, and let's play chess.
I don't believe this.
I've moved. Pawn to Queen 4.
You mean you don't know anything about this money?
Your move.
I asked you a question.
Move.
Now, look, I don't know anything about the Queen's pawn opening, but... okay. Knight to King's Bishop 3.
Playable.
The money. What about it?
I know nothing about it. Move.
Pawn to King 3. And you never said anything to me about the Muzio Gambit being unsound, huh?
Of course, but that was just a jest. Maybe someone overheard me and carried it a bit further.
Now, where did you get that coin? Was it stolen?
Ridiculous. Your move.
But $5,000.
I can't understand your anger about the money. I should think a sum like that would come in handy with someone out of work.
I don't like the way I got it.
You can afford to be choosy. Wonderful. Oh, by the way, have you ever handled an institutional account?
No. I guess I'll have to move my bishop.
It would seem advisable. I have a good friend, Mr. Williams, highly placed in the Larson Tool and Die Company. Tompkins is his name. He told me they're going in for a campaign of institutional advertising. I think you'd have a chance if you went to see him. And, of course, you can use my name.
Look, I told you I don't have a background in...
that may not matter. It's worth your time, anyway. Checkmate, I believe.
Yeah, I guess it is.
Too bad. You didn't play as well today.
No, besides being unfamiliar with that opening, I was distracted.
Of course. Are you going to see Mr. Tompkins?
Yeah, well, I'll think about it.
Might be very good for you. By the way, you lost.
Yes, I know.
Then I'll take my winnings. Your key to the executive washroom.
Is it possible that the key to an executive washroom can be the key to the solution of a most mysterious and perhaps sinister puzzle? On the surface, it seems most unlikely. But on the other hand, the chess master seems to know exactly what he's doing and why. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. To paraphrase William Shakespeare, all the world's a chessboard, and all the men and women pawns. You prefer the original? So do I. But reading the daily newspapers, it's difficult not to get the feeling that we're all pawns in a gigantic power struggle, manipulated by forces over which we have no control. Charlie Williams feels he is being manipulated, but why and for what purpose remains a mystery.
It took me some time to get the washroom key off my key ring, but I finally accomplished it, and as I handed it to Mr. Chessman, he gave me a slip of paper in return.
That's my friend Tompkins' address. He'll be expecting you tomorrow at your convenience.
I haven't decided about that yet. I'm still not satisfied with your explanation or non-explanation of what's been happening.
Hello again, Mr. Chessman.
Ben. You remember Ben Bradley, Mr. Williams? The gentleman who warned you against playing with me.
Yes, I remember.
I believe Ben has had a change of heart about playing and has come back for another game. Am I right, Ben?
I don't appreciate your sense of humor, Chessman. You know darn well I've come to play. Or do I have a choice?
We always have choices. Just as in chess. It's up to us to make the right moves. Now, sit down, Ben, and see about your move.
I've been married to you for 5 years, and I still don't understand you, Charlie Williams.
Now, I love you, Susan.
I love you, too, but you're not going to get away with changing the subject.
Okay. I want to see Frank Fentress before I see this Tompkins.
Why?
Because I know Frank. I know his agency. He's legitimate.
How do you know Tompkins isn't?
I don't, but look, $5,000, what do we do with the money?
Put it in the bank.
How do I show it on my income tax? Well, what did I do to earn it?
Don't ask me. Ask that crazy old man you played chess with. He started the whole thing.
I have.
And what did he say?
He claimed he didn't know anything about it. Do you believe that?
I don't know what to believe.
He even had the nerve to suggest I might have been lying about it.
Well, if he really didn't know...
Come on, Sue. He was the one who gave me that rigmarole about the Muzio Gambit. And she repeated it word for word. Gosh, I just wish I knew somebody with the police or the FBI that I could tell about this.
I don't like the sound of the police, Charlie. After all, there's nothing very criminal about what's happened. Isn't it possible that this old man really took a liking to you and tried to get you a job at this tool and die plant?
Yeah, it is possible. I just wish that there was some way I could test it.
You can test it by going out and seeing this Tompkins and talking to him.
Wait a minute. Wait, I just got an idea. I think I found a way to get some answers. The next day, I went right to the lobby of the building where Chessman hung out. His usual table was empty, so I sat down and waited. About 11 o'clock, he showed up carrying his chessboard and his box with the pieces. He spotted me right away, and as he sat down...
Good morning, Mr. Williams. Bright and early today, aren't we? How did your talk with Mr. Tompkins go?
I haven't seen him yet. That's why I was waiting here.
Care for a game?
No, not now, thanks. I really don't have the time. You see, I had a lucky break yesterday. I got my old job back.
Congratulations.
Yeah, that's why it didn't make any sense to go and see your friend.
I understand. But why were you waiting for me?
I know it sounds crazy, but I came for my washroom key. I don't think it would look too good if I said I'd thrown it away. Since I know it's not worth anything to you, I'd like to have it back.
But you lost it on the field of battle, so to speak. Debt of honor.
Oh, come on, Mr. Chessman. You say you have my best interest at heart. The key can't mean anything to you.
I play fair, and I play by my rules, Mr. Williams. I won that key, and it's mine. If you would like me to write a note to your employers, telling them the circumstances...
You really are a first-class nut, aren't you?
I'm sorry you feel that way. I'd certainly be more than happy to play another game and put the key up against something else that has no value for you.
I'm going to make you a promise, Chessman. The next time we play, I'll win.
That's a challenge that I will happily accept.
When Chessman refused to return my key, I knew what I had to do. And I did it before setting off for the Larson Tool and Die Company to keep my appointment with Mr. Tompkins. They were located out in Queens, and when I got there, the buildings looked so legitimate that my heart sank. I walked in anyway, gave my name, and after a suitable wait, was escorted into Mr. Tompkins' office.
Sit down, Mr. Williams.
Oh, thank you. I take it you were expecting me?
I was, and I wasn't.
Oh?
Mr. Chessman called and told me you'd found another job.
Yeah, well, that fell through.
I'm sorry to hear that. Give me a little of your background.
The last 5 years, I was a junior account executive with Whitegraves and Pfeiffer, handling a chain store houseware account. But none of my experience is in institutional advertising.
I understand. Now, the salary is $7.50 per week with several fringe benefits, hospitalization, medical plan, a good retirement plan.
No, but about the job itself, sir.
I'm offering it to you, Williams. If you care to, we can go down and take a look at your office.
But aren't we rushing things a bit? I mean, wouldn't you like to hear any of my ideas?
Well, I don't think you can formulate any ideas until you've made yourself familiar with our entire operation. You haven't studied us, have you?
No. No, but I'd like to hear from you what made you suddenly decide to enter institutional advertising.
I'm afraid I don't have the time to go into that now. Why don't we go along and look at your office?
I walked out of the Larson plant with pretty much the same feelings I had when I entered, which didn't please Susan at all when I got home.
I'm trying to understand, darling. I'm really trying. But you seem to have changed so. I don't know how to say it, but you're different.
Yeah, you wouldn't say that if I'd taken the job.
What can be wrong with a job paying $750 a week as advertising manager for a perfectly reputable concern like Larson?
I wish you'd played chess. I mean, that old man and me, we're playing a game, and he's trying to manipulate me like one of his pieces.
So because of this feeling, you're going to turn down a job you need and which you can do easily? Is that it?
I haven't made up my mind. I left it open when I said I had to think it over. Tompkins knew I was telling the truth. I'm still thinking it over.
We've been at this for hours, and I'll be happy to go along with whatever you decide. But I'd be much happier if you could give me one single hard fact, one good reason why you should turn it down.
Come in, Williams. Yeah, I'm happy you decided to come aboard.
There are still some details I'd like cleared up, Mr. Tompkins. I mean, I'm beginning to get an idea of what you expect from me.
That's good. As of this moment, you're on the payroll. And it happens to work out very well.
Well, how's that?
Your office won't be ready today, so you can do me a favor.
Oh, of course.
I understand you're a chess enthusiast.
I beg your pardon?
I'm talking about chess. And our mutual acquaintance, Mr. Chessman. Since you won't be around today, I'd like you to play a game with him.
Now, what's that got to do with my job?
I said I was asking a favor. This is a running contest between Chessman and me. And since we both know our friend's quirk about stakes, I'm furnishing you with a stake for today's game. There it is, on the desk.
Now, forget it. You must think I'm a fool. I mean, it's perfectly obvious that you and Chessman are running some kind of con game, and I don't want any part of it. I mean, you're not offering me a job. You want a messenger service. You want me to carry this disc to Chessman.
Mr. Williams, I asked you to play a game of chess. If you win, you bring this disc back to me. If you lose, well, that's the fortune of war.
I'll bet you right now all the money I have in the world that I don't win.
No bet. You sound like a loser.
I think you're going to lose, Mr. Tompkins. Now, I don't know what you and Chessman are doing, but I'll bet the police will be interested in finding out.
Finding out what, Williams?
That these so-called worthless stakes that Chessman plays for signify something really important. What, I don't know. But as I said, the police will find out.
Sit down, Williams.
Huh?
Sit down. Now, listen to me. Let's suppose, for the sake of argument, that your wild guess is correct and you carry out your threat to go to the police. Now, let's examine your position. The police have only your word for it that the talisman you won from Chessman was the same you later passed on to your accomplice.
My accomplice?
Exactly. You passed the coin or talisman or whatever to her. She gave you $5,000 for it. Were you so shocked and surprised that you reported that strange occurrence to the police? Not at all. You pocketed it. And you turned again to play with Chessman, didn't you?
Well, at that time, I didn't know.
Didn't know what, Williams? What do you know? Or think you know?
There are people who prefer to be ostriches. Don't tell me this. I don't want to hear it. And there are others who are insatiably curious and have to know everything. Those are two extremes. Since I'm not an extremist, I find both extremes unpleasant. But if I were in Charlie Williams' place, I'd want to know what was going on. You will find out shortly when I bring you Act 3. times when luxury liners swept across the Atlantic. Traveling to and from Europe aboard those queens of the seas was the ultimate in luxury. Passengers were constantly warned not to play cards with strangers because they were card sharks who made their living on the big boats. However, I've never seen nor heard of warnings about sitting down for a game of chess with a stranger. But after hearing what happened to Charlie Williams, I'm beginning to think perhaps there should be.
I sat there in Tompkins' office at the Larson Company looking into Tompkins' calm, complacent face and hated him. I hated him because I felt the truth in what he'd said. I hated him because I really didn't have a logical answer to his question.
Well, Williams, I repeat the question. What do you know or think you know?
Tompkins, I know enough to realize that I'm being used as a pawn, and not at any chess game.
You made some threats. Something about going to the authorities. I'm beginning to think you're seriously deranged, Williams. And it would be best for me to nip your nonsense in the bud. Now, how do you suggest I go about that?
I have no suggestions.
I think the wisest course for me is to call the police and tell them I have a man here to whom I've offered a job and he's creating a disturbance.
Okay. Put the phone down.
I honestly believe you're unstable.
All right. You don't have to practice your act because you don't have to call the police.
Does that mean you've decided to take the job with all the duties and responsibilities that it entails?
Well, it seems I have no choice.
I'm glad you've come to your senses. It really would have been most unpleasant for you if you hadn't.
On my way to my chess game with the old man, I had an idea. I stopped and walked through the plant on the way out, looking and talking with some of the workers and foremen who all seemed genuine and unaware of the trickery that I believed was going on. When I returned to the lobby, I spied Mr. Chessman in his accustomed seat with the inevitable chessboard set up before him. I walked over to the table.
Good afternoon, Mr. Williams. I am indeed happy to see you. Please, have a seat.
Oh, thanks.
I think we might even allow you to have the white pieces today. You play a much stronger game with white, you know.
What difference does it make? It's all fixed.
Fixed? How can one fix a chess game?
Well, easily. When a pro like you plays an amateur like me, you can win or lose just as you like.
You have a feverish imagination, as I've noted before, Mr. Williams. But shall we begin? Have you brought your steak?
Sure. Here it is.
And would you like to have your washroom key back?
You must know it doesn't matter now.
Fine. Then we can be sure that it's valueless. Mr. Williams, you're a trickster. And I don't believe you realize how dangerous it can be to attempt this shabby sort of subterfuge.
I don't know what you're talking about.
The disc, sir. The disc. This is not the disc that you were given at the plant.
It must be.
Mr. Williams, I'm going to give you just 60 seconds to produce the real disc.
But it's valueless. What difference does it make?
You're not dealing with ninnies, Mr. Williams. There are 50 seconds left.
So you admit that there is some value to these little tokens you play for, huh?
40 seconds.
I say that's the disc Tompkins gave me, and that is the disc. Now, you must believe me.
30 seconds.
You know, there's really nothing you can do to me. I mean, are you going to threaten to shoot me or poison me right here in the lobby?
Mr. Williams, I suggest that you call your wife.
What?
I said call your wife. And I suggest when you speak with her, please reassure her.
I had an uneasy feeling in the pit of my stomach as I went to a phone and dialed my number and waited for it to ring.
Hello?
Susan, this is Charlie. Is everything okay?
What's going on? What are you doing, Charlie?
Susan, there's nothing to worry about, I promise you.
But frighten me, Charlie. I'm worried. Now, I'm scared to death. Are you all right?
Susan, I'm fine. Believe me, I'm fine. And I promise you nothing's going to happen to either of us.
When will you be home?
I'll be home for dinner, darling. And Susan, darling, I know you'll be happy to hear. I took the job with Larson. I don't know whether I was more angry or more scared. But as I went back and sat down opposite Chessman, I knew I was shaking, and I tried to control it.
Well, I hope you had a nice chat with your lovely wife.
Okay, here's what you want.
Thank you. Shall we play now?
Do we have to continue with this ridiculous charade?
Whom the gods would destroy, they first make mad.
You're quite a philosopher as well as a chess player, but I'd like you to tell me how you knew I didn't give you the real disc.
If I told you, then you would know as much as I do. And the next time we play...
There isn't going to be a next time.
Oh? Why not?
You made a mistake, Chessman. You made a bad move when you sent those people to threaten my wife. Now, when I go to the police, Susan will be able to back up my story.
You do underestimate me, Mr. Williams. No one threatened your wife in any way. All those people did was to express their concern about your behavior, which has been rather erratic, to say the least.
I don't believe you.
Of course you do. Would you please make your first move?
You really intend to go through with this chess game farce?
Your stupidity is monumental. For me, this is a ritual and a pastime. Now, even if your absurd imaginings were true, wouldn't it be logical to try to checkmate me and thus stop me from winning this disc?
Well...
Move.
Okay.
Thank you. There, you played well with the Muzio Gambit last time. I'm giving you the opportunity to try it again.
Why not? No matter what you say, Susan doesn't think I'm crazy.
Of course not. By the way, instead of playing purely defense against the Muzio Gambit, there is a counter gambit. There.
And when I explain everything to her, she'll understand.
Understand what? That you've been behaving strangely ever since you lost your job? Imagining all sorts of hobgoblins? Even going so far as to fantasize that a perfectly legitimate job offer had sinister undertones?
And I can convince her that it does. There's my move. Yeah. And who do you think she's going to believe, me or a couple of strangers?
You may be rash enough to play the Muzio Gambit, but I don't think you'll be rash enough to risk your marriage. And indeed, your entire life. Your move.
You bet it is. And this time you're the one who's taking chances. I still say my word will weigh more heavily with Susan than anything you say.
Perhaps. But how about facts? Hard facts. For instance, if your key to the executive washroom were to be discovered in, shall we say, a place that might make you a prime suspect in a most serious matter, what would your wife's reaction be to that?
You'd actually frame me?
I'm moving my rook's pawn.
I'm curious. What would the charges be? Embezzlement? Huh? Drug dealing?
You would do better to pay attention to the game. Your position is deteriorating rapidly.
Yes, I'll admit that's a smart move you just made, but you're really playing another game besides this, aren't you?
You still have a move.
I don't like my position.
If I were playing white, I shouldn't care for it very much either. Do you resign?
No, not yet. Oh, that's no good.
You don't really have any options, Mr. Williams. Surely even a player of your limited ability can see the situation is hopeless. Resign.
Now, look, I'll make a deal with you, Chessman. Tell me what the stakes are. Then I'll make my move.
You're in no position to make any deals. You seem to have forgotten that two of my pieces are surrounding your queen. I, of course, refer to your wife.
You wouldn't dare make a move there because that would bring you out into the open.
Your position is hopeless. Either resign or move.
No. I don't agree that my position is hopeless because I believe in miracles.
I don't. Move.
Why don't you just grab the disc?
I play by the rules. Move.
Okay. All right. I think my move may come as a surprise to you.
A pleasant surprise. Because on this move, I call check and mate. You see it?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. It's a mate, all right.
I'll take the disc. Victor Sergeyev, Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Checkmate, I believe, Mr. Chessman Sergeyev, or whatever your name is.
I don't know you, sir. Your credentials seem to be in order, but your actions are outrageous. What possible interest can the FBI have in me?
Espionage. The transmission of secret information from the United States to the Soviet Union.
Absurd. Totally ridiculous.
Yeah, the FBI told me they'd been working on the case for a long time. They finally cracked it. The information is in the disc.
You seem to know a lot more than I do. The disc was in your possession, and I suggest to this agent that he look very closely into your background.
The information is cleverly concealed in the disc, and that tiny indent near the center identifies the disc. It's hardly noticeable to anyone who doesn't know it's there.
All these ridiculous charges, which won't stand up for a minute in a court of law.
I think they will, Sergeyev. You see, Mr. Williams came to us last night and told us his problem. Before he went to see your pal Tompkins, we had him wired. As a matter of fact, Sergeyev, he's been wired all day. And your conversation makes very interesting listening.
I'd rather say fascinating. Whatever your game is. I think they'll let you take your chessboard to the slammer. I looked for a big story in the papers, but someone must have put a lid on it because I only found a small item on page 7, noting that a suspected Soviet spy ring had been broken. Susan was just as happy that my name wasn't mentioned, and even happier when I got a great new job. Walking through that 2-story lobby the other day, I saw 2 young fellows playing chess. I didn't stop.
Everyone knows about the great victory Bobby Fischer of the United States won over Boris Spassky of the Soviet Union in Iceland in 1972. But only the Icelanders know the real reason why Fischer attained his miraculous ability to escape Spassky's attacks. The match was staged next to a farm called Elves Hill, and the natives knew that Spassky had offended the elves and was duly punished. I'll be back with the relationship of chess to women's rights after these messages. When chess was played in Persia in the 6th century, women's rights were unheard of. Yet women's livers might well note the way the game was designed. First, the placement of the pieces. The queen is a lady, so she always chooses her color. And which is the most powerful piece on the board? The queen. And which has the least power? The poor, masculine king. As a famous Belgian detective might say, it gives one furiously to think. Our cast included Paul Hecht, Fred Gwynne, Lames Faris, and Russell Horton. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now a preview of our next tale.
Well, look, you don't make a decision to kill your uncle every day.
Carl, I am not minimizing this thing, but it has to be done.
Yes.
All right. Let's go. Get it over with.
No, Carl, come back. Don't do it. Come back.
Waldo, what is the matter with you?
That man, Edna, tonight, he is going to commit a murder.
Oh, who's he going to kill?
You heard him, his uncle.
So what?
So what? Life is precious, Edna.
Not among human beings. Murder is their biggest outdoor sport. It's also their second most popular indoor sport.
Well, I've got to stop it.
How are you going to stop it?
Well, I just got some.
Waldo, what are you doing? Stop rattling the bars and stop jumping up and down.
Somebody, please listen to me.
But why should they listen? They can't understand you.
Everybody listen. It's gonna be a murder.
This is Tommy Grimes inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Come in. Welcome. I am Tommy Grimes. There is a wolf in me, fangs pointed. There is a hog in me, a snout and a belly. There is a baboon in me, clamoring clawed, dog-faced. Oh, I got a zoo. I got a menagerie inside my ribs, under my bony head, inside my valve red heart. I come from the wilderness. That's part of a song sung by Mr. Carl Sandburg. And he was only giving voice to what so many of us suspect, that there is more of the beast in us than most of us would care to admit.
He knows.
Who knows?
Waldo.
Who's Waldo?
You just saw Waldo yesterday. You even spoke to him.
I don't remember anybody named Waldo.
Well, you'd better. He is the loose end, and if we don't take care of him, we could go to jail for life.
Our mystery drama, Lady Macbeth at the Zoo, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Larry Haynes. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
If you've been waiting to buy a new appliance, your White Westinghouse dealer is now offering great values on brand new White Westinghouse 1982 models of refrigerators, freezers, washers, dryers, dishwashers, and ranges. And just when you need it most, White Westinghouse dealers are featuring a great spring price down event on previous year's models, floor samples, and other price down values. So buy now and clean up at the White Westinghouse Great Spring Price Down.
White Westinghouse, we're making things better for you.
Countdown to cure.
Hi, this is Henry Winkler with a message from the Leukemia Society of America. Leukemia treatment and research has advanced encouragingly during the last 10 years. We are now able to stop the progress of this disease in many cases, especially children. But more than half of all leukemia occurs in persons over 60 years of age. Each year there are 23,000 new cases. So please support the Leukemia Society's countdown to a cure. It's a matter of time. Thank you.
I bought this gadget by mail. The ad said it would save me a lot of gas. It did. Since I put it in, my car won't start.
They said I could make money stuffing envelopes at home. I'd like to give those envelope guys a licking.
If you shop by mail and don't get what you were promised, it could be mail fraud, and there are many different kinds, from products that don't work to worthless work-at-home schemes. If you're a victim or even suspect mail fraud, call your postal inspector. It's his job to keep the mail a nice way to shop.
The ad said I could lose 20 pounds a week painlessly. What I lost was $20, and that hurt a lot.
They said there were hundreds of dollars to be made working at home. They were right. I worked at home, and they made hundreds of dollars.
Remember, most of the time when you shop by mail, you do get what you were promised. But if you suspect mail fraud, call your local post office and ask for your postal inspector or postmaster. Don't take getting taken. A public service announcement by this station and your postal service.
In these days of skyrocketing housing costs and stratospheric rents, you might say that a couple named Waldo and Edna have it made. They pay nothing at all for room and board. They enjoy a large, airy, one-room apartment, and they even have an outside terrace. True, their home is a cage in the Bronx Zoo, but they have practically no other options. That is because Waldo and Edna are anthropoid apes. They are delightful creatures in every way, attractive, intelligent, and almost human. But it's that word, almost, that denotes the indefinable difference and spans the infinite distance between us. It is a brilliant, beautiful summer day. Waldo and Edna are relaxing in the section of their cage that is in the open air. The door is lifted, and old Tom, the keeper, comes in.
Hello there, Waldo. Hello there, Edna. Taking it easy, I see. Well, why not? Here, I got a banana piece for you. You ain't supposed to get none in the afternoon. That's 'cause they went and cut the budget 50%. Oh, yes, sir, 50% all the way down the line.
What's he talking about?
I'm not sure.
I thought you understood their language.
Well, he's a little hard to follow.
I shouldn't wonder. They don't speak a logical, comprehensible tongue like decent, intelligent apes. With them, it's all squeals and squeaks. I don't think they can even understand each other.
Well, you don't have to worry. Not you, Waldo, and not you, Edna. I bring you these from home. Go ahead. Go ahead, take them. That's a good boy. That's a good girl. Oh, hey, there's some folks out front. Let's show them a little something, huh? Hey, watch this, folks. Come on, Waldo and Edna. Give old Tom a kiss.
What does that word kiss mean?
Just put your mouth against his cheek.
Oh, that again? Do I have to?
No, we both have to, Edna.
Oh, these human beings are barbarians.
Now, let's get it over with. And smack your lips as you do it.
Oh, what I go through for a lousy banana?
Yeah, good. You see, folks, how affectionate Waldo and Edna are? Oh, Waldo and Edna, you got to understand something. We're in show business.
Waldo, what's he talking about?
I don't know. This is something new.
Now, we'll be getting lots of school kids now with vacations and all, and they think apes is always jumping up and down and swinging on trapezes and such. So we got to put on a little show for him. We got to look alive in here.
Oh, he lost me.
Well, just keep smiling at him.
Well, I guess what I'm trying to say is we got to have more productivity. You understand?
Nod your head.
I don't understand.
I'm going to bring you something real nice for supper. See you later.
All right, Edna. About every half hour or so, we'll jump up and down and wing it on the trapeze for a bit.
Why?
Because that's show business.
What's show business?
Well, whatever it is that makes Tom happy, and he's a nice old geezer.
Listen, Waldo. Is it true that we're descended from Tom?
That's the theory of, what do they call it, evolution. And who told you?
Well, you know that old orangutan? The one that likes everybody to think he's an intellectual.
Well, I don't think he's got it straight. The way I heard it, we're not descended from Tom.
No?
No, Tom is descended from us.
Well, that's no improvement. It's just going downhill.
Now, wait. I don't think that's right either. It's Tom and us. We are both descended from a common ancestor.
Oh.
Yeah, long ago, his folks and our folks came to a fork in the road. Ours chose one route, his took another.
The wrong one, obviously. Oh, come on, Waldo. Why don't we split this banana and save the other one for a snack tonight? Waldo? Waldo, what are you looking at?
I'm looking at a man.
Why?
He's standing in front of the bars.
The people come here to look at us. We're not required to look at them.
Yeah, I know that. But this one seems rather interesting.
Well, I wouldn't give you a moldy, month-old banana skin to look at the most interesting human being that was ever born. Or are they hatched?
Edna, birds are hatched. Human beings are like us.
You're joking.
No, it's true.
But I never saw them.
Well, they like privacy.
Oh, well, what's privacy?
You know, this one in front of the bars, he seems quite nervous.
All of them are.
Now, what can be bothering this fella? Probably a woman. Sure. Must be the one that's coming up the path, huh?
Who?
The one in blue.
Oh.
Martha! Martha, over here!
Oh, there you are. I was looking all over.
I distinctly said, meet me in front of the ape cage.
Well, Carl? Oh, you didn't talk to him.
No, I...
You did talk to him?
Well, yes.
And?
It's no.
No, huh?
No, period.
So? When are you going to shoot him?
Martha, what are you saying?
If you marry me, he will cut you off without a cent.
Listen, Martha...
You said no one would ever stand in the way of your happiness.
Martha...
If your uncle tried to break us up, you'd kill him. Didn't you say that?
Well, a person says certain things that...
That he doesn't mean?
Martha, he's old and he's sick. Now, how much longer can he live? We'll get all that money, so... Well, we wait a little while.
What's a little while? A year? 5 years? 10? You have to kill him.
Martha, do you realize the kind of discussion that we are having in a public place?
So who's listening? A couple of gorillas?
Apes, you stupid woman, apes.
Why are you getting so excited, Waldo? Calm down.
Edna, do you hear what these people are talking about?
The fact is you want to kill him, Carl. That's what you said.
Yes, but it was said in the heat of... Oh, look, I didn't mean it.
We never say things we don't mean, Carl. But now you take these orangutans, huh? In the cage here?
We're not orangutans, you silly female. We're apes.
If they could understand this conversation, what would they think, huh?
I'll tell you what we think. You're trying to steam him up.
They think I was trying to steam you up, to get you to kill your uncle. But that isn't true.
Pardon me, lady. I know what I'm hearing.
It's like Lady Macbeth in Shakespeare, Carl.
Please, Martha, what does Lady Macbeth...
Well, listen. Macbeth wants to commit those murders because Macbeth wants to be king. She isn't telling him anything he doesn't want to hear. She isn't telling him to do anything he doesn't really want to do.
Martha, to kill another human being...
You have to do it.
Why do I have to do it?
He was always crazy, and now he's getting senile. Any day he could decide to change his will, leave his money to charity. And where would that leave you?
Listen, Carl, don't let her talk you into it. She wants you to commit murder.
Waldo, what's it to you?
It's wrong, Edna, it's wrong.
Oh, mind your business.
What are those chimps chattering about?
We're not chimps, we're apes.
Carl, you know I'm right. You have to do it. So now that it's settled, you do it tonight.
Tonight?
Why not?
How can I kill him?
Shoot him.
I don't have a gun.
He has a gun.
But the gun is a collector's item. It's a custom-made Handley Parrish. It's a 7-shot.
It fires, doesn't it?
But he keeps it locked in his night table.
After he goes to sleep, steals the key.
What if he wakes up while I'm trying
How
to...
can he wake up? He takes a sleeping pill right after dinner. And the housekeeper is off this evening.
But
it's almost too simple. Now listen, you shoot him. You take some stuff from the house, you mess things up a little, make it look as if a burglar broke in.
But suppose the police suspect me.
After you shoot him, drive over to my apartment. You were with me all night, so you've got an alibi. And you also inherit $3 million. So, tell me, Carl, what's wrong with it? Think about it.
That's right, Carl. You think about it. It's murder.
Waldo, who's asking you to butt in?
Will you be quiet, Edna? This man is actually considering committing a murder.
Well, Carl?
No, Carl, don't.
You know you have no choice.
No. What is the matter with that monkey? I'm not a monkey. I'm an ape.
Look, Martha, I feel...
Yeah?
No, I'd better not tell you. You think I'm crazy.
What is it?
That baboon.
I'm not a baboon. How many times do I have to tell you I'm an ape? I'm an ape.
I feel he is trying to tell me something.
Who does he think you are? Tarzan?
Martha, this isn't a joke.
What is he trying to tell you?
I don't know.
Hey, you in the cage there. Eat your banana and mind your business like a good fella.
The names on the plaque, it says Waldo and Edna. Which is which?
How would I know?
Yeah, well, I guess this one there, the bigger one, is the male. Waldo. But you see, he's the one who's trying to tell me something.
Carl, what kind of stupid conversation are we having?
I don't know. I must be feeling a little... Well, look, you don't make a decision to kill your uncle every day.
Carl, I am not minimizing this thing, but it has to be done.
Yes.
All right. Let's go. Get it over with.
No, Carl, come back. Don't do it. Come back.
Waldo, what is the matter with you?
That man, Edna, tonight, he is going to commit a murder.
Oh, who's he going to kill?
You heard him, his uncle.
So what?
So what? Life is precious, Edna.
Not among human beings. Murder is their biggest outdoor sport. It's also their second most popular indoor sport.
Well, I've got to stop it.
How are you going to stop it?
Well, I just got to stop it.
Waldo, what are you doing? Stop rattling the bars and stop jumping up and down like that.
Somebody, please, listen to me.
Well, why should they listen? They can't understand you.
Everybody, listen. There's going to be a murder.
Hey there, Waldo. Well, how you feeling there, old fella? You feeling good, huh? This here's Waldo, folks. Every now and then, he just starts feeling his own.
Tom, listen to me. There's going to be a murder.
Hey, boy. Hey, when I told you we needed increased productivity, you really took me serious.
Tom, you have to do something.
Waldo, when the show is over, you done good. Don't get too hot and perspired just before supper.
So? What did you accomplish?
Edna, I can't just sit here. I have to do something. I just have to do something.
Like what? To begin with, he is confined in his cage. That's strike one against him. And although he can obviously understand it, he cannot speak our language. Strike two. And even if he could find a way somehow to communicate, who would believe him? After all, he's an ape. Strike three. And it's only the end of Act One. Maybe he can come to bat again in Act Two shortly.
Speaking. Maybe you've heard me speak for the American Cancer Society in the past, asking you to support their life-giving programs. Well, those programs have helped make progress. Today, there are more than 2 million Americans who've beaten cancer. Now, again, I'm asking you to join me in sharing the cost of living. Please give generously when your American Cancer Society volunteer calls on you. Thank you.
Hi, this is Bob. Ask Me Anything Hope. People often call me when they have questions. Like the other day, someone asked me what the fastest bird is. Of course, I know it's the spine-tailed swift. Well, actually, I didn't know that particular answer, so I called the library. Libraries have a telephone reference service that puts the answers to your questions right at your fingertips. So if I'm on the golf course the next time you need to know something, call the library and tell them Bob sent you.
A public service message from the American Library Association and this station.
In Poland, people are standing in line to go hungry. There is not enough food. The agencies of the Interfaith Hunger Appeal are getting through with food and other aid. Please, help. Give to Interfaith Hunger Appeal, P.O. Box 1000, New York 10150. You are the hope of the hungry.
Please, give.
A public service of Interfaith Hunger Appeal and the Advertising Council.
By this time, as you know, our story is concerned with two couples, Carl and Martha, the human beings. And Waldo and Edna, the apes. So far, it's the apes who are displaying the humanity, while it's the humans who are manifesting the bestiality. And now, as Act 2 is about to unfold, the human couple is about to become as beastly as you can get.
Hello?
Carl?
Yes.
Are the servants gone?
Yes.
Are you alone in the house with him?
Yes, yeah. Martha, yes.
Did he take a sleeping pill?
Yes, he's dead to the world.
Not quite dead enough. Not yet. Now go ahead.
No.
No. I thought we decided.
No. I will not do it alone. I want you here.
Why?
I am doing it for you.
You are doing it for yourself.
Well, I'm doing it for both of us. I want you to be a part of it.
But you don't need me.
I said I won't do it alone.
All right.
Waldo,
Yeah?
why aren't you asleep?
How can I sleep?
Well, what's wrong?
Now, you know what's wrong, Edna.
No, I don't. Now you tell me.
Right now, a human being is about to be murdered.
Oh, that.
Yeah, that. And there's nothing I can do about it.
Well, why should you even want to?
Edna, how can you even ask such a question?
Oh, Waldo, why are you getting so upset? After all, murder is the basic foundation of their culture.
Now, don't say that.
When we were living in the jungle, did we have armies? Did we ever kill each other?
Now, Edna, just because they're not as highly developed as we are, just because humans are a more primitive species, doesn't mean that we shouldn't feel a responsibility to teach them how to live better.
So what are you going to do, Waldo?
Well, I'll find a way. I'll just have to find a way.
Well, keep in touch, Waldo.
Where's the key?
Oh, it's in the desk drawer, Martha.
Carl, what are you waiting for?
Oh,
Get the gun.
But you...
I said get it. Okay, is the gun there?
Yes.
All right, pick it up. Is it loaded?
Yes.
All right, this is the very last thing. Now walk over to the bed.
Martha.
I know what I have to do. I have to play Lady Macbeth. I have to nerve you up. Now go ahead. Kill him. You have no choice. Unless you want to be a pauper. And kill him not just because I say so, but because you have to. Aim.
He looked so old, so frail.
He'll look better dead.
Martha.
Pull the trigger.
Edna.
Oh, what is this, Waldo?
Something woke me.
Oh, well, is there any reason to wake me?
Something terrible has just happened.
What?
I don't know. I don't. Yes, I do. I do. Murder.
Whose murder?
The old man, the uncle.
Oh, no, Waldo.
I know it. I just know it.
All right. So they killed him.
I've got to do something about it.
We're back to that.
Well, there is such a thing as justice.
Justice? What's that?
Well, I guess you can say it's paying the price for what you do.
What kind of a price? Oh, you pay if you take somebody's life?
Well, you should pay for it with your own.
And how does that change matters?
It doesn't.
Well, then why do it?
Well, then you should give up your freedom.
How?
Well, you should be shut up in a cell for the rest of your life.
And what's a cell?
Well, it's a room with stone walls and an iron door and steel bars.
Oh. Well, then, wouldn't this be a cell?
Yeah, I guess you could call it that.
And don't we have to spend the rest of our lives here?
Yeah, I suppose so.
You call this punishment? We got no worries. We're fed. We're taken care of. Well, I think this is great. It beats living in the jungle, in the rain and the wet, and worrying about leopards and tigers.
Yeah, but Edna, human beings are different.
We've already established that. They're crazy. Now, why don't we both try to get some sleep?
Have another cup of coffee, Carl.
Well, all right.
Don't be so nervous.
Look, I can't help it, Martha. I don't commit murder every day, you know.
Murder? Who committed a murder? Just put it out of your mind.
Do you think the police know about it yet?
Well, why don't we turn on the radio, find out? The news is on any minute.
Martha.
There is nothing to worry about. You have an alibi.
But still in all...
And now for the latest news bulletins on the half hour at 7:30. The latest in the wave of homicide burglaries took place last night in the home of stockbroker Webster Carroll. Mr. Carroll, aged 77 and in poor health, was murdered by a prowler. The servants had the night off, and Mr. Carroll was alone in the house. It is believed that he was shot with his own gun, an expensive Handley Parish revolver. The police are certain the motive was robbery. On the international scene...
There you are, Carl. See? Some poor burglar's being blamed for your... wait.
Huh?
The gun. We forgot to get rid of the gun.
Well, do we have to?
What are you talking about?
Well, it's very valuable.
It could be worth your life and mine.
Well, I always wanted that gun.
Where is it? Give it to me.
Who's that?
Oh, probably the police.
The police?
Oh, Mrs. Selfridge probably told them you might be with me.
The police.
You'll have to talk with them sooner or later. Now, remember, act shocked. Just a minute.
Good morning, Miss Martha Tyson.
Yes?
I'm Lieutenant Coletti, homicide. My credentials.
Oh, what can I do for you, Lieutenant?
Well, I'm looking for Mr. Carl Carroll.
Oh, please come in.
Yes, I'm Mr. Carroll.
Oh, well, Mr. Carroll, are you aware of what happened last night?
Last night?
Mm-hmm.
Where? I mean, in what connection?
The only way to say this is to say it.
Yeah?
I'm sorry. Your Uncle Webster Carroll...
Did something happen to him?
He was murdered.
Oh, no.
A burglar.
Oh, no.
Oh, Carl, dear, you better sit down.
Oh, no, I had an appointment to have lunch with him today. Couldn't there be a mistake?
His housekeeper had the night off.
I should have stayed home last night, and instead I...
Oh, where were you, Mr. Carroll?
I was here. Miss Tyson and I are engaged.
Oh, I understand.
Had I only known...
Now, darling, you can't blame me.
The burglar got away with his watch, his ring, his wallet. I guess he was after cash. Nothing else seems to be missing. Oh, yes. His housekeeper says he did have a revolver in his night table. That's gone, too.
Oh, the special Handley Parish revolver?
It fires a special .37 caliber bullet.
Yes.
Well, then, that's the gun that killed him.
Oh, he's dead. Uncle Webster is dead. I just can't believe it.
I'm sorry I had to be the one to break the news. I'm sure you want some time to yourself. And besides, I really don't have any questions to ask you at this time.
No. Lieutenant, if I can be of any assistance, I mean, I will do anything I can to bring that killer to justice.
Thank you, Mr. Carroll. Goodbye. Goodbye, Miss Tyson.
Goodbye. Oh, darling, you were absolutely magnificent.
Oh, let me tell you, I was filled with all kinds of apprehensions. I thought I'd collapse under the pressure, but I didn't. Hey, do you know something? Oh, I rather enjoyed it. Martha, we are going to get away with it.
Did you ever doubt it? There's one last little detail. The gun.
Don't worry about the gun.
Well, just let me get rid of it.
I said not to worry about it.
But
now, look, I'll take care of it, Martha. Now, let's enjoy some breakfast.
What's the matter, Waldo?
The matter? Nothing.
Well, you look so tired this morning.
I just didn't sleep all night. That murder.
Well, there's nothing you can do about it.
I wonder.
Oh, come on, Waldo. Cheer up. Here comes old Tom. You know how upset he becomes if he thinks there's something wrong.
Hey there, Waldo, old buddy. You feeling okay this morning?
Please try to smile, Waldo.
You off your feet a bit, eh, Waldo? Well, yeah, I guess so. Maybe you was doing too hard things yesterday, old-timer. Why don't you just relax a bit today? After all, productivity don't mean a fella has to kill himself.
Hi there, Tom.
Yeah. Morning to you, Officer O'Malley. What's new police force-wise?
Well, we had the usual murder last night.
Oh, well, that's a shame.
Yeah. From what I heard, a nice elderly fellow living with his nephew. Prowler come in and got a hold of the old man's gun and killed him.
Hey, Waldo, what has got into you?
What's Waldo jumping around like that all of a sudden?
Waldo, have you taken leave of your senses? Now you get off that trapeze.
Waldo, you don't have to put on the show yet. It's too early in the morning. Nobody's here. Waldo, simmer down.
Waldo, you're crazy. Waldo, get down off there.
All right.
Well, now that's better. Now, wait up, Officer O'Malley. I'll have a cup of coffee with you. Waldo, you behave yourself now. You hear me?
Waldo.
They did it. They killed him. They murdered him.
But you knew they were going to do it.
Should have stopped them.
There was no way you could have stopped them.
Edna, if there was only some way I could bring them to justice.
Once again, we have Waldo in an if-only situation. Poor Waldo. How the deck is stacked against him. He does have one thing going for him, and that is his determination. He may also have something else going for him. Something that can be the most powerful force on earth. Can you guess what that is? We'll have an answer in Act 3 shortly.
What do doctors recommend to avoid constipation? These days, doctors stress the importance of dietary fiber to help the system regulate itself naturally. Metamucil is the laxative made from natural fiber. No chemical stimulants. That's why doctors recommend Metamucil more often than any other laxative. Try Metamucil powder or pre-measured packets of Metamucil instant mix in regular or orange flavor and save 50 cents. Look for the coupon in June's Reader's Digest. Read label and follow directions.
Weekdays, from the creators of The Young and the Restless, it's Capital, desire and passion set behind the marble curtain of power in Washington, D.C. Then, follow the lives of people searching for their place in the sun on Guiding Light. And stay tuned for glamour and laughs as Bert Convy brings you celebrity couples and their hilarious secrets on Tattletales.
You never know what Tattletales will tell.
That's Capital, Guiding Light, and Tattletales. Weekdays on CBS television. Check your local listings for the time.
Hi, I'm Landon Saunders. This is Heartbeat. Are you depressed? Is it hard to get out of bed in the morning? Do you look forward to, well, nothing? Perhaps some chain of events, something you couldn't control, has affected your life. Maybe you've lost your job or experienced the death of a family member or a friend. Whatever the cause, you're depressed. You're not able to shake the feeling of gloom that hangs over your head. Well, I've got news for you, and it's good news. There's a way to handle your depression. And here's one idea. Decide that you have the ability to decide what your life is going to be like and how you're going to feel about life. To get more suggestions on how to handle depression, just put the word depression on a postcard or in a letter and send it to me at this address. Heartbeat, Hartford, Connecticut, 06142. Ask for the Depression Plan. It's free. The address, Heartbeat, Hartford, Connecticut, 06142. This is Heartbeat.
We are given to understand, more or less, in classic literature, that you cannot get away with murder. However, we do seem to have an exception in the person of a Mr. Carl Carroll. He knows he's a murderer, but he's not going to tell anyone. His fiancée, Martha Tyson, knows he's a murderer, but she has no intention of telling anyone either. An anthropoid ape named Waldo also knows that Carl is a murderer. And Waldo would dearly love to tell everybody. But how can he go about it?
Hello.
Carl, are you all right?
Yes, Martha, I'm fine.
Oh, good. I called you this morning because I remembered we have a loose end. The gun.
Don't worry about it.
But it's important.
Look, everything is fine.
Yeah, isn't it? The case has practically disappeared from the media. The police have gone on to other things. We're obviously in the clear.
Yes. Oh.
What is it?
No, nothing.
Carl, is something wrong?
Well, there may be another loose end.
What?
No, just forget about it, huh?
No, Carl, tell me.
I said forget about it.
Good morning, Waldo. Good morning, Edney.
Waldo, it's Tom. Give him a smile.
Well, how's every little thing today, kids, huh?
Please, Waldo. He gets so upset.
Oh, you still under the weather, Waldo, old-timer, huh?
Waldo?
You want I should call the vet?
That's all you need, Waldo. He'll stick you with those needles, and then you'll really get sick. Now, smile.
Yeah, that's good. Yes, that's my boy, Waldo. Show them pearly whites. I'm going to be back with a nice breakfast.
Now, that was what I call a good breakfast. You feeling better, Waldo?
Edna, I've decided to accept it.
Accept what?
The world, Edna.
Oh, do you have a choice?
Now, people will kill each other. It's how they're made.
Aren't we lucky to be able...
Yeah, aren't we lucky to be here?
You know this evolution business.
What about it?
Oh, what are we going to do when people start becoming intelligent? When the day arrives that they'll be as smart as we are?
Oh, that day won't dawn for at least a couple of million years. Edna.
What is it?
He's here.
Who's here?
The murderer. Look, he's standing in front of the bars.
Oh, Waldo, you don't know for a fact that he's a murderer.
I know.
How?
Look at his face, Edna.
Well, what about his face?
Well, can't you see the word guilty written all over it?
What do you mean by written?
He's a killer, all right.
Oh, Waldo, you come back here.
A murderer.
Waldo, I'm frightened.
I want to look into his eyes.
Oh, Waldo.
Good morning, assassin.
Oh, you filthy brute.
Filthy, huh? There's no blood on my hands.
What do you know?
I know you're a murderer.
If you could speak, what would you say?
I'm speaking. Can't you understand me?
What goes on in that miserable little brain of yours?
No thoughts of evil, I can tell you that.
What are you trying to say to me?
You know. That's why you're here.
I didn't kill him.
Don't make me laugh.
No, don't do that. Don't point your finger at me.
Murderer, killer, assassin.
Why are you pointing your finger at me? Why?
Carl?
Why?
Carl?
He is pointing his finger at me, Martha. Look, why?
Carl, what is the matter with you?
Martha, what are you doing here?
What are you doing here? I didn't like the way you sounded on the phone, so I drove over to the house. Just as I got there, you were coming out of the driveway, so I followed you.
Martha, he knows I am a murderer.
Carl, shut up. Everybody in the zoo will know it. Now just calm down. Who knows what?
The ape. Now, he knows I killed Uncle Webster.
Carl, how can he know?
He knows, that's all he knows. We were here when we talked about it. Now, do you remember? He heard every word we said.
Oh, all right.
And don't tell me that I'm crazy.
No, I won't do that.
He knows. And there's absolutely no question about it.
Okay, so he knows. Carl, please, look at him. He's jumping up and down. That's all he can do. Jump up and down, swing on that trapeze, and give off all kinds of crazy grunts.
He wants to tell everybody.
How? Carl, please, come on, let's get out of here.
But he knows.
Carl, let's have some breakfast, huh? You'll feel better. And besides, we have to make plans for the wedding, don't we? I mean, after all, that's why we got into this thing, isn't it?
Yes, I suppose so.
Come on.
Get married, produce children who grow up to be killers just like you. Start a whole new race of murderers.
All right, Waldo, that's enough.
Hey, Waldo, no. Hey, Waldo. As I swear, I never seen you so spry. Now, everybody's talking about you. And you know what they're saying, huh? Our department's showing the best productivity in the whole zoo.
Now, Carl, about that stupid ape.
He is not stupid, Martha. Now, you look into his eyes and you can see. He knows.
Carl, I want to talk to you seriously. He doesn't know.
But I look into his eyes
You're
and he's...
not looking into his eyes.
I tell you
You are looking into your own soul.
Oh, Martha.
All right. You committed murder.
We committed murder.
And that act, it went against everything you'd been raised to believe in.
Then why did you make me do it?
Because underneath all the veneer of morality and civilization, almost every man is a potential Macbeth. He'll kill if it means realizing his ambition. All he needs is a lady Macbeth to give him courage. And that's what I gave you, Carl. The nerve. That was my contribution. The killing was all yours.
He knows that ape knows.
It's your conscience, Carl. Your guilty conscience. It'll bother you for a while. It has to. But in time, it'll go away.
No, it'll never go away.
It has to. The thing can't be undone. So, you learn to live with it. And then forget it.
How can I forget it?
Waldo, I want to get some sleep.
Who's stopping you?
You are.
What am I doing?
You keep mumbling about justice.
Yeah, I know.
Why do you do it?
What else can I do except mumble about it?
Why don't you mumble about it in the daytime?
In the daytime, I have to act like some hyperthyroid clown.
What's hyperthyroid?
That's how I have to behave in order to increase productivity.
What is productivity?
Extra bananas.
Look, Waldo, this fellow Carl, he killed his uncle. He's going to get away with it, and that's that.
Well, I just refuse to believe there's no such thing as justice in their world.
If there was real justice, their world would come to an end tomorrow.
If there was only something I could do.
You could let me go to sleep.
Carl.
What?
Will you quit talking in your sleep?
I'm not talking.
Keeping me up.
Oh, sorry.
Just relax. Close your eyes. Don't fight it. Just try to drift off into sleep. Deep, quiet, restful sleep.
Carl.
Huh? What are you doing here?
You've been expecting me.
Hey, how did you get out of your cage?
Is that important?
What do you want?
You know what I want.
No.
Yes, you do. Go to the police. To that nice Lieutenant Coletti.
Never.
She'll help you.
No.
Maybe you weren't all there mentally. Maybe you were provoked.
No, I was. You don't know how he treated me. He had nothing but contempt for me.
Well, you tell that to nice, sweet Lieutenant Coletti. You may not get a long term in jail. And listen, maybe she'll wait for you.
Do you think she will? I mean, do you really think so, Waldo?
Would I lie to you?
You see, I had to kill him, don't you see? I mean, I had to prove that I was a man.
Well, the lieutenant would appreciate that.
Yeah, but if I tell her, I won't be able to inherit the money. They'll take the money away from me.
What's money?
What's money? Why, you
stupid chip. I'm not a chip. I'm a name.
It's the same thing.
It's not the same thing.
Money is everything. Money makes the world go round.
If you don't tell her, I will.
Oh, no, you won't. I'll stop you.
How can you stop me?
I'll kill you. I'll kill you.
Carl, wake up.
I'll kill you.
Carl, wake up. Come on, you're having a nightmare.
Oh, no, it's not a nightmare.
Carl? Where are you going? Are you getting dressed?
There is a loose end that I have to take care of.
What are you talking about?
I'll be right back.
What? The gun. It's the gun. The revolver.
Yes, the gun.
Oh, you're going to get rid of it finally. Oh, now I can breathe easier. Look, make sure nobody's looking and toss it off the bridge.
I'll kill him.
No, darling, you don't have to. You've already killed your uncle. Just get rid of the gun.
Breakfast time. Breakfast time. Come in and get it. Yes, sir. Look at all these fresh fruits and vegetables. I tell you, productivity sure gets rewarded around here. Eat hearty, kids.
Whatever this productivity is, Waldo, let's keep it up.
Yeah, I suppose so, Edna. I suppose so.
Enjoy your breakfast.
Yeah. Edna, look.
What?
He's here.
Who?
The killer. He's coming up the path.
But the zoo isn't open yet. How'd he get in? Waldo, what's that he's got in his hand?
That's a gun.
What's a gun?
It's something you use to kill with.
Well, why
All right,
would
quick, get on your trapeze, and I'll get on mine.
Waldo,
And don't ask questions, just do it. Swing up and down as hard as you can. And hurry up.
I'm going to kill you. I am going to kill the both of you.
Hey, you shoot me if you have to, but leave her out of it.
You're the loose end, and I am going to tie you off right now. Hold still, you stupid baboon.
I'm not a baboon.
Officer O'Malley! Officer O'Malley! He's gonna kill both my apes!
Drop that gun or I'll fire.
You got him!
Be careful, Tom.
Is he dead?
He's breathing. As far as I can see, the bullet just grazed his forehead. He must have passed out.
Hey, look at him. Look at Waldo and Edna. See how they're swinging and jumping and flying back and forth? That's how they save themselves. Oh, who says apes ain't smart?
Hey, Tom, here's something.
What?
This gun, this revolver of his. We've been told to keep an eye out for it. It's a valuable, custom-made Handley Parish. You don't come across one like it every day. It was used in a murder.
Yeah, what murder?
Some rich old guy was killed by a burglar. Now, this fella here, what's he doing with the gun? He's going to have some tall explaining to do.
Well, I certainly would say so.
I told you, Edna, there is such a thing as justice.
Please, Waldo, calm down.
Justice, and I made it happen.
No, Waldo, sport, calm down. It's over. It's all over.
Justice.
Hey, Waldo, save that swinging and flying for the crowd.
You're sure going to earn those bananas today, Waldo.
Productivity, Edna. Productivity and justice. The names of the game.
Do you want to know what happened to Carl? He confessed. He tried to implicate Martha, but she turned those large, limpid, luminous baby blues at the jury and tearfully swore all this was news to her. So much for true love. I shall return shortly.
Excuse me, I own that shoe store across the street. Want to buy it? Well, I'll be honest. I have great shoes, but no customers, so I'm ready to sell the whole thing at any price you name it. $12. Sold. Ooh. Well, now that you own a shoe store, what'll you do with it? Well, advertise. I tried. A lot of newspaper ads, then TV and magazines. I'll probably go radio. Radio? Yeah, according to the latest studies, everyday radio reaches more people than newspaper, TV, or magazine. How did you know? What's more, radio targets customers. I'll match up the right stations for my dressier lines and different stations for young casual. Since radio costs a lot less than newspapers or TV, I'll get good efficiency. Listen, I'd like to buy my store back from you.
Well,
at a fair profit.
Okay.
How much do you want?
$156,000.
That's a pretty fair profit.
Take it or leave it.
I'll take it.
Radio. It costs less, targets your best customers, and it sells. Radio. Red hot because it works. For more facts on radio, call this station of the Radio Advertising Bureau. They brought you this message.
We have titled our story, Lady Macbeth at the Zoo, and perhaps we may have provoked a brawl with Shakespeare's purists. Well, why not? Shakespeare himself flourished in an age noted for brawling, controversy, and violence. We raise the point. Can a person be convinced to do something which is foreign to his or her basic instincts? We raise it and leave it for your consideration. Our cast included Larry Haynes, Terry Keane, Evelyn Juster, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now a preview of our next tale.
I am going to kill him.
I hope you're joking.
I am quite serious.
I don't believe you. If you had any such intentions, you wouldn't tell anyone.
Well, you're quite mistaken. Harrison, you are my attorney. What I'm now telling you is protected by client-lawyer privilege. And what's more, if my act should be discovered, you will defend me.
Well, it makes me very sad to see you like this. You are embarking on a course that could only lead to tragedy.
And what course do you think I'm on now? If I let things go on as they are, I shall lose a woman.
Is that true? The girl is only 18.
And I am 50. But at least I want a chance to win her. If I must kill to do it, I shall.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by White Westinghouse Appliance Company. This is Tammy Grimes inviting you to return to our mystery. Come in. Welcome. I'm Tammy Grimes. I celebrate myself. I sing myself. I bequeath myself. And when I give myself. I dote on myself. And I contradict myself. As you may gather, we are dealing with the self, as Mr. Walt Whitman happened to view it. But the self is the basic core of each person's existence. It is all that he or she truly owns in this world. And yet how little we really know about ourselves. The deepest, the most impenetrable mystery in the whole world gazes back at you each time you look in the mirror.
Who are you? I'm a reporter. I want you to tell me your story, Mr. Selby.
What did you call me?
I called you Mr. Selby. That's your name, isn't it? James K. Selby?
No. My name is Pollister. Chadwick Pollister.
Well, I find that difficult. Impossible to believe.
Why?
Because Chadwick Pollister is the victim. He was murdered. How could you be Chadwick Pollister?
And how can they propose to hang me for the crime of killing myself?
Our mystery drama, 2 Times Dead, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Lloyd Battista. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. You take the word justice. It comes from the Latin word jus, which means what is right or fair. Now take the word juice, as in orange or grape. It also comes from that same word, use, and it means the true essence of something. It happens that quite often these two words come together. Because in many cases, justice will condemn a person to stew in his or her own juice. Well, simmering in the pot for us now is a true story that happened many years ago. The names have been changed to protect whoever still needs protection. We shall now meet a journalist named Ezra Baines Harper.
You sent for me, Mr. Dilworth?
Go to Salinsville.
Where's that?
I don't know, Ezra. 50 miles west of Syracuse.
Why? Who cares about Salinsville? Oh, who ever even heard of Salinsville?
They propose to hang a man day after tomorrow.
Oh, what for?
Murder, I'd imagine.
What's his name?
I got it written down somewhere.
Well, why do I have to go?
Oh, well, folks like to read about hangings.
Well, why?
I guess it's the next best thing to being there.
Hasn't there been enough killing?
Nope. Seems like there's never enough.
Oh, what are you saying? The echoes of the gunfire haven't even died down from the war. President Lincoln's only been dead 3 weeks.
Oh, that's last month's news. People have to have a new sensation each day. And if you can't give it to them, they're going to read somebody else's paper. Here it is. A fellow named Selby. James K. Selby.
And he's going to hang?
For the murder of Mr. Chadwick Hollister.
Are they sure he's guilty?
Beyond a reasonable doubt. Otherwise, they'd never have come up with a verdict. Ezra, there's a train leaving here in an hour. It'll let you off near Salinsville. Be on it.
Good evening, Sheriff.
What can I do for you?
Well, my name's Harper. Ezra Baines Harper. I write for the Syracuse Courier.
Now, here for the hanging, are you?
Yeah, I guess so.
Why wasn't you here for the trial?
I figure my editor was afraid the man might be acquitted. Can you tell me what happened, Sheriff?
The name's Hooper, spelled H-O-U-B-E-R, but pronounced to rhyme with Cooper.
Yeah, I got it. Please, continue, Sheriff.
Well, where do you want me to begin? I'll start with Ella Mae Griswold.
And who's she?
Housekeeper for Chadwick Hollister's uncle, Nathaniel Hollister. Well, I'd just gone to bed when there was this awful racket outside my window. And there she was, screaming at the top of her lungs. I put my pants on top of my nightshirt and ran downstairs out the door.
Murder! There's been a murder! I've seen a murder!
Now, will you please calm down, Ella Mae?
Murder!
Ella Mae, get hold of yourself. Tell me, what did happen?
Murder! I was going back home after visiting my sister-in-law. You know, Rodney's wife, the brunette one, she had that baby. And the body's laying there out on the road.
Whose body?
It's Chadwick Hollister.
Chadwick? Are you sure?
It's Chadwick, and I seen the murderer.
Who was it?
I don't know. I couldn't see his face, but he was wearing a uniform.
What kind of uniform?
Well, it was a soldier's uniform. Well, you know how it's been. The roads are full of soldiers walking home from the war.
Ella Mae, what did you see?
Well, I was walking along when I seen this figure of a person kneeling in the roadside. Well, I couldn't imagine why. I was about to ask if something was wrong, but then...
but then?
Well, something seemed to warn me. Little voice sung out in my brain. Look out. Danger.
All right.
Well, lucky it was near where them blueberry bushes line the side of the road. You know, Hespeth's Road?
I know where it is.
Well, I quickly stepped behind them, but I could peek through and see what was going on.
Ella Mae, for heaven's sake, what was going on?
He was kneeling, as I say, and then I seen he was kneeling besides the body of a man. The body of a man stretched out on the road. The dead body of a man.
All right. We have established that.
Well, he was taking things from the pockets of this man and stuffing them into his own.
What sort of things?
Well, things. I don't know.
Well, then what?
Well, and then he stood up.
And you couldn't see his face?
It was too dark.
What did he do?
Well, he quickly looked around. You know, in that guilty way people have when they've committed a crime or a sin. Well, you can just tell.
Now, just don't wander off, Ella Mae.
Well, I guess he was satisfied no one had seen him. And then Then he started to run away.
In which direction?
Well, southwest, away from Hesper's farm. And when he was out of sight, I went over to look at the body. It was Chadwick Hollister, all right.
You could see his face in the dark, Ella-May?
Oh, no, Sheriff. I could see the face had been beaten very bad. But the clothes, that was his uncle's suit he was wearing, the suit his uncle gave him.
You're sure of that?
Oh, I could even see my own stitches where I'd made the sleeves shorter. It's him. It's Chad Hollister.
And was it Chad Hollister, Sheriff?
Well, someone had taken a pretty good-sized rock and smashed him with it. We found it, bloodstains and all, lying not too far from the body.
And then what did you do?
Well, I formed a posse, and we combed the countryside. Sure enough, we caught him next morning. It appears the fellow was a deserter. Had been in all sorts of trouble with the Army.
Didn't the Army want you to return him?
Not after they heard we was going to try him for murder. They said to us, he's all yours.
Could this Ella-May Griswold identify him?
Yes, she said. It was too dark.
Well, then where was your evidence?
We found the money on him.
What money?
The fresh, new $10 bills his uncle gave to Chadwick. 20 of them. Well, the thing was open and shut.
And did the soldier plead guilty?
No. Naturally, he swore he was innocent. Of course he would.
What's his story?
Now, what's the difference? He was seen by a witness kneeling by the dead body.
The witness didn't say she saw him commit the murder.
How do you account for the dead man's money in his pocket?
How does he account for it?
He tells such a crazy story. Nobody could ever believe it.
Do you suppose he would tell it to me?
Oh, he'd tell it to anybody who'd want to listen.
When can I hear it?
Well, come by the jailhouse tonight after supper, say 7 o'clock.
Well, sir, I never did talk to a reporter before in all my life till this thing happened. Well, then it seems I ain't been doing nothing else.
Is it possible that the murdered man was not Chadwick Hollister?
Oh, no, sir. I could tell by the clothes.
I see.
Well, why would there be any doubt? It was the same build and everything. Well, I'm sure it was. What do I mean, sure? It was Chadwick Hollister.
Do you suppose I might speak with your employer, his uncle, Nathaniel Hollister?
Well, what for?
Wasn't he also asked to identify the body?
Oh, no. Nobody had ever asked him to do anything like that.
Why not?
Well, the poor old gentleman, he couldn't do it. He's blind.
I'm sorry to impose at a time like this, Mr. Hollister.
It's quite all right, sir. Enjoy your paper, Courier. Have it read to me every day, especially your articles.
Oh, thank you, sir. What can you tell me about the murder?
Only what they choose to tell me.
There's some money, the $200 worth of new bills.
Yes, I had the bank give it to him.
May I ask why?
Yes, to start a new life.
Oh, what was wrong with the old one?
It's about everything. I must admit, he'd gotten into every conceivable scrape as a boy, and when he arrived at man's estate, these childish pranks escalated into crimes.
What sort of crimes?
Swindling, embezzlement, various things of that nature. But somehow I could always get him off. But at the end, there was nothing that even I could do.
About what?
He had a contract to supply beef to the Union Army right here to the garrison at Fort Lafayette. I pulled a few strings and got it for him. But it turns out that he not only short-weighted the commissary, but he also sold them tainted meat. The entire detachment became deathly ill. 2 men died.
Oh.
Commissioners from the Inspector General's office were due here to investigate, but everything's in a state of confusion due to President Lincoln's unfortunate assassination.
And you gave him money to run away?
Yes, amounted to that. He's flat broke.
Didn't he have any money at all?
No, he lost everything. His kind of heedless, reckless gambler is usually flat broke. But this last escapade must have sobered him up. He swore to me that he would go somewhere, start afresh, make something of himself, stop wasting his life. What could I do? You know what they say about blood being thicker than water.
Mr. Selby, I'm Ezra Baines Harper. I'm a reporter for the Courier.
What do you want?
I'm here to do a story.
What story?
Your story.
Sure.
But don't you want me to tell your story?
And what good would it do?
Well, that's not the point. A story deserves to be told.
Why?
Because it's the account of a human life.
You say you want to hear my story.
That's what I came for.
Haven't the rest of the boys told you?
What boys?
Your own crowd, the reporters and such.
Well, what would they have told me?
That I'm crazy.
But why? Why would they say you're crazy, Mr. Selby?
Because my name is not Selby. My name is Chadwick Pollister.
Your name can't be Chadwick Pollister. It's impossible.
Why is it impossible?
Because Chadwick Pollister was murdered.
How could he have been murdered if I'm Chadwick Pollister?
How indeed. Once again, we have a question posed and an answer given. And once again, we have an answer that spawns a host of other questions. For instance, is the man lying? Is the man insane? How is it possible? Well, as you know, most things are possible when we arrive in that special place known as Act Two. It's axiomatic. You cannot be in two places at the same time. Neither can one person be two people at the same time. Can you be the murderer and also his victim? It doesn't seem likely. But this world is a strange place. And yet what we have heard so far in a prison cell somewhere in New York State in the year 1865 seems to be, perhaps, a little bit impossible.
You say you're Chadwick Pollister.
You don't believe me.
I neither believe nor disbelieve. To me, this is but the beginning of a story. I don't decide until I hear it through to the end.
All right, then. Listen to my story. Maybe if you believe me, you can say so to the governor. And then I won't have to hang tomorrow.
Well, for the sake of argument, just suppose this is all some mix-up and you are Chadwick Pollister.
That'll save my neck.
But your uncle tells me you're in trouble with the government over the tainted beef you sold to the army. The investigators...
What'll they do? Send me to jail?
Well, for the rest of your life, maybe.
Maybe. That's only maybe. But the hanging the day after tomorrow is sure. And it is certain. And it is definite.
Just start at the beginning. How can you be Chadwick Pollister?
I was born Chadwick Pollister.
Tell me about yourself.
All right. Let me say, I didn't lead what a preacher would call an exemplary life. I lied, I cheated, I stole. I may have hurt people.
May have?
All right, I did hurt people.
Then you, Mr. Pollister, if that's who you are, you're a scoundrel.
Maybe. But there's no law that says you have to hang because you're a scoundrel. You only hang for murder. And I didn't do that.
But you were born into a wealthy family. You didn't have to steal or cheat.
Oh, don't you say that. Before my Uncle Nathaniel would let go of $1, the eagle would have to scream for mercy. And you might ask him how he made his money. A pious psalm-singing hypocrite. Why, he skins folks alive.
Getting back to you.
The family name. He's off the hook. A man everybody thinks is named James Selby hangs for my killing. Why, he can use his influence to kind of deflect the Army investigation. Especially if I am dead.
Well, how can he do that?
You are a reporter, and you ask how men with money can get to do things. But let me tell you about that beef. I bought it from some friends of my uncle.
Can you prove that?
I had asked him for some likely sources of supply. He suggested their names.
Was there a witness to this conversation?
No.
It's a pity no one else heard it.
Oh, someone else did hear it. Someone else was in the room. Ella Mae Griswold.
But you said there was no witness.
That's right. Because she wouldn't testify.
Why not?
For more than 25 years, she's been more than just his housekeeper, if you know what I mean.
Well, let's get to the murder. That's the only thing that matters.
Well, I knew I was in bad trouble. It wasn't just one of those scrapes. This whole business of speculators who've been robbing the government blind all during the war. People are angry. They want to make an example of somebody.
So you went to your uncle and asked him for money so you could go away?
And my only thought was to leave the country. Go to Canada or South America or Australia, any place. So he gave me the money, and I left the house. I started walking down the road. Then, just below Hesper's farm, I saw a body. A dead body.
Lying in the road?
Yes.
A dead body lying in the road. What was it doing?
I don't know. It was the dead body of a soldier. Because he was in his uniform. It looked like somebody had crushed his skull. You couldn't make out his face too well. I looked through his pockets.
Why?
Well, it was just force of habit, I guess. I hoped maybe he'd have some money. You know, his mustering out pay. Look, I never said I was an angel. And I found his papers. It was Private James K. Selby, 9th Pennsylvania Infantry.
Now, what you're saying is that the murdered man was James K. Selby.
I looked at him and I said to myself, perfect. Why should I leave the country? This is what I dreamed of. A fresh start, a new name. I'd go out west. But you see, Chad Pollister's dead. I am now James K. Selby. So what I did was I changed clothes with him. It was fabulous luck all the way. Here we were, the same height, the same build. I'm sure we must have even looked alike. This was the hand of Providence.
Providence? To cause a murder so you could escape?
The type of Providence that looks after fools like me. And I want to tell you it's a false and deceptive Providence because it leads you into even deeper trouble. I ran away from there.
We know that.
I had money, my own and his. I spent the night in a tavern on the post road. Next morning, I was about to leave. I'd finished breakfast. A sergeant and 2 armed soldiers came into the place, and they walked over to me.
What's your name, soldier?
My name? Oh, it's James K. Selby.
It is, huh?
Yes, it is. I can prove it. I'll show you my papers. Here, just look for yourself.
Yeah, you're Private James K. Selby, all right? 9th Pennsylvania. That's too bad.
Why is that too bad?
You're under arrest.
What for?
You know what for. Desertion.
Desertion? Wait a minute. No, look, really, I'm not James K. Selby.
Look, soldier, tell it to the court-martial, tell it to the chaplain, but don't tell it to me. I only know what I read on your papers.
Hey, no, you can't arrest me.
Now, you're going to come quietly and nicely, soldier? Or do you want to fight about it? We'll accommodate you either way.
Now, hold on there, Sergeant.
Who are you?
I'm Sheriff Hooper. I see you intend to arrest this man.
Yeah, he's a deserter from the 9th Pennsylvania.
Well, he could also be a murderer. We're looking for a soldier who killed a man not too far from here last night.
Are you sure about that?
We don't have a positive identification, but if he's got a certain sum of money on him, that'd nail him.
Empty your pockets, soldier.
Now, wait a minute. I can explain.
Obey your orders.
Well, there you are. $200 in fresh, crisp, new $10 bills. We've got 'em for murder, Sergeant.
You sure?
That money's all we need. Now, you suppose you could let me have 'em?
Oh, well, we got to him first.
Now, who has to know that? We got him for murder, and he hangs for that.
Well, I got him for desertion. He can hang for that, too.
Yeah, but this is peacetime.
Well, it was wartime when he deserted.
Yeah, but everybody wants to forget the war. My way, he swings for sure.
You know something, Sheriff? I like the way you think. Why don't you take him? Boys, we never seen him. That's what I'm going to tell the lieutenant. Now, let's get us some breakfast.
All right, come along, soldier.
Sheriff Hooper, you know me.
I never seen you before in my life.
You know me. I'm Chad Pollister.
That ain't possible. Chad Pollister was murdered last night. I seen his body.
But you didn't see his face.
That's right. You took care of that, James K. Selby.
I am not James Selby. I am Chad Pollister. I am Chad. You've known me all my life.
Walk this way, Mr. Selby. This way.
And that's exactly what happened.
Yes, and that's where your story falls apart.
How?
It's true that the dead body, the victim, could not be identified. But the murderer's face is in the open for all to see. You grew up in Salinsville. You spent your whole life here, is that true?
Yes.
And everybody here would know Chad Pollister, isn't that true?
Yes, of course.
And why does everyone refuse to believe you are Chad Pollister? Are you saying that somehow, suddenly, overnight, they've all forgotten what you look like? Well?
Yes.
You expect me to believe that? I've gone over the trial testimony. Your lawyer, using the defense you gave him, called witness after witness to the stand. All of them said they had never seen you before. All of them denied that you were Chad Pollister.
I know.
The jury were all from this township. They didn't believe you were Chad Pollister either.
They're all lying.
But why?
They all hate me.
Everyone in town hates you?
Everyone in this town.
Everyone. You've harmed everyone in town?
Well, they all hate me or they're scared.
Of what?
Of who? My uncle and Sheriff Hooper.
Why?
They're the richest men in town. Between them, they own it. The mortgages my uncle doesn't own, the sheriff has. Now, all the farmers sitting on the jury, either my uncle or Sheriff Hooper has notes on their next year's crops. And they pass the word along.
What you're saying, then, is that it's a plot.
It can't be anything else.
But to get a whole town to acquiesce?
Please, believe it. It's true. Now, all I needed was to find one person who would testify that I was Chadwick Pollister. And I couldn't do it. I couldn't find even one. Don't let them hang me. Please. Please do something.
What can I do?
You're a reporter. Think of something. But don't let them hang me. What'll it be?
Ale.
You must be one of them reporters.
How'd you know?
You're here for the hanging, ain't you?
Do you know Chad Pollister?
Sure did.
This fellow Selby, who's being hanged for the murder. Would you say he looks something like Chad Pollister?
Well, there is a kind of resemblance, but then lots of folks look like.
Yeah, well, this fellow Selby, he claims it's a put-up job.
I would too if I was him. After all, who wants to swing?
Well, he claims that he is actually Chad Pollister. Did you know that?
Everybody knows that.
And you say that there's no possibility that the man the law claims is James K. Selby could actually be Chad Pollister?
None at all.
Do you, own this place?
My grandpa opened it in 1776, the year the Union was born. Been in the family ever since. Of course, we got a mortgage.
And who holds the mortgage? Nathaniel Pollister or Sheriff Hooper?
Nathaniel Say, mister, what are you getting at?
Who knows? Maybe I'm just trying to get the record straight.
What record?
Yes? What record? Well, we have two possibilities. A deserter from the Union Army came upon and killed Chadwick Pollister on a lonely road one night. Or Chadwick Pollister walked the same lonely road, found the dead body of an Army deserter, and changed clothing and identities, and is now being tried for that murder. But if that's true, the whole town is collaborating and committing perjury by refusing to recognize Pollister. Can you get a whole town to create and maintain a unanimous deception? As you know by now, you can get almost anything in Act 3, which you get right here shortly. Either he's Selby or he's Pollister. Either he's the victim or he's the killer. He has to be one or the other. But which? In cases like these, the popular expression is you pay your money and you take your choice. But here no one really knows what the true choices are. And everyone you ask only succeeds in deepening the mystery.
Oh, it's you again, that reporter, Mr.
Harper, Ezra Baines Harper. Mrs. Griswold, may I ask you a question?
Well, I can't imagine what I could tell you, but feel free.
Are you sure the accused murderer...
The convicted murderer.
Are you sure that he's James K. Selby?
That's the name on his Army papers.
Are you sure he isn't Chad Pollister?
Well, how could he be Chadwick Pollister? Chadwick's dead.
A murdered body was found by the side of the road. The face was never positively identified.
The judge, the jury, all were convinced it was Chad.
Are you convinced?
If it's good enough for them, it's good enough for me.
This James K. Selby, he claims he's actually Chadwick. Now, is that possible?
Nope.
Why not?
It don't make sense. All of us knew Chad since he was a baby. Now, how could this fella claim to be him?
Tell me, did you like Chad Pollister?
No, I didn't.
Why not?
Because he was no good. He broke his Uncle Nathaniel's heart. His uncle who'd raised him since he was a baby and gave him every advantage.
What did Chad ever do to you?
To me, nothing.
So you disliked him not because of anything personal on your side, but because of the way he treated his uncle.
You could say that.
I gather you like his uncle.
Yes. He's always treated me fair and square.
He's been a good employer.
The best.
Thank you, Mrs. Griswold.
For what?
Oh, incidentally, who was Mr. Griswold, and whatever became of him?
He was my husband. He worked for the bank, for Mr. Pollister. He was dissatisfied. He wanted to go west, to California, but he never had enough money. And then one day, Mr. Pollister agreed to lend him some.
I see.
Oh, I know what you think you may see, but it was a legitimate business transaction. He gave Mr. Pollister an IOU.
Did he ever pay it back?
No, poor man. He was killed. An accident in a gold mine.
And you came here to be Mr. Pollister's housekeeper.
Yes, well, there I was, alone in the world, with nowhere to go, and Nathaniel kindly took me in. He's a saint, that man.
Oh, you're not imposing, Mr. Harper. Always a pleasure to talk to someone from a big city. Gives one a different perspective on life.
The convicted killer, Selby, swears he is actually Chadwick Pollister, your nephew.
A fascinating speculation.
Surely you could set the matter to rest. After all, no one knew your nephew or knows him better than you do.
That isn't true. I'm blind, so other people know him much better. Sighted people.
Yes, but is it possible?
I don't see how.
If it were true, you could identify him, couldn't you?
The last time I was able to see him or anyone or anything, he was a child. What does he or did he look like as a man? I got no way of knowing.
But he grew up in this house. There would be things you and he would have in common. Intimate things. Personal things.
No. Things were never very intimate or personal between us.
But his voice. The voice of the condemned man. Is it the same? The blind have a most acutely developed sense of hearing, or so I'm told.
There is a similarity, but many voices really do sound alike.
Your nephew, or the man who claims to be your nephew, says that his death would be a welcome way out of a family difficulty as far as you're concerned.
That, sir, is a most monstrous accusation.
He claims that you have been putting pressure on the townspeople to perjure themselves.
I shall not dignify that with further discussion. I must bid you good day.
I understand you've been asking a lot of people a lot of questions, Mr. Harper.
Yes, I have, Sheriff.
They seem to be ridiculous questions to me.
But are they pertinent? And am I getting truthful answers?
Well, I know what this fellow Selby claims. The jury heard his side of it and didn't believe him. Why do you believe him?
I'm not saying I believe him. And I'm not saying that I disbelieve him.
What are you saying?
I'm saying that I can't make up my mind. If he were Chadwick, Sheriff, you personally would be happy to see him hanged.
Hanging's nothing to be happy over, Mr. Harper.
Yes, but it would be revenge for his breaking off the engagement to your sister.
Why should that make me unhappy? I was strongly opposed to it from the start.
But you said he broke her heart, which means she was in love with him. But tell me, did she testify at the trial?
Did she? No.
Why not? It would seem to me that she could certainly identify him as Chadwick Pallister or denounce him as an imposter. Why wasn't she called to testify?
You want to know why? Come with me. Come in. Sit down, Mr. Harper. Lydia? Lydia, it's me, Tom.
Oh, Tom. Oh, Tom, you're home early, and I haven't even started supper.
It's all right. I just wanted you to meet someone, Lydia. This is Mr. Ezra Harper.
How do you do?
Mr. Harper's a reporter from the big city newspaper, the Courier.
Oh, is he? Has he heard from Chad?
And no, dear, he hasn't heard from Chad.
Chad was here one night. Does he know who Chad is?
Yes, Lydia.
Chad walked out of here one night. He said he would see me in the morning. The next morning, Saturday morning, we would go on a picnic, but he never came back, and he promised he would.
No, it's all right, Lydia. Just talk slow.
And everybody tries to tell me that he's dead, but I know he isn't. I know he's in California.
How do you know?
Well, because I've just been out there to see him.
You've been out to California?
Oh, yes. Yes, I've been out there lots of times.
It's quite a long and hazardous trip.
Oh, no, not when you're used to it. Oh, and there's so many interesting ways to go.
Now, Lydia, my dear.
Well, see, most folks go by wagon train, and that's fun. Have you ever tried it?
No.
Lydia, dear, we've got to be going now.
Won't Mr. Harper be staying for supper? We have plenty.
Could you possibly identify Chadwick Pallister? If I were to show you a man, could you say definitely, yes, that is or that is not Chadwick Pallister, the person to whom I was once engaged?
What is he saying, Tom?
Nothing, dear. Nothing.
Was I ever engaged? I don't remember. And to someone named Chadwick Pallister? Well, who is Chadwick Pallister? I never heard of anyone by that name.
Well, it's been very nice meeting you.
Well, come again and stay for supper. Oh, but not tomorrow night. I think I have an engagement to leave for Europe.
See you later, Lydia. Well, Mr. Harper, now what do you say?
Don't you see, Mr. Harper, how they're all ganged up on me?
What's that sound?
They're hammering up the scaffold for tomorrow. For me. Don't let them hang me.
Oh. There must be a way to get to the bottom of things. Wait. You can't get people to prove you're Chadwick Pollister.
What have I been telling you?
Did you try to work from the other side? Could you get people to prove that you aren't James K. Selby? You had his papers. Surely they'd tell you where he's from. You could get his friends, family, somewhere.
My lawyer tried that. He telegraphed with the address on Selby's papers. And there is no such place. Selby enlisted under false pretenses. You see, that proves he was always a criminal. He must have been murdered that night for criminal reasons by people he may have double-crossed.
Oh, you can't be sure of that.
It couldn't have been robbers. We don't have much of that kind of robbery hereabouts. And besides, whoever killed him took nothing from him. No, it was revenge. Mr. Harper, please save me. Don't let him hang me.
What are you doing here? The hanging's tomorrow morning, and I want that story.
Mr. Dilworth, did you read what I sent on the wires?
Yes, and it cost a fortune, too.
What do you think?
What do I think? Either way, it's no great loss if they hang him.
Let's stop it.
How can I stop it? I'm just an editor.
Wire the governor in Albany.
And tell him what?
Tell him the whole story.
Oh, come on. That'll cost a fortune.
It's worth a fortune.
To whom?
To us.
How?
We run a big feature. Is justice being served?
Why?
You've got this big wave building up against capital punishment.
Those waves rise and fall.
Yeah, but right now it's at the crest.
Maybe the governor doesn't want to take a stand.
He has to.
Whatever he does, he can lose votes.
Here's what you can tell him. What if there is a conspiracy?
That's the problem. If.
No, just follow this. How long can it be kept a secret? Too many people know about it. Something has to break somewhere, somehow, sometime, right?
Yeah, maybe.
That's the big word. Maybe. Maybe it'll all come out. But by then it's too late. The man will have been hanged. This way. If he commutes the sentence to life, he hedges the bet. If it comes out that Selby is really Chadwick and was framed, the governor comes out a hero and a humanitarian. What can he lose? Nothing, I guess, because there was a last-minute reprieve that next morning. The hanging morning. And Chadwick Pollister, or James K. Selby, was sent away to prison for life. And what happened? Well, nothing. Nobody ever came forward. The governor lost the next election for other reasons. And Chadwick Pollister, or James K. Selby, kept sending me angry letters.
Thanks to you, I am spending my dreary life as an animal in a cage. A fate worse than death. Why did you interfere? Even though I would have been hanged for a crime I didn't commit, it would have been a brief moment of agony, and then I'd be free from pain forever. I can only hope that your uncalled for and unwelcome action has caused you as much distress as it is causing me.
I would get a letter like that once a month until 1890 when he died. Mr. Chadwick Pollister or Private James K. Selby. Take your pick.
I don't know which to choose. You can make out just as good a case for one side as the other. Mr. Ezra Baines Harper died in 1898 in Cuba, where he had gone as a correspondent to cover the war with Spain. If he knew more than he told in his news reports about the Pollister-Selby case, he never confided in any way to anyone. I will have something I can confide in just a short while.
Hi, I'm Lyman Saunders. This is Heartbeat. Are you depressed? Is it hard to get out of bed in the morning? Do you look forward to, well, nothing? Perhaps some chain of events, something you couldn't control, has affected your life. Maybe you've lost your job or experienced the death of a family member or a friend. Whatever the cause, you're depressed. You're not able to shake the feeling of gloom that hangs over your head. Well, I've got news for you, and it's good news. There's a way to handle your depression. And here's one idea. Decide that you have the ability to decide what your life is going to be like and how you're going to feel about life. To get more suggestions on how to handle depression, just put the word depression on a postcard or in a letter and send it to me at this address. Heartbeat, Hartford, Connecticut, 06142. Ask for the Depression Plan. It's free. The address, Heartbeat, Hartford, Connecticut, 06142. This is Heartbeat.
Philosophically and psychologically, our story does not present a problem, because the philosophers and the psychologists see a dualism in each of us. In other words, it is possible for one to be both victim and executioner. How they square this with reality, I cannot say. But it does seem that theoretically, when someone kills someone else, he kills a part of his own humanity as well. So, therefore, it can be said with some justice that no one ever really gets away with murder. Our cast included Lloyd Battista, Bernard Grant, Ray Owens, and Carol Teitel. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now a preview of our next tale.
Oh, but why would they get it all? Unless, of course, your aunt wrote you out of her will.
There was no will. Or if there was, Farnsworth destroyed it. Oh, the whole thing was awful. I vowed never to marry, and I didn't. But enough of all this. At least now I've finally received my poor dear aunt's letters.
Well, let me give you these photos. It's our guess that this picture here might be you and your... Did I say something wrong?
These photographs. Where did they come from?
From a roll of film that I found in an old camera at the same auction where my wife bought the old box of letters.
Oh, dear Lord. Oh, Miss Winslow, are you all right? These photographs. Take them out of my sight. Take them out of here. And go. And don't bring them back, ever.
This is Tammy Grimes inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Some of the top stories we'll be following for you this morning on News Radio 95 as we approach the
times. How much power do any of us really have over our own destiny? Not much, I'm afraid. Seems to me that our only real power is over our response to the accidents of our fate. The problem is not to try to control what is outside ourselves so much as what is inside of us, which poses the sticky problem of ethics. Who among us knows himself enough to predict his own actions under unexpected and unfamiliar pressure? A forced choice of life or death, for example, of killing or being killed.
But why? Why me? There's no reason to kill me. Him, maybe, but not me.
Sure there's a reason. I can't leave you here alive to blow the whistle on me.
But I won't. I won't say anything.
Would you take that chance? If you were me?
But please, I don't want to die.
Neither do I.
Our mystery drama, The Woman Who Wanted to Live, was written especially for Mystery Theater by Bryce Walton and stars Larry Haynes and Roberta Maxwell. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
What do doctors recommend to avoid constipation? These days, doctors stress the importance of dietary fiber to help the system regulate itself naturally. Metamucil is the laxative made from natural fiber. No chemical stimulants. That's why doctors recommend Metamucil more often than any other laxative. Try Metamucil powder or pre-measured packets of Metamucil instant mix in regular or orange flavor and save 50 cents. Look for the coupon in June's Reader's Digest. Read label and follow directions.
Wednesday on CBS television, witness the last desperate attempt to save the monarch of the Asian jungle, the Indian elephant. It's a race against time as local tribespeople and Asian naturalists use highly dangerous age-old methods as well as the most modern means to create a haven for the endangered elephants. But will they survive? Don't miss the last roundup of the elephants, narrated by Jason Robards, Wednesday at 8, 7 Central and Mountain on CBS television.
I'm lost and lonely, scared and sad, trembling at the thought of making you mad. My love is yours, but at times you're so cold. If nights like this take me before I grow old.
This song about child abuse was written by a man who has served time in a state prison. It tells how he felt growing up as an abused child. Many of the social problems in America today spring directly from child abuse. Yet, with enough knowledge and enough money, child abuse can be prevented. Help us get to the heart of the problem. Write Prevent Child Abuse, Box 2866, Chicago, Illinois, 60690. A message of the Ad Council and the National Committee for Prevention of Child Abuse.
It is a night of thunder and rain and darkness. A night of fateful coincidences. A night that invites violence and vengeance, for its darkness hides Ray Barden, robber and man-killer. A few hours ago, Barden broke out of the maximum security prison at Browndale. Armed, wounded, deadly. He stumbles out of a forest of wild cypress onto a lonely stretch of coast road. There is almost no traffic. The only light visible for miles comes from a small garage and filling station. The attendant inside the station, a blond young man, bends over the cash register, checking the day's receipts.
7, 8, 9, and that's another 10. For a grand total of $53.61. I didn't hear anybody drive up.
No, nobody did.
Oh, ran out of gas, huh?
Yeah, you could say that.
Have far to walk?
Far enough.
Boy, what a night to be... Oh, boy. A live one.
Right. And don't push, Sonny, or I'll blow you away.
For $53.61?
For nothing.
Okay. I'll play. Watch that cannon, Bandito. My daddy once told me never point a gun at a guy unless you intend to use it.
Good advice. He ever tell you to shut up?
Yeah,
So you better shut up. But just reach behind you to the sack of tires.
This rack here?
Yeah, that's the one. Now find the empty chain sack. That's it. I put the $53.61 in the sack. All right. Now toss the sack over here by the door.
In the good old days, you'd be robbing the rich and giving that to me.
Yeah, maybe in an old movie. Okay. Let's have the keys.
What keys?
To the Jeep out there.
Oh, sure. They won't do you any good, though.
Why not?
The Jeep's had it. Rod's burned out.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's war surplus. Near burned out when I got it. Mister, you won't get that Jeep out into the highway.
Yeah, well, I'll find out. But first, you see that roll of friction tape on the shelf?
Yeah, sure, I see it.
All right, now take it and plaster up that big mouth of yours.
Now, there's no reason
And then I want you to lie belly down on the floor with your hands behind your back.
Oh, what do you know? A second customer. When it rains, it pours.
Hold it, kid. Don't trip. No, you dumb head. Too bad, Sonny. But better dead than dumb. All right, inside, lady. I said get in here. But just stay out of that handbag.
Just want a cigarette, Mr. Barden. But it seems I left them in the car.
Just stand right there.
Or you'll blow me away, I know. You just gave me a demonstration. Is he dead?
What's it to you?
I only thought if he needed help.
All he needs is a funeral.
He is dead, isn't he? All at once. Gone. Just like that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's how they go.
That's how you did it. Why? Why do you have to kill?
He was dumb. He thought you driving up drew my eyes away and he could push me. And you're not smart either.
Just bad timing. Sorry about that.
It's your funeral. Did you come in alone?
You see anyone in the car?
No. But a friend could have run off somewhere down the road to call the cops.
I'm alone now.
No friends, huh?
Not a one.
What a waste. A looker like you. Yeah, a real looker. It's too bad.
That's why I'm not supposed to be smart. All blonde lookers have to be dumb?
I knew a smart blonde once, a long time back. But she didn't have your style. Yeah. A real waste. But I gotta be on my way. So I'll take your car. You won't be needing it.
But why? Why me?
Why should you care when in a minute you'll be dead?
But what reason? Him, maybe. But not me.
I just want a cigarette, Mr. Barton. You're dumb, same as him. Admitting you know me, know my name, that's dumb. And I can't leave you here to blow the whistle on me.
But I won't.
Would you believe that? If you was me?
You've got to believe me.
I can't take that chance.
Please. I don't want to die.
Neither do I. So, what's new?
Well, some people don't seem to care much. But life started to be good to me. I care a lot.
So do I. I'm out of the prison cage with a chance to stay out. That's the last break I'll ever get. I'm not leaving you here alive to bury me.
No. I won't die. I won't.
Oh, sure you will. We all will. Like you said, the timing's just a little off.
I won't die now. Later, maybe. Anytime later. But not now.
Just, do us both a favor, huh? Don't fight it. It can be quick and easy, but if you fight it, it can get all messed up. I just step back there on the other side of the window.
You're weird. You're going to kill me anyway, and you're giving me orders. You're going to turn out the lights, lock the door. You want me out of sight of anyone who might look in through the window. You figure that'll give you a good run before anyone uncovers anything here, right?
Shut up.
Or you'll kill me? I should do you a favor. Walk to my place of execution, assume my proper position, die by the numbers with a smile. You're the type that'd have a body digging its own grave.
All right. So have it your way.
I will. I'm sorry to inconvenience you, Mr. Barden. I'll fight. I'll resist. And when it's done, you'll have to drag me where you want me. That won't be easy, will it, Barden? With that bum arm, losing what's left of your blood? You can hardly drag yourself around.
I'll manage.
Then what?
Then what?
See? You don't have enough strength left to chew bacon. Here, let me...
No. You just get back. I gotta move out.
I can help you, Ray Barden. Let me.
You help me?
Listen to me, Ray. It can be different with me.
Because you're a woman?
I'm not just any woman. You need me.
I don't need you. I don't need anybody.
You need me. Alive, not dead.
How's that?
We need each other, Ray. We both want to live. Right? I'll help you stay alive. And that'll keep me alive.
Are you stalling?
Sure I'm stalling. Wouldn't you? But I'm also telling you like it is, Ray.
Like you wish it was.
You have to take me with you.
You're crazy.
You're crazy, thinking you can go it alone. You're badly wounded. You've lost a lot of blood. You're getting weaker. How far do you figure on going by yourself?
That'll be my problem.
With one arm, it'll be a problem, all right. My car's a stick shift, and even if you can drive, you'll pass out at the wheel anyway. You're almost out now. Out on your feet.
That what you're waiting for? Stalling, huh?
I'm stalling off getting shot dead. And I'll stall that off as long as I can. That's what I'm saying. I want to stay alive, that's all. And to stay alive, I'll go with you. I'll drive. Ray, if we're stopped, if there's any trouble, it's my car I'm driving. It's my driver's license. Won't that look better? Won't that give you an edge?
Maybe.
Why maybe?
Maybe you'd shoot your mouth off.
Why in heaven's name would I take a chance like that? You're there beside me. You've got the gun. I'm going to shoot my mouth off? Ray, I'll be thinking of just one thing. Just one. That you can always kill me.
Yeah, I can always do that.
I'll drive, Ray. You can rest. You've got to rest.
Rest, yeah. A little rest. That wouldn't be so hard to take.
Maybe we can even stop over somewhere after we get down the line a ways. And we can get a repair job on that arm.
No, that's out. I'm not stopping anywhere until I...
All right. If we have to stop. If there's car trouble or anything, I'll be a good cover for you, right? That would throw them off, wouldn't it? You and me, traveling companions. Who'd ever figure that?
Yeah, I sure wouldn't.
Give us both a chance, Ray. You'll have a lot better chance making it over the state line or wherever you're heading. And while I'm helping you, I'll be alive. And maybe you won't ever kill me.
Why not?
You get to where you're going and you're safe. Maybe by that time, you won't want to kill me.
I don't want to kill you now. The only time I ever wanted to kill was in the war. When I wanted a medal. I wanted to be a hero. I only do it now when I have to.
Maybe with me you won't have to.
If I do have to, I hope you don't forget that I will.
I won't forget. Didn't I tell you? That's all I'll be thinking about.
All right, so let's move out.
Thank you, Ray.
Get in the car.
You get in and I'll...
Don't you ever do what you're told?
I've got to fill up the tank. Remember, I drove in to get gas.
So get the gas. And don't forget to check the tires and the oil and catch that windshield while you're at it.
You go on, Ray. Get in the car. Take it easy. I'll turn out the lights. Lock up. Here. I'll hang this close sign outside the door. That'll give us some more time.
Yeah, you do that now, and then we'll both go out.
What are you worried about? What could I...
You can get a yen to run out the back door into the boondocks, or maybe try a quick phone call or leave the phone off the hook.
No way. I'm not taking any chances, Ray. Not a one. We made a deal. I'm alive.
Yeah, I know. And you'll do anything to stay that way.
That's right. Just anything at all.
Here we have a most unlikely pair to be riding off together into the night. A pair that, it seems to me, could only have gotten together through the most extraordinary coincidence. They share one powerful bond of togetherness, the desire to live, to survive at any cost. They'll do anything to go on living. They'll even tolerate each other's company, which in Liza's case would seem to indicate a great love of life indeed. Perhaps we'll begin to see in Act 2 just how far she's willing to go.
Working hard, you keep on trying. Wanna break, there's no denying. So get the taste that's satisfying. Maxwell House, you get that good to the best of feeling. Maxwell House, only Maxwell House.
A taste of feeling like no other coffee. Always good to the last drop.
Maxwell House.
is Athletes versus MS. Meet Jim Hart of the St. Louis Cardinals football team.
Football's a game where you learn fast about teamwork. You can't win a game by yourself. That's why I believe in Athletes versus MS. Athletes from every sport, Billie Jean King, Muhammad Ali, Stan Musial, have teamed together to ask everyone to join and help win the fight against multiple sclerosis, the great crippler of young adults. There's no cure yet, but there's hope through research. Support your local chapter of the National Multiple Sclerosis Society. Thank you.
I bought this gadget by mail. The ad said it would save me a lot of gas. It did. Since I put it in, my car won't start.
They said I could make money stuffing envelopes at home. I'd like to give those envelope guys a licking.
If you shop by mail and don't get what you were promised, it could be mail fraud, and there are many different kinds, from products that don't work to worthless work-at-home schemes. If you're a victim or even suspect mail fraud, call your postal inspector. It's his job to keep the mail a nice way to shop.
The ad said I could lose 20 pounds a week painlessly. What I lost was $20, and that hurt a lot.
They said there were hundreds of dollars to be made working at home. They were right. I worked at home, and they made hundreds of dollars.
Remember, most of the time when you shop by mail, you do get what you were promised. But if you suspect mail fraud, call your local post office and ask for your postal inspector or postmaster. Don't take getting taken. A public service announcement by this station and your postal service.
One of history's most persistent lessons seems to be that you cannot take your existence for granted. Particularly if you fail to lock your doors and windows, take a walk at night, count your money alone on a dark, deserted road, or accept rides from strangers. Even if you're an infamous murderer and the stranger who picks you up is a pretty young blonde, you just never can tell. Incidentally, in this age of liberation, women are still supposed by some to be emotional creatures who cannot withstand the rigors of emergencies. I never did believe it.
My name is Liza.
You knew my name before you saw me.
Right. The radio. Conked out during the storm. Still fouled up. But it told all about how you and two other lifers shot your way out of Brownsdale and...
We was already out on a work detail. Only this time, we had the guns.
Right. And you gunned down a couple of dumb guards and escaped through the swamp. Your description, wounded arm, everything. I knew you on sight.
Yeah. And you just had to tell me, huh?
I didn't think. I just blurted your name out. Really took me by surprise, you know? Like bumping into a famous movie star.
A movie star?
A shock of recognition.
That wasn't smart.
But why should you have to kill me for recognizing you? What if you'd tied me up and left me alive there? And they found me, and I told them, sure, Ray Barden was here, and he went that away. So what?
So I'd be dead.
Why? I mean, wouldn't they assume you'd been there anyway? They know you just got across the swamp, and Brownsdale's just off there through the woods.
No, because they got me running the opposite direction. South, into Florida.
How come?
I set it up. Planted decoys down south saying they saw me. If they ever get wind I'm heading this way, I'm a goner.
Why?
Because they'll know just where I'm heading if I'm landing north. There's only one place I can go to hide away safe, and they'll be there.
But that boy back in the station, killed and robbed, won't they suspect you anyway? I mean, it's just across the swamp.
They know one of the other cons headed this way. Little Bo, they call him. Little and mean. They'll lay the filling station job on him if he hasn't already gone west.
Gone west?
Yeah, that's what the boys call getting wasted, buried. Well, they won't take little Bo alive either. The warden doesn't want any of us brought in alive. Dead, he said. Deader than hog meat. Don't know why they call it going west, though.
Primitive people worship the sun. Thought it was a living god. When it set in the west, they thought it died. Maybe that's it.
How'd you figure that?
I didn't. Read it once. In a book.
I've had plenty of time, but not for books. Not for talk, either. I don't like a lot of blab, but it's okay now. Talking helps keep me awake. So you just drive, and we talk, and that's it. But one wrong word, one wrong look to anybody else, I mean a cop, a station attendant, anybody, and you're finished.
I hear you, Ray. I don't want to go west for a long time.
Okay. Let's see. US 16's about 2 miles ahead. And you make a right on 16.
Why?
Look, you just turn. And there'd be a roadblock.
Why, if they figure you're running south?
Little Bo, remember? Or anyone else they can net.
But they hardly mentioned this Little Bo or any of the others. Just you.
Okay, so Little Bo's not a top star. Never copped an Oscar. He's well thought of in the trade, though. And they want him just as dead as they want me.
Well, anyway, forget 16. There's no roadblock.
There could be.
But there isn't. I was driving south when I stopped back there for gas. I went through that intersection. There's no roadblock.
They always block the same roads in this county when there's a Brownsdale break. So you just turn right and don't bug me.
But I drove down US 90 all the way from Palm City. There's no action, Ray. No roadblocks. Nothing doing.
You're fixing to run me into a trap, huh?
You've got the gun. I'm staking my life on it, remember? No roadblock. Besides, you can make good time on 90. Turn off on 16 and we end up in a mud hole. It's supposed to be graveled, but after this downpour, half of it'll be underwater. And I don't have any chains.
All right, you stay on 90. But if you run me into that roadblock, I'm taking some pigs with me. And you're going to be number one.
I hear you, Ray. Believe me, I hear you loud and clear.
Help me. It'll be here 3 o'clock in the morning. Please don't let him in.
Wake up, Ray.
Don't let him in.
Easy with the gun. It's me, here. Liza.
They'll be here in the dark. We can't see him.
Ray, don't shoot. I'm Liza, remember? Wake up.
Liza.
Yeah. I'm driving. Remember? Shoot me and you'll wreck both of us.
Liza. Oh, sure. Liza, I remember. Yeah, the woman who wants to live.
That's me. So just put the gun away.
Yeah, I was having that bad dream. Hey, wait a minute. I've been sleeping. Where are we? What are you up to?
Nothing.
Huh?
It's all right, Ray. You just dozed off for a couple of minutes.
How do I know? What are you trying to pull?
We're on 90. See? Back there? Just past 16. And no roadblock. You see a roadblock?
Well, it could have been. And I was sleeping like a dumb baby in its crib. Now, don't you do that again, Liza. Listen, you let me sleep again and you've had it.
Okay, so you won't trust me.
What's trust got to do with it? I know you're just waiting for your chance.
What chance? What do I do? Wait for you to go to sleep? Try to get that gun from under your coat? I'm going to chance you waking up and blowing my head off. And what if I get the gun? I'm terrified of guns. You think I'd know what to do with a gun?
Yeah, I think you'd know what to do with a gun. Everybody in this neck of the woods knows guns.
I don't. And if I had, I wouldn't take the chance. Long as I'm alive, I don't risk being made dead.
So what about the lights up ahead? The roadblock you said wasn't there.
It isn't here. That's a town.
A town?
Canesville. Just a bump in the road. Take a deep breath and we'll be through it.
Don't you kid me. All these little birds down here are speed traps. Now just slow down.
I'm slowing down.
Slower.
35?
25. 15. Some fat sheriff is going to want to write you out a ticket for speeding. $100 or a week in a slammer. You want to draw one out, don't you, so you can finger me?
Canesville's okay. Don't worry.
Yeah. Hey, what's that thing nosing out between the buildings with the circling red light on top, huh?
Just pull up that coat collar and relax. Get your face down.
He's right there waiting. If he follows us.
He won't. See? Look back. Is he following us?
No, not yet. He's got a radio, though. He'll be calling all cars after that hand signal. You really are dumb. What made you figure you could get away with that?
I just waved to him.
You waved to a cop. You just waved goodbye.
Ray, I had to do it. I know him. It was old Sheriff Bender.
You signaled something and told him something.
Do you see him following us? No, you don't, do you? He isn't calling to anybody on any radio either. I tell you, I've known old Tom Bender for years, and he knows me. I drive through Canesville every day going to work and back. I had to wave to him.
Why?
Because I always do. And if I hadn't done it this time, he would have been suspicious.
Okay. You better be right.
Why would I pull a dumb stunt like that if I want to stay alive? You're not thinking straight. You're beat, Ray. You're folding. How long's it been since you had any sleep or food?
A couple of days, I guess. Seems like more like a month.
You're so worried about staying awake, there's a bottle of pills in the glove compartment.
This brown bottle?
Yeah, only a few, but you're welcome to them. I don't need any. I've never been more wide awake in my life.
There's no label on the bottle.
The tablets came in a box. I put them in the bottle.
How do I know they're not poison or sleeping pills?
I'll take some.
It's only about 10 tablets here. If you're used to taking them, maybe you could eat all 10 and still stay awake.
Your arm must hurt a lot.
Yeah, that pain keeps me awake.
It's probably infected and poisoning your whole system.
Could be.
We ought to stop somewhere. Try to take care of it.
I'll fix it up when I get to the oil patch.
There's a motel coming up.
Yeah, I see it. Just keep driving.
But you said they had you running south. No one will see you. I could register for us. You could rest a few hours, get that arm fixed up, and...
Forget it. But keep talking. You're doing fine.
Not so fine. The way you keep nodding off. How about you doing a little talking?
What can I talk about?
About what it was like?
You mean up the river? You can't tell anyone about it who hasn't lived in a cage for 15 years. If you have lived in a cage, you wouldn't ask. But it can be good in a cage.
Good?
Yeah, if you like security. That's the real reason most guys get themselves sent up. They can't face the real thing. They can't make it on the outside.
Escape into a cage.
Yeah. Most of the cons love their cage. Want to spend their lives there. If they're let out, they can't wait to get back in. There's a con I knew named Maurice. Paid the foreman and the captain to hold his job and his cell until he got back in. And when they got out, they pull his job as soon as they can and get caught.
What about you? Ray?
Why did you say something?
I said, what about you?
What about me? What?
You wouldn't go back.
No, I'd rather go west.
Not me. I'd rather be any place, I think, than dead.
There's some places. Yeah, you haven't been. No.
Ray? You really asleep, Ray? Or playing possum? Seeing if I'll take a chance. Risk my life on a long shot.
Sorry, ma'am. We're stopping all traffic here.
Why? What's the problem?
Well, I'm going to have to have a look at your driver's license, ma'am.
If you were Liza, would you consider this moment a chance to save your life or lose it? It would seem to be a most dangerous gamble either way. Liza certainly seems to have a cool head in any case, which only goes to prove that win, lose, or draw, the prime requisite for any cutthroat game is cool courage. We shall try to find out what sort of a game this is in Act 3.
I told the garage man all I need is a simple lube and oil change. He says, nothing simple, lady. Then he talks to me about tune-ups, wheel alignments. I asked if they're guaranteed. He says it ain't that simple. So I took my car to Goodyear.
At Goodyear, all work done on your car is guaranteed in writing. And our limited warranty is good at over 1,300 Goodyear service stores nationwide. Get a lube and oil change now for $8, slightly higher in California. For guaranteed auto service, come up to Goodyear.
Do you smoke? I smoke close to 2 packs a day.
Mr. John Gatto, Bethpage, New York.
It changes the color of the teeth.
He used Topol Smoker's tooth polish.
I saw a really big difference.
Topol tooth polish with 3 ingredients to clean and polish helps remove ugly tobacco stains.
It's very pleasant tasting and gentle. I've noticed a remarkable change in the color of my teeth.
Topol Smoker's tooth polish with 3 ingredients to clean and polish helps remove ugly tobacco stains. Topol is gentle enough so you can use it every day.
This is Roy Scheider. I was struck by the fact that almost 2 million living Americans have been saved from cancer. I have to admit I've always thought of cancer as a pretty hopeless disease. But the fact that nearly 2 million people have been saved made me realize that if the disease should hit me, I have a fighting chance. The important thing is to catch it early, before it begins to spread. That's when it's most curable. And the way to catch it early, as the American Cancer Society points out, is with regular health checkups and by knowing the warning signals. Consider that a reminder, okay? And those 2 million people saved from cancer are a reminder of something else, too. They're living proof that our contributions count. Help save more. Please give generously when your American Cancer Society volunteer calls. Remember, cancer can be beat.
Once upon a time, when murder occurred, a popular cry was "Cherchez la femme," find the woman. In our story, the woman has found the murderer, and she has vowed repeatedly to go to any lengths to avoid being the murderer's next victim. But the murderer seems dubious. So am I. I can only quote from the writings of that seer of human motivation, Dr. Sigmund Freud. Despite my 30 years of research into the feminine soul, wrote the good doctor, I have not been able to answer the great question that has never been answered. What does a woman want?
I'll trouble you for your auto registration, ma'am.
It's right there, folded up in the back of my license.
Oh, yeah, I see it. Well, thank you, ma'am. Real nasty night, ain't it? Got ourselves a mess of accidents.
Yes, I saw all these lights. 3 police cars. I thought there'd been an accident here.
Oh, no, ma'am. Just checking on every vehicle headed north. Had a bad bust out over to Brownsdale. Got some real mean ones running loose.
Got a mean one right here beside me, officer. But he's sleeping it off.
He's sleeping like it was about to go out of style.
That's the way he was, drinking over at Al's watering hole.
Yeah. We're grateful he's got a good woman to drive him home. Well, here's your ID, Mrs. Lindsay. Much obliged to you for your patience and trouble.
Happy to help you, officer.
Ma'am, we also got to warn everybody. The canal bridge 2 miles ahead is washed out. You'll have to take a kind of lengthy and rough detour around 19A.
Through the cypress jungle?
Oh, yes, ma'am. Unless you want to head back south to a motel and lay over till morning.
Can't do that.
Hope you got yourself a fat tank of gas.
About 3/4 full.
That ought to do it. Reckon you know that's mighty wild country through there. Now, don't stop for anything and don't pick up nobody. Not even a little child crying in the rain. Might be a decoy. Some folks living in the swamps there are meaner than anything ever broke out of Brownsdale.
We'll be careful, officer. Thank you.
Anyway, storm's running off into the Gulf. You'll have a nice sunny day tomorrow.
We could sure use some sun. Thanks again. Bye.
lights back there. That really happened, didn't it? I thought I was having another bad dream. Cops all around the car, cops looking in, grinning on me, like I was a rat in a cage.
We're all right, Ray. We're clear. I told them you were sleeping off an overdose of stump water.
You know, you're crazy. You could have done it then. You had me.
No, too risky. How'd I know you were really sleeping or dreaming? And what if you were asleep? You'd wake up all of a sudden and start blasting away. Me first, you said. Remember?
Yeah. Just wanting to live. Is that all of it? You getting high on this trip like a freak show or something? Getting your kicks?
A little, maybe. Mostly I'm scared.
You could fool me.
How'd you get started in your profession? I mean, you weren't always killing people.
I never considered it. Till the war. And then they paid me to kill people and gave me a medal for being good at it. When I was mustered out and went back to my dad's farm to work, I got restless. And the pay was poor. And then I found out there was a lot of killing jobs around paying top money.
A hitman?
Yeah, that. And professional soldiering and other things.
You like to kill?
No, not anymore. I got used to it when it was legal. That made it easier. Good money made it easier. Maybe too easy. After a while, killing a man is as easy as stepping on a cockroach. Hey, where you going?
Canal Bridge washed out up ahead on Route 90. Have to take a detour through the cypress woods. But the storm's going over tonight. We'll have warm sun, Ray, and blue skies.
I don't trust the weather either. It's a double of a place for a flat tire.
If there's a nice day for a flat, though, this is it.
Get out and help, but I don't want to be spotted.
You're in no condition to help. And anyway, I can handle it just fine. I'll have this spare on in a jiffy.
If I can just get across the state line into the oil patch without being recognized, I'm home free.
What's the oil patch?
Oil fields stretching from Lafayette to the Gulf of Mexico. They take on anybody there to work as a roustabout, no questions asked. They'll never dig me out of there.
We'll make it, Ray. Ought to be there by morning. Then you won't have to kill me. Will you?
Listen. Somebody's over there. Over there in that stand of pine. Something moved.
Stay down, Ray. Keep quiet.
Yeah, boy. Look at what we got here. Pretty little visitor. Morning, miss.
Good morning.
I'm Chad. This here's my brother, Hap. He younger than me, but you can see he grows a slight bigger.
Hello, Hap.
Hap's real glad to see you, miss. But he can't tell you something with his hands. See, when he was just a little tyke, a rattlesnake bit him on the jaw and plumb paralyzed it. Ah, now, get yourself back here, Hap. Excuse him, miss. He can't hardly contain himself. I mean, we don't get many visitors, especially pretty ones like you. Ain't that weird kind of a heavy problem for a little girl? Now, here, you let me and Hap just come here.
No, thanks. I can manage.
But these little hands of yours shouldn't get all uglied up. Here, let me. No! Ow! Hey! Now, there's no call for that, miss. No call to hit a man. Ah, looky here. You brought blood on my hand. Now, there's no call for that.
Let me alone.
Fire tool's dangerous, miss. Why, you might have broke a bone or something. We was only trying to be of assistance.
I don't need your help. No, let go of me.
Touch me. That's right. Take that little old tire iron Hap. Now, miss, we gotta learn you some proper manners. Hap, we got trouble here.
That's right, Chad. Hey, just keep backing off. You better call off your brother or you won't have any.
Yep. Hey, you come on back here, Hap.
You better listen to your brother, Hap, unless you get a yen to die quick.
Now, easy, mister. Hap's brains don't work too good.
All right. That's fine. Just keep moving. I don't know what hole you weasels crawled out of, but I'm giving you a short 10 count to crawl back.
We going, mister. We going, mister. We going already. Captain, come on, Hap. On big time.
Liza, you heard?
No. But I might reconsider. Maybe there is a fate worse than death.
Come on, let's get out of here.
Ray, here. Let me help you.
Now, just get that wheel back on. Get it on, huh?
We've got to stop and get that arm treated.
Just get the wheel on. The law will have Route 90 roped off in 10 minutes if those buzzards recognize me. And if they didn't, they'll be back here with neighbors and shotguns.
Ray? You awake?
Yeah, I guess so. Hey, it's all dark.
Clouds over the moon.
Where we parked?
Side of a road.
Wow, those sleeping pills really knocked me out. I don't remember anything.
Not even any bad dreams.
No dreams at all.
That's good.
Yeah, I never did like dreams.
I did. But not anymore.
Well, why aren't we moving? Why have you stopped?
Waiting for you to wake up.
Why?
You can't go on, Ray, without some good food in you. Without doing something about that arm. You've got a fever, Ray. It's still a long drive to the oil patch. Even if you made it, you can't check in there half dead. There's some motel cabins just ahead. How about renting one for a while?
Cabin?
Nice, warm cabins down there along the river. Dream Motel, they call it. I guess because it's a favorite with local honeymooners. Have you ever been married, Ray?
Have you?
Once. Well, how about the cabin? There's a general store down the hill. I'll get groceries and some first aid stuff. I'll sign us in. No one will see you. What about it?
Why not?
How's that feel, Ray?
Oh, I haven't been on a real bed for 15 years.
Let's get these filthy clothes off. Then you take a good hot shower while I go to the store. Here, raise up a little. I'll take your coat. There. That's better, isn't it?
It's late. Late, isn't it?
Pretty late.
Well, what's the time?
Almost 3 o'clock in the morning.
3 o'clock.
Can I tell you a little about myself, Ray?
Yeah, sure. You're a hard one to figure.
I was married at 16. It was a bad deal. Very bad. I didn't get over the hurt for a long time. Then I met Fred. It was beautiful with Freddie. A real beautiful thing. We were so happy. Maybe you wouldn't know about that. Maybe you never knew what it was. I'll never know it again either. 2 wins like that never happen. Ray, it's time.
Time?
3 o'clock. Time to go west.
Yeah. Hey, that looks like my gun.
Yes. And I lied about that, Ray. I do know how to use it.
I figured you did. Why didn't you use it before you had chances?
Not any I wanted to take. You always had it in that inside coat pocket. too risky slipping it out.
Oh, why now? Why do it at all?
The boy you killed so easily back at the station. Like a bug. That was my Freddie.
Yeah, I should have figured that. That was dumb. The Jeep was dead. Somebody. You had to come and take him home. But you had chances, a lot of chances. To get out of the car, run away, call the cops. Why?
You think I wanted them to do it?
Vengeance. Inflicting punishment in return for injury. It's an old tradition. It seems so fair and satisfying. When asked for the one word that might serve as a rule of practice for all one's life, Confucius said, "Is not the word reciprocity? Do not do to others what you do not want done to you, especially if the deed is an act of murder." I shall return shortly.
If you've been putting money aside, you can almost see inflation eroding its buying power. Unless it's earning high interest rates or substantial dividends. And right now, thanks to Dreyfus Liquid Assets, even a small investment can profit from the currently high interest rates with complete cash availability. Think of your Dreyfus Liquid Assets account as an income-earning investment with free checking privileges. Privileges that allow you to pay bills and still earn money till the check's clear. You can even withdraw all or part of your cash by phone. There's never a penalty, never a sales or withdrawal charge. To get all the details, call toll-free 800-228-5000 for a simple no-jargon information booklet and a prospectus including management fee, charges, and expenses. Find out how Dreyfus Liquid Assets helps you get the lion's share from today's high interest rates. Read the prospectus carefully before you invest. 800-228-5000. No charge for the call. 800-228-5000. Call now.
Vengeance may indeed, as they say, be sweet. However, follow-up studies surely indicate that sweetness, so gained, turns sour. In the case of vengeful murder, we have the ultimate crime. Crime which is done and cannot be reversed, and for which restitution cannot be made. When a murderer is killed, regardless of motive, the deed is done. And there is no calling back, this side of the Day of Judgment. Our cast included Larry Haynes, Roberta Maxwell, and Russell Horton. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
Beirut itself because of too many more lives that would be lost in the fighting.
They don't really want to go into Beirut.
Hi, this is Robert Young with an idea on how to stay cool during these hot summer days. It's Sanka on ice, and it's easy to make. Just place 1 rounded teaspoon of Sanka instant decaffeinated coffee in a tall glass. Stir in 1 cup of...
Presents. Come in. Welcome. I am Tammy Grimes. As long as there are haves and have-nots, givers and takers, the affluent and the less fluent, there will be those whose only way of competing is to rob. Whether it is personal goods, industrial secrets, state or national secrets, whatever can be clandestinely stolen and sold will be. For every new kind of holdup or heist, there is a new method of detection. For every spy, a counter-spy, as we hope to illustrate in today's mystery drama.
What are you doing in my house?
Mr. Parker, I was waiting for you.
How did you get in?
By the back door. It was open. Let me identify myself before you call the police. Inspector Michael Falk, sir, Wimbledon Police. I show you this picture. Do you know this person?
Well, yes, I do. His name is William Jackson. He's a very good friend. Why do you ask?
Mr. Parker, your very good friend has been murdered.
Our drama, The Fifth Man, has been written especially for the Mystery Theater by James Agate Jr. and stars Norman Rose. I shall return shortly with Act One. He was known in CIA, NKVD, and MI5 circles as the Fifth Man. Briefly, there were 4 before him who sold classified British information to the Soviets. He was number 5. We will meet him. But first, meet Everett Parker, magazine editor, who has just boarded the 8 a.m. express from Brighton to London and opens a compartment door to find 2 men in a heated argument.
I tell you, I haven't got it. I don't know where it is.
You promised to deliver it this morning.
I mislaid it. You'll have it tomorrow. Shut up. Hi, Everett. Made the train again, I see.
Yes, by the skin of my teeth. Managed to catch the lost car and walked up through a corridor. Well, I'm sorry if I'm interrupting.
Not at all. This gentleman and I were just going over the cricket results. You know, that sort of thing.
Well, if you excuse me, I think I'll get myself an eye-opener. Which way's the bar car?
Generally the first car behind the engine.
Thank you. I'll be on my way.
That's a rude character, isn't he?
Do you know him? Is he a friend of yours?
No, but I seem to remember him. That red face isn't forgettable.
You know, I told him this compartment was taken. A friend of mine and I generally ride in this compartment alone. Half a year's. That's too bad, he said. I've paid for my ticket, and I'm entitled to sit wherever I like. It was just about then when you came in.
I must have misunderstood completely what you two were talking about.
I never saw the man before in my life.
Oh, I have. I'm trying to think where.
Have a good weekend, Ev.
Oh, Bill, it was too good. Too relaxing. Read some fascinating accounts of Blériot in the early days of flying. I think I'll assign one of our writers to write it up for the magazine. The chances those early pilots took.
People don't dare the fates like that anymore.
It made me realize what I'm doing, putting out that little airplane magazine, is pretty small beer.
Oh, Ed, what are you talking about? The last issue was tremendous. I sent it round to all the boys at the War Office, and Sir Robert kept it for days.
Oh, really? So my views on air warfare may have some influence.
I wouldn't be surprised. Speaking of small beer, I have suddenly developed a tremendous thirst.
You, Tom Teetotaler, at 8 in the morning?
So if you'll excuse me, Ev, I think I'll wander up to the bar car.
Obviously, he was going forward to meet the man I'd found in the compartment. Mondays are always difficult at the magazine. Material piles up over the weekend, but that didn't surprise me. What did was a message on my answering machine when I got home. Would I please hurry over to the Brighton Hospital? Nurse.
Yes, sir.
My name is Everett Parker. I have a message to come to the hospital.
Oh, yes, Mr. Parker. We have a patient who's been asking after you.
Francis. Oh, my Lord, not again. Don't tell me.
Oh, hello, Everett. You got my message?
How do you feel?
Not too badly. I had a good night.
You've been in the hospital since last night?
Oh, since yesterday morning. I fell down those cellar stairs again.
Francis, let's not talk about that. Does Bill know?
He should.
I mean, does he know that you're in the hospital? I rode into London with him this morning. He didn't say a word about you.
Well, why would he?
Oh, Francis, this is terrible. You can't go on like this, married to a man who...
Everett, I don't want you to talk about it.
This is the second time you've had to come here to be treated.
Perhaps.
Well, isn't it?
Well, I must be accident-prone. I mean, I keep falling down at home.
I don't believe that. I never have. I don't care what it is, frustration, anger. He must not be allowed to lay a hand on you.
He doesn't. It's really not his fault.
Well, whose fault is it then? Look at you. Your arm is bound up. Is it fractured? Is it broken? Oh, your eyes, black and blue. To see you like this in the hands of that maniac, it's unbearable for me. Do you understand?
It'll be all right.
It'll never be all right.
Now, I've decided. I either go to the police about this or talk to him myself. But I'm not letting this go any further. Now, Francis, you want me to do something, don't you?
I guess so.
I know so. Why else would you leave word for me to come to the hospital?
Because I didn't have anyone else I could turn to.
When are they discharging you?
Not for another day, I think.
Fine. I'd rather you didn't go home until I've had all this out with Bill. If he can't control himself, something will have to be done to protect you.
Thank you, Everett. I'm so sorry to put this on you. I really am.
I went directly to Bill Jackson's house. It was dark. I knocked. I rang the bell, rapped at the windows. No answer. The next morning, he was not on the 8 o'clock. That night when I got home, I opened my door to find an unannounced visitor.
Good evening, Mr. Parker.
What are you doing in my house?
I am waiting for you, sir.
I don't mean that. I mean, how did you get in?
By your back door. It was open. May I identify myself before you call the police?
I think you'd better.
Inspector Michael Fogg, sir. My ID, Wimbledon Police.
Well, what do you want from me?
Information about a person by the name of William Arthur Jackson.
Inspector, you may remove your hat and coat and sit down like an ordinary person. Tell me, do you chaps always wear a raincoat even when it's not raining?
Mr. Parker, do you mind if I ask the questions? It's come to our attention. You may have been the last person to see Mr. Jackson alive.
Oh, do you mean he's dead?
Yes, sir. We have reason to believe he may have been murdered.
Oh, good Lord.
You did know him?
Well, yes, certainly.
When did you last see him?
Oh, yesterday morning. We rode into the city together on the 8 o'clock.
The Brighton-London Express?
Yes. Shared a compartment as we have for over 2 years.
We're quite aware of that.
Well, I didn't know my life was such an open book.
When it's a case of murder, one asks a great many questions.
How did Bill die?
He was discovered lying beside the tracks 3 miles this side of Charing Cross Station.
Oh, my Lord. Well, could he have jumped from the train?
Possibly. He could also have been pushed.
Has the War Office been informed?
Ah, then you know he worked for the War Office.
Oh, yes. Also know his bureau chief, Sir Robert Leeds. He happens to have contributed to my magazine.
And that would be Airspace.
I see you've done your homework, Inspector. William Jackson and I were more than casual acquaintances. As I said, we've ridden that train 5 days a week for over 2 years.
Would you be good enough to tell me what you remember of that last train ride? And I'll try to recall as much as you can. Your testimony could be quite crucial to this investigation, as well as establishing your innocence or guilt.
Oh, come now, Inspector. You're not saying that I'm suspected of pushing Jackson off the train.
At this point, anyone and everyone is under suspicion. Please proceed. Tell me what occurred that morning.
I told the inspector that William seemed in a good mood. I mentioned the man with the red face, whose identity still escapes me, and that I'd followed William to the bar car, where I found the 2 of them arguing. The inspector took it all down, thanked me, and said he'd return in a few days. I went directly to see Frances, Mrs. Jackson.
Everett, I'm so glad you came over.
I'm glad you're home from the hospital. Are you feeling better?
Yes. Better and worse. And frightened.
The police were here.
I didn't know what to tell them. A nice inspector who wanted to know why Bill might have jumped. Well, I had no idea. And if he didn't, then why would anyone want to push him out?
Anything else?
How well did I know you, and were we good friends? I said we were. Everett, who could have done such a thing?
Well, the impression I got is the police think it might be me.
You? Oh, Everett, that's terrible. You, of all people. Why do they suspect you? What did you tell them?
All that I know. There was a man in the compartment when I got there. He and Bill were talking, and then later both of them were having angry words together in the bar car.
You know the man?
I think so. I know him from somewhere. Well, then they left the bar car. They didn't see me. I ducked behind a newspaper. I thought they were going back to the compartment.
So it's still an open question. Did Bill fall? Was it an accident, or was he pushed?
Francis, he did not fall. There is no way anyone could fall out of the train between the cars. They're locked to one another with a concertina passageway. Somebody opened the outer compartment door
the one you alight from at the station.
And forced him out. Since I was sharing a compartment with Bill, that's why I am a prime suspect. It's a little unnerving.
Why only you? What about that other man?
I'm having a hard time making anyone believe he existed. He had a very red face, heavier than I am, older. Does he sound like someone Bill had dealings with?
Oh, Bill had rather a life of his own, you know that. For one thing, his work at the War Office was very secret, and then there were people he spent time with he never introduced me to or brought home. It was one of the things we fought about. Why he wouldn't take me into his confidence. I knew he had another life, but he kept denying it.
What made you so sure?
Well, he couldn't account for hours and days of his time. He'd pack up and not tell me where he was going or when he'd be back.
Couldn't it have simply been some project for the War Office?
The last time he was away, I called the War Office and I spoke to Sir Robert. He said Bill had asked for leave, and he was surprised that I didn't know where he was. So you see, Bill could have had dealings with half a dozen red-faced men, and I'd know nothing about it.
Of course, the two of them meeting on the train could have been a coincidence and nothing to do with Bill's death.
Why do you say that?
That's what I hope. If that red-faced man had a hand in it, then he knows I saw him and I would give evidence he was on the train. So he might not hesitate to do away with me as he had Bill. It wouldn't be safe for him to let me live.
Oh, no, Everett.
Now, wait. Carl Carson, that's who he is. I remember now. He had a beard then. See, what do I know about him? Yes, he owns a private airport and rents planes. Carl Carson. I knew it had finally come to me.
Is that his name, the red-faced man?
Perhaps not, but that's the name he uses. Now, if Carl Carson has committed murder, it wouldn't be difficult for him to hop into one of his own planes and get out of England. Then they'd have a devil of a time finding him and bringing him back.
Oh, Everett, don't be hasty. You're implying this man is guilty, but there's no proof. You didn't see him do anything.
Ah, but I know Carl's history.
Well, just the same. When you talk to the police, you should make it clear there's a very big if. I mean, supposing after all this they find out your man is innocent and someone else is guilty.
This may be the occasion to quote Blackstone, who said, "It is better 10 guilty persons escape than one innocent suffer." Frankly, at this stage of the plot's unfolding, I haven't a clue who is guilty of murder. But I hope, along with yourself, to learn more when the curtain rises shortly in Act 2. A man has been killed and thrown from a moving express train. His widow is not weeping for her deceased husband. A magazine editor is suspected of having had a hand in the death, and he believes another man is involved. A man with a red face.
Mr. Parker, I appreciate your assistance in identifying this man you allege was on the train.
Allege, Inspector?
But there is a more important matter that concerns the department. We're on the point of holding you as a material witness. Mind you, you're not being accused of the crime, although we have reason to believe you may have a motive.
You come to my house to tell me this?
I came for a statement.
Before I call my attorney, would you mind telling me how you have come to such a conclusion?
A rather clear case of chercher la femme, I would say.
Would you mind repeating that in English?
The lady, sir. We have evidence that supports a theory of your interest in Mrs. Jackson, and we have witnesses who have confirmed it.
May I be told what they have said?
I don't have the transcript at hand. But the sum total appears to be that Mr. Jackson had become increasingly angry over your attentions to Mrs. Jackson, and that is why he was so severe with her physically.
Inspector, if I am formally brought up on this ridiculous charge, I shall use every legal means I can to sue the department for illegal arrest, false statements, and impugning my character. Now, if you'll be so good as to hand me my telephone, I would like to call my attorney. My attorney told me to keep cool, cooperate fully, and he would keep tabs on what evidence was being collected. I drove out to Cheshire, to the airfield out of which Carl Carson's air livery operated. Anyone here in the office? Oh, I didn't see you.
What could I do for you?
I'd like to rent a plane.
Well, you'll have to talk to Mr. Carson.
I'd like to.
I'll get it. Mr. Carson,
Who is it, Olivia?
Man out here wants to rent a plane.
What's his name?
What's your name?
Everett Parker from Airspace Magazine.
I heard that. I'll be right out.
Be right out, Mr. Parker.
I didn't expect to see you here.
I didn't expect to see you on the Brighton Express. It's been a long time, Carl. Can we talk alone?
All right, Olivia. Go on, buzz off.
Yes, sir.
Harry, leave that door open. I can watch your field. Yes, indeed, it's a long time. What do you want with me, Parker?
What did you want with Bill Jackson?
I think that's none of your business.
What was it Bill Jackson did not deliver to you?
I don't know what you mean.
That morning when I came into the train compartment, what was he holding out on you?
You are nosy, aren't you? Always was, I remember.
But you always talk too loudly. Not only in the compartment, but in the bar car. Just like the old days. I suppose it isn't news to you that Bill Jackson is dead.
Why do you say that? Well, sure, it's new.
You didn't know anything about it.
I've been out of the country for a week. I just got back.
Yes, when you thought things had cooled down.
Look, will you stop talking in riddles?
You knew Jackson.
Yes. He used to weekend abroad, enjoy himself. Used to one of my flying wings, if I remember.
But you didn't know that he was murdered. Smashed on the head or strangled and pushed off the train 3 miles out of Charing Cross Station.
I didn't have anything to do with that.
I didn't expect you to admit it, Carl. But I came here to tell you that I'm going to be watching you very closely from now on. So don't try anything you wouldn't like to be arrested for.
What's with that bloke? Comes in here to rent a plane. I just saw him drive off.
Olivia, next time that gentleman shows up, I'd like to arrange a little demonstration.
Well, I thought demonstrations were just for those who tried to get in our way.
You've described Mr. Parker exactly. Remember now, should he appear again, I think we should show him how our propeller self-starters operate on the flying wings. Of course, we'll have to be careful. As you know, sometimes these nosy parties get so interested in these new devices, they stand too close to the propeller. We can't have that, can we?
Sir Robert, we've talked a few times on the telephone, but it's a pleasure for me to meet you in person.
Is this your very first visit to the War Office, Mrs. Jackson?
My very first. Bill never offered to show me around, and I never insisted.
Oh, Mrs. Jackson, may I express my personal sympathies? Your husband was a dedicated servant in His Majesty's service. He will be missed. Now, is there anything I can do?
I've brought something that I believe belongs to you. I have it in my handbag. This little notebook. Please take it.
Ah. Where did you say you got this, Mrs. Jackson?
I didn't say yet. It does belong to you, doesn't it?
You are going to tell me how it came into your possession?
I suppose now that Bill's dead, it can't hurt him anymore.
Tell me, have you looked into this notebook?
Yes, and I have a pretty good idea how dangerous it is.
Do go on.
Bill used to get up before me. He'd have a quick breakfast and run down to catch the 8 o'clock. One morning I woke up when he was getting dressed, and I saw this notebook fall out of his pocket.
This was in your husband's possession?
Yes. I saw all those names of all those people in the different countries, and I guessed what it must be, and I hid the notebook. And that night he came home and asked me for it. I said I hadn't seen it. He hit me so hard that I ended up in hospital. He'd do that, flare up, uncontrollable. I never saw Bill alive again.
Well, this is very serious, Mrs. Jackson. I'm afraid I shall have to ask you to remain.
You mean here? For how long?
That I can't say. Stanton, I'd like you to come in, please, and bring the machine.
I haven't done anything wrong, have I?
That remains to be seen.
I've never told a soul about this, not till now. I knew they were names of our intelligence people in those communist bloc countries. I knew it right away.
How did you know that, Mrs. Jackson?
Because I guess I really should tell you everything.
Stanton, start your machine. Then sit over there and take notes. Give me the microphone.
Yes, sir.
This is Mrs. Frances Jackson, widow of William Arthur Jackson, formerly in the employ of the D2 Section Intelligence Division, the War Office. And Mrs. Jackson, we will continue at the point where you told me how you knew the notebook you have just handed me, which was in the possession of your late husband, contained our spy inventory.
Are you recording what I'm saying?
Yes. Now, please, go ahead, Mrs. Jackson.
My husband and I had several quarrels over the past 6 months, during which he frequently hit me. He frightened me so much that I never told anyone what these quarrels were about, not even our very best friend, Mr. Everett Parker.
Would you mind spelling that name, please?
Everett Parker. Although Everett, Mr. Parker, had seen me a few times pretty badly bruised, I never told him why or what it was about.
Well, Mrs. Jackson, what was it about?
Suddenly, about 6 months ago, Bill seemed to have a lot of money. He told me he'd had a winning streak. First it was the races, and then the football pools, then the races again. And then there was that telephone conversation.
You overheard the telephone conversation of your husband?
We have an extension telephone in the bedroom, and I wanted to call my mother. And I picked up the bedroom phone, and I could hear Bill talking on the downstairs phone. And he said, "No, names of plans I can't get, but names of people I can." And then I heard him say, "Francis, is that you on the upstairs phone? I can hear you breathing." Of course, I was frightened to death. I hung up quickly, and I locked myself in the bathroom, and he came upstairs and he pounded on the door, and then the phone rang, and he went to answer it. And when I came out, he had left the house.
How did you associate that experience with this notebook?
He used to joke about the 4 men who had spied for the Soviet, sold our secrets to them, you know. There's always room for the 5th man, he'd say. And I knew he wasn't just joking. He was testing me to see how I'd take it. And then one day, I found a letter with the number 5 under the doormat. The next day, it was gone.
So you presumed your husband had removed the letter, and that he was indeed the 5th man?
I hated to believe it, but I knew it was true. Oh, Sir Robert, this is so painful. Could I stop now?
Oh, yes. That will do for our first session. Stanton, take the tapes and have them transcribed, and arrange for Mrs. Jackson to have a 24-hour protection. I'm placing a 24-hour guard around you because, well, my dear lady, undoubtedly, enemy agents will have you followed, and I don't wish any harm to come to you.
Is that really so? Right here in England, in peacetime, there are enemy agents?
Oh, yes. We're not the only ones who plant agents in other countries. Theirs are right under our noses here.
Shall I stop the recorder now, Sir Robert?
By all means. Mrs. Jackson, we shall get a message to you by hand to arrange for a further taping session.
But I could call you as I used to when Bill worked here.
Don't use your telephone to call me. There's a 100% probability that it's not a secure phone.
Not secure?
We must assume it has been tapped by those with whom your husband had dealings. Now, you mentioned Everett Parker, a friend. I know him. Don't talk to him on your telephone about coming here. Don't say anything to anyone about your husband's death.
But people will call me to extend condolences. What do I do about that?
Accept the sympathy matter-of-factly. But if they ask what happened, how did it happen, don't volunteer any information.
I understand.
The average person has no idea how ruthless agents can be. Stanton.
Yes, sir?
I want a lady operative to guard Mrs. Jackson. Miss Davis will do nicely. Yes, Mrs. Jackson, as soon as Miss Davis can be rounded up, she will leave with you and remain with you, by your side at all times until further instructed by us. Now, good day. And again, thank you.
Mr. Parker, if you knew all this, why didn't you speak up sooner?
My dear Inspector, what a short memory you have. Right in my house, I told you about Carl Carson, but the department had already made up its mind that I had done away with Bill Jackson.
Yes. How far is Carson's airfield from here?
Sit tight. We'll get there as fast as I can.
My head will roll for this if I don't apprehend the right party.
When did you finally decide that Carl Carson was your man?
When we lifted a set of his fingerprints from that compartment door handle.
Well, how did you know they were his?
Regulation left over from the war. All the people connected with the private airport, owners, managers, pilots, maintenance, so forth, must be checked. Their fingerprints are on file. We ran Carson's through the computer, and there he was, up in Cheshire.
I knew him during the war. There were some shady transactions involving stockpiles of unused weaponry, which found its way into the wrong hands. He had good lawyers who got him off with a 6-month suspended sentence, but evidently that never stopped his accreditation.
Parker, when you saw him up at his airport, what did he say when you accused him of complicity in the murder of William Jackson?
He as much implied it was my word against his.
His word, I'm afraid that might not be good enough.
Countless experts in the law agree with the premise that they have never known a guilty person to plead anything but innocence. Admission, one way or the other, seems to have nothing to do with clean hands or dirty work. To sort it out, to arrive at the truth, we rely on evidence, scientific and sworn-to facts, and juries. And even they sometimes can be mistaken. I shall return shortly with Act 3. Inspector Michael Fogg is about to make an arrest in the case of the Crown against an unknown assailant. The evidence he has is as conclusive as fingerprints can be. Theorizing that the killer throttled his victim, then opened the compartment door and pushed the body from the train, those fingerprints that obscured all others must point to the murderer. Inspector Fogg and Everett Parker have just pulled into that private airport in Cheshire.
Is Mr. Carson in?
Oh, hello. Aren't you the gentleman who was here just the other day?
Yesterday.
I don't think Mr. Carson's on the premises.
Why don't you make sure?
I'm sure.
Will you tell Mr. Carson that Inspector Michael Fogg of the Wimbledon Police would like a word with him?
Yes, sir. Mr. Carson, there's an inspector from the police to see you.
What? Olivia, is he near you or is he outside?
I'm right here, Mr. Carson. I suggest you come out quietly. I further suggest, when you do, that you raise your hands in the air.
Oh, no.
Is your name Olivia?
Yes, sir.
If you will stand against the wall, Olivia, you won't get hurt.
Yes, sir.
What's this all about? I'll put my hands up, but it's only in self-protection. You're Inspector.
Keep them up. Mr. Parker, do me a favor. Search the gentleman.
Now, just a minute. He's very high-handed. I think you owe me some verification that you are who you say you are.
Certainly. See for yourself. I think this identifies me.
And this pistol, which I find strapped to Mr. Carson's leg, I think identifies him. Inspector, you'd better take charge of it.
Thank you.
Just a moment. I have a license to carry that.
If you have, the gun will be returned to you. You are Mr. Carl Carson.
Yes, I am.
You are under arrest. Charged with involvement in the death of William Arthur Jackson on the 10th of this month during the run of the 8 a.m. express train Brighton to London.
On what evidence am I being charged?
Your fingerprints have been found in the compartment shared by Mr. Jackson and Mr. Parker here. You are entitled to advice of counsel, and as soon as we return to headquarters and you have been booked, you will be permitted one telephone call.
You're making a big mistake. I had nothing to do with his death. I had nothing to gain by it. Oh, even that man standing next to you had more to gain than I did.
I suggest you calm yourself, sir. I shouldn't like to have to resort to handcuffs. If you maintain self-control, we can all have a pleasant ride back into town.
No handcuffs. I'll be all right.
You are entitled to as much protection under the law as anyone in England. And if we have made a mistake, you may be sure we shall acknowledge it.
You know, Francis, I hadn't ridden on a carousel since I was a child. Whatever gave you the idea to come here?
Necessity. I had to talk to you, Everett, and I thought sitting on this double seat with you, we couldn't be overheard. I saw Sir Robert. I told him I suspected Bill of being number 5.
Number 5? What does that mean?
And to remember those 4 traitors who sold out to the Soviet. I believe Bill was the 5th man, and that is why he was killed.
By the Soviet?
For something he did they didn't like, or perhaps they thought he was a double agent. I've read about that.
You might have added another piece to the puzzle. This Carl Carson I told you about, he could have been a group leader, or possibly a courier. Something went wrong, and he had his orders.
You think he did it?
He was on the train. They found his fingerprints smudged over everyone else's on that door handle.
They stopped Bill in his tracks. Everett, they could also stop me.
Why you?
They might figure I know too much and I'll talk. I have already.
What did Sir Robert advise you to do?
Well, not to use the phone. It's probably tapped. You see that woman over there by the cashier's booth? She's carrying a gun. That's Miss Davis. She's my bodyguard. Everett, I can't live like this in fear of my life. What can I do?
Let's stand over here where your guard can watch us and no one can hear us.
I'm so frightened.
Francis, don't do anything. First of all, Carl Carson has been arrested, so he's no danger to you. Secondly, I don't believe anyone is going to call attention to themselves or to the spy ring by attacking you. So just calm down.
They caught him, this Carl person.
He's in the Wimbledon jail right now.
I want to see him.
What for?
I want to see him. To confront him. If he killed Bill, I want to know why. If he denies it, I want him to tell it to me, right to my face.
Francis, he'll deny everything. Anyway, I don't know if they'll permit you to see him.
Well, people visit prisoners all the time.
After they've been convicted. But why see him?
I want to. Face to face.
I thought you just said you were going to put all this behind you. Well, all right. I'll give it a try. I'll talk to the inspector, but don't be surprised if they say no.
Can you find out today? Now?
If the inspector is in, I'll talk to him.
And when will you let me know?
Well, I have to go up to London tomorrow morning as usual. I'll phone you from the station.
Oh, no, don't telephone. I'll meet you there. 7:45, before the train gets in, all right? By the newspaper kiosk?
Francis, I wish you weren't so determined to go through with this. It's almost ghoulish.
I have my reasons.
You're not thinking of something mad, are you? Shooting the man or something. You'll never get away with it.
It's hard to make you understand. You know, there wasn't any love between Bill and me. But I still want to see this through. It's like putting a marker on his grave. If that's the man who did it, I just want to look at him. Once.
Oh, Robert Leeds, huh? Oh, yes, sir. Oh, that is bad news. Did you say 6 of them? My lord, I was hoping this list of our agents hadn't yet been transmitted to the other side. Oh, what I mean is, when Mrs. Jackson brought me that list, I hoped her husband hadn't yet passed the information along. 6 men. Oh, terrible. Which ones? Oh, 2 by umbrella dart. Strangled. Oh, motorcycle accident. Terrifying. They must have got to them right away. No, we have nothing definite yet, sir, on that. Yes, sir. Good night, sir.
I learned later that 6 of our men had met death the same day, each in the country to which he was assigned. All the work of Jackson and his list. It was something I could not and would not pass along to his widow. The following morning, I was at the Brighton station.
The 8 o'clock for London will leave Brighton on time.
Francis, over here.
Oh, good morning, Everett. I was awake all night thinking about this. What did the inspector say? Did you reach him?
I spoke to him last night. He said he saw no reason whatsoever why you should not have a talk with Carl Carson. He might even welcome it to prove he's innocent.
When? Did the inspector say when?
I didn't set a time. I thought you'd arrange that yourself. I told him I was meeting you at the 8 o'clock train, and I'd tell you.
And what time do you get back from London this evening?
Well, I planned to stay over, actually. It's 2 days before we go to press, and there's always last-minute work to be done on the magazine.
It's only that, if this man is, you know...
A murderer?
I just don't want to see him alone.
They're not going to let the two of you be in a room alone. Whatever made you think that? There's a screen barrier between the prisoners and the public, and there'll be guards everywhere.
Well, it's not that. It's just that I'm not as brave as I thought I was. I need you.
Of course, I understand. It's too much for you. I wish you hadn't thought of it in the first place. Besides, supposing Carl Carson says no. Why don't you wait till the day after tomorrow? Then I'll be here for the weekend and we can go together to discuss it a little more. Francis, it really might be harmful to you.
But if I decide to, you will go with me?
Yes, of course.
You will. Thank you. I just won't feel it's all resolved, you see, until I do.
Oh, here's my train. I'll stop by your house Saturday morning.
Parker, wait.
Inspector, what is it?
Oh, I'm glad you told me where you'd be.
Inspector, I can't talk to you now. I'll miss my train.
Don't go, Parker. Carl Carson has escaped from jail. Which way is the main airport office?
Right in front of us with the main hangar behind it. Hold it. Hold it, Inspector. There's something wrong here.
I'll go in the front door. Is there a back way out?
Yes, there is. Carson's inner office, which opens into the hangar. Now, wait, won't you?
Parker, we can't wait. If he's in there, we have to take him.
Well, don't you notice? There's absolutely no activity on the field. Most of the planes are not here. That's a flying wing to the right of the main hangar, but nobody's in sight. Nothing's coming in or taking off. Huh. I've a feeling there's no one in here. The door to Carson's office is open. Huh. There's no one in there either.
He's had 4 hours head out. He could have taken off in a plane and gone anywhere.
We made a thorough search, and we were sorry we did. Outside, lying right in front of the flying wing, was Carl Carson, or rather what was left of him. It was inconceivable to me that a man who'd lived so much of his life around airplanes could have deliberately walked into a propeller.
So, you don't think it was an accident?
No, it's not possible. He must have been ready to take off with that woman we met, that Olivia, and then gone round to check something, and whoever it was hit the automatic starter, and that was it. The prop started to spin.
Someone started it up.
He's got extra fuel tanks all filled, and look there.
What?
Special instruments for high-altitude flying. Now, wait a sec. There's a map here. He was on his way to Moscow. The Sheremetyevo Airport. See, it's got a red circle around it.
You think he was intentionally cut down?
Well, I'm sure of it. That assistant of Olivia, she was probably an NKVD agent assigned to watch Carl, just the way chauffeurs are assigned to keep tabs on Soviet diplomats.
Wonder where that Olivia is.
Oh, she'll turn up.
I'd better put in a call to MI5 to close off this entire facility. Until they get here, I have my men surrounded. There's more here than police ought to be responsible for. I guess now we'll never know whether it was Carson who pushed Jackson out of the train or not.
Yes, you're right. No one will ever know, except the person who did it, if he's alive. Until now, this account of the fifth man was secret. But since I am no longer a member of Britain's Secret Service, I've received permission to tell you that I, as Everett Parker, used that cover for my real job, that of an MI5 operative. We knew Jackson was passing secrets to the Soviets, and that his courier was Carl Carson. I was commended for handling the case, specifically for transferring Carl's fingerprints to that door handle, my own technique. The chief told me, though, if there was a next time, I had better use a portable laser beam, pocket-sized. Today, I understand they could have lifted my fingerprints from the door handle, even though I'd worn gloves to push Jackson off the train.
Strictly speaking, a spy can only be sentenced to death by a military tribunal in time of war. However, the fifth man was more of a one-man fifth column. He did not conduct espionage in the strict sense of the word. Having obtained a government position of trust, he betrayed that trust, and therefore died the death of a traitor. MI5 saw to that. I shall return shortly. Spies and disguise have an ancient history. The fifth column was a sizable army inside the Trojan horse. Joan of Arc was betrayed by an Englishman disguised as a French bishop, and over the centuries, many, many more. And who were the great-great-grandfathers of espionage? Cardinal Richelieu, Frederick the Great, Napoleon, Alexander the Great. The list will never end, for it will reach far into the future. So long as men and countries possess dangerous secrets, other men and other countries will try to steal them. Our cast included Norman Rose, Bernard Grant, Lloyd Battista, and Marion Seldes. Theater presents Come in. Welcome. I'm Tammy Grimes. Have you ever stopped abruptly partway through a piece of work and wondered why you were doing it? Have you ever looked at a friend or loved one and thought, who is that? Have you ever looked in a mirror and seen a stranger? If you have done any of these things, or all of them, and probably you have at least once, then you may respond with sympathy and perhaps a touch of horror to the story we bring you now.
He's a spoiled, rotten brat, your brother.
Jessie, I don't think we should talk about him.
I've known the two of you since you were born. Who's got a better right?
Even so.
It's all very well to love your children, but it's got to be tough love. You ever hear of that?
Tough love? No, I don't believe I have.
It's what you use on people who indulge themselves. You love them, but you don't go soft on them.
Our mystery drama, Matching Chairs, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Christopher Tabori and Paul Hecht. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Master Mechanic tools sold exclusively by True Value hardware stores are an unbeatable combination of quality and value. Hi, Pat Summerall to say you get both with the Master Mechanic 45-piece tool set, now just $27.49. It's versatile, with both 1/4 and 3/8-inch drive sockets, reversible ratchet and speeder disc. Plus, it includes a hacksaw with 10 assorted blades, sturdy toolbox, and it's backed by the Master Mechanic promise of satisfaction or a free replacement. Get it now at participating True Value hardware stores and home centers.
Lots of friends are dropping by, summer fun's in store. With picnic time and camping time, it's country time for sure. Before you all get thirsty, here's a tip that should be made. Get a drink that tastes like good old-fashioned lemonade. Country time, country
down to your store for plenty of Country Time lemonade-flavored drink. Look for the Country Time coupon in this Sunday's paper.
Tastes like good old-fashioned lemonade.
Announcing the opening of a new eyeglass factory in Farmington Hills. The Eyeglass Factory, where you have a selection of almost 2,000 different eyeglass frames in stock with savings of 30 to 50% below what you normally pay at optometric centers. In addition to those savings, extra discounts for senior citizens, eye examinations at only $18, a complete repair service department, and the acceptance of all major vision insurance plans. In addition, if you're looking for regular or soft contact lenses, they have those too at comparable savings. The Eyeglass Factory of Oak Park is on Coolidge, just south of 9 Mile Road. Phone 542-2200. The Eyeglass Factory of Redford on Plymouth Road, halfway between Beach Daly and Inkster. Phone 937-1340. And now the new Eyeglass Factory at 28851 Orchard Lake Road between 12 and 13 Mile Roads. Call 553-3820. Now, 3 places to save at the Eyeglass Factory.
This is the story of 2 brothers, Carrie and Troy. 2 siblings. You've heard of sibling rivalry, I suppose. That inevitable competition between children to stand first in the affections of a parent? Well, what happens if this fierce competition is stifled, forbidden, branded as sin? Listen now to the story that follows. A story called Matching Chairs. Perhaps you'll find out.
I think back and wonder how it all happened. I mean, how did it happen the way it did instead of some other way? I mean, what if I had been born a year after my brother instead of a year before? Oh, well, that's ridiculous. I know that, because then he would have been Carrie and I would have been Troy instead of the other way around. Or something like that. Well, for the present, I can only go back a few weeks to the day I came home from the office and the housekeeper told me my mother, our mother, Troy's and mine, wanted to see me in her room. It's Carrie, Mother.
Oh, Carrie, come in.
Jessie said you wanted to see me.
Yes, I do, dear, I do. Close the door.
What's up, Mother?
Sit down, Carrie.
Trouble?
Sit down and I'll tell you.
What is it this time?
It's the little one.
Oh, it always is.
He's been naughty again.
What did he do?
Forged my name to a check.
Oh, boy.
Did it so clumsily, too. The bank caught it right away and phoned me.
What do you want me to do?
Talk to him.
What should I say?
He feels awful. Tell him it's all right.
Oh, Mother, he always feels awful. Every single time he feels awful.
Well, every single time you're able to talk him out of it. Now, darling, remember he's your brother and he's younger than you are.
Only a year? 1 year?
Well, still, he's younger. And you've always looked out for him. He expects it of you. When you were little and the 2 of you played together, you kept him from smashing his toys. And if he did smash one, you always fixed it for him. And wiped his eyes and made him happy again. Oh, you were so sweet together. Your father and I never had any fear of leaving the 2 of you alone. We always knew you'd be all right.
Take care of the little one.
Hmm?
That's what you used to say, Mother, when you went out for the evening. Take care of the little one, Carrie.
And you always did, you see. Oh, it was easy for you, Carrie. You were always so level-headed, so responsible. Troy was flighty and, yes, undependable, I admit it. But charming and handsome and very sweet when he wanted to be. You know that's true, Carrie. He could wrap you around his finger when he had a mind to.
What do you want me to say to him, Mother?
Well, just tell him he's been a bad boy.
Yes, but he must know that.
And he must never do it again.
That's all.
Well, that should be enough, don't you think? Of course, you'll put it in such a way that his feelings won't be hurt. He won't feel too guilty.
How guilty do you think he should feel?
Well, he did do a naughty thing. But he knows that, and he's already told me he's sorry.
Oh? And what did you tell him?
I said as long as you're sorry, and as long as you promise not to do it again.
But that's what you want me to tell him.
No, I want you to tell him much more. I want you to tell him not to brood about it and that it's all right.
I gave up and left the room, started downstairs. It was the same old story. Take care of the little one. Look after the little one. Don't let him get hurt. Don't let him be unhappy. Make him stop crying. Take him outside and play catch with him. Let him win. It always cheers him up if he wins. At the bottom of the stairs stood Jessie, our elderly housekeeper. Her neat gray uniform matching her neat gray hair.
You going in there?
Yes, Jessie, I thought I would. If my brother's in there.
Oh, he's in there.
Well...
But I wouldn't go in just now. He's not alone.
Oh. Anybody I know?
Some young thing, some blonde. I think her name is Maida.
Oh, I never heard him mention anybody named Maida.
Well, that's what I heard him call her just now. I took him a fresh bottle of brandy, which he asked for.
Yes, all right, Jessie. Well, I'll wait.
The other bottle was half full.
Okay, Jessie.
It's not like he pays for it, the brandy. You do.
No, in point of fact, my mother does.
You work for your mother.
I manage her affairs.
Well, that's more than he does. He don't do anything.
Now, Jessie...
Never has done anything except live off the fat of the land.
All right, now.
Spoiled, rotten brat.
I don't think we should discuss this, Jessie.
I've known the two of you since you were born. Who's got a better right?
Even so.
It's all very well to love your children. I'm all in favor of that. But it's got to be tough love. You ever hear of that?
Tough love? No, I don't believe I have.
It's what they use on people who indulge themselves.
Oh?
You love them, but you don't go soft on them. Well, I've said enough, I guess.
Yes. Yes, Jessie, I think you have. Jessie had worked for the family for better than 30 years. She'd helped raise Troy and myself. She'd run the house for my mother. She was a good, gray presence in the house and felt free to voice her opinion on anything at all. But this was different. She didn't know, couldn't know, that I had lived all my life with the high injunction, take care of the little one. I moved closer to the living room door till I could hear voices from the inside.
What do you want from me, Maida?
Well, I don't want anything, Troy.
Oh, yes, you do. Yes, you do.
Well, only for you to love me, that's all.
That's all? You say it like you can turn on love like a water faucet.
But you used to love me.
When was that?
Well, you said you did.
When did I say that?
Well, lots of times. You said it lots of times.
I never said it once, not once.
Well, you acted like you loved me. You made me think you did.
Well, now, can I help what you think? Can I help the crazy ideas that you get?
I don't think they're crazy.
You know what's wrong with you, Maida? You're a full-fledged neurotic. You think because you want something, you've got it. Well, wake up, my dear, because it's a far trip from wanting to getting. Huh? You catch my meaning? Have I penetrated that very small brain of yours? Has an idea finally seeped in, huh? Has it?
I started to move away from the door. Troy had girls, I knew that, and he didn't always treat them well, but this was the first time I'd overheard such violence. But before I could escape, the door burst open and the girl rushed past me, I doubt she even saw me, and out the front door. After a minute or two, I went into the living room. Troy was opening the fresh bottle of brandy.
Hi.
How are you, Troy?
Not too good. Sit down. I'll pour you brandy as soon as I get this thing open. There's a clean glass on that little table between the chairs. Maida didn't want any.
Okay.
And while you're there, you might touch a match to the fire, huh?
All right. Mother asked me to talk to you.
About the check?
Yes, that's right.
Oh. I don't know why I did that, Carrie. Here, hold out your glass.
Okay. Just a drop or two.
I asked Mother to buy me a new car. She wouldn't.
And?
Well, I got mad.
Mm-hmm.
That's all. I just got sore at her, and I did it.
Yes, but Mother says you didn't do it very well. It was a very clumsy forgery, she said.
Yeah, I guess it was. I guess I was too angry to do it decently. I just went ahead and I did it. No special reason. I just did it.
She says You're upset about it.
Well, wouldn't you be? Oh, never mind. Don't answer that. Don't answer that. You wouldn't have done it in the first place.
Probably not.
It's only me that it happens to.
You think you're the only one who gets angry?
Well, nobody gets as angry as I do.
I don't know about that.
Want me to strike out and hit back?
I imagine other people do.
Maybe. Huh? I doubt it, but maybe. It's a nice fire, isn't it?
Very nice. Good brandy, too.
Yeah. Bill Wadsworth's wife left him. Did you know that?
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah. It's funny. Bill and I were sitting right here in front of the fire. He was sitting where you are, in that chair. I was sitting here.
Yes, everybody gravitates to these two chairs. They look sort of companionable, facing each other.
Bill thought I was the man his wife left him for. Can you imagine? I didn't even like his wife. More brandy?
No, thanks.
Well, I think I will. Dan Mercer went broke. Did you know that?
Yes, I heard something about it.
I wonder how he's taking it.
I haven't seen him.
I played golf with him about a month ago. Came back here with me, had a brandy, just like you and I are doing. I can see him sitting in that chair the way you are now. Of course, I didn't know then his business was in bad shape, or I wouldn't have said what I did.
Well, what did you say?
I thought he cheated on his golf score. I still think he has.
Wasn't at the door?
Oh, Jesse'll get it. You know Maida Bartholomew?
No, I don't. Who is she?
It's a girl I know. She was just here.
Oh, yeah, there was a girl past me in the hall. She looked like she'd been crying.
I made her cry. She thinks she's in love with me, and I ought to be in love with her.
Well, nobody can control these things. Yes, who is it?
Mr. Troy, the police are here. Somebody got run over in front of the house. They want to bring her inside. I think it's the girl who was just here.
Maida?
Ran right in front of a car, they say.
Oh, it's happened again. I knew it would. I knew it. It happens every single time. And now it's happened again.
Troy was pale and shaking. I went out and told the police, of course, they could bring the girl into the house, and I stayed with him while they called for an ambulance. I couldn't face my brother. Couldn't deal with him. That would have to wait.
There are those times when someone we know well suddenly shows us a face that we have never seen before. That person becomes an unknown creature, foreign, remote, inaccessible, beyond our reach. Much as we might like to help, we are immobilized, and we are mute. I'll be back shortly with Act 2.
I'm at 25 to give 30 now. 5.
Bavaria on the Water auction sale. Millions of dollars worth of brand new 1- and 2-bedroom condominiums will be individually auctioned Sunday, July 18th. Don't miss this great chance to bid on a new condominium with your choice of 7 floor plans, covered parking, central air, carpeting, and more. Special 11% bank financing available with only 5% down, as low as $2,750. Models open every day, including weekends from noon till 7 p.m. Located north of the I-75 Dixie Highway Waterford exit. Enjoy the lake, clubhouse, pool, tennis courts, fishing, and lots more. Come on out, take a look, and register. Just north of the I-75 Dixie Highway Waterford exit. For information, call 625-6233. Here's
Bavaria
your
on the
chance
Water,
to
an
save
equal housing
thousands of
opportunity
dollars on a
presented
new
by Abbey
condominium at the
Lawson
bank-approved
Incorporated.
Bavaria
Call
on the Water auction sale July 18th.
625-6233.
Call now. 625-6233.
About $90 on the banner. I'm at 25 to give 30 now. 5.
Why do 100,000-mile flyers choose United?
If I can make all my connections on one airline, I don't have to run all over the airport. With United, I'm a businessman, not a marathon man.
To Boston, Denver, Philadelphia.
I'm in business to make money, not waste it. And United's got some good deals.
Seattle, Portland, Pittsburgh, too. We got this flag United for you. Where's your wings? Fly away.
East or west, United flies wherever business takes you. We've got convenient schedules and connections to over 65 business centers throughout the country. Chances are we're the only airline you'll need.
To Los Angeles, San Francisco, New York, Washington, Chicago, wherever you want to fly. People who fly for a living by United's friendly skies.
Fly United nonstop to Denver for as low as $149.50 each way with round-trip purchase. Seats are limited and some restrictions apply. Call United or your travel agent today.
The two brothers, Troy and Carrie, are only a year apart in age. Yet so dissimilar are they in temperament, one might think they belong to separate families. As our story unfolds, it will be our purpose to determine just how different they are, the one from the other. Listen now to the second act of Matching Chairs.
The girl wasn't dead, thank the Lord. But she'd been badly hurt, and they took her off to the hospital. I avoided my brother for a few days, but there came a time when I couldn't put off confronting him any longer. I was sitting in front of the fire, in one of the two big wing chairs, a small brandy in my hand, fire blazing in the fireplace, when Troy came in.
Oh. Hello there.
Hello, Troy.
Having a brandy. I think I'll join you. I've just come from the hospital. I talked to the doctors.
Oh, yes? What do they say about Maida?
She'll live. But there's a good chance she may be crippled. Maybe for life.
I'm sorry. I know how you must feel.
Mind if I join you by the fire?
Oh, there's your chair.
I may ask Maida to marry me.
You what?
I may ask Maida to marry me. Does that surprise you?
Well, yes.
I mean, when she gets out of the hospital, of course. Or maybe we could get married while she's still there. I mean, have the ceremony by her bedside. They could do that, I think.
Well, why on earth do you want to marry the girl?
It's the least I can do.
Well, how'd you figure that?
It's my fault.
What's your fault?
That she's lying in the hospital. That she may be a cripple for the rest of her life.
Troy, I think you've gone clean out of your mind. The girl ran in front of a car. I mean, there were witnesses.
No, but you don't know what happened before that.
I don't care what happened before that.
But it's the key to the whole thing. Don't you see?
No, I don't. I most certainly do not see.
We were sitting in front of the fireplace. Maida and I. Just the way you and I are sitting now. And I started to yell at her.
So what?
I said terrible things. Awful, cutting things. Things I knew would hurt her.
And what?
I meant to hurt her. I wanted to hurt her.
You lost your temper, that's all.
No. It was more than that. It was just like the time with Bill Wadsworth. He was sitting in that chair, right there, when he said I'd stolen his wife away from him.
Well, you didn't even like his wife, you told me.
Maybe I did like her.
Well, don't you know?
Maybe I thought it'd be fun to see if I could get her away from Bill. I could have thought that.
Yes, but you didn't do it. She left him for somebody she met in New York, some stockbroker.
Well, that's why I got so angry when he said I'd done it. But why did I get so angry?
Well, it is kind of insulting.
But I didn't have to get as angry as I did. I could have told him he was nuts and let it go at that.
Yes, you could have.
Yeah, but I didn't. I called him all kinds of names, and I threw him out of the house. And when he got home, there was this note from his wife saying she was going to New York, and she did. And she's still there, and she's filing for divorce.
Yes, well, at least he knows it wasn't you she left him for.
Still, if I hadn't yelled at him... Look, and then there's Dan Mercer. When I thought I caught him cheating on his golf score, now, I was really sorry about that, because, well, I could have been wrong. Maybe he didn't cheat. Maybe he just counted wrong. I don't know. All I know is he went broke a month later.
Yes, but what's that got to do with you?
I yelled at him. Don't you see? I was really furious, Carrie, and I yelled at him. He was sitting across from me where you're sitting, and I leaned across this little table between us with the brandy on it, and I screamed into his face, Right into his face.
And you think that's why he went broke?
It's happened too many times. And now it's made a...
Oh, Troy, you mean to sit there and tell me that every time you lose your temper with somebody...
Something awful happens to that person.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
There have been others, Kerry. People I haven't told you about.
It's ridiculous. It's absurd. It's stupid. I mean, you think you have some magic power over people, that you can influence their lives, control what happens to them?
Well, my temper can. My anger... It puts a sort of blight on them, a curse or something.
Boy, it's just not so.
It's happened too many times.
Now, listen to me. I mean, it could be anything. It doesn't have to be you. It could be this chair I'm sitting in. I mean, and the way you tell it, all those people were sitting in this chair. I mean, why couldn't it be the chair, not you at all?
You think it could?
Now, listen, Troy, I don't know about these things, but it's just as reasonable as your temper, your anger.
We have to get rid of the chairs.
What? No, I don't know what Mother would say to that.
No, not both of them necessarily. Maybe just the one you're sitting in. The other one can stay. Ask her, Kerry. Please, ask her.
I remember feeling a bit foolish as I climbed the stairs to my mother's room. What had I got myself into? I'd only said the first thing that came into my head. I had to say something because from the look in my brother's eye, I had an idea he was on the edge of a breakdown. Anyway, I kept on climbing the stairs and hoped I'd know what to say to my mother.
Who is it?
It's Carrie, Mother.
Oh, Carrie, do come in, dear. I'm so glad you're here. I've been wanting to talk to you.
Oh, what about?
About the little one, dear. He's got me worried.
Yes, me too.
Oh, you've noticed.
Noticed what?
How he mopes around the house, never goes out anywhere.
Well, he's been going to the hospital to see that girl. He feels responsible in a way. He's even talking about marrying her.
Marrying her? Well, that's morbid.
Yes. Mother, may I ask you something?
Well, of course, my dear, anything at all.
You know those two chairs? The wing chairs facing each other in front of the fireplace?
Well, of course I know them. They're heirlooms.
Would you consider getting rid of them?
Getting rid of... Whatever for?
Well, it's a little hard to explain.
Do you realize what those chairs mean to me? They belong to my grandmother, to my mother. They both worked on the needlepoint they're covered in, and I finished it. The flowers were done in pettipoint. The wool was dyed specially. I'd rather die than get rid of those two chairs.
I'd no idea, Mother. I thought...
No. What's the matter? Don't you like those chairs? The most beautiful chairs in the world? Or is it Troy who's taken a dislike to them? He never paid any attention to them before. Why now?
No, it isn't Troy. It isn't me.
Well, then what is it? Well, never mind what it is. Just put it out of your mind, both of you. Dismiss it. Those two precious chairs stay right where they are, facing each other in front of the fireplace, just as they have for years. Why, I'd rather die than get rid of those chairs.
I'd never seen Mother so agitated. If I tried to explain to her the odd obsession that Troy had seized upon, that it might be one of the chairs that brought misfortune to the people on whom he vented his anger, not the anger itself, what would she think? What could she think? That Troy had gone quite mad? That I had? For the truth was, the notion of the malevolent chair had originated with me. Troy was still in the living room when I came back.
Well?
Sorry, Troy. I'm afraid it's no good.
She won't throw the chairs out.
I did my best.
Oh. Did you tell her how important it is?
Well, I didn't really get a chance. The minute I brought up the subject, she got hysterical.
Then you didn't tell her?
She went on and on about her grandmother and her mother and how they'd all worked on the needlepoint and how the yarn was specially dyed to get the right color.
You didn't tell her?
Boy, what could I say?
Well, you could have said that those chairs... No, not those chairs. That one right there. It's responsible for terrible tragedies in the lives of 6 or 7... Oh, I don't know how many people I've been fond of.
Troy, I couldn't tell her that. She wouldn't believe me. We don't even know if it's true.
If it isn't true, then I'm responsible.
Not necessarily.
Yes, necessarily. It's happened too many times.
Coincidence.
Since I was 6 years old. And I hit that kid that lived next door, and he died a month later. Ever since then, whenever I got angry and shouted at somebody, something absolutely awful happened to that person.
It might have happened anyway.
It didn't. Don't you see? It's a curse that settled on me. And it came from that chair. That one there.
Troy, I don't think so.
I really don't know why it should have settled on me. I don't know what I did that was so bad.
You didn't do anything.
You aren't cursed that way. It's just me. You're a good person.
So are you.
I would be. I could be. If it wasn't for that chair.
Troy, I just don't know what to say to you.
Boys? Carrie? Troy?
In here, Mother.
Everything all straightened out?
Well...
Nothing is straightened out. Nothing.
You mean about the chairs? I don't know how either of you could have even considered such a thing. Now, let's not discuss it any further. I'm going to sit right here by the fire, and we're all going to have a nice hot cup of tea.
Don't sit there.
Carrie, tell Jessie we're ready for tea and some little sandwiches.
Mother,
so
don't.
Put a log on the fire, will you?
You terrible woman. You wicked, terrible woman. You selfish, self-centered, awful woman. You don't care what happens to me, or Carrie, or anybody. All you've ever done is think about yourself and your awful chairs and all your other possessions. Huh? Yes, like Carrie, like me, like Father. Father was one of your possessions, too. You owned him. He belonged to you till he couldn't stand it anymore, and he died. Well, I didn't kill him. Nobody can say I killed my own father. No. Nobody can say that.
Troy,
no.
cut it out.
Because you did that. You cruel, you stupid woman. You sitting there so smug, so pleased with yourself.
Troy, stop it.
But she's dead.
Are you all right, Mother?
What? Yeah, she's all right, isn't she?
I don't know.
Why is she just sitting there?
Troy, I don't know. Mother?
Oh, do something, Carrie. Do something.
Shut up, you little idiot. Don't you see I don't know what to do? Do something. Do something, Carrie. I can hear him now. And sitting here, thinking back, remembering the old admonitions that I heard all my life sound monotonously in my head. Take care of the little one, Carrie. Look after the little one. Don't let him be hurt. Don't let him be unhappy. Go on, Carrie. Help him. You're always so good with the little one. Well, this was one time when I couldn't do a blessed thing for the little one.
Do you doubt this story? True, we can't authenticate its details, but its core and kernel are real enough, lying deep in the heart of human nature. There are those who believe, or come to believe, however secretly, in the devastating power of their own anger. So far as we know, such anger was first credited to Zeus, the ancient Greek god who lived on Mount Olympus and discharged thunderbolts as casually as you or I might throw away a gum wrapper. But Zeus was a god. I'll continue shortly with Act 3.
Lots of friends are dropping by, summer fun's in store. With picnic time and camping time, it's country time for sure. Before you all get thirsty, here's a tip that should be made. Get a drink that tastes like good old-fashioned lemonade. Country time, country time.
Get down to your store for plenty of Country Time lemonade-flavored drink. Look for the Country Time coupon in this Sunday's paper.
Tastes like good old-fashioned lemonade.
I told the guy at the garage I wanted a wheel alignment. He says, you got it. Said I wanted it done right. He says, you got it. Said I wanted it guaranteed. He says, you don't got it. took my car to Goodyear. At Goodyear, we'll align your wheels and we'll guarantee the work for 90 days or 4,000 miles. Our limited warranty is good at over 1,300 Goodyear service stores nationwide. Get a wheel alignment now for $19, slightly higher in California. For guaranteed auto service, come up to Goodyear.
I'm lost and lonely, scared and sad, trembling at the thought of making you mad. My love is yours, but at times you're so cold. If life's like this, take me before I go.
This song about child abuse was written by a man who had served time in a state prison. It tells how he felt growing up as an abused child. Many of the social problems in America today spring directly from child abuse. Yet, with enough knowledge and enough money, child abuse can be prevented. Help us get to the heart of the problem. Write Prevent Child Abuse, Box 2866, Chicago, Illinois, 60690. A message of the Ad Council and the National Committee for Prevention of Child Abuse.
Zeus was a god, the chief of the Olympian gods, father of gods and men. Who was it gave him his power, handed him his thunderbolts? Why, it was man, of course. And is it not possible that when those men conceived their image of a god who could maim or kill with his anger, they were carrying in their souls the image of a very human father who could change the color of the world with his rage?
The fire sputters in the grate. The brandy sends up its piercing fragrance. I lean back my head and stare into space, remembering my mother sitting upright in the other chair, looking straight ahead, even as I do now. Looking without seeing and not speaking a word. Well, she was not dead, as you may have feared, as I feared, as Troy feared most of all. No, she had merely suffered a stroke, a cerebral hemorrhage, an insult to the brain, the doctor said.
Will she be all right, Carrie?
In time.
It was the chair that did it.
It'll take time. She'll be all right.
I told her not to sit in the chair.
We're going to have to get another therapist for her speech.
I mean, you heard me, didn't you? I mean, you heard me tell her not to sit in that chair. Oh, if she'd listened to me.
Jessie wants us to hire a maid.
She could have taken the other chair, the good one.
Yes, it's too much for Jessie running up and down with trays 3 times.
Are you listening to me, Carrie?
Yes, certainly I'm listening.
No, you're not. You keep going on about therapists and Jessie and maids and things.
What is it you want to say, Troy?
Never mind.
No, I mean it. Sorry, I've got so much on my mind, maybe I wasn't listening. Go ahead. What were you saying?
You don't care?
Yes, I do.
I asked Maida to marry me.
You what?
She said she would.
You can't mean that.
She's going to have to be in a wheelchair for quite a while.
But just where do you plan on living, you and this girl, once you're married?
Where? Why, here.
In this house?
Where else is there?
You can't marry a girl you don't even love and bring her here to live.
Well, I don't see why not.
Troy, there's a sick woman upstairs. She's got a physical therapist. She's going to need a speech therapist. Jessie is 68 years old. She's got to have help with the housework.
Well, Maida could help with the housework.
In a wheelchair? How much help do you think she could be?
Well, we'll get a regular maid.
Oh, and who's going to pay for all of that? You? I mean, were you planning on going to work to support a wife and 2 therapists and a maid?
There's plenty of money.
There won't be if you don't start to shape up.
It'd be all right if you get rid of those damn chairs.
Oh, Troy.
See, that's what's driving me crazy.
You heard what Mother said about the chairs.
Well, you didn't explain to her what they're doing. Anyway, it's just that one there. It's not both of them. It's just the bad one. The one she sat in and Maida sat in and Bill Wadsworth.
Boy,
and Danny
you
sat in.
You think she'd believe that? That chair has cast a spell over you, whatever you think it's done?
It was your idea.
No. I just said that.
And you didn't mean that?
I don't know. I just said it to get your mind off the idea that it was you yourself that caused all those things.
Carrie, please. Get rid of the chair. Just the bad one.
Well, I can't discuss it with Mother. Well, not now, because she can't speak yet. All right, I'll tell you what. I'll talk to Jessie about it.
Oh, thanks, Carrie. Thanks.
I remember, sitting here, how very tired I felt. More than tired, depleted, drained of my last ounce of energy. Still, I heard the echo of those words. Take care of the little one, Carrie. And I dragged myself out to the kitchen, where Jessie was preparing dinner. She looked tired, too.
You're going to get me some outside help, Mr. Carey?
Yes, Jessie, I will.
What with the live-in nurse? I'm feeding 5 people, not counting myself.
You have my word, Jessie.
I'm too old for this sort of thing.
Jessie. I want to ask you something.
What's that?
What would you think if... Jessie, do you think we could get rid of those chairs?
What chairs?
The chairs, the 2 chairs in front of the fireplace.
You don't mean those 2 wing chairs?
Yes, Jessie, I do.
You're crazy. What can you be thinking of?
Well, Troy has sort of taken a dislike to them.
And you? What about you?
Well, I'm not crazy about them either. They don't bother me as much as they do Troy, but...
They're beautiful, those chairs.
I know, but...
I polish them every single day.
But
nothing. Those chairs are the apple of your mother's eye. She sets such store by those chairs.
I know,
She's not going to be bedridden forever, you know. One of these days, she's going to be up and around and coming downstairs. You want her to have another stroke and die?
No.
Well, that's what you'd be doing. You'd be killing her.
If we got rid of just one of them.
Mr. Carey, they're matching chairs. That's the whole point of them. They're exactly alike. They match.
I know.
Well, then.
All right, Jessie, I'm sorry I made a mistake. We won't get rid of the chairs. Either of them. I was close to the end of my rope. I couldn't grasp the meaning of what I'd got myself into. And surely it was my own fault that I was caught up in something so idiotic as the disposal of a couple of harmless, beautiful chairs sitting innocently before the fireplace. Well, I couldn't face my brother. Not yet. So I did the common, ordinary thing men do when they don't know what to do. I went out and got drunk. However, the next day, inevitably, I came home where Troy was waiting for me.
Where you been?
Out.
You look it.
I feel it.
Did you talk to Jessie last night? You said you were going.
Yes, I talked to her.
Well?
No, look, Troy, let's go and have a brandy. I need something to pull myself together, if such a thing is possible.
Did you talk to Jessie about the chairs?
I told you I did.
Well, what did she say?
Sit down, Troy. I'm going to have a brandy.
No, I'm not going to sit in that chair. That's the bad chair.
Sit wherever you like.
Okay, I'll sit in the good one. Well?
You mind if I pour myself a brandy first?
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Oh, come on, Carrie. What did Jessie say about the chairs?
She said it's out of the question to get rid of them.
Yeah, but why is it? I mean, they're just chairs.
She says it would kill our mother.
Oh, Mother doesn't have to know. She doesn't come downstairs. Who's going to tell her?
One of these days, she's going to be able to come downstairs, and you can bet she'll make a beeline for this room, and the first thing she'll see is no chairs.
Well, we can say we've sent them out to be, I don't know, reupholstered or something.
Troy, you're being childish. I mean, the needlepoint on those chairs was made by a grandmother or a mother and herself or something. I mean, I told you all of that.
You didn't try, did you? You didn't even try. If you'd tried, Jessie would have thought of something.
No, she wouldn't.
Well, then why didn't you think of something? And then why don't you think of something now? Because you don't care, that's why. No, you've never cared.
Oh, Troy, take it easy.
As long as the shares are in this house, I am trapped. I'm doomed. And you don't care. You'd see me in hell before you'd lift a finger to help me.
What are you talking about? I mean, I've cared about you since you were born. Take care of the little one. Look out for the little one. Don't hurt the little one. Had that drummed into my ears for as long as I can remember. Well, now it's high time the little one learned how to take care of himself. I'm tired of doing it, and I'm not about to do it anymore. Do I make myself clear?
It's not much I'm asking for, Carrie.
It's a lot. Now, you've got me running around trying to get rid of 2 harmless chairs just because they upset you.
No, not 2, just one of them.
It's stupid. It's idiotic. The chairs, neither one of them has got anything to do with anything. Now, if you think they have, or one of them has, then get rid of them yourself. Don't ask me to do it because I'm worn out, I'm fed up with catering to all your fears and your moods. I am fed up. Have you got it? And I'm through. I'm through with you. The fire is dying down. And in the quiet embers, I think I can see the pale face of my brother. That was a week ago. And that was the last time I saw him, or will ever see him. He left the house that same day, and the next morning the police told me that he'd been shot in some brawl in an upstate town. Shot by a complete stranger, someone shooting wild out of who knows what private rage and anguish of his own.
Mr. Carey?
Yes, Jessie. What is it?
Will you be wanting anything before I go out?
You going out?
It's my regular night to go to the movies.
Oh, yes. Yes, well, go ahead. I don't need anything. Or if I do, I'll get it myself.
Mr. Carey, I'm so glad you didn't get rid of those chairs.
Yes, the chairs.
You know, when you talked to me about it, I was scared you might.
Well, there really wasn't any chance of that.
But after you left the house, I came in here and I looked at them. They're so beautiful.
Yes. Yes, they are, aren't they?
Well, I did something I should have done a long time ago. I switched them around.
You what?
I switched them. You see, they'd been in the same place for so long, the feet were wearing into the carpet, leaving marks. So I changed them around. Nobody will notice because they're exactly alike. You don't mind, do you?
Why, no. I don't think I mind. Well, good night, Jessie. I hope it's a good movie. Jessie's off to the movies. The fire's gone out. The brandy is finished. And it turns out I'm sitting in the bad chair, as Troy used to call it. It's true that since he left, I've always been careful to sit in the good chair. Always felt a little foolish, but that's what I did. It must have been the bad chair that Troy was sitting in when I told him I was through with him. I know it wasn't the chair that killed the little one. It was a stranger's stray bullet. I know that. Don't I? Or could it have been my own anger that killed him? Could that have been it? I don't like to think that, but... Oh, that was a big pain. A pain in my chest. Sharp. Jessie! Jessie! Oh, she's gone. Mother! Oh, no. She can't hear me.
couldn't reach me if she did. Am I dying? Is that it? Am I dying? Really, really dying?
It is not an uncommon thing to ascribe to others feelings of our own, which are painful and therefore unwelcome. If we can project these disagreeable feelings onto another person, why can we not project them onto an inanimate thing, like a chair, for instance? I think we can, and we do. And the mechanism is called paranoia. I'll be back shortly.
If you'd like to take advantage of the current high interest rates in today's money market, but want your money available when you need it, take a moment now to call this toll-free number, 800-228-5000. Ask the operator to send you information on Dreyfus Liquid Assets. Find out just how much income growth you can get from one of the world's largest money market mutual funds. With Dreyfus Liquid Assets, you have the advantage of making withdrawals by phone or paying larger bills with free redemption checks and continue earning high yields, compounded daily till your check clears. You can put money in or take it out anytime with never a sales charge or a penalty. But call now, 800-228-5000 for free information and a prospectus, including management fee, charges, and expenses. 800-228-5000. Study the prospectus carefully before you invest and learn how Dreyfus Liquid Assets can help you get the lion's share from today's high interest rates. 800-228-5000. Toll free, 800-228-5000.
Did Carrie die in the chair his brother called the bad one? If he did, was it the bad chair that killed him? Or was it his own anger, his guilt at having loosed it? We'll be honest and tell you we don't know. Actually, we don't even know that he died. We hope he didn't. It would seem such a pitiful waste. Our cast included Paul Hecht, Christopher Tabori, Elspeth Eric, and Carol Teitel. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now a preview of our next tale. Come in.
Thank you.
I'm counting a card for every year. Star, moon, sun. I'm up to 12 cards, one for each of my 12 married years, Pierre.
Yes, but you've been married for 13.
What have you heard from my husband?
Victory in Vienna.
It's true. 13. But I don't dare turn over the last card, even though, you know, I can almost see through the back of it.
Oh, Josephine, what games you play?
It's no game. It's a warning of the future. So be it. I am not a coward. I've told a lot of untruths in my day, but I was never a coward. Of these 3 cards, the first one I will turn over will be either justice, the hanged man, or death. This is Tammy Grimes inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant... Come in. Welcome. I am Tammy Grimes. We are spinning our fates, good or evil, never to be undone. Even the smallest stroke of virtue or of vice leaves its ever so little scar. Nothing we may do can ever be wiped out. Or so said Mr. William James. To put it another way, that which ye sow is that which ye shall reap.
Awake, dreamer, awake. Beautiful dreamer. You remember that song. Beautiful dreamer, awake unto me.
Oh, George. Oh, it's George. Go away. What do you want from me?
The woman kills me and asks, what do you want from me?
I didn't kill you. I'm not a murderer.
You're worse than a murderer. You're a fool. Because you killed me for nothing.
Our mystery drama, Don't Kill Me, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Tony Roberts and Roberta Maxwell. I'll be back shortly with Act One. The way of an eagle in the air. The way of a serpent on a rock. The way of a ship in the midst of the sea. And the way of a man with a maid. These are the things that we know not. So says the book. Well, the ways of eagles, serpents, and ships, while reasonably puzzling, are not nearly as unfathomable as the ways of men with maids, or of maids with men. And if we could discover the secret of those ways, we might learn something worth knowing.
Your Uncle Seth?
My Uncle Seth.
So hard to believe, Ted.
For years, everybody thought he was just an old bum.
George, we're talking about Teddy's Uncle Seth.
You remember my Uncle Seth, George?
Yes, I remember.
All of us kids would go down to his shack, like it said in that song, that tumble-down shack near the old railroad track.
Yes.
The place was filled with old clothes and all kinds of junk, and hidden away in all that debris, it turns out they were bank books and stock certificates, government bonds, over $3 million. Now that he's dead, it's all mine. While he was alive, he wouldn't even give me a nickel. He could have sent me to college. My whole life would have been different. Well, it's sure going to be different from here on in.
How and where did he get all that money?
We'll never know. It turns out he was just one of those eccentric millionaires.
And all this time, we just thought he was eccentric.
No, we thought he was crazy. Only rich people can be eccentric. George, Wilma, I want you to listen. If you need anything for doctors, for hospitals, for whatever it takes, George, are you listening?
Nothing can help me, Ted. Nothing.
Now, don't you talk that way.
I've been everywhere. Tried everything, seen everybody. They don't know. They just don't know. And I'm so tired.
What did you say, George?
He's asleep.
Just like that?
He can go off at any time. Come into the kitchen. I've got some coffee on the stove. Another cup?
Wilma, I meant what I said about helping.
Oh, well, there's nothing that can be done medically.
Oh, somewhere there has to be a cure.
Cure? They don't even know the cause.
Wilma, I have so much money. More than I can hope to spend in a lifetime. Let me give you some.
No, Ted.
Oh, but look at yourself.
I'd rather not.
You have to work so hard.
I would sooner die than take a nickel from you.
Yeah, but the three of us have been friends since we were kids.
The three of us were friends until two of us fell in love.
It's a pity that you didn't fall in love with me.
Please, Ted.
I was always in love with you, Wilma.
Don't.
Well, I'll always be in love with you.
Just don't say any more.
I really came to say goodbye.
Where are you going?
To South America.
Why?
Well, I've always been interested in archaeology.
That's right. When will you be leaving?
Tomorrow.
Oh. Well, good luck.
Wilma, are you sure there's nothing I can do?
There's nothing anyone can do. Goodbye, Ted.
Wilma? Grace, you left the front door open.
Oh, did I?
What are you typing there?
It's a way to make some extra money.
Oh, a full day on the job and a full night at home.
Do I have a choice?
You had a choice 10 years ago.
All right, Grace.
Obviously, you made the wrong one.
Let's not go into that.
Today, he's a millionaire. Little Teddy Trumbull.
I promised I'd have this ready by morning.
And you could have had him.
So, if you'll just excuse me.
You could still have him?
I have 20 pages to go, and I'm getting tired.
Divorce George.
How can I divorce him?
Oh, Wilma, are you saying that you're still in love with him?
Yes, I'm still in love with him.
You can't afford to be in love with him. Wilma.
I just don't want to talk about it.
Now, just listen for a minute.
To what?
Darling, he's a helpless, hopeless invalid. He's only waiting to die.
I said I don't want to talk about it.
And he could die tomorrow. Or he could hang around for a year, or 2 or 3, or even 5, maybe 10. But sooner or later, Teddy will get tired of waiting. Now, you don't kid me, Wilma. You're thinking about it.
Oh, look what you made me do.
Yes. 10 years ago, I may have made you choose George.
I made that choice myself.
You were always looking to Big Sister for advice. I remember I said, I keep hands off when it comes to romance. But you could see which one I favored. And George was the better bet at the time. Who could foresee that Teddy would have a rich uncle and George would... Well, okay, let's be constructive. Divorce him.
Divorce him? Now? In the state he's in?
All right, so people will do some finger-pointing and head-shaking and tongue-clucking. Well, who cares? After a while, it's all forgotten.
No.
Oh. Afraid you'd have a guilty conscience?
Ted would have a guilty conscience.
Wilma, remember what Papa used to say? Time's running out. You have to make your move before it's too late.
Feeling better, George?
No, Doctor.
Have some new pills, the latest drug. It may... George? George?
He's fallen asleep again, Doctor.
Yes, so I see.
Where are we?
Exactly where we were at the beginning.
Is there any hope?
Theoretically, there's always hope.
I mean real hope.
I'm sorry.
How much time does he have?
Well, he could have as much as any of us, unless...
Unless?
He could have an accident.
In bed? How?
Well, you see, he falls into such a deep sleep that sometimes his breathing mechanism could be... Well, how can I simplify this? There could be a loss of muscular coordination, and he could just suffocate.
Oh. Well, what can be done about it?
It's really quite simple. It doesn't have to be fatal if you notice it in time. All you have to do is massage his chest briskly.
That's all?
If you should happen to notice that he isn't breathing, do that at once.
But I can't spend 24 hours a day just sitting here and watching him.
I understand.
I have a day job, and I have to do typing at night.
I'm aware of that, Wilma.
And I have to get some sleep, too. I'm only human.
Of course.
I have to get some sleep. You're looking better this morning, George. Feeling better, too?
Yes, I hope it lasts.
It will.
No, it won't.
I got a letter from Ted. Well, it's addressed to both of us.
Well, what does it say?
He's deep in the Brazilian jungles, somewhere in the Amazon, looking for that lost civilization of his. Do you think you'll ever find it? Well, do you, George?
Wilma.
Yes? What is it?
Please, Wilma.
Please, Wilma, what?
Don't kill me.
George!
Please, Wilma, don't kill me.
George, how can you even...
You've been thinking about it.
That isn't true.
You're trying so hard to fight it. You won't even admit it to yourself, but you're thinking about it.
No, George, no.
Day and night, you're thinking about it.
Please, George.
I'm so tired, so sleepy. I have to stay awake. I have to tell you something. I have to...
Don't say anything more, George.
What I have here, it isn't very much of a life, I know, but I want to live as long as I can. And Or maybe tomorrow. Next week, next year, they'll find the drug, the treatment, the cure. While there's life, there's hope. I don't want to die. Please, Wilma, don't kill me. I'm so tired. So tired.
Hello, Wilma.
What are you doing here, Grace?
Well, I thought I'd come by and take you to a movie.
I can't leave George alone.
Oh, of course.
I mean, it's bad enough I have to be gone all day.
Oh, come out for a little while, anyhow. I'll buy you dinner.
I better look in on George.
I just did that. He's sound asleep. Hey, Wilma, this is some letter from Ted.
Where did you get that?
You left it on the table.
You had no business reading mine.
Yes. Teddy writes, I love you, and I'll always love you. Well, I guess he hopes you'll take the hint.
What hint?
He expects you to do something.
Like what?
Look, he's gone as far as he can. He's made his statement. The rest is up to you.
The rest?
You have to go to him. Leave, George. Teddy's waiting for you to take that step.
Why don't you let me alone, Grace?
I love you, and I'll always love you. Maybe. He's now an attractive man.
He was always attractive.
No, he wasn't. That's why you chose George. Teddy was always thin, shy, awkward. But he can look awfully good with all that money.
Grace, I keep telling you I don't want to talk about it.
The girls will all be after him now, Wilma. It'll be a heady new experience for him. How long do you think he'll be willing to wait for you? Now, don't do that. I know why you do it.
I have to make money.
You also want to lose yourself somewhere out in limbo. You want to keep busy, so you don't have to think. Okay, go ahead. But you know you're not solving your problem that way.
Wilma, please, wake up. Wake up, Wilma.
What?
Oh, Wilma. Wilma, you're up.
Yes, I guess I am. Something must have wakened me.
I called to you.
I'm sure I didn't hear you.
I know. I couldn't speak loud enough for that. It was a prayer. A prayer. That's why you heard it.
A prayer?
I have this funny feeling as if I'm going to...
As if you're going to what?
It's getting harder. And harder for me to breathe. Remember what the doctor said. I feel it coming on. In a minute, I won't be able to breathe. To do something.
But I don't know what to do.
The doctor told you. Rub, massage my chest. That'll... please, Wilma, call an ambulance. Help me. It's so hard to breathe. Wilma, aren't you going to do anything? Please. I'll die. Do something.
She will certainly do something. She'll give him the first aid, or she won't. She'll save his life, or sit by and watch him lose it. Either way, she is performing an act, making a statement. And she won't be the only one to make a statement either. Quite a few people will be making some rather interesting statements of their own when the curtain shall rise on Act 2. Promises, promises. How easily made, how readily broken. Each year, millions of people vow to love, honor, and obey each other. To be steadfast in sickness and in health, till death do them part. Yes, it's quite easy to do all those things in health. But in sickness, as the bard himself might remark, aye, there's the rub. And we needed a rub quite literally at the very end of the first act. Did we get one?
Wilma, my chest, I can't breathe. The doctor just said. You must massage my chest. If you don't, you just can't sit there and do nothing. It's the same as murder. Wilma, where are you going? Please, come back and help me. I see you want to marry Ted, but you won't be happy with him. He'll still be stupid, Teddy, no matter how much money. You won't be happy, and you won't forget what you did to me. Wilma, don't leave me. Help me, save me. Wilma, don't go. You know what you're doing? You're making a bet. You're betting that there is no God, no retribution, no heaven, no hell. But there is, Wilma. There is. Think about it, Wilma. Think about it.
Grace? Wilma, do you know what time it is?
It's 5 a.m.
Well, what's the big idea?
I'm scared.
Oh, is something wrong?
George.
Yes, George?
I'm afraid.
Wilma, get hold of yourself.
I'm trying.
Now, what about George?
I just, this moment, woke up and
Yes?
He's lying here very...
Tell me.
Very still. He's very, very quiet. He isn't moving.
Is he breathing?
No. I don't think he's breathing either.
What are you calling me for?
Grace, I'm scared.
Well, call a doctor, an ambulance, the police.
I can't. I'm so scared. Do it for me, Grace.
I came as quickly as I could, Wilma.
Yes, Ted.
I would have been here sooner, but...
I understand.
You've no idea how wild and deep that jungle is.
Of course.
Wild and deep, but beautiful.
I can imagine.
A lush beauty, an awesome beauty.
It sounds wonderful.
Even at times, a terrible beauty. I'm sorry about George.
Thank you, Ted.
He was such a good friend.
I know.
How did it happen? Or is it too painful to say?
I woke up one morning and he was dead.
Oh. Just like that?
He fell asleep the night before and never woke up.
Well, maybe the way things were, he's better off.
Don't say that, Ted. Don't ever say that.
I'm sorry.
No one is ever better off dead.
Forgive me, Wilma, please.
It's all right, Ted. I forgive you.
I'm always so... What did George call it? Gauche. That's it. It was his favorite word. I always manage to say the wrong thing, don't I?
Ted, I forgive you. Forget it.
Well, now what, Wilma?
Now what?
Wilma, I've always loved you. Maybe this isn't exactly the right moment to talk about it.
You're right, Ted. This isn't exactly the right moment to talk about it.
Wake up, Wilma. Wake up. Didn't you hear the clock? Listen again. 2 o'clock, just the exact time it was that night.
No. George.
You didn't think you'd be rid of me, did you? Just because you killed me. Did you think that would be the end of it?
I didn't kill you. What do you want?
The woman kills me and has the nerve to ask, what do I want?
The way things were, you're better off dead.
No one's better off dead. Isn't that what you said to the chump?
He's not a chump.
The only thing different about him is that he's a chump with $3 million.
What do you want?
I just want to tell you that you lost the bet.
What bet?
The bet you made when you killed me.
I didn't kill you.
You had to decide. Is there or is there not a reckoning? And when you walked out that door and left me there to die, you made the bet that there wasn't. You bet there will be no day of judgment. I'm here to tell you that you lost.
You're here, George, because I have a guilty conscience. Yes, I can admit it to myself. I let you die. Why not? You were as good as dead anyway.
No matter how you tried to justify it, the judgment was not yours to make.
But I made it. And so naturally I'm filled with remorse, regret, and self-reproach. And so I am assailed by nightmares, and this is one of them.
You think so?
But I'll get over it. This, too, shall pass. Because I'll keep thinking about that mean, hard, threadbare life I would lead, working day and night to support you and nurse you. I shall compare it to the life I will enjoy with Teddy, with all that money, that luxury and comfort.
So you chose Teddy. But you're not going to have a life of luxury and comfort with Teddy.
With all that money?
Teddy has found his calling, his heart's desire, in the deepest, darkest jungles of the Amazon. Yes, that's where his life's work is, in fever-ridden, insect-infested swamps.
I'll put a stop to that nonsense soon enough.
I wish you luck, dear Wilma. And I mean that from the bottom of what would be my heart, if I were still alive.
What's that?
What's what, my dear?
Those bells.
Church bells.
Why are they ringing?
Because I asked the minister to. I always wanted the bells to ring at my wedding.
I just don't like the whole idea of...
Wilma? Wilma, is something wrong?
No, nothing's wrong.
You're still going to marry me, aren't you? You haven't changed your mind about that?
No, it's all right.
And we're leaving tonight for the Amazon.
Yes, Ted. Just for our honeymoon, remember. Just for our honeymoon.
Yes, of course.
You ready to leave, Wilma, dear?
Yes, Grace.
Alan and I'll drive you and Ted to the airport. Oh, what a lovely wedding. You look so beautiful.
Have I forgotten anything? No, I don't think so.
I'm just frightened at the idea of you going off to that jungle.
It's only for a couple of weeks.
Oh? Are you sure?
Of course I'm sure.
Well, that's not what Ted told Alan. Alan asked him if he'd be interested in looking at some houses, and Ted said you weren't coming back for a long time.
What?
If at all.
Ted said that to Alan?
Yes. And Alan was surprised because you had asked him to line up some properties.
I'm sure Alan must have misunderstood what Ted told him. We'll be home by the end of the month. At the latest.
Don't you love it, Wilma?
Love what?
The colors. Have you ever seen such lush vegetation?
No, Ted. Not exactly.
And all these sounds?
It can be rather deafening.
God, it sounds like a tremendous jumble, but I can identify at least 37 different birds.
I'm sure it's very interesting.
Listen, that kind of deep growl. Now, he's very far from here, but sound carries a long way in the jungle. That's a jaguar, the tiger of South America.
Isn't it dangerous to be out here?
You know, the car has a steel roof, so you're safe from snakes in the trees. And I have a rifle.
Even so.
The wild animals almost never attack human beings.
Almost never?
No, they're more scared of you than you are of them. Besides, you'll learn how to use firearms.
Why?
Well, it's just a good idea.
I've never held a gun in my life.
Well, it doesn't take long to learn. Inside of 3 or 4 months, you'll be an expert.
3 or 4 months? We'll be headed back in less than 3 weeks.
Oh, here we are.
What's this?
Home.
Here?
I call it Trumbulltown. Named it after me. I had the native labor build these huts. The largest one is ours.
I'm not going to stay in one of those huts.
You'll love it. It's the simple life, darling. No frills, no fuss, no artificial trappings. Yes, indeed. The simple life.
Why should I lead the simple life? I can afford luxury.
Well, no one can afford luxury. No one can afford the debilitating loss of the real, the worthwhile, the true values.
What are you talking about?
Here, Wilma, I discovered a new way of existence, a new perspective on the world. I am no longer that silly, simple fellow I used to be.
I never thought you were silly or simple.
Oh, yes, you did. That's why you chose George instead of me. But it's all right. We're married now, and we're going to have a wonderful life together.
It's very hot.
You get used to that after a while.
What's a while?
I don't know, a month or two.
But we're not going to be here a month or two.
Ah, there he is. Is my number one assistant, Hualpa.
Senor.
Hualpa, this is Senora Trumbo.
I am most happy to meet the senora.
How do you do?
Hualpa, take the bags into the hut.
Si, senor.
Have the men been going out looking while I've been gone?
Si, senor. But they have found nothing.
Listen, Nada. It's all right. We have time. We are dealing with eternity. What's a day, a week, a month, even a year? True?
It's verdad. What is a year, or even 5 or 10, or even the life of a man?
What are you two talking about?
Time. Time and how little it means.
It means a great deal to me. Look, Ted, I think we better talk about this.
We'll never talk on an empty stomach. I can smell a delicious supper.
But
the people have prepared a feast for us, darling. It's bad manners to keep them waiting. Isn't this lovely?
I've never seen so many mosquitoes in all my life.
Well, after a while, they stop bothering you.
What do you mean by a while?
How did you like the dinner?
It was dreadful. The meat, it was raw, except in those places where it was burned to a crisp.
And you get used to it.
Yes, I know. In a while. Let me tell you something, Ted. I don't want to get used to any of this.
Wilma.
I hate it. I came out here only to please you. All right. I'll stick it out for 3 weeks. Then we are going back to civilization.
All right. We don't have to talk about it now.
As far as I'm concerned, we never have to talk about it at all.
Do you sense that things are not going exactly according to plan? By that we mean, of course, Wilma's plan. Offhand, I would say that things are right on schedule as far as Ted's plan is concerned. Just what his plan is, I couldn't project at this point. But I'm sure it's at a complete odds with Wilma's. Let's all plan to meet right here shortly for the third act. Lack of communication. That's supposed to be at the root of most of our problems. And so we try to discover and encourage more openness, more truthfulness. Indeed, we have even coined a phrase for it, telling it the way it is. However, in many cases, it isn't that we don't know how to communicate. It's just simply that what the communicator has to communicate is completely unacceptable to the communicatee.
Good morning, Wilma, darling. Did you sleep well last night?
No, Ted.
I'm sorry. I slept like a log.
That was part of the problem. Your snoring kept me awake. And I was bitten alive by insects.
But, dear, you have a netting. You must use it.
It's too hot.
Now, that isn't true. The air just passes through it.
I felt as if I was suffocating.
No, you'll get used to it.
Now, don't start that again, Ted. I have no intention of...
What do you say to some breakfast?
I'm not hungry.
Darling, we've been here for 3 days, and Hualpa tells me you haven't eaten a thing.
Just the idea of food is enough.
Would you like to come with me this morning? We're going up the river. We think that the lost civilization...
Oh, who cares about the lost civilization? I want to go home.
Home?
You heard me.
Wilma, this is our home. This is where we're going to live.
Oh, no. Maybe this is where you're going to live.
And so will my wife.
Your wife does not choose to live here.
A woman must go where her husband's work takes him.
Work? What is this? Some stupid hobby. A rich man playing at archaeologist.
I'm a serious person.
I'm serious, too. I refuse to live here.
Please, Wilma.
I want us to start packing immediately.
Wilma, give yourself a chance.
I said I want to leave here at once.
I have decided to go upriver today.
You mean you will keep me here by force?
Darling, what sort of a way is this to talk? I mean, you're free to come and go just as you please.
But you're my husband.
Yes. And I choose to remain here.
Wilma, awake, dreamer.
Oh, George. I'm dreaming. I'm home.
No, you're not dreaming. You're not home. Just outside is the jungle. I told you you'd lose the vet. He's changed, hasn't he, Teddy?
George, what do you want?
He's no longer that pathetic little pusher we used to make fun of. He's now become a man with a mission. He's got you here trapped.
Oh, no.
No? What can you do about it? It's his money.
I can shoot him.
I must say the first murder was hard, but once you're over that hump, there's nothing to it. How do you plan to work it?
I'll ask him to teach me how to shoot a gun, and then it'll just go off by accident, you see?
You'll never get away with it. Walpa is devoted to Teddy, and he reads you very well.
If I say it was an accident, what will he be able to say in court?
It'll never get to court. Walpa and his people will execute summary justice themselves.
Thank you for telling me. I'll go home and get a divorce.
Then you've murdered me for nothing. You can't sue him. You have no grounds.
I do. He lied to me. I have mental and physical cruelty. Oh, I could get plenty from him.
Just listen to this conversation. Is this my Wilma? My sweet, gentle Wilma?
Goodbye, George. I think I'm free of you, finally.
Are you?
I told you before. You're my conscience. My dying conscience. Very soon, I'll be able to destroy you completely.
Oh, you think so?
I'm no longer what you said. Your sweet, gentle Wilma. I'm no longer a little girl. I've grown up.
Into what, I wonder? Into what?
Walpa?
Yes, Senora.
When is Senor Trumbull coming back?
Quien sabe? Who knows?
The car. Is the tank filled?
I believe so.
Where is the nearest civilized place?
It is perhaps 50 miles, a town.
Along the road through the jungle?
Si, senor. The same road.
Do you have the keys?
The senora wishes to go.
What did you think I was talking about?
But I cannot drive the senora. I must stay here and wait for Senor Trumbull.
I asked you for the keys.
But the senora should not go by herself.
And why not?
If something should happen to the car, the senora does not know how to walk through the jungle.
Never mind that. Just let me have the keys to the car.
But it is dangerous.
I will die of boredom in this place. So what's the difference? Now what? Oh, what's this? Oh, wouldn't you know it? Wouldn't you know it? Well, I can't be more than a mile from the camp. Why should I sit here in the hot sun? Oh, my leg!
darling Wilma.
Where am I?
Well, you're back home.
Home? I'm in the United States. So soon?
No, you're home here, darling, where you live.
Oh, everything is starting to hurt all over again. What happened to me?
Oh, we found you lying in the road.
I'm starting to feel numb all over.
Well, you have a rather large insect bite on your left leg.
An insect bite could do this?
Oh, yes.
Oh, I feel as if I'm going to die. Don't let me die, Teddy, please.
Oh, I won't, my darling. I won't.
Do something.
Well, Welpa has gone for a doctor.
A doctor? Oh, yes. I need a doctor. Please, Teddy, get me a doctor.
Hello. May I come in? My name is Julie Reynolds, Dr. Julie Reynolds.
Oh, you're an American.
Oh, down here, you'd better learn to say North American. Yes, I'm as North Americano as you can get. I hail from Minneapolis.
Oh, you're a long way from home.
Well, home is where people need you. And that can be everywhere, even here.
Yes, that's true.
I thought I'd put in some time with the Peace Corps.
Well, that must be quite an experience.
Oh, fantastic. Would you believe I'm the only doctor within 100 miles? That is, the only MD. There are quite a few witch doctors and medicine men, and some of them are actually good.
Really?
You learn something every day. That's why I love it. Oh, say, I'd better look at the patient.
She's sleeping.
Yes, I gave her something.
What's wrong with her?
Oh, I'm afraid you have a very sick wife. She was bitten by a mosquito known as the ARIAS. It's a pretty name for such a devastating creature.
Is it poisonous?
Well, only to people who have certain enzyme imbalance. She'll be in constant pain. But we can give her something to ease that. And she'll have to take another drug for her heart.
Is her heart affected?
Oh, it will be. There's going to be a considerable added stress placed upon it. You'll have to give her regular doses of this medication.
Yes.
It'll ease things for her. Now, this is important. If she misses even one or two, I
don't have any worries on that score.
Well, and there's nothing more I can do. I'll leave you a supply of the medication you'll need. Now, I'd better be getting back.
Oh, but it's so dark and you have a long trip. Why not spend the night, huh?
Oh, well, you may have convinced me. It isn't every day I have a chance to be with some fellow North Americanos. Tell me, what are you doing out here?
I'm looking for that lost civilization. Have you ever heard of it?
Oh, you mean the gods that brought the people fire thousands and thousands of years ago?
You know what I think? They could have been visitors from another planet. Do you agree?
Well, anything is possible.
It would be fantastic if I could find it.
Oh, you're sure to find something, just being out here.
I know. It's changed my whole life.
Mine, too.
Wake up, dreamer. Wake up.
Oh, let me alone. Let me alone.
Oh, don't say that. Ted's going to leave you alone quite a bit from now on.
Oh, go away. Please, go away.
She's one of those hale and hearty girls, isn't she? Brisk and bursting with sincerity. His next wife.
Oh, what are you talking about?
What are they talking about? Haven't you been listening? Have you ever seen Ted so animated?
She isn't even attractive.
True, she isn't picture book pretty like you. But he doesn't want that anymore. When he was a timid, repressed little nobody, he yearned, for he dreamed of having the prettiest girl in town. But now, he wants a woman.
Don't say that anymore.
A woman he can talk to. who can understand his ambitions, who can share his dreams.
Don't say any more.
Look at them together. Listen to them. Can't you see how they fit?
Shut up.
Oh, he'll fight it at first, just as you did, and then one day he will forget your heart medication.
No.
He won't be able to help himself.
No.
Why do you say no, my darling? These things don't happen.
No. No.
Wilma, what's the matter?
I think she's had a nightmare. Let me give her something.
No. Don't touch me. Don't touch me.
Wilma, dear, the doctors.
Dad. Daddy, darling, please. Daddy, promise me something.
Yes, dear.
Promise.
Yes, dear. What do you want me to promise?
Promise. You won't kill me.
That's the most important promise you can make, isn't it? I know he made it just as the curtain was coming down. But did he keep it? I really couldn't say. After all, life is a story that doesn't have a neat little ending. It proceeds along its unpredictable course until it's all over. And even then, we don't know if it's really finished. I'll be back with some unfinished business shortly.
If you've been reading about wise money management in your favorite publications, you've undoubtedly heard about Dreyfus Liquid Assets, one of the world's largest money market funds, and about the big yields you can get on your money right now. Start with as little as $2,500. Make added investments as low as $100. With Dreyfus Liquid Assets, your money is yours whenever you need it. Phone for it, have it sent to your bank, or write a redemption check for cash or to pay your larger bills. You keep right on earning that high yield, compounded daily until your check clears. No penalties on interest, no sales charge, no charge for the checks. It's so simple, sensible, convenient. But find out for yourself. Call toll-free 800-228-5000 for free information and a prospectus, including management fee, charges, and expenses. Read the prospectus carefully before investing or sending money. Discover how Dreyfus Liquid Assets can help you get the lion's share of today's high money market rates. 800-228-5000. Toll-free 800-228-5000.
I bought this gadget by mail. The ad said it would save me a lot of gas. It did. Since I put it in, my car won't start.
They said I could make money stuffing envelopes at home. I'd like to give those envelope guys a licking.
If you shop by mail and don't get what you were promised, it could be mail fraud, and there are many different kinds, from products that don't work to worthless work-at-home schemes. If you're a victim or even suspect mail fraud, call your postal inspector. It's his job to keep the mail a nice way to shop.
The ad said I could lose 20 pounds a week painlessly. What I lost was $20, and that hurt a lot.
They said there were hundreds of dollars to be made working at home. They were right. I worked at home, and they made hundreds of dollars.
Remember, most of the time when you shop by mail, you do get what you were promised. But if you suspect mail fraud, call your local post office and ask for your postal inspector or postmaster. Don't take getting taken. A public service announcement by this station and your postal service.
The name of our story is Don't Kill Me. It could also have been titled The Wager. Every one of us makes a bet with life every day. Whether we are aware of it or not, we are wagering that our course of action is the correct one. And of course, there is no way of telling whether we have won or lost until the very end. And even then, we can never be sure of the payoff. Our cast included Tony Roberts, Lee Richardson, Joan Shea, and Roberta Maxwell. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is Tammy Grimes inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Good evening, everyone. For News Radio 95, I'm Alan James. Here are the top headline stories we'll be following for you this morning. One man died in a fire at the Annapolis Hospital in Wayne last night. The state's major...
Come in. Welcome. I'm Tammy Grimes. I have never, said Mr. Montaigne, seen a greater monster or a greater miracle than myself. And we may all echo the same sentiment. For within each of us is the power to be either. And the urge to be one or the other is always strong within. For most of us, neither wins. For all our good intentions and honest desire, just like Mr. Montaigne, we are both miracle and monster.
I'm afraid I don't understand what you're doing, Lieutenant.
We are investigating the murder of Woody Marlowe.
But he was killed 5 years ago.
There is no statute of limitations on murder, Doctor.
But he was killed by a prowler.
Was he?
Well, that's what you people said 5 years ago.
Well, we're no longer satisfied with that assumption.
Why? You have any new evidence?
No.
Then isn't all this a waste of time?
Our mystery drama, Escape to Prison, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Marion Seldes. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Let us, said a wise man, permit nature to take her own way. She better understands her own affairs than we do. True enough. But sometimes nature can require such a long time to take her way that we may very well assume that she has no intention of ever doing it. The answer is patience. Patience. Nature never forgives, never forgets. And her way may be long and difficult, but in the end, she always gets there. Depend on it.
Tom! Oh, Tom!
Liz!
Oh, Tom, I'm so glad I caught you.
What is it, Liz? What are you doing
I've
here?
got something to give Woody.
Give Woody?
Isn't he flying to London with you?
Woody? Liz,
Liz, what?
did you ask... Where's Woody?
Yes, Woody.
I don't
Let
know.
me ask you again, where's Woody? You know. Woody, your oldest and dearest friend, my oldest and dearest husband, Woodrow Marlowe. You were the best man at his wedding. My wedding. I have a letter here, and I'm sure Woody would be quite interested. I want to catch him
Liz,
before the plane...
Listen.
What is it? Is something the matter? You have an odd tone in your voice. Yes, what?
I don't know what to say.
Oh, Woody is up to some shenanigans. He's not flying to London with you. Was the London trip part of a charade staged for my benefit?
Liz.
Are you trying to cover up for your pal?
Liz, come with me.
Where?
To the cocktail lounge.
You'll miss your plane.
Come on now, don't say another word. Just come with me. Did they make it the way you like it?
It was just fine. I'm quite comfortable, thank you. I have a sneaking suspicion that Woody isn't here. Am I right?
Yes, Liz. You're right.
Well, can you tell me where is my wandering boy? You're not telling. Well, why not? You've been pals since college. Well, thanks for the drink, Tom.
Where are you going?
I have to find him. I have something important to show him.
Liz, sit down.
Why? Have you finally decided to break the code of silence and tell me where he is?
You know where he is, Liz. He's dead.
Yes? Well? Go on. Tell me the rest of it.
The rest of it?
The ending. Get to the punchline.
Liz, what has gotten into you?
What's gotten into me?
Woody is dead. We buried him 5 years ago.
I'm sorry I bothered you, Tom.
Liz, come back here.
Rose?
Yes, Liz.
Do you have the latest sales figures?
They're up, all of them. The new perfume especially.
Well, I want to put that together for my report to the board of directors.
I've already started.
I have a bit of a problem.
Shoot.
I can't locate Woody.
You can't locate who?
Woody. What's the matter with everybody today? Rose? Where'd she go? Rose?
Liz? What did you just say to me on the phone?
I said I can't locate Woody.
If you want to locate Woody, all you have to do is go to the Crestwood Cemetery.
All right, that's enough.
Liz, what's the matter with you?
What's the matter with me? What is the matter with everybody? What is it? A plot?
Okay. Woody. Yeah, sure.
I have something here he should see.
What?
It's just a little private matter between the two of us.
Yes, of course.
He was supposed to go to London with his pal Tom, and I thought I'd catch him at the airport. Well, of course, naturally, it was a hoax. He wasn't there.
You know what I think you ought to do, Liz. I think you ought to go home.
Why?
But just lie down, rest.
Oh, I see. You're in on it, too.
In on what?
Oh, I don't know. But everyone around here is talking as if I were crazy.
No, Liz, it's just... Look, I don't blame you. You've been working so hard. But now it's time for the payoff. You've made it, Liz. You'll be president of the company.
Rose, I simply want an answer.
Oh, you're afraid you won't be elected. You know that's nonsense. The board of directors is scared to death you'll laugh at them and go elsewhere.
Rose.
You're sitting on top of the world, Liz. It's all yours. I think you've just realized it. Oh, you're very tired. Go home and get some rest.
You haven't seen him either. Oh, yes, I'm all right. What makes you ask? Oh, well, if you should hear, let me know. Fine. Goodbye. Oh, God. What is this? A conspiracy? Hello? Oh, Jim. Liz. Fine. Tell me, is Woody with you by any chance? Yes. Woody. Oh, you too? Thank you. Oh, why am I wasting my time with all these people? I know where he is.
Oh.
You know who I am?
Yes, I know who you are.
Well, is he here, Miss Carson?
Is who here?
Woody. Excuse me, I have something to say to him. Woody? Where is he?
Who are you calling?
Woody?
Woody? Do you realize what you're saying?
I realize that my husband has lied to me. He said he was going to London, but that's just to cover up the fact that he's here with you. You and Woody have been having an affair for the last 3 months.
Oh, that isn't true.
No?
Woody is dead. He was killed 5 years ago.
Oh, I see you've been well coached. You deny that he is here?
Why don't you satisfy yourself? Search the place.
No, that won't be necessary. I'll find him, thank you.
I don't know for what, but you're quite welcome, I'm sure.
Oh, just a minute, please. Oh.
Hello, Liz.
Doctor,
I was in the neighborhood and suddenly I felt the need for a drink. And I said to myself, no one mixes a better martini than Liz Marlowe.
Psychiatrists should never lie to their patients.
Why not? Our patients are always lying to us.
Did I ever lie to you?
All the time.
Well. And to what do I owe this honor?
Well, Liz, I've been receiving phone calls all day from a variety of your friends.
Yes?
They're alarmed. They're concerned, frightened.
Really?
You have been going around all day asking people if they've seen Woody.
Well, what's wrong with that? I'm trying to find him.
That would seem to presume that the past 5 years were, that they were an hallucination.
What are you talking about?
Woodrow's death. That is, his murder, his funeral, the passage of time, 5 years or so, were just a dream.
All I know is I'm trying to find...
Yes, I know. And all I'm trying to do is find out who is dreaming, you or the rest of us. So, according to you, Woody is still alive.
Doctor, I don't know what's going on.
Come with me.
Where are you going?
Just come in here. Now, this is the bedroom. A room you shared for 10 years with Woodrow.
Yes?
And if Woody were here, this would also be his room, wouldn't it?
Well, of course.
Now, let us look for a sign of Woodrow Ellsworth Marlowe. I see nothing here, in this closet, or in this one. Liz, where are his clothes? Where is any sign that he lives here?
I don't know. Yes, I do.
Tell me.
Oh, you won't believe it.
I'd have to hear it first.
I'm convinced that there's... Don't ask me why, but I'm convinced that I must be the victim of a plot. Oh, good Lord, how that must sound.
Don't worry about how it sounds. Just go on.
Ballard. Ted Ballard. He could very well be in back of it.
Ballard?
He's the only one on the board of directors who's opposed to my becoming president of the company. But he's going to be outvoted. And therefore, he's trying something else.
Oh? What?
Yes, he's attempting to undermine my sanity.
How can he do that?
Oh, can't you see? He's creating this fiction that Woody died 5 years ago.
But how can he do that?
Oh, easily enough.
Before he could even get it off the ground, Woody would have to cooperate. Disappear.
But he did. You see, Woody doesn't want me to become president either.
I didn't know that.
Oh, Woody and I, we both went to work for the company fresh out of college, and I rose much higher than he did. Woody would like to see me taken down a peg. So he's lying low. So much for Woody.
And how do you account for Rose? She is definitely a partisan of yours.
The stakes are pretty high for Ballard. He may have said to her, help me to force Liz out, and you can have her job.
Sounds like quite a plot.
Well, the world around us is filled with plots that are even more bizarre. Is anything improbable these days?
Do you still keep them in your desk drawer?
What?
The letters you once showed me.
Oh,
Yes. Tied in black ribbon. All the condolences you received following Woody's death.
I tell you, Doctor, those letters are part of the plot.
All right, Liz, all right. I want to take you for a drive.
Where are we going?
You'll see when we get there.
Oh, Doctor, don't treat me as if I were crazy.
Then don't you treat me as if I'm crazy either. Now, shall we get to the bottom of this thing? All right, Liz. Tell me, what does it say on that tombstone?
Oh, Doctor.
Read what it says.
I know what it says.
Read it.
Woodrow Ellsworth Marlowe. Born... What's the difference? Don't you see? This is also part of it. Part of the plot.
One plot we know about for sure. The cemetery plot, on which they are presently standing. But what about the plot that Liz has in mind? Can it be possible? Is the entire world ganging up on her? Do these things happen in our universe? Well, why don't we wait and see what happens in the second act shortly?
Hey, Charlie, get up. Time to go fishing.
It's the middle of the night.
It's 6:30 in the morning.
I've got a better idea.
The fish are waiting, Charlie.
Steaming hot cakes and sausage.
The motor's already on the boat.
Ice-cold orange juice.
Orange juice?
Maybe with a side of hash browns.
You deserve a break today.
Hey, you know what, Charlie?
What?
Get this morning and get away.
The fish will be there all day.
To McDonald's.
Master Mechanic tools sold exclusively by True Value hardware stores are an unbeatable combination of quality and value. Hi, Pat Summerall to say you get both with the Master Mechanic 45-piece tool set, now just $27.49. It's versatile, with both 1/4 and 3/8-inch drive sockets, reversible ratchet and speeder disc. Plus, it includes a hacksaw with 10 assorted blades, sturdy toolbox, and it's backed by the Master Mechanic promise of satisfaction or a free replacement. Get it now at participating True Value hardware stores and home centers.
I'm so hungry I could eat string off.
Not too long ago, most Americans lived in small towns and on farms and ranches. There wasn't much to do in those days but work and eat.
Gravy. More sauce.
It was not unusual for a person to consume 4,000 calories a day. But when you spent 10 hours behind a strong-willed mule and a sod-busting plow, you burned up a lot of energy. Our grandparents handed down those farm dishes and rural dietary habits to our parents.
Plates clean now. Okay, Mom.
Traditional dietary habits can be a serious threat to your health. Because more than likely, you don't exercise like your forefathers. Think about it. Isn't it time to trim your diet to the 1980s lifestyle? This message brought to you by the American Heart Association, who asks you to give the gift of love.
Your gift is the gift of love.
Let us for a moment consider the concept of majorities. We have a Mr. Wendell Phillips who said that one, on God's side, is a majority. President Andrew Jackson who said that one with courage is a majority. And President Calvin Coolidge who held that one with the law is a majority. These are all fine and noble sentiments, and they may even be true. But some of the folk who hold to them can be very lonesome at times.
So, you see, my dear Liz, here is Woody's grave.
Sure.
You mean you refuse to accept this as evidence of his death?
I mean, Oh, let us not discuss it any longer.
But we should. After all, I am your doctor.
I'd like to drop the whole business.
Then you admit that he's dead.
I'd like to go home.
Liz, I want to help you.
I don't want to discuss it.
Yes? Who? Oh, well, of course, ask her to come in. Well, good morning, Liz. Won't you sit down?
Thank you, Mr. Ballard.
Mr. Ballard? Here I thought we were Ted and Liz.
I prefer it as Mr. Ballard and Mrs. Marlowe.
I had thought that we were getting along famously.
You're opposed to my being elected president of the company, aren't you?
Oh, that. Well, yes.
Yes. Now it comes out.
Well, I'm not aware that it was ever a secret.
May I ask why?
Well, I believe I'm on record with that also. You're just not qualified.
Well, show me one person who has been more innovative, done more for this company.
Well, I can't.
Then how can you say I'm not qualified?
Well, you are perhaps the world's best when it comes to marketing, and that's where you belong.
In your opinion?
Liz, you are not an administrator. What do you know about manufacturing, personnel, finance, or all the gritty details? You'd be in beyond your depth, and you'd hate it. No, I am doing you a favor.
Are you?
Yes, you'd go crazy.
And you're going to make sure of that? even before they letter my name on the door. Aren't you, Mr. Ballard?
Liz, I don't understand. I thought...
Yes? You thought?
Well, it has been a while since Woody died.
Oh? Has it?
Yes, it's been 5 years, and I always thought that someday... Oh, look. We were getting along so splendidly, you and I. I thought that...
Yes? What did you think?
Well, that maybe you and we could... Look, I am against your being made president, not just because it'll be bad for the company, but I'm thinking of you. And yes, definitely, selfishly, of me. I'd never see you.
And therefore, there are no lengths to which you will not go. Well, your little plan is not going to work.
What plan?
Your game takes two, and I won't play.
Yes?
What is it, Rose?
You were supposed to work on the inventory figures with me.
I've already done them.
And you didn't want to use my analysis?
Oh, no, I got along quite well without it. Thank you.
Liz, what's happening?
As if you didn't know.
I thought we were the best of friends.
So did I. What did they promise you?
They? Do you want me to get that?
No, thank you. Yes?
Yes?
Oh, it's you, Doctor.
How are you, Liz?
Just fine.
I'm quite concerned.
I dare say.
Liz, please, come to the office.
Why?
I think I know what is wrong with you.
What is wrong with me?
Liz, we've known each other so long. We're friends, aren't we?
I thought we were, until yesterday.
Just come over to the office, please. Liz, I want to help you. Believe me, I have spoken to everybody who has seen you since yesterday.
Come to the point.
It's Ballard. Ted Ballard.
Finally. He is behind this, isn't he? You admit it. And I'm not crazy.
You are in love with Ted Ballard.
Me? In love with Ted Ballard?
Yes.
Oh, that's nonsense.
Is it?
Well, I couldn't conceive of such a ridiculous... He's a stuffed shirt.
Exactly. And that's why you fell in love with him. Because he is everything Woody wasn't. Ted is honest. He's sincere. And he is not a rake.
Woody is not a rake.
He didn't miss it by much.
Woody is kind and sweet, and he can be so gentle and loving.
And you were hopelessly, helplessly in love with him. You admit that.
Yes. Why do you use the past tense? As if he's dead.
He is dead. And you were blind to his faults.
I'm not blind. I accept the fact you can't have everything. Yes, Woody leaves a lot to be desired, but you have to take him as he is, the good with the bad, and on balance, he's worth it.
But he's been dead for 5 years.
But you don't...
No. Don't interrupt me.
He is alive, I tell you.
What do you want, Liz? Look at what I have got here. A copy of the death certificate. The obituary notice. The police reports. What does it take to make you see it?
I'm going to blow this thing wide open.
Where are you going?
Where do you think? You're Lieutenant Risman?
Yes, ma'am.
They said to see you. My name is Elizabeth Marlowe, Mrs. Woodrow Marlowe.
Marlowe. Woodrow Marlowe. Well, that name sounds familiar. Yeah, well, what can I do for you, ma'am?
I want to report a missing person.
Oh, well, you're in the wrong place, Mrs. Marlowe. Missing persons down the hall.
Yes, I know. I understand. But missing persons is only a surface aspect of it. You see, it's a most malicious hoax. Actually, it's a conspiracy.
Yes, ma'am.
Everyone tells me that my husband is dead. That he died 5 years ago, but he isn't. He's alive. I know he's alive.
If you know he's alive, why does everyone think he's dead?
It would work to their advantage if they could demonstrate that I'm unbalanced.
Oh. When did you last see him?
Yesterday morning. He was leaving for the airport with his friend, Mr. Tom Struthers. And a few minutes later, I found an envelope, a letter he should have mailed. And I wanted to talk to him about it, so I drove to the airport and... Well, this is the difficult part. When I got there, Tom seemed shocked. He insisted that Woody had been dead for 5 years.
Tom Struthers, I see. His address?
You could get him at his office. Struthers and Company, 888 Fort Charles Boulevard.
Elizabeth Marlowe. Are you the Mrs. Marlowe I've read about in the papers who's with International Cosmetics?
Yes.
I thought you looked familiar. Don't you remember me?
No, should I?
5 years ago? I was with Homicide, and I... Wait. Woodrow Marlowe. Is he the husband you had 5 years ago? Oh, I mean, it can't be.
Why do you say that? We'll have been married 18 years in September.
Mrs. Marlowe, I don't know how to say this, but 5 years ago, I was one of the detectives who was assigned to the Woodrow Marlowe murder.
What are you trying to tell me?
Well, if we're talking about the same person, he's dead.
I see. I had no idea it went this far.
What went this far?
The conspiracy. I'm sorry I bothered you. Good day.
Wait. Are you sure you're all right?
Oh, yes, I'm all right.
Well, why don't we give you a lift home?
Oh, I see. I'm supposed to be mentally incompetent?
Oh, I didn't say that. Mrs. Marlowe, you look a little tired. We have some coffee here. How about a cup?
No, thank you. If you want to do something for me, show me a little relief. Everywhere I turn, people insist that I'm crazy. But I know that Woody is alive.
All right. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll go along with it.
You will?
Sure.
Oh, finally, someone is willing to listen to me.
And why not?
Will you try to find him?
I'll do my best. And if there's anything at all to your story, I promise you we'll do our best to get to the bottom of it.
I know you will. I feel it. Oh, you just don't know what a weight's been lifted. Oh, just think I'm not alone in this anymore. Will you be in touch with me?
Oh, absolutely.
Good, because I want to be kept up to date. Here's my card. It has my office and my home numbers. You will call me.
Oh, yes, ma'am, as soon as we get even the slightest nibble.
Oh, thank you, Lieutenant Risman. Thank you so much.
Oh, I'm only doing what I'm being paid for.
Oh, no amount of money could buy such understanding and sympathy. You're a wonderful person, Lieutenant. I look forward to hearing from you.
Eddie, go back 5 years, will you? Homicide. Get me the files on the Woodrow Marlowe murder.
Obviously, Lieutenant Risman isn't only being kind-hearted. He is also functioning as a cop. Well, who says one must rule out the other? And if being kind also brings in a bonus, as far as the line of duty is concerned, why is that bad? It isn't, as we shall see presently in Act 3. Taking a laxative?
Yeah, traveling throws my system off.
But so can a laxative.
Not Metamucil.
That's Metamucil?
Metamucil Instant Mix in little packets.
Oh.
Easy to take along.
And easy on your system. Because Metamucil is made from natural fiber with no chemical stimulants. More doctors recommend Metamucil for really gentle relief.
I like that orange flavor.
Me too.
Easy to take.
If not nature, Metamucil. Read label and follow directions.
Thursday on CBS TV. Separated for 15 years, father and daughter are reunited by a dream they share.
My old man believes in that horse.
But life could get in the way.
George lost that race by accident.
How can a drunk be a winner?
And when tragedy strikes, only her courage can save them. Christy McNichol, Lauren Oates, and Eileen Brennan star in My Old Man, a CBS special movie, Thursday night at 9, 8 Central and Mountain on CBS TV.
This is Lena Horne. Before I began my volunteer work for the American Cancer Society, I didn't know too much about what the society actually does to help people. I knew that the rates of blacks getting cancer are higher than among whites, and the cancer death rates are higher, too. But it was only when someone who means a lot to me got cancer that I learned how much even information alone can mean to a family when the disease strikes. When you don't know where to turn, help like that is a real blessing. Of course, we have other services and rehabilitation programs available for everyone. I must say, when I learned about all this, I was very proud of my organization. That's why I'm asking you to be generous when you support our research, education, and service and rehabilitation work. Remember, it's your American Cancer Society, too.
Thousands of years, the accepted wisdom held that the earth was flat. Here and there, a lonely voice insisted that it was round. But these lonely voices were usually drowned out by those who had evidence on their side. Years later, the positions were reversed. Now the accepted wisdom holds that the earth is round. Why? Because that's what the evidence tells us. This is not an argument for either the roundness or the flatness of our terrestrial home. It's just an attempt to gain a bit of an insight into that subtle and mysterious word called evidence.
Hello?
Yes?
Oh, it's you, Doctor.
Yes, Liz. I just want to find out how you are this morning.
I'm feeling first rate.
Well, I must say you sound good. About Woody.
I don't care to discuss Woody.
But we have to talk about him, Liz.
We don't have to talk about anything. The matter is out of our hands, both yours and mine.
And where is it?
Exactly where it belongs. In the hands of the police.
The police?
And they promised me they would investigate.
But they can't do that.
Goodbye, Doctor.
Lieutenant Richmond?
Yes, sir?
I am, Dr. Andrew Soros. I happen to be Mrs. Marlowe's psychiatrist.
Oh, yes?
Do I understand correctly that you people are investigating the disappearance of Woodrow Marlowe? Isn't it a waste of time, money, and manpower to try to find a man who is already dead?
Yes, sir, it is.
Then why are you doing it?
Doctor, why should Mrs. Marlowe suddenly believe he's alive?
Well, that is a very complex psychological problem.
Well, it won't do any harm to go over the ground again.
It simply seems like an exercise in futility.
Doctor, do you have any reason for not wanting to have this murder case reopened?
I know. What reason could I possibly have?
You're Tom Struthers?
Yes. What can I do for you, Lieutenant?
The other day, Mrs. Marlowe met you at the airport and asked you if you knew where her husband, Woodrow Marlowe, might be.
Oh, that, yeah. Well, the poor woman is obviously, well, you know.
He wasn't with you.
Oh, how could he be? He's dead.
5 years ago, he wasn't with you either.
5 years ago?
Yes, sir. I have here a copy of the police interrogation. Now, at that time, you made the following statement. Quote, I was supposed to meet him at the airport. Well, did you? Your answer, no. Why not? Well, you see, that was a ploy for her benefit. You mean Mrs. Marlowe. Yes. You see, he was... Do I have to say this? Yes. He was having an affair. With whom? Do I have to identify her? Yes. Miss Ruth Carson. All right. Putting that report aside, once again, you're at the airport 5 years later, and once again she comes rushing up, and once again she asks for her husband. Why?
I don't know.
What could have happened?
I couldn't tell you. Maybe she never got over his death. She simply couldn't accept it.
Now, isn't it a fact that you and Mrs. Marlowe were once engaged to be married?
Oh, that. Well, no, not officially. It's just We were good friends at college, and neither of us had much luck with dates, so we sort of counted on each other. But then Woody came along, and that was that.
But after Mr. Marlowe was killed, didn't you offer to marry her?
Who told you that?
No one. Just seems logical.
Well, that's her answer. I felt it was the logical thing for us both.
But she turned you down, didn't she?
Yes, you could say that. I mean, it's obvious. But look, if he was killed by a prowler, why you...
No one says he was definitely killed by a prowler. As far as we're concerned, the case is still open.
Woody Marlowe. All of a sudden he's back, isn't he?
Back, Miss Carson?
Well, in a manner of speaking.
Now, 5 years ago, he told his wife he was going to London. Actually, he had intended to spend a week or 10 days with you.
This is the first I've ever heard of it.
Well, I've already heard from people who told me that was the plan.
He was supposed to write me and tell me what his plans were.
Right? Well, why not call?
Oh, he was getting a little nervous. He was afraid maybe my phone might be tapped.
By whom?
He had an idea she might have put some private detectives on him.
Oh, then you admit that the two of you were having an affair, huh?
Now, why would I deny that? The whole world must have been in on it. Well, he was supposed to write me this letter. I never got it.
Were you in love with him?
Love? Yeah. I'd say I was.
A thought. You could have gotten that letter, and it could have been a goodbye, so you could have been angry enough to do something about it.
Are you accusing me?
How can I? I don't have any evidence. But if I had that letter...
Hey, Lieutenant, if I killed every guy who kissed me goodbye, I'd be a one-woman crime wave. All of these things hurt for a while, but after a bit, you're good as new. There have been, maybe half a dozen fellas since Woody. And I haven't even thought about him in years.
You're Rose McLean? What's your job here?
I wish I knew. I'm called Mrs. Marlowe's executive assistant.
2 days ago, Mrs. Marlowe began acting strangely.
Oh, you're not kidding.
Well, why should she have gone off suddenly 2 days ago?
She'd been under an unusual strain. She wanted to become president, and this executive, Ted Ballard, well, he was working against it. And maybe that's why she thought Woody was still alive. She wanted him to be alive. But Woody never gave her that kind of hard time.
What kind of a hard time did he give her?
Poor Woody. If he saw anything in his skirt, he simply had to chase it.
Did he ever chase you?
Why would Woody want me?
Well, why would you want Woody? Maybe to get back at Liz Marlowe. She must have given you a hard time. Moody, temperamental, hard to please. Wasn't she?
Oh, yes. She was all of that.
Oh, what sweeter revenge. What better way to cut her down to size? But then, of course, it might have backfired. You might have fallen in love with him. Although you instigated it, you might have become furious at being used. You could have killed him.
Yes, I could have. But I didn't.
Lieutenant, how kind of you. Well, you didn't have to come here. I could have gone down to headquarters.
Well, I thought it would be easier for us to talk in your home, Mrs. Marlowe.
Oh, please come in.
Thank you.
Do you have any news for me?
I may have.
Is there any word of Woody?
You are absolutely and sincerely convinced that your husband was not killed 5 years ago?
Yes.
And that you are the victim of some plot?
Yes.
Mrs. Marlowe, 5 years ago, you went to the airport to find your husband.
2 days ago, I went to the airport to find my husband.
Listen to this report from the files. I found a letter. I thought Woody'd be interested, so I decided to get it to him before he boarded the plane. Now, that's what you told the investigating officer.
That's what I told Tom Struthers just the other day at the airport.
Now, at that time, none of the detectives asked about the letter. What kind of letter, what was in it. And now again, there is a letter. Is it the same letter?
The same as what?
Very well. What kind of letter was it?
It was a letter.
Do you have the letter?
No.
Will you tell me what it said?
No.
Mrs. Marlowe, I thought we were friends.
We are.
Then why can't you tell me?
Because it's highly personal. It concerns my husband and me.
Well, was this a letter that was addressed to you?
No.
Was it addressed to him?
No.
You said, I found the letter. Now, if it wasn't addressed to either of you, what was it doing in your house? Shall I tell you?
What can you possibly tell me, Lieutenant?
This was a letter that your husband had written.
To whom?
To Ruth Carson.
You can't prove that.
But it is true, isn't it?
I don't know what you're talking about.
I spoke to Ruth Carson. She said she was expecting a letter from your husband. She never received it. Why? Quite possibly he had neglected to mail it. You found it. Naturally, you opened it. What did it say?
I can't tell you. You're a police officer.
You can tell me what's in the letter. But unless I could produce it, it wouldn't do me any good officially.
My darling Ruth, now, for the first time, I am truly, really in love. Totally, completely committed. I have finally found a real woman. You. First, I must disconnect myself from this cold machine, this robot to whom I am married. But we'll talk of that later. Meanwhile, we shall have 10 heavenly days together, which shall be all the sweeter because they are stolen. She thinks I'm going to London. She's a fool. And soon she shall no longer disturb our lives. All my love, Woody.
You found this letter.
And I confronted him and he laughed in my face. He had a target pistol. And before I knew what I was doing, it was out of the drawer and in my hand. Are you crazy? He shouted. No, I said. I've just regained my senses and I shot him without even thinking. It wasn't like me at all to act on impulse. I mean, without preparing, without planning. But you see, it worked out. Sometimes these spur-of-the-moment things are best. I went to the airport to claim I was looking for him. I got rid of the gun.
Where is it now?
I threw it off the Harrison Street Bridge, and everybody just assumed that Woody must have been killed by a burglar. No one suspected me.
Now, right this minute, you are saying that he's dead.
Oh, yes, of course.
But for the past 48 hours, you kept insisting that he was alive.
Did I?
You know you did.
No, I don't. I want to believe he's alive so badly that there are times that I actually think it's true. It's something that comes and goes. Usually I can control it and keep it to myself. But if what you're saying is true, this is the first time it's been so severe. It actually possessed me completely.
You threw away the gun. And the letter?
I tore it up.
Then neither of them exist. And we have no real evidence.
I know.
But what are you going to do about it? Now, these attacks of conscience, or whatever you choose to call them, they occur more and more frequently now, don't they?
Yes.
And they last longer. They become more and more intense.
Yes.
And this time, you actually lost control.
I suppose I did.
What do you want to do about it?
I don't want to go to prison.
But you are in prison now. A prison more grim and destructive than anything with steel bars and stone walls. You know what that prison is, don't you?
Yes.
It's the prison of your own mind.
and you're condemned to stay there for the rest of your life. Let me help you escape.
Escape where?
To our prison, where you'll spend whatever time a jury decides. Now, it may not be for too long. You were provoked beyond endurance. It was unpremeditated. Now you'll serve your time, and then finally you'll be free.
Yes? Free?
Let me help you escape.
Escape? To prison? Oh, yes, please. Help me.
And he did. The jury, as you might suppose, was sympathetic. Crimes of passion, especially when committed by severely provoked and attractive women, are usually lightly chastised. But in this case, I think we all agree that the punishment did fit the crime. I shall return with more crime and punishment shortly.
Lots of friends are dropping by, summer fun's in store. With picnic time and camping time, it's country time for sure. Before you all get thirsty, here's a tip that should be made. Get a drink that tastes like good old-fashioned lemonade. Country time, country time.
With lots of hot weather, barbecues, and picnics ahead, get down to your store for plenty of country time lemonade-flavored drinks.
Tastes like good old-fashioned lemonade.
Countdown to Cure. Bill Bixby with a message from the Leukemia Society of America.
Leukemia is responsible for the deaths of more children than any other disease, and more adults than children. Research by the Leukemia Society of America has brought us this close to finding a cure, but we need your help to continue the fight. It'll be a happy day when we put an end to this killer. It's a matter of time.
If you've been putting money aside, you can almost see inflation eroding its buying power, unless it's earning high interest rates or substantial dividends. And right now, thanks to Dreyfus Liquid Assets, even a small investment can profit from the currently high interest rates with complete cash availability. Think of your Dreyfus Liquid Assets account as an income-earning investment with free checking privileges. Privileges that allow you to pay bills and still earn money till the check's clear. You can even withdraw all or part of your cash by phone. There's never a penalty, never a sales or withdrawal charge. To get all the details, call toll-free 800-228-5000 for a simple, no-jargon information booklet and a prospectus including management fee, charges, and expenses. Find out how Dreyfus Liquid Assets helps you get the lion's share from today's high interest rates. Read the prospectus carefully before you invest. 800-228-5000. No charge for the call. 800-228-5000. Call now.
You've heard it said frequently, and on this program many times, that conscience doth make cowards of us all. Not to dispute with the Bard of Avon, I might venture to suggest that this interpretation restricts conscience to a somewhat narrow field of activity. Conscience does more than make us cowards. It makes us fools. It makes us dreamers. It distorts and tortures our entire concept of the world about us. For after all, what is conscience but outraged nature striking back? Our cast included Earl Hammond, Evie Juster, Bernard Grant, and Marion Seldes. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is Tammy Grimes inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until then.
Ambassador Rowney read a letter from President Reagan. The letter endorsed the talks and called them a historic opportunity for both sides to end the arms race. Brownie made no predictions about how long the negotiations might go on. He said he hoped START could succeed where SALT II failed because START aims to actually reduce the numbers of arms, whereas SALT II only set what Brownie called excessively high limits on the numbers of nuclear weapons. Both sides get together Wednesday for the first full session of the two complete delegations. Mary Wisniewski for CBS News, Geneva.
Israel's Prime Minister Begin has served notice on Palestinian guerrillas who are surrounded in West Beirut. Get out now, he says, under the current ceasefire. He strongly implies that if the PLO members don't move out on their own, the Israeli army will move in. Begin addressed a day-long session of the Israeli parliament and appeared to offer a concession. He says the Palestinians may leave with their personal weapons. A hijacking is underway at the airport in Bangkok. At least one person claiming to have explosives aboard is holding some 270 people on an Alitalia jumbo jet that came from New Delhi. Nearly 100 homes were damaged or destroyed in two retirement villages in Berkeley Township, New Jersey late today. It was bad weather that caused the damage, perhaps a tornado, but that has not yet been confirmed. So far, no serious injuries are reported, but as many as 200 people have been left homeless. More news coming up.
Thursday on CBS TV. Separated for 15 years, father and daughter are reunited by a dream they share.
My old man believes in that horse.
But life could get in the way.
I think George lost that race by accident. How can a drunk be a winner?
And when tragedy strikes, only her courage can save them. Christy McNichol, Warren Oates, and Eileen Brennan star in My Old Man, a CBS special movie, Thursday night at 9, 8 Central and Mountain on CBS TV.
The challenge, to bring out your best. For us, that meant brewing a light beer worthy of the king of beers. One with a clean, distinctive taste. Budweiser Light lives up to the challenge.
Bring out your best. Budweiser Light. Bring out your best. Budweiser Light.
The best never comes easy. That's why there's nothing else like it.
Budweiser Light.
Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Space shuttlers Mattingly and Hartsfield are supposed to be asleep aboard the orbiting Columbia shuttle now. Officials say they'll probably sleep well tonight. They say the two worked like gangbusters all day long, trying to catch up with a heavy workload and solving problems with that remote-control space arm. The astronauts will be flying upside down tonight to give the underside heat-shielding tiles extra time exposed to the sun. There may be some dampness there left over from a weekend storm at Cape Canaveral. NASA wants to make sure that those troublesome tiles are baked completely dry before re-entry. David Jackson, CBS News.
Hello, can you hear me in the control room?
Loud and clear.
Yeah, does Bob Sellers know about this announcement?
I don't know, but we just work here, so go ahead and run it.
Yeah, well, here is a commercial reply from an interested citizen.
Thank you. There have been many questions about what type of a boat you have to take to get to Bob Sellers' Pontiac on the Grand River. A sailboat, rowboat, or larger type of boat. You could take any type of boat to Bob Sellers, but you have to pull it with your car because the Grand River is now a road again. So take your boat to Bob Sellers and see all the many Pontiacs there on the Grand River at 10 Mile Road, 9 miles after 1 mile. This raises the question, Bob Sellers likes rain, but not when it is in his dealership.
Don't even ask. We all heard it.
On the Grand River. At 10 Mile Road. Say that Bob Sellers Pontiac.
Your Mystery Theater presents Welcome. Come in. I'm Tammy Grimes. To believe strongly in something does not make it right. To risk everything to establish your opinion is foolhardy. To murder because you think it is the only solution is the greatest sin of all. One man caught in such a conspiracy was John H. Surratt. The murder was that of Abraham Lincoln. In our dramatization, whenever possible, real names will be used and facts, wherever they be substantiated, will be related.
Are you the John Surratt they say killed the Secretary of State the night Booth killed Lincoln?
If the Secretary is dead, it was not at my hand.
You were not part of the Booth conspiracy?
It was to kidnap Lincoln, not to kill him, that I conspired with John Wilkes Booth.
Oh, Mrs. Mary Surratt, who has been arrested as a conspirator. Is she a relative?
My own mother, heaven help me. I shouldn't be here. I should be at her side right now.
Our drama, The Innocent Murder, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by James Agate Jr. and stars Tony Roberts. I shall be back shortly with Act One. The murder of Abraham Lincoln plunged the nation into mourning on a scale never before known. From Washington to Springfield, the slow drumbeat of the cortege bearing his body traveled 1,700 miles. Millions walked with it, millions watched, millions cried. His assassin was shot and killed. 8 conspirators were accused, 4 executed, 4 sentenced to life, 3 pardoned, 1 escaped. His name, John Harrison Surratt. The day after Lincoln's murder, the whole country was looking for Surratt, who was hiding on a train bound for Canada.
You can't stand here, mister. We don't let anyone stand between passenger and baggage cars. It's dangerous. May I have your ticket, please?
I don't have one.
You don't have a ticket, sir?
The Vermont Central Ticket Office was closed. I couldn't get one.
Was that in Burlington?
I believe so.
I don't understand. Don't you know where you took the train?
I'm a Canadian. A friend of mine and I were in New York where we had work.
Well, we can't stand out here talking. Follow me inside.
I appreciate your interest, Conductor.
I'm listening.
Well, then my friend and I, we went to Boston, and from there we got to Burlington. And when I woke up yesterday morning, he was gone and taken all my money.
So you have no money? Can't let you ride without a ticket. I'll put you off the next stop. You know this part of the country?
No, I don't.
Follow the road north from St. Albans till you hit Franklin.
Is that far from the border?
4 miles. What kind of work did you do in New York and Boston?
Day laborer, digging, hauling, anything, carrying bricks, mostly pick and shovel work.
How long you been in that line?
Working? You mean as a day laborer? Well, for many years.
Have you?
I really don't see the point of your questions.
You are riding on a train without a penny in your pocket. In other words, you are in the act of stealing your fare from the Vermont Central. From the way you're dressed, I suspect you do have money, but you enjoy cheating the railroad.
That's not so. I apologize for contradicting you so firmly, but I have done hard manual work.
Where you bound for?
Montreal. It's unfortunate that I'm without funds.
You dropped your handkerchief.
Oh, so I did. Thank you, sir.
I never met a workman who carried an initialed handkerchief. Oh, well, that's none of my business. What'd you say your name was?
I didn't say. It's true, I'd been dropping handkerchiefs from Elmira, New York, to the passenger depot in Burlington. Was it carelessness? When I was put on trial 2 years later, the government said I dropped the handkerchiefs on purpose to establish an alibi. That I wasn't in Washington. What made me run and hide after Booth shot Lincoln? Surely my place was beside my mother, who'd been arrested and was hanged without my ever seeing her again. Next morning, I was miles away from Washington in a small restaurant.
What'll you have for breakfast?
Coffee, and maybe an egg. How much is an egg?
Boiled egg, 5 cents. We're more expensive than the other places in town, but our eggs are fresher.
I'll have one, thank you.
You're not from around here. Where are you from?
Montreal. I'm Canadian. I've been to New York.
Did you come by train?
No, I walked from St. Albans.
Yeah, well, they're always putting people off the train there. I guess that's why you asked the price of an egg.
May I have it soon? And medium, please.
Have you seen the newspapers?
No, thanks. Never anything interesting in there for me to read.
Well, you'll find something interesting in it. This special edition just came out. You must have been out of touch on the road to miss this. President Lincoln was shot yesterday.
Shot? Shot at? Was he badly wounded?
Killed. Well, that is almost. The doctors say he'll be dead by morning. Shot in the head, watching a play at the theater.
Do they know who did it?
Name's in the paper right there. An actor fella. He's got 2 brothers, and they're actors, too. Name's Booth. John Wilkes.
No.
Hey, young man. What is it? He's fainted. Bring me a glass of water, someone.
John Wilkes. John Wilkes. You said we would kidnap Lincoln. Kidnap, not kill. Lord in heaven, what have I done?
Not you, but I have done it. No other way. Richmond has fallen. Jefferson Davis is running away. General Lee's army routed. His officers brought into Washington in disgrace. There is no South now. I no longer have a country.
Young man. Young fella, wake up here. Are you all right?
I must have fallen down. I'm sorry.
Let me help you up. That's quite a scare you gave us.
I'm perfectly fine, thank you. It's an old weakness. Sometimes it overcomes me.
You just go over there and sit down and read the paper. There's quite a list of what they call conspirators, starting with the actor. And there was a lady in it, too. Owned a boarding house. Mrs. Mary Surratt.
Lord. Oh, Lord.
Yeah, and it wasn't only Lincoln who they murdered yesterday, but Seward, Secretary of State. Someone stabbed him. And he's going to die, too. Mr. Seward, yeah. They've got that assassin's name down here, too.
Who attacked Seward?
Well, I was reading it just this morning, but never can remember a name. Oh, yeah, here it is. Mr. William H. Seward, Secretary of State, was attacked last night while in bed. The assassin inflicted 3 knife wounds upon the Secretary. There's reason to believe the assailant was John H. Surratt. Yeah, Surratt. That's the murderer. You read the rest of it. I'll have your coffee and your egg ready in a jiffy.
The day of the double assassination was the 14th of April. I'd be able to swear to everyone I was in Elmira, New York that day. I never had that breakfast. I got out of there fast. I crossed over into Canada, and Father Boucher, an old friend who lived 40 miles outside of Montreal, I'd be safe there for a while.
Nice shot, John. That's the second one you brought down to death.
Father, if anyone had told me a year ago I'd be your guest for 3 months, hiding out from the law, I would have laughed.
Aren't you still alive?
Yes, you've made it possible. And weekends after Mass, even though I have to sneak out of my room so no one sees me, I enjoy our little hunting.
I'm I'm afraid all good things come to an end sooner or later. Some sooner than we wish. Living in the parish house is no longer safe.
It's Emma, isn't it? She is the most prying and peeping servant girl in the world. Nosy. Her nose is a foot long.
I am afraid her tongue isn't much shorter. She's been gossiping that I'm hiding a woman in the parish house. I think you should move on, John.
Yes, I've been thinking that too, Father.
I'm going to take you to a good friend of mine who lives right in Montreal. We've talked about you, and he feels the safest place for you to wait this thing out is Rome.
Rome? I'm to go to Rome?
Yes, by steamer. I suggest you will need a new name.
I'll call myself McCarty.
Mr. McCarty, I wish you bon voyage, and please write to me when you arrive.
Who is it?
Mr. McCarty?
Who are you?
I'm Dr. Macmillan. I'm a friend of Father Boucher's. I was told to look you up on the steamer before we sail.
Just a moment.
Oh, how do you do? I'm Dr. Macmillan. I happened to run into Father Boucher this afternoon on the dock, and he mentioned a friend of his was sailing on the Peruvian to Rome. I said so was I, as far as Liverpool, and would I look you up? Mr. McCarty, that's you, isn't it?
Yes, that's my name. Very good of you.
It's a long trip overseas, and he thought, well, company, you know.
When do we sail?
Midnight, I expect. That's generally high tide when these steamships leave Quebec Harbor. You're not a good sailor?
Not really. I've crossed the Atlantic several times going to London, but my insides never really get used to it.
If you want a doctor's advice, don't sit down here in your cabin. We have not even left the dock. If you anticipate feeling a bit under the weather, go out on deck. The salt air does wonders, Mr. McCarty. Take my word for it.
Yes, I'm sure it does, but for the present, I'll remain in the cabin until we sail.
Well, I'm going for a turn around the deck. If you change your mind, I'll be happy to walk with you.
I kept the alias Mr. McCarty for the voyage. It was a safety precaution in case I was being followed. Changing names and appearances were going to be part of my life from now on. Once or twice during the trip, I caught the doctor looking at my dyed brown hair, which I'd trimmed short. I knew he was wondering who I really was.
We must be nearing land.
Really? I can't see it.
I guess you never do go on deck on your trips to London. Seagulls, proof positive when they follow the ship that land isn't far away. Mr. McCarthy, do you always wear those dark green spectacles?
No, not always, but since my accident, I'm careful. Bright light hurts them.
Oh, you had an accident.
Oh, I'll tell you about it sometime.
Although I'm not an oculist, I'll be glad to have a look at your eyes.
Well, thank you. Doctor, do you mind if we move from here to the wheelhouse?
It's quite shady there. Your eyes, yes, I understand.
No, it's not that. Please, I'll explain. Have you noticed the tall man with the rather heavy black mustache during this trip?
Yes, I have.
Oh, you have, too, huh? Any idea who he is? Do you know him?
Isn't that strange? I wondered if you knew him.
Because he keeps watching me, right?
Yes. You don't know him?
I think he's an American. He's a detective. And he's following me.
But what have you done that there should be an American detective following you across the ocean?
If I answered that question with the honesty that it deserves, Dr. Macmillan, I'm afraid your eyes would pop out of your head.
A ticklish situation. A doctor makes the acquaintance of a man on shipboard who is somewhat disguised and who remarks he's being pursued. Of course, the manhunt that now occupies the eyes, ears, and tongues of everyone is the assassination of the President of the United States and the Secretary of State. How long before the doctor puts two and two together? Let us see, when I return shortly with Act Two. The Mystery Theater is dramatizing the story of the escaping accused conspirator in the murder of Abraham Lincoln, a tragedy from which the country suffered for decades. Our man is John Harrison Surratt. He is on the steamer Peruvian, bound for Rome. Aboard ship, he is known as Mr. McCarty. His recent acquaintance, Dr. Macmillan, may, however, soon learn the truth.
Doctor, please forget I mentioned the tall man. It just seemed to me he was spending most of his time watching us, at least watching me.
Mr. McCarty, if he is a detective, why in the world is he after you? What have you done to merit such attention?
I know I haven't been entirely honest with you, but I do think you'd be better off not knowing too much about me.
Oh, I can't believe you've deliberately done a wrong thing. At any rate, if the man is an American, you are sailing on a British ship in British waters, so he can do nothing.
I didn't realize that. So, I'm quite safe.
Yes, we're within an hour of Liverpool. Your detective friend should have tried to arrest you before we left Quebec.
Well, it doesn't matter to me whether he's a detective or not. If he does try to arrest me, I'll take care of him with this.
A gun? You carry a gun on your person?
I am never without this 4-barreled revolver. Never.
McCarty, suppose you put it aside and concentrate on joining me for a farewell drink at the bar.
Bartender, do my friend and I have enough time for another round?
Takes some time before the gangplank is ready to take on passengers, you're not say? 2 whiskeys, sir?
Doctor, I don't know whether we shall ever meet again, but it's been a pleasure to talk with you during the trip.
May I reply honestly to that?
Please do.
I think I would have felt a little more at ease if I didn't suspect you were hiding a great deal from me.
Hey, you want it? 2 whiskeys.
I'd like to pay for these two.
No. This round is on me.
Now, here you are, bartender.
I haven't been at all candid, Doctor. You see, during the Civil War, I did a lot of traveling for the Confederacy. I've been abroad to London, from Richmond to Washington with dispatches, and Washington to Richmond with information.
Oh, you were a courier then?
With the Secret Service Bureau of the Confederacy. I did anything I was ordered to for the rebel cause.
Your disguises, McCarty, are, I'm afraid, a little amateurish. The hair, you know. At least you've given up those hideous green spectacles. Now, I know your name isn't McCarty. Tell me the truth.
My name is Surratt. Going to Rome was Father Boucher's idea.
Are you the John Surratt they say killed the Secretary of State?
If he's dead, it is not at my hand.
You were not part of the Booth conspiracy?
I suppose you could say that I was. But we conspired to kidnap the president, not to kill. It was madness, I agree. And many have suffered with their lives for it.
That Mrs. Mary Surratt who has been arrested, was she related to you?
My mother, Lord help us. I wish to heaven events had not proceeded as they did. My place was at her side, at least to defend her, but what can a man as innocent as I am do? Had I shown my face, I would have been hanged with the rest of them.
Surratt, now that I know this, I don't think I should talk to you anymore.
There's no need to. I've decided not to go on to Rome, but to get off here in Liverpool. I have friends here. And in London. Once in Liverpool, I went straight to the house of a Confederate sympathizer. He told me a price of $100,000 had been placed on my head. Dr. Macmillan, who I never saw again till he spoke against me at the trial, Went to the American consul and told him John Surratt was in his city. I thought I would go on to London, but wrote to Father Boucher and waited for his answer.
Why aren't you in Rome yet, John? The only safe place for you. Please, do not delay and get there as soon as you can.
I didn't delay. I changed my name once more, this time to John Watson. In January of 65, I enlisted in the Papal Zouaves, sometimes called the Pope's own army. But I still jumped if someone stared at me. Headaches plagued me incessantly. I began to hear voices when I slept, disturbing my bunkmates. John.
It's that Watson again.
Go away, John. No, John. John Wilkes, don't. Booth, go away. You're dead, Booth.
Watson, hey, you wake up. Wake up, will you?
What is it? I didn't do it. I didn't do it.
You're having another of those nightmares.
Oh, thanks. Thanks for waking me up.
Every night, moaning, talking to yourself. You always say one thing. I didn't do it. What did you do? Kill somebody?
No, I didn't. I couldn't do that. I'm sorry. I'll try to be quiet. And so I would try to close my eyes to sleep. But John Wilkes Booth was always there.
I struck boldly for our country. At the theater that night, I walked with firm steps through 1,000 of his friends. In the box, a colonel was at his side. I shouted, "Vix Semper Tyrannis," and then I fired. In jumping away, I broke my leg. I passed all his pickets, rode 60 miles that night with the bone of my leg tearing the flesh at every jump.
No, John Wilkes, no. You've suffered enough.
I can never repent it. Though we hated to kill, our country owes all our troubles to him. God simply made me the instrument of his punishment.
God made Booth the instrument of punishment. He said that to me over and over again. I knew that he felt deeply that the country was not what it had been or should be. He hated the forced union between North and South. I stopped worrying about being John Watson or being found out. Then one day, a young man stepped out of the barracks and walked up to me. My old friend, we meet again. What a small world it is. I don't believe I've had the pleasure.
Well, then you don't know me? Well. What's your name, sir?
John Watson.
Watson. Oh, good name.
I'm a Canadian volunteer in the 3rd Company of the Papal Zouaves.
Are you now? Well, how do you like your Zouave uniform? Red fez, baggy trousers, leggings. And your name is Watson now, is it?
I don't know what you're getting at, but my name has always been Watson.
Isn't that strange? I would have taken you for another man, one called... But then you know who you are.
If you're done with your little inquisition, I'll be on my way. I'm on duty in a quarter of an hour, and I must get back to my post.
Certainly, John Harrison. You trot along.
What did you call me?
What I have always called you. John Harrison. John Harrison Surratt. Oh, you look surprised. Well, look at my face closely and think back to when we first met. Have I changed that much?
I'm very sorry, but you have the advantage over me.
Yes, I do. In more ways than one. Oh, I shan't keep you in suspense any longer. I am Henri Beaumont de Saint-Marie. Good Friday, April 3rd. How many years ago? In the town of Little Texas, Maryland. Our first meeting, you gave a speech in my school.
How strange life is. How very strange. I didn't recognize you, Henri.
We're a long way from home now. Sunny Italy.
What is it you want from me?
I'm going to my captain and tell him who you are, where you escaped from, and why.
Why do that?
Because I'm a patriotic Canadian.
You're not even an American. So how does the death of an American president concern you?
I quote from your lecture to my class, John Donne. No man is an island unto himself. Remember? Any man's death diminishes me because I'm involved in mankind. Therefore, never send to know for whom the bell tolls. It tolls for thee. Don't you believe that anymore, John? The death of your president tolls for Frenchmen, for Germans, Italians. It tolls for Canadians.
I haven't really time to listen.
Not if they don't arrest you. You'll see more of me. I've been following you, John, through Canada, Liverpool, London. I was close in London, Rome, and finally here it says.
Did the government send you?
I sent myself. I sold my farm to find the last man of the conspiracy who roams the world free.
You followed me as a private citizen. I'm innocent.
Well, then why are you running and hiding if you are innocent?
You took it into your head that I was an accomplice to murder. I wasn't even in Washington when Booth fired that pistol. My only connection with that demented actor is when he asked my advice about kidnapping Lincoln. I told him it was impossible.
Oh, you're a convincing speaker, John Surratt. You always were.
Henri, I beg of you. Forget you ever saw me.
I cannot do that.
But you must. I've been on the run for months. I'm not well. Give me a chance to let this all cool off so I can go home and have my fair day in court.
How long will that be?
I've written to friends at home. They said stay away for at least 2 years, perhaps 3.
That's a long time for retribution to begin. I can plus nothing. I never ran away from my friends who were imprisoned. I never turned away from my friends who were hanged. I never let my mother dangle from a rope, John.
So you're going to betray me?
I am not the betrayer. You are the one without conscience. Goodbye, John.
Was I the one without a conscience? The thought haunted me as I lay down on my bunk that night and tried to sleep. Henri Saint-Marie was certainly going to inform against me. It was one of the worst nights I can remember. In my dreams, I again saw Booth alive, as he was.
You see, my idea is simply to kidnap the man, take him across the lines, and hold him for a ransom. That ransom being, they should empty all their prisons of our soldiers. That way we could make up for our staggering losses. Surratt, that was my dream. But in the first days of April, everything turned against my country, the South. And the Lord said to me, you must smite him down. He is responsible. And so God made me the instrument of his punishment.
God made me the instrument of his punishment. How often since have the Lord and the devil both been accused as instigators of crimes committed by the demented? As for John Surratt, did he, under the cloak they all wore, stab in the back? Was he a murderer too? Or innocent? How can... John Surratt is running from those who had put him on trial for complicity in Lincoln's murder. He is also running from himself. By this time, John Wilkes Booth has died of wounds suffered during his capture in a farmhouse. But in John Surratt's mind, Booth is still alive. Every night, night after night, Surratt's brain, as we say today, keeps playing the old tapes.
Let me alone. Let me alone. Let me alone. Please don't do it. Don't keep saying it, John Wilkes. Don't say
it. It can be done. It can be.
It's utterly impractical. I knew every inch of North Virginia and southern Maryland.
That's why I've come to you for assistance.
That's why I tell you the idea is not feasible. You don't realize the danger.
I don't consider that for a moment.
Listen to me. Let's say we had President Lincoln in a carriage and we're able to leave Washington. We have to drive over 100 miles before we can cross the Potomac. All right, let's say we've crossed it. Then we have to drive from one end of Midland, Virginia to the other.
It can be done. It will be.
Don't you know that section is alive with Yankees? I do, because I just come through there.
But when do we reach safety?
When we get across the Rappahannock. Only then.
We must risk it.
Give up the idea, John. Inside an hour, at the most 2. From the time Mr. Lincoln is in our hands, the whole country will be up in arms. The President of the United States can't be spirited away like an ordinary citizen.
Something must be done to save the South from this tyrant, even if all of us have to die.
Night after night, this dream in all its variations would torment me, and then it struck me with horror. By dissuading Booth from abducting Lincoln, had I led him to murder? May turned into November. My days as a Zouave were peaceful. There was no word from Henri Sainte-Marie. He never made good his threat. I began to sleep more quietly.
Mr. Watson? John Watson? Wake up, sir.
What? Yes? I'm awake? What is it? Did I miss reveille?
You will drop immediately and come with me.
What seems to be the trouble?
John Harrison Surratt. You're under arrest.
Company, out. At ease. Prisoner Surratt, you will be locked in a cell in our monastery of Veroli until the United States of America is sending a warship to bring you back to America.
Yes, Captain.
Before I take you inside your cell, I shall show you the impossibility of escapement from this place. This monastery is built on the side of the mountain, over a precipice 100 feet high.
Do you know how my identity came to your notice?
A Canadian informed me. Henri, I forget his last name.
I know it. Could these leg irons be removed from my feet, since I'm going to be locked up? What use are they?
Who has the keys to the leg irons?
Captain, I have them here.
Unlock, please.
On the second night after my arrest, a messenger arrived at Veroli directing the captain to have me sent to Rome under heavy guard immediately. That meant, if I was going to run for it, it had to be now. It was 4 a.m. when they came for me. I made up my mind that this road did not lead to Rome.
Prisoner, put on your clothing and come with us.
I dressed as slowly as I could, reviewing a plan I had been hatching since I first came to the monastery.
You're very slow this morning, prisoner. Did you not tell me how eager you were to return to America? It is happening. Ready now?
Yes, Captain.
Then we march. Tell me, this is a matter of much speculation among the Zouaves. Why would anyone in your country kill a president when your constitution permits you to vote him out of office? March through the courtyard. Keep on going.
Hey, stop him! Stop the prisoner! Stop the prisoner! Stop him! No! Don't shoot him! Don't shoot him! What is he doing?
Keep him from climbing the wall.
He's going to jump!
Surratt! It's 100 feet straight down. You'll be killed.
I wasn't killed. But I came as close to death as I would ever wish to. I'd run quickly across the courtyard. I jumped on top of a wall, counting on the confusion that nobody would shoot me. If I could land some 35 feet below the wall, there was a 4-foot ledge of bare rock. If I missed, I landed on it, my head striking the rock like a hammer. I was knocked senseless.
Can you see him down there?
I can't see anything, Captain. It's 100 feet down.
Everyone now. Together. Aim your rifles. He might be there.
I came to, made conscious by the sound and impact of bullets spattering around me. But I'd fallen too close to the cliff, and I was out of their range. Pain in my head was intense. To escape, I had to crawl down the cliff and into the valley. It all seemed quiet down there. No alarm yet. I tried to move, but the pain took hold. I looked up into nothingness. There was the anguished face of Wilkes Booth staring down at me. He was saying something as I lost consciousness.
Come in, John. You're not disturbing me. I want you to hear this. Listen to my Brutus. I could have had them weeping in the stalls. If there be any in this assembly who demand why Brutus rose against Caesar, this is my answer. Not that I love Caesar less, but that I love Rome more. Had you rather Caesar were living and die all slaves than that Caesar were dead and die all free men? Do you understand what I'm saying, John? Lincoln must die to free America and to heal North and South.
Gideon, sick, shaken, I crawled away like a wounded animal, my head throbbing, the legs lame, but I knew I had to save myself. I reached a field and lay down in it, drank some water from a rain barrel, and found I could walk. Beyond the woods, I could see a small town.
Halt!
You don't have to point that gun at me. Can't you see I have my hands up? I'm an American. I deserted from the Papil Guardo. You understand? From up there. The monastery. I don't want to be a papal zouave anymore.
Who is it you have at gunpoint, guard?
I ducked behind the trees and ran through the woods. The entire town came to life, everyone sounding the alarm. The gates were all closed and guarded. And then my leg buckled under me. The nearest building was a pigsty. On all fours, I dragged myself into it.
He's somewhere in one of these buildings. Spread out, everyone. I'm going into the farm buildings. If you should see someone, call me. Don't shoot. Prisoner Surratt. You are surrounded. Are you here in the pigsty?
Yes, I am, Captain. I can't move. I can't run anymore.
You are fortunate to be alive. Jumping over the wall like that into nothing. I've never seen such a thing. Why did you do it?
I hoped I would find someone in the town who'd be a friend to me.
You have no friends here, Surratt. You are a stranger. Now get up and see if you can walk. You have made enough trouble for me already.
Save yourself and save your life.
Save yourself? Booth's words still sounding in my head. I had to stop running. Stop being a man without friends. A man without a country. 2 months later, I was brought to Washington. I remained in prison until my trial. It was a long trial, but the jury couldn't agree, and so I was let go. I'd run away for nothing. The years pass, but I'm never alone. He's still with me. Again and again, there's Booth, crippled, dying in Garrett's barn. What fools we both were, John. I hear you. I always will.
I am hunted like a dog through swamps, woods. I am wet, cold, starving. Every man's hand against me. I am in despair. Why is it so? I did what Brutus was honored for. God made me the instrument. And yet I am looked upon as a common criminal for striking down Lincoln, a greater tyrant than they ever knew. My action was purer than theirs. I struck for my country, and that alone. Now I am abandoned with the curse of Cain upon me.
The words Booth spoke were actually his own. Is it far-fetched to say, man carries within him the seeds of betrayal, shame, all evil, and all good as well? How guilty Surratt was of conspiring with those who were punished with death and imprisonment, only he would know. Was he as innocent as he made out? The jury could not decide. Can you? I shall return shortly. Life has always seemed to us by definition contradictory. The dilemma of two different faces on the same coin. One man will think you are an angel, another regards you a devil. In the end, we realize that we see in others what we wish to see. Our cast included Tony Roberts, Bob Caliban, Robert Dryden, and Gordon Gould. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Father, would you draw the curtains again so I can sleep? I can't tell you the worst part, so what's the use?
Rowena, don't shut me out.
I told you before what the voice said, but you chose not to repeat it.
Let me in, let me in.
Yes, don't you see what it means? That voice has something to do with Mother, my mother. Something to do with the sudden way she died.
Rowena, how can you say that? There is no connection whatsoever.
Oh, isn't there? A voice cries out, and I hear it. I keep hearing it all through the night. It was intended for me to hear it, begging Mother to be let in. It's the voice of my own soul, Father.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by White Westinghouse Appliance Company. This is Tammy Grimes, inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time. As a moral stricture, it is, perhaps, the noblest statement of mankind. But as a prophecy, it is still, unfortunately, unfulfilled. Indeed, the momentum would seem to be going in the opposite direction. But perhaps this movement might be reversed if we could but manage to make the prosaic implements of peace as glamorous, as exciting, and shall we say, as sexy as those dynamic instruments of war.
But who would want to kill Zoltan's daughter? He was the kindest, sweetest, happiest person I ever met.
Was he?
Oh, yes. He never thought of himself, only of humanity. Completely unselfish.
Maybe that was his problem.
Could have been. He wanted to give everything away.
Is that why you killed him?
Me? What are you saying? Why would I kill him?
Because everything that he wanted to give away belonged to you.
Our mystery drama Formula Z, The Protector, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Patricia Elliott. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Avoid paying outrageous prices for out-of-season produce next winter by preserving fresh summer fruits and vegetables now with canning supplies from True Value hardware stores. Hi, Pat Summerall to say the Nesco electric cannery for just $24.99 automatically maintains the right temperature for steaming and canning. Or freeze foods in convenient boilable bags with the Daisy Seal Meal 2, now just $18.99. And get a box of replacement bags for just $3.29 at participating True Value hardware stores and home centers.
Ow, why'd you slap my hand?
Stop nibbling the food till it's cooked.
I'm starving.
Well, control yourself. You know you should lose weight.
I'd love to, but I hate starving and taking pills.
Try the AIDS diet plan.
AIDS?
Appetite suppressant candy cubes.
Both AIDS cubes and diet pills help curb hunger, but AIDS do more. Help satisfy your need to taste, chew, and enjoy.
More meat?
I'm fine, dear.
You're sticking to your diet.
Thanks to AIDS.
AIDS help curb hunger and satisfy taste. Use only as directed.
This is Bob Bankert of the Claymore Lioness, and I'd like to talk to the women in the audience about our summer sale. The profile of the woman who shops the Claymore Lioness is one which is discriminating and demanding of exceptional quality and conservative styling. She considers her clothing purchases as investments because she carefully selects and coordinates each item to reflect her image. She shops a sale just as she shops regularly, not buying by impulse, but by careful selection and sensible choices to ensure that even her sale purchases are great investments. This summer, afflicted by the rotten economy and a cold spring, offers a greater than normal selection of fabulous women's wear in the Claymore Lioness, all marked down for the summer sale. So come and see us at the Claymore Lioness for that dash of panache. Only now it's on sale. The Lioness, in the Claymore shop, 4 blocks north of Maple on Old Woodward in Birmingham.
At 75, Wally Shagrew is still active and vigorous. Many years ago, he had retired from the police department after a long and honorable career. Because he feels he must be productive, he has taken a job as a night watchman in a paint factory. Popular, well-liked Wally Shagrew is 75, but he'll never see 76. Wally Shagrew doesn't know it, but he has less than 1 minute to live. It is midnight of a February morning. The snow, which had been falling earlier, has stopped. But it is freezing cold. Wally, who has just checked out the doors in the factory area, heads for the laboratory to make himself a steaming hot cup of coffee. As he opens the door to the lab, he sees 2 men. But before he can say a word...
Mr. Bueller?
Yes, I'm Joe Bueller.
I'm Lieutenant Webster, homicide. You own this plant?
Yes, my grandfather owned it, my father owned it, now I own it. Bueller's Paint and Varnish since 1910. Here, we're very strong in New England, mid-Atlantic states. We're starting to do well in the deep south, too. He's dead, huh, Wally?
Yes.
Yeah, they just called me. Come down to the factory. I was fast asleep. Anyone tell his wife?
I believe so.
How'd it happen?
He was shot down as he walked into the lab. What's to steal around here?
Paint.
Paint?
Sells for $20, $25 a gallon, depending on how the stores mark it up. I turn out the best quality product. Ask anybody, even my competitors.
If they were out for paint, they'd have a truck, a big one, to make it worthwhile, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
Well, there are no truck tire marks in the snow near the warehouse area.
Well, then I don't know.
What could they have been after in the lab?
In the lab? Well, mixers, centrifuges, all kinds of things, but none of it's missing. Oh, I'd like to get the guy that did this to Wally.
So would I.
What if I offer a reward? I will personally pay $10,000 for the arrest and conviction. How will that help?
It wouldn't hurt.
Wally Shagrew. Did you know him already?
No, he was before my time, Captain.
Yeah, he was a good cop. Everybody loved him, even most of the hoods he brought in.
What have we got so far, Captain?
Well, we know he stopped 4 slugs, 2 9mm, 2 30 calibers. 2 guns, 2 killers.
That I already figured out.
Oh, how?
They got in through the laboratory window. I could see 2 sets of footprints in the snow. They led all the way to the end of the block where a car had been parked. What else?
That's it, not a clue.
Fingerprints?
Cupboard is bare, Loretta.
Oh, maybe not absolutely bare.
So far, there's nothing to chew on.
Sometimes nothing can be as good as a feast.
Oh, you going to treat me to some philosophy, Loretta?
Unless you have a truck to load with paint cans, why hit that factory in the first place?
Well, office equipment. Electric typewriters, calculators, those new word processors. All that is valuable.
And it's all pretty heavy. Why park the car all the way down the block?
I still say it had to be some gun-happy hoods cruising around in that factory. It was a target of opportunity.
I don't think so. I say they had a reason to hit that particular plant. They were after something.
Well, there's nothing to steal except paint. And they didn't have a truck.
Then they were after somebody.
Who?
The only person who was there.
Wally? Why?
Well, what else makes sense?
Who would want to kill Wally?
Who would want to kill you or me or any cop? How do you know who could be nursing a grudge?
Yeah. How do you know?
Lieutenant Webster?
Yes?
I'm Officer Carmel, Lillian Carmel.
What can I do for you, officer?
It's about Wally Shagrew.
Oh, are you working on that too?
Well, I really don't know if I have anything.
Well, what do you think you have?
Well, now that I review it in my mind...
Yes?
I can see where it might sound crazy.
Please, let me be the judge of that.
Well, we just bought this house. The place is a mess. My husband... I should tell you he's a civilian. He teaches English in high school. He wants to be a writer, but... Well, anyway, he goes to buy paint for the outside. He comes back. I look at the bill. It's about $30 a gallon. Hey, I said to him, what'd you buy there, gold? He says to me, nope, but I just might have solved your murder for you. Look at the name on the can. Do you know what that name was, Lieutenant?
I would imagine Bueller Paint and Varnish Company.
It is the most expensive exterior paint you can buy.
How does that solve the case?
My husband asked, why does it cost so much? And the paint store man said, because nothing else can protect the outside like this one does. And Bueller will make a fortune with it because it's their own secret formula. So my husband says to me, Wally Shagrew was murdered in the lab. That's where they keep the formula. The killers must have broken in there to steal it. I don't know, Lieutenant. Is it crazy?
Oh, yes, we call it Bueller's Exclusive Formula Z, the Protector. Hey, what do you think of that name?
Well, I suppose it's all right, Mr. Bueller. Is it really a secret formula?
It sure is.
Why is it so good?
Well, now, you take a house with a wood exterior, right? This material seals it like a drum and still lets it breathe.
Who'd want to steal that formula?
Who would want to steal the formula? I don't know. Who would like to steal it? Well, now, that's another story.
Let me hear it.
This thing took the whole industry by surprise. It'll be worth millions. So naturally, everyone would like to have it. But I'm the only one that's got it.
This secret formula, where is it kept? Would it be in a safe?
That's what the crooks could have figured. But no, it's in a computer.
You can keep it in a computer?
Oh, it's got a special programming code.
And who knows it?
Just me.
Did you invent the formula?
Me? Oh, no.
Who did?
My chemist.
Then he knows it, too.
Well, he's dead.
Dead? When did he die?
Oh, had to be 2 months ago, yes. Yes, that's right.
How did he die?
How? Actually, he was killed.
By whom?
Well, you'd know more about that than I would. He was mugged. They never caught I guess you call them the perpetrators.
What was his name?
Zauder. Zoltan Zorder. Where do we stand on Wally Shagru, Loretta?
Well, they may not have been after Wally.
Well, you built up such a logical theory.
I now have an even better one. A new paint. Bueller's exclusive Formula Z, the Protector.
So?
It's going to make millions. The killers could have been after that formula.
Oh. Well, is it kept in a safe in the lab?
Nope. It's locked in a computer. But they have no way of knowing that. Recently, there was a mugging victim, Zoltan Zorder.
That name doesn't ring a bell.
Zorder is the chemist who came up with the formula. Now, I went through the file. There's no lead at all.
Well, maybe it wasn't a mugging then.
It could have been a hired killing. Or a mugging that went too far.
How do you mean?
Well, somebody wanted that formula. Zorder wouldn't play ball. Some strong arms were sticked on him as a warning. But you know how some of those hoods are. They see blood, they can't stop.
A thought. Joe Bueller.
Why?
Well, Zorder came up with the invention, but Bueller's the one to get rich. Maybe Zorder complained. Maybe Joe was afraid Zorder would sell it to the competition.
I think I'll pay Mr. Joe Bueller another call. There's a new approach, Mr. Bueller. Suppose that it wasn't a mugging.
Oh, then what was it?
A bought and paid for murder.
Who'd want to have Zoltan murdered?
You might.
Me? Why?
You could be afraid he'd sell the formula.
You'd be crazy to do that.
Why?
Well, I gave him 25% of it.
You did?
Yes, and where could he get a better deal? And I didn't have to give him anything. At most outfits, they don't.
Can you prove you gave him a share in it?
I can have my attorney show you the contract.
Tell me about Zoltan Zorder. Where was he from?
Oh, one of those countries in Middle Europe. Didn't like to talk about it. I had a chemist. Been with the company 50 years, before I was born. And my grandfather hired him. He finally died. I advertised for a new one. Zoltan Zorder showed up. I remember it was 3 years ago. He walked in here, sat down in that chair you're sitting in. I looked through his application. Well, Mr. Zorder, I see you have a degree from the University of Prague, graduate studies at the University of Leiden. You work for Kali Chemi in Katowice.
Do I get the job?
Well, none of it's exactly in paint chemistry.
Well, chemistry is chemistry, no? Chemistry from the old Arabic, alchemy, which became alchemy, the magic art of the Middle Ages.
I'm not looking for a magician.
Yes, you are. You are looking for the magic formula that will suddenly make every other paint on the market obsolete.
There's no such magic formula.
But there is.
Even if there were, in a year, 2 years, 3 at the most, the competition can crack it, and everybody's got it.
But you have a head start. A year, 2 years. And when they discover the secret, we shall have created another. I would not labor for just any paint factory.
No?
I have chosen yours because you need me.
I need you.
You are old-fashioned. Your product is the same as the one made by your father and his father.
Well, if it was good enough for them...
But it is not good enough for you. Or for these dynamic times. Let me transform you into a modern company. A great and rich enterprise. Let me transform Bueller Paint into the world's greatest factory.
And what makes you think you can do that?
I will do it. If it kills me.
I never will forget the tone of his voice when he said it. I'll do it if it kills me. I don't know. Did it kill him?
The fact is, he was killed. And there is a connection between his murder and Wally Shagru's. Or there isn't. One thing we do know. 2 people who worked for that company have been killed in the past 2 months. Could there be something in that factory that is hazardous to one's health. The second act is only a short intermission away.
Daddy, every time you laugh, you cough.
Because I'm a smoker.
Why don't you stop?
I've tried.
Use Bentron. It's on TV.
Bentron? Bantron smoking deterrent tablets help you break the cigarette habit because they help ease your craving for nicotine. The more you want to stop smoking, the more Bantron helps.
Daddy, you don't cough anymore.
I don't smoke anymore. Bantron helps you break the cigarette habit. Use only as directed.
I'm Beverly Sills. You know, just living has taught me to appreciate the value of every baby's life and its potential talent. There have been many writers, painters, and musicians who have shown us all what the struggle over handicaps is like. I've seen similar triumphs through the March of Dimes. As National Chairman for the Mother's March on Birth Defects, I ask you to volunteer for the Mother's March this year. The March of Dimes saves babies. You can help. Please.
When you turn on the 11 o'clock news tonight, you'd like to think that what you're watching is the best newscast in Detroit, especially if it's the only newscast you've had a chance to watch all day. You want reporters who'll give you the best possible coverage of news, weather, and sports, reports that are up to date, exacting, uncompromising. News 4 Tonight at 11 gives you just that, but not only just that. It gives you special features and reports that gives it an edge over other newscasts. Information that could translate into an added edge for you. A consumer tip that might alter your shopping list. A warning about that latest Hollywood blockbuster destined to bomb at the box office. It's this kind of complete reporting that qualifies News 4 at 11 as the best late-night newscast you can watch in Detroit. And it's this kind of reporting that won it this year's Emmy Award for Excellence. So tonight, don't settle for anything less than the award winner. News 4 Tonight at 11. Thousands have already switched. Now the one we want is you.
In the old days, the rich and the powerful owned lands. They also owned the lives of the people who worked them. When one rich man wanted to take his neighbor's land, he armed his people, and they would try to take it by force. Today, our powerful people own businesses and factories. They still fight with other powerful people who own other factories and businesses. But it's no longer a bloody, pitched battle, although there can be a certain amount of bloodshed behind the scenes.
Yes, Lieutenant, he transformed this company. We're no longer a sleepy little factory. We are now a force to be reckoned with in the industry.
So, Zoltan's order was good for Bueller Paint.
Well, that remains to be seen.
Why? You're going to make millions.
I don't get to spend much time at home anymore. I know that sounds dumb. All right, we'll see what happens. One thing I know, I was very good to him. I gave him a piece of the action. And I'm even good to him now when he's dead.
In what way?
Well, I give his wife a pension every month, even though he didn't work here long enough to qualify for one. She's not even his wife.
Well, then, what is she?
No, I don't know. These days, people don't go in for marriages. They have meaningful relationships. Now, you tell me what that means.
Who is this woman?
Zelda.
Zelda who?
Zelda... Oh, let me think. Oh, wait, the bookkeeper would know. He sends her the check every week.
And she's the woman he lived with?
Myroff. Yeah, that's her name. It just came to me. Zelda Myroff.
Miss Myroff, who would have wanted to murder Zoltan?
Who? Your police were here 2 months ago. They asked the same question.
Do you have the same answer?
I told them I don't know. I tell you I don't know. Why do you keep asking?
Well, it's the only way we can learn.
Learn? Learn what?
How long did you know Zoltan Zodra?
15 years. We were students together at Prague.
You're also a chemist?
No. I am an economist. A political economist.
Where are you employed, Miss Myroff?
Why are these questions being asked? I am a cocktail waitress at the Dogwood Tree.
With your background?
I am lucky to have a job.
What did you do before you came to this country?
I was editor of a weekly economic newspaper.
Why did you come to this country?
Zoltan wanted to come to America.
Why?
Zoltan said, let us go to America where there is freedom. Much good this freedom did him. He was not free to walk in the street.
Tell me, now that Zoltan is dead, do you think you will go back?
How can I go back? Zoltan. They declared him an enemy of the people's government.
And you?
I am considered his consort.
And you can't think of any reason why Zoltan was killed?
Oh, yes, I can. And so can you. Some hooligans wanted his money. But did they have to kill him? They could have asked.
Could he have been killed because of some connection back home?
I think maybe you see too many motion pictures.
Are you happy here?
Zoltan was happy here.
No, that's not what I asked you.
My family, my friends, my language are over there.
And what about freedom?
I don't know if freedom alone is enough.
Miss Myra, we're trying to apprehend his murderers. Let us know if you can think of anything that might be of help. Will you?
Of course.
Captain, I want 24-hour surveillance on Joe Bueller and on Zelda Myra.
You got it.
It doesn't matter who we put on Joe Bueller. We should have a policewoman on Zelda Myra.
Okay.
Well, we have an officer, Lillian Carmel. Yes, in city, she should be exactly the right type for this.
All right, Lillian Carmel. What else?
Do we have anything new on Wally?
Loretta, we've had people run a net through every square foot of the area. There's not a peep yet.
Now, backtracking on the Zoltan Zorder mugging. The bullet taken from Zorder's body, does it match any of those that killed Wally?
No, we checked that. But it doesn't have to mean anything. What do you think of the Myrov woman?
Well, there may be something there.
Like what?
I don't know. Too many things are pulling at her.
You think she could have been in on it?
No, probably not. But she knows more than she's telling. Lieutenant Webster. Oh, sure. Have her come in, please. Ah, Miss Myroff. Won't you sit down?
Thank you. I have come here to ask you a question. Can I expect a truthful answer?
Yes.
Why am I being followed?
Are you sure you're being followed?
That is not an answer.
Well, who do you think is following you?
A blonde-haired girl with blue eyes, perhaps 27 years old. A policewoman.
Are you sure she's a policewoman?
She is wearing civilian clothes. Oh, no matter. In my country, we learn to recognize policemen almost from the cradle.
Well,
she's very good. I would not like to have this make a black mark against her. She could fool 99% out of 100, but I am an expert.
Obviously.
You have not answered my question.
Yes, she is watching you.
Why?
Well, among other things, for your own protection.
Why do I need protection?
Well, your husband, that is to say, your companion, was murdered.
What does that have to do with me?
Your life may also be in danger.
And what are the other reasons?
Well, you may know more than you're telling us.
You suspect me?
You could be involved.
In that case, why you do not have me arrested?
Well, things don't work that way in this country.
Are you sorry?
No, not at all. I think that's the way it should be. Why are you so antagonistic?
Because you are the police.
Oh, I am not the police. I'm a homicide detective. I'm involved with 2 murders, which may be connected. I don't know what your experience has been with the police, where you come from, but really, things are quite different here. To begin with, you don't even have to answer my questions.
You have asked me who would want to kill Zoltan.
Yes.
Why you do not ask Mr. Joe Bueller?
Why should I ask him?
How do we know he did not kill Zoltan?
Joe Bueller killed Zoltan.
Oh, Joe Bueller has paid hooligans to kill Zoltan? Will you ask him?
Yes. But before I ask him, let me ask you, why would he pay to have Zoltan murdered?
Because they have had a big fight.
When?
Just before Zoltan died.
About what?
I cannot say. I came home. I saw Joe Bueller's automobile outside. I went into the house. I could hear them. It was a very loud quarrel.
Are you mad, Zoltan?
No, Joseph. I am completely sane.
But why?
Believe me, Joseph. Do not ask me why.
I have the right to know why. It's my paint.
It is also my paint.
Oh, be reasonable.
Trust me. Oh, Zelda.
And what is this about, this argument?
Nothing. Nothing at all. It is just a difference of opinion between Mr. Bueller and me.
Zoltan, what are you hiding from me?
I said it is nothing.
That isn't true.
This is not the concern of a woman.
Zoltan, we'll talk about this at the plant tomorrow. Maybe after a good night's sleep, you'll see things different. We won't have to talk about it at all.
Zoltan, what are you keeping from me?
Nothing, I tell you. It is nothing.
And was it nothing?
I don't know what it was. He would not say another word.
And you never found out?
2 days later, he was dead.
Yes, this was a strong argument he was having with Mr. Bueller.
Very strong, very loud, very angry.
I don't remember ever having an argument with Zoltan. Who said I had arguments with him?
Zelda Myroff.
Zelda?
She said she came home one afternoon and you were at the house having an argument about...
No, that's just a difference of opinion.
According to Zelda, it was very loud and very angry.
Zoltan was a pretty emotional guy. Now, I may strike you as easygoing, but when it comes to business, I've been known to blow my top.
And what did you blow your top about this time?
Well, to tell you the truth, I don't even remember.
You said to Zoltan, I have the right to know. After all, it's my paint.
I said that?
Yes, you said that. Now, what did you have the right to know?
Well, like I say, Lieutenant Webster, I don't even remember.
What was he keeping from you? What did you have the right to know?
Oh, this was one of those arguments that took place more than 2 months ago. How can I be expected?
It also took place 2 days before he was killed.
Lieutenant Webster, I would like to help you. I just don't remember. That's all.
Mr. Bueller, this is a murder investigation. The department is going all out. Wally Shagru was shot down in cold blood.
And are you saying that I had something to do with that?
No, but I insist that Wally's murder and Zoltan's orders are linked together. Now, Wally was like a father to half the police force. The department will never let this die down. We're going to break it open, so you had better tell me everything that you know. Voluntarily.
But all right. I'll tell you what the argument was about.
Why couldn't you have told me before?
Well, I guess I should have, but...
Yes, but...
As soon as I tell you, you'll say that I had the perfect motive for wanting to kill Zoltan's daughter. That's why I tried to get out of it. Zoltan said that he had something vital to say to me. Well, couldn't you say it at the plant, I asked. No, he answered, I want to make sure that no one overhears me. And then he told me that we had to take Formula Z, the protector, off the market. He didn't want us to sell even one more gallon.
Why?
Why, indeed. There's no better place to drop a second act curtain. So that is exactly what we shall do. And I can promise you the full and unvarnished answer in Act 3, which shall arrive shortly.
Wednesday on CBS television.
I'm the sheriff, and I'm in charge here.
Cass Malloy is a woman sheriff who just can't get any respect.
I thought you were in charge. I'm working on it.
But when a crazy used car salesman takes her gun and office hostage, you can be sure she'll know what to do.
Ralph, we have to talk face to face. No! Please! I'm thinking of trading up to a much bigger car.
Great! Come on in. Outrageous comedy on Cass Malloy. Wednesday at 8:30, 7:30 Central and Mountain on CBS television.
When you get it. Itchy red skin. Get Kool-Aid when you get it.
Darn bug.
Get Kool-Aid when you get it.
Oh, touch of poison ivy.
Get Kool-Aid.
Kool-Aid gently works with your body's natural defenses. It's all you need for the relief of dermatitis and other minor itches and rashes.
When you get it. Itchy eczema. Get Kool-Aid.
Even follow label directions.
There is no reason to pay a luxury price for something as essential as a pair of eyeglasses. And the Eyeglass Factory will prove that to you. They have almost 2,000 different eyeglass frames in stock. It's the largest selection in the Midwest. In addition to the selection, savings of 30 to 50% below what you've been paying at optometric centers. Complete eye examinations, discounts for senior citizens, complete repair service, the major vision insurance plans accepted. When you need eyeglasses, you need the Eyeglass Factory. With 3 locations to serve you, the Eyeglass Factory of Oak Park is on Coolidge, just south of 9 Mile Road. Phone 542-2200. The Eyeglass Factory of Redford on Plymouth Road, halfway between Beach Daly and Inkster Roads. Phone 937-1340. And the Eyeglass Factory of Farmington Hills on Orchard Lake Road between 12 and 13 Mile. Phone 553-3820.
Stick with me and you'll make millions. That was what chemist Zoltan Zotter said to his employer, Joe Bueller. And unlike the overwhelming majority of such promises, this one is on the verge of coming true. So what's the problem? The problem is, or was, that suddenly Zoltan Zotter said to Joe Bueller, in effect, we really don't want to make all those millions, do we? It does seem to me the differences of opinion of this kind could easily lead to murder.
Here we have a gold mine. It was like having a license to print money. Check the stores. That paint just walks off the shelves.
And he wanted you to stop selling it, just like that.
Just like that.
Sure, you had a right to an explanation.
You would think so, wouldn't you? But there was no arguing with him. I mean, there was no way to win an argument.
But how could he justify it?
He just stood there. His face was very drawn and pale. His fists were clenched so tight that I could see the whites of his knuckles. And his voice... Oh, I'll never forget how troubled his voice was. He kept saying over and over again,
We have to take it off the market, Joseph. We must take it off the market.
Why?
Trust me.
Well, tell me why.
I cannot. Don't ask me.
You're talking about millions of dollars.
I know.
It was your idea to make millions of dollars.
We will make them with something else.
What?
I don't know. But I will think of something. I came up with Formula Z, the protector. I can create something else. Something even better. I am sure to have another great idea.
You already had your great idea, Formula Z.
Joe, I insist.
Are you mad?
No, I am sane.
But why?
Do not ask me why.
Look, it's my pain.
It is also my pain.
Oh, be reasonable.
Trust me. Oh, Zelda.
Just then she came in, and that was the end of the argument.
Was it continued the next day?
No, that next morning I went off to an industry convention. Came back late the following night, and that's when he was murdered. I never saw him again.
And you never found out why he wanted the paint taken off the market?
No.
Why, do you suppose?
I can't even make a guess.
Tell me, could there be something dangerous in that paint?
Well, now, that was my first thought. I figured maybe he was being idealistic. Although, if there was something harmful to people or the environment, I'd be the first to say scrap it.
But
Could there be something hazardous in the paint?
This stuff gets lots of tests before we put it out. And some of the consumer magazines we advertise in, they run it through their labs to okay it from that angle.
Then why?
You think it hasn't been driving me nuts?
Lieutenant Webster.
Lieutenant, this is Sergeant Miller over at the police lab. There's a note to call you.
Sergeant, I don't know if there's anything here, but that paint, the Bueller Exclusive Formula Z, the protector.
Yeah?
This is scraping the bottom of the barrel, but Zorder was a refugee from behind the Iron Curtain. He may have been murdered for political reasons. It may have been somehow tied in with the paint.
How?
Well, maybe you can tell me.
I understand it's a great paint, but why would they kill him for it?
What else could it be used for?
Well, it could only be used for painting.
Painting what? Look, what I'm saying is let your imagination run wild. See what you can come up with.
Loretta, we never had so many people working so hard to crack a case. And we've never had so little to show for it.
Captain, I get this feeling that we may never have anything to show for it.
You mean you don't think we'll ever find the killer?
We may find him or her, but it may not do us any good.
Why? Why do you say that?
Well, I don't know. I just have this hunch that this thing is going to be too big for us. There may be an international aspect to these murders that can take it out of our hands.
Again, I ask you why.
Again, I can only answer. It's a hunch.
Okay. Could we assume that Joe Bueller killed Zorder?
I would be inclined to suspect him, except for one thing. Wally Shagru. What motive would Joe have for going there in the middle of the night to murder Wally? And since there were two guns, who was in it with him?
Zelda Myro?
Why?
She's the only other name we have. You're still operating on the theory that the killings are interconnected.
Well, does any other theory make sense? Somebody wanted something from Zorder, or they wanted him to do something. He balked, they killed him.
Why kill Wally, too?
Well, evidently they didn't get what they wanted.
It being the formula.
They went to the lab. Wally just happened to be there.
I wish this was one of those cop movies.
Why?
So I could go home and forget it. Besides, in all those pictures, the killer always leaves a loose end or a clue.
I know. And our killers didn't oblige us at all.
Lieutenant Webster? I'm Sergeant Miller from the lab.
Please, sit down, Sergeant.
You said, let your imagination run riot. Well, I did.
Have you got anything?
Well, I said to myself, why would they want this formula? If it was another paint company, I could see it. There's a lot of money. It's a beautiful product. But you said, do the intrigue bit.
And where did that take you?
Well, I found out what it could be used for.
Yes?
And the reason I came up with it is you said go way out into left field, right? So I said, what about a military aspect? And that opened a whole line of approach. How could paint be useful? Well, for one thing, in avoiding detection for aircraft or missiles.
How?
Well, you see, the trick is to get your attack planes and missiles past the enemy warning systems. Now, what do those mainly consist of? Infrared sensors. You know what they do?
No, I'm not sure.
Well, you see, these sensors are attracted to the heat of the approaching missiles, and they lock in on them. And then you can shoot them down.
Oh, I understand.
But there is an ingredient in this paint that repels those sensing devices, those locking devices.
What?
I don't know. Maybe it's something that take a long time to identify, or maybe it's the way the components react to each other. But that paint actually turns back or in some way will not absorb those infrared sensors.
Sergeant, it looks like this thing is now bigger than both of us.
I would say it's bigger than all of us.
How did they find out about the formula?
Who?
The people who killed him.
Why ask me?
Miss Myra, we can go about this in a variety of ways. First, I could turn you over to the government.
Why?
Let's not fence with each other. Look, I'm the only friend you have right now.
How do I know I can trust you?
I'm afraid you have no choice.
I can't go back there. Not anymore. Oh, I wanted to go back. You will never know. Look at us. We must both be the same age. Would you like to be far away from your own country forever?
No.
Speak another language, never see the sights, the familiar scenes of your growing up, your family, your friends. Would you like that?
No. But I would try to make the best of it.
Oh, yes. It is better than being dead. Sultan came home one night. He was excited. Oh, how he was dancing up and down for joy.
The paint, Zelda. The paint.
It is a success, Sultan?
It has another use. Another totally different value. I never dreamed. It goes far beyond decorating houses.
I don't understand.
Zelda, I will take it off of the market.
You will take it off the market?
I will make a gift of it to the government.
Why?
To show my gratitude to this great country which has been so good to me.
Sultan!
Zelda, I came here hopeless, penniless. This country opened its arms to me. I have a job, I have a home, I have a future. I can even become rich.
But why take the paint off the market?
Because I do not want anyone else to stumble into the secret by accident.
Sultan, listen to me.
Not another word, Zelda. My mind is made up. This must be the end of it.
But it wasn't the end of it.
What happened?
I wanted to go home. America was home to Sultan, but not to me. And so I called certain people. A woman came to see me one afternoon at the place where I am a waitress.
You are Zelda Mayroff.
Yes?
You wish to come home?
Yes.
Why?
I was foolish, stupid.
How do we know this change of heart is so evil?
I swear to you.
How do we know you are telling the truth?
I speak with Sultan.
Why?
Because he has perfected something, invented something.
What?
He hasn't told me, but it is very important.
And?
Tell him that if he shares it with his own people, all will be forgiven. And once again we can go home. Home.
Very well. We shall find out if you are telling the truth.
And so, you sold Sultan down the river?
No. I only wanted to go home. I thought he would see it the same way once the opportunity presented itself. But you know what he said.
Zelda, I am home now. This is my home. There is a poem. I learned it when I came here. This is my own, my native land.
But you weren't born here?
Yes, I was. I have become a new person, a happier person, a person who can fulfill himself. Zelda, this is our own, our native land.
Did you tell him what you had done?
How could I? He would have thrown me out of the house, put me out of his life. And I only wanted to go home. I thought that would be the end of it. But they sent some men to talk to him. And when he wouldn't listen, they killed him.
Who were those men?
I don't know.
You must tell me.
I don't know. Hired hooligan.
And who's the woman you contacted?
Must I tell?
You must tell us everything you know. What do we do now, Captain?
As you said, Loretta, it's out of our hands.
The woman?
She's part of their consulate. She has immunity.
Even for a capital crime?
Maybe. Maybe not. But the minute they get an idea that something's up, they'll fly her right out of the country.
What you're saying is they are going to get away with it.
Yes and no. Wally and Zoltan's daughter, we have to look at them as casualties. It's a struggle that goes on every day. We lose people, they lose people. Poor Wally. He didn't even know why he was killed.
So, Captain, what are we going to do? We've got half the force out looking. Do we call them off?
How can we?
What's going to happen?
Lieutenant, only 3 people in the department know the real story. You, me, and Sergeant Miller. We can never say a word about it to anyone else.
But it isn't right.
It isn't a total loss, either. Meanwhile, we have the secret of the paint. It'll be used for our planes and our missiles, not theirs.
But what about all the cops working day and night?
After a while, the thing blows over. Everything blows over.
And Wally, a cop has been murdered. His killers will never be brought to justice.
It won't be the first time that's happened, Loretta. Nor will it be the last.
Now, that isn't entirely true. They probably will be brought to justice. Those people work for a very exacting and unforgiving government, and they did botch the job. They will pay for it heavily once they arrive home. I shall arrive again at this exact spot.
Thanks, waiter. I've had enough. How can you refuse such great food? Stay thin. Oh, I wish I could lose weight and go on a diet. With diet pills, something different. The AIDS diet plan. AIDS, appetite-suppressant candy cubes.
Both AIDS cubes and diet pills help curb hunger, but AIDS Do More help satisfy your need to taste, chew, and enjoy.
Say when? So soon? You're eating like a bird. Thanks to AIDS.
AIDS help curb hunger and satisfy taste. Use only as directed.
One flight and you're out of breath?
I smoke, remember?
Oh, I wish you'd quit.
You know I've tried.
Then use Bantron.
Bantron smoking deterrent tablets help you break the cigarette habit because they help ease your craving for nicotine. The more you want to stop smoking, the more Bantron helps. Come on, one more lap.
You're not a good friend.
The less I smoke, the better I feel. Bantron helps you break the cigarette habit. Use only as directed.
If you've been putting money aside, you can almost see inflation eroding its buying power. Unless it's earning high interest rates or substantial dividends. And right now, thanks to Dreyfus Liquid Assets, even a small investment can profit from the currently high interest rates with complete cash availability. Think of your Dreyfus Liquid Assets account as an income-earning investment with free checking privileges. Privileges that allow you to pay bills and still earn money till the check's clear. You can even withdraw all or part of your cash by phone. There's never a penalty, never a sales or withdrawal charge. To get all the details, call toll-free 800-228-5000 for a simple no-jargon information booklet and a prospectus including management fee, charges, and expenses. Find out how Dreyfus Liquid Assets helps you get the lion's share from today's high interest rates. Read the prospectus carefully before you invest. 800-228-5000. No charge for the call. 800-228-5000. Call now.
Yes, there is a war. Most silent and unseen. And it is waged without surcease between the secret services of conflicting nations. Although there are casualties, and many of those may be innocent bystanders, it is better that we have these small and limited skirmishes among individuals than the general havoc of open, all-out warfare. Our cast included Patricia Elliott, Mandel Kramer, Ray Owens, and Evie Juster. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is Tammy Grimes, inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next